My billionaire father just said one unpleasant thing about me and was immediately kicked out of the house by my grandfather, stripped of his inheritance rights. All because I had been switched at birth, exchanging identities with the fake young master. It took my grandfather years to track me down from the hands of human traffickers. And today, my grandfather took me back to the capital by plane, trying to find opportunities to talk to me the entire way. Shin-chae, your parents have been very busy, which is why they couldn't come pick you up in person. I couldn't help but laugh at my grandfather's words. Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. Several months have passed. If they really wanted to acknowledge me as their son, they could have flown over to see me earlier. But they never did, which shows they care more about that fake son. Having you as my grandfather is already more than I could ask for. It's better if they don't come. I have no interest in pretending to play happy family with them. Hearing this, my grandfather was heartbroken. Right after landing, he took me house hunting and bought me an entire building outright, along with 5 or 6 courtyard houses. Then we went out for a meal together before finally having someone pick us up to go home. On the other side, the Yi family had been waiting for a long time. Wenwan tightly hugged Yi Huayan and said, in Mom's heart, Huayan is the most important. Yi Ruoyan and Yi Rui also nodded in agreement. Huayan, you are our only brother, and no one can replace you. Originally, they were supposed to pick him up at the airport today, but none of them showed up. Unexpectedly, they waited at home until 3 p.m. and still didn't see anyone. Wenwan glanced unhappily at Yi Jiangwo. Hurry up and call Dad to ask what's going on. And the school you arranged, make sure he is not in the same class as our Huayan. Don't let him corrupt our Huayan. Upon hearing this, Yi Huayan quickly took Wenwan's hand. Mom, don't say that. It's good to have him in my class. That way, I can take care of my brother. All these years, it's because of me that he had to grow up in the countryside. Yi Huayan's eyes were filled with concern, making Wenwan's heart ache even more. Silly child, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with you? Subsequently, Yi Jiangwo called his grandfather, and it was Assistant Chun who answered the phone. Hello, where's my dad? And where's Shin-chae? The assistant glanced at the old man who was currently overseeing my styling and said, President Yi, the master said that since you didn't come to pick them up, there's no need to come now. They can manage just fine without you. What? Then where is my dad? Yi Jiangwo's heart sank at that moment. The master is taking the young master to attend a charity banquet now. He asked me to tell you to move your family out of the old house before he returns. I really had something urgent today, that's why I couldn't go to the airport. Sir, you don't need to inform us of your whereabouts. The master said he only cares about results. It's not like he can't afford to hire another professional manager. The assistant then hung up. Yi Jiangwo was so angry he smashed the phone. Well, where are they? Wenwan quickly stepped forward to ask for updates. My dad has already taken him to the charity dinner, and he said we have to leave here by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wenwan and the 3 children were instantly stunned. Yi Jiangwo was extremely agitated. I told you all to go to the airport to pick someone up, but none of you were willing to go. Now, are you happy? Seeing Yi Jiangwo's reaction, Yi Huayan quickly stepped forward and said, Mom, Dad, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Grandpa definitely wouldn't have done this. As long as I leave, my brother will be happy, and then Grandpa won't dislike you anymore. As Yi Huayan spoke, he tried to leave but was stopped by Wenwan. You're not allowed to go. You're my child, how can you leave? Now I'm going to see what's really going on with Shin-chae. By the time they arrived at the charity gala, Grandpa had already bid on several items in my name. Just then, a nearby reporter raised a question. Mr. Yi, you mentioned that Shin-chae is your grandson. How does that work? Grandpa Yi did not have the intention to hide it and directly answered their questions. Back then the traffickers took my grandchildren and sent their children back 2 years later, took my children's hair and did a paternity test. Since then their 2 children have been switched. Now I have found the truth and my real grandchildren. At the same time I have called the police and asked them to investigate the truth of that year. I will never let the traffickers go. And through the efforts of the police, several other girls were saved. That family is specialized in trafficking. And I'm also very close to my grandson, Shin-chae. As you all know, a few years ago when I had an accident, actually at that time, I went back to my hometown. At that time I fell, no one to help. I understand the people around are afraid that I am blackmail, only my grandson Shin-chae, he is not afraid that I will blackmail him at all. Took me to the hospital, then invited the police, and knowing that my mind is not very clear, forgetting part of the people, he has been by my side to encourage me, gave me confidence. And then he came to see me often. At that time, I didn't realize that such a wonderful child was my grandson. I thought, how can I help this child? I wanted to help him find his birth parents, but I didn't realize that he would end up in my own home. Do you think my grandson and I are destined for each other? Good. Good. Everyone started clapping. When Yuna's family came, they saw this scene. Blue Moon gritted her teeth. This father-in-law is really ruthless, directly told the reporter the truth of that year. This is not at all considerate of their feelings. Dad. Yunhee and Lan Yu walked over, surrounded by their 3 children. In the past, no matter where Blue Moon went, everyone would say that the daughter and son she taught were exceptionally knowledgeable. And she was happy. But now all the limelight had been stolen. Grandpa Yi glanced at Yunha that he didn't want to say a word more to him. You don't call me dad, I don't want to talk to you. I have already made a deal with my friends, in a few days to give my family Chinche a welcome party. You want to attend if you want to attend, do not attend, I'll pretend that he has no parents. Lan Yu and Yunhee were both confused, they were a bit unconvinced. How could the old man be so ruthless? Was this not caring about them at all? Dad. Yunha looked at his grandfather in despair. What do you want? It was also the time that his eyes saw the boy beside the old master. He looked quite clean and seemed to be somewhat hygienic. Yunhee didn't feel anything special at first, but lately, Lan Yu has been talking a lot, and she's felt a little bit of that. Chapter 19, I need you all to hate me. Grandpa Yi looked at the angry Yunhee, and then glanced at Blue Moon next to him. He was cold and upset. Why did you guys come here? Good lord, Pops asked him back before he even started, which made Yunhee even more devastated. Dad, if you guys wanted to come to this charity dinner first, you should have told me first. We waited for you guys at home for so long and you didn't even show up. Do you know that this hurts your heart and is very rude? Grandpa Yi threw a slap on his face. Slap. The sound was particularly loud, and everyone around looked over. Yunha, since you don't want to be shameless, then I'll be blunt. Originally I asked you guys to meet me at the airport. Today is the first day I brought Chinche back with me, the first day you all met with him, your real son. I don't care if you guys are heartbroken about that fake son and care about his feelings, but you guys have this attitude in front of me, and you dare to come and question me about who will give you face. People around. Good lord, what did they hear? Is this something they can listen to? So what the old man said just now was true. There's really a real fake young master in their family. It really shocked them. And it seems that their family seems to care more about the fake young master, and their own son is back without even going to pick him up. When Lan Yu heard this, she hurriedly covered Yunzhou's ears. Yunzhou, don't listen. Grandpa Yi didn't care about them at all, pulled his grandson and went back. Chinche, let's go back. Grandpa Yi took Chinche and went back. The family stood still, feeling that everyone was watching them, everyone was talking about them behind their backs. They hurriedly fled. They returned home, only to find that Chinche was not here, but in the old mansion in the back. The old mansion in the back, that had always been the old master's own residence. He had said that it was better for him to live by himself. But now he had actually taken Chinche over. It is their heart is not comfortable, so did not pack the room out at all, and even they thought of letting Chinche casually live in a guest room is. They followed together to the old mansion. Yunzhou was the first to rush in, kneeling down in front of Grandpa. Grandpa, 1,000 mistakes are all my fault, it is I who should not continue in the house. Mom and Dad didn't rush to the hospital in the first place because of me, I was suddenly unwell at that time. Mom and Dad were distressed about my health, which is why they took me to the family doctor first. If Grandpa doesn't believe me, he can ask the family doctor. Yunha was also relieved to come over, followed by opening his mouth. Dad is not wrong, today this matter is actually a misunderstanding. We also wanted to rush over, but the road was stuck in traffic. Dad, we are all family, there is no need to be so calculating. As long as you guys are back, it's fine. And what you just said at the banquet made us lose face, so can we just? Grandpa laughed when he looked at Yunhee like this child of your family, that's really good at lying. You guys called me earlier and said that he came to see me and that he got sick just to come to me, right? But I've never seen this son of yours before. Grandpa Yi remembers that one day, they called out of the blue, saying that Yunzhou had come to see him, hoping that he would come back, saying that he was especially filial. What happened? But he didn't see him at all. When Lan Yu heard this, she couldn't help but explain for her son, Dad, that was because Yunzhou took the wrong road, that's why, and he also met the Zhou family's girl. The two of them have become good friends, the future is that the marriage is also good for the son is a big help. Grandpa blackened his face and looked directly at the blue moon. The children are still too young now, you have some words or do not say out loud, lest both families are unhappy. Where is the address where I live? I just don't believe that the person who followed him there doesn't know. If you want to go out to play, just say so, there's no need to use me, an old man, as a front. Alright, we've been on the airplane and car for a day, we're tired, you guys go back first, we don't really want to see you at the moment. Now they hurriedly looked at Chinche, they hoped that this son would be able to put in a good word for them, but there was no. Chinche just kept following Grandpa Ye's side, not saying a word. Chinche naturally wouldn't speak for them, the behavior of this family of theirs was quite disgusting. What were they trying to do here? Did they think he would be aggrieved, or did they think he would be sad? Unfortunately neither, he wouldn't feel anything. Dad, we haven't spoken to Chinche yet, a lot of things have happened today, we wish to be able to say a few words to Chinche. Grandpa Yi looked towards his precious grandson, Chinche. Chinche obediently opened his mouth towards his grandfather. Grandpa, I also want to have a good chat with my family, after all, we are all going to get along in the future. Chinche followed them out, and when they arrived at the courtyard, they hurriedly looked back at the old mansion, wanting to see if the old master had followed them out. The moment they found out that he hadn't, their expressions all changed, becoming very impatient, with dislike and disgust in their eyes. Especially Blue Moon, looking at this Chin Che, it was disgust to the bone. It was you who made your grandfather do this today, wasn't it? You asked him to bring you to the charity dinner so that everyone would know who you are. A little kid just came back and has such a heavy heart. It's true that he's from a small place, it's true that he grew up in a place like that. Chin Che's mouth is wearing a faint smile. I don't know what you were talking about. Excuse me, may I ask which one are you? After all, you guys didn't introduce yourselves either, so I don't know who you are? Chin Che's words made them blacken their faces. Lanya reached out her hand and wanted to hit Chin Che. Chin Che grabbed her hand. Sorry, you are not qualified to hit me. Blue Moon exploded with anger. I am your own mother, how come I am not qualified to hit you? Chin Che's mouth with a cold smile, ice cold, dear mom? As a real mom, the first time you see your own son, you have to hit him. It's really a good real mom. Sorry, I'm a person who was used to being bullied in the past, now I won't let anyone bully me anymore. I haven't done anything wrong, and I haven't eaten a single grain of rice or drunk a mouthful of water from you, so what makes you think you'll be able to beat me up? And my account, it's under Grandpa's account. Like you said, how can you prove that I am your child? Maybe you guys are faking it. Good lord, Lan Yu is going to be furious. How can this Chin Che talk so exasperatingly? Seeing this, Yun Zhou hurriedly pulled his mother's hand and started to comfort. Mom, don't be angry, maybe brother was in that environment for too long, and that's how he developed this character now. You have to understand him. He also didn't want to grow up in that kind of environment. In the end, it's still my fault. Blue Moon was heartbroken and hugged Yun Zhou tightly. Today her precious Yun Zhou suffered too much. Those people looked at him with that kind of eyes. And the culprit of all this is this disobedient Chin Che in front of him. See for yourself that you've done so many things wrong and your brother is still defending you. Let me tell you, don't think that if you come back to this family, you are a member of our family, I will not like you. In my heart, there's only one son for me, and that's Yun Zhou. You'll never be able to take Yun Zhou's place. It was really exactly the same words as the previous life, only in the previous life, it was many years later. Nowadays, even if he didn't have any flaws, even if he stood here, in their eyes, they still didn't have any semblance of liking. But he didn't need their liking either, he, was going to slowly get back at them. Why should I take his position? What position does he have? The first sentence made them feel disbelief, and the latter made them angry. What did he mean by these words? Next to them, Yunya and Yun Meng couldn't hear anymore, and the two of them didn't hesitate to stand in front of their baby brother, shielding him behind them. Yunya was the first to open her mouth. She looked at Chin Che fiercely and started to put out harsh words. You're from the countryside now, I'm telling you, don't even think about hurting my brother, there will always be only one brother for me, and that's Yun Zhou. Yun Meng followed suit and looked at Chin Che and started cursing. Look at you look so ugly, and your clothes are especially ugly, especially your hands, so rough. It looks like you've done a lot of work. With your unattractive appearance, you still want to be our brother, don't dream. Let me tell you, don't think that your identity can be changed, that's impossible. In our place, you can never be family with us. In our hearts, there will always be only one brother for us, and that is Yun Zhou. You'd better not compete with Yun Zhou, or we won't let you go. Chin Che laughed when he heard this. Why do they all act like they don't understand human language? You guys are really strange. I want to ask you guys, what exactly do I have to compete with him? If it is to compete for your favorite, then forget it. This person does not have the habit of catching up. If you don't like me, I don't like you either, isn't that enough? There's only one person I care about, and that's Grandpa. As for you guys in my eyes, you're just strangers. Now their faces, completely blackened, Blue Moon wanted to make a move again. I advise you not to make a move, I've heard that you are a very highly respected person. But now seeing how you get angry so easily and hit people, I think that you really... Chin Che's words turned around, this emotion of yours, it's really not stable enough. Blue Moon. Yinny sighed and opened his mouth towards Chin Che. Chin Che, I'm your father, I hope that after you come back, we can get along as a family, but why are you so aggressive? We have all explained to you that today's matter is all a misunderstanding. And there's a reason for what happened today, you should understand us. Your grandpa misunderstood, so you have to help us explain it to him, that's the right thing to do. But what has this child done? He's been silent behind his father's back, and now he's saying such outrageous things to his mom and sister. I'm sorry, who are you again? I really don't understand you guys. Obviously you guys are the ones who have been threatening me here, saying a bunch of nonsense words, saying that you definitely won't like me, and telling me not to compete with him. How come it's my fault now? What did I do wrong? Was I not supposed to be born? You should have aborted me in the first place. Was I not supposed to be out in the world, being abused? But wasn't it you who lost me in the first place? Oh, Chin Che looked at them with a sudden realization. I shouldn't have come back and interrupted your family's happy life, right? I should have stayed in that place, I should have been abused until I died. I should have never been found out, so that you, as a family, would be able to live happily ever after, and be able to whitewash the situation as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Chin-che directly took their shading cloth and tore it away, and the truest thoughts in their hearts were spoken. Their faces, that changed again and again, just like a color palette, looking quite ridiculous. Asshole! Yun-hee yelled. Who are you calling a bastard? Grandpa came behind him and looked at him with a black face, saying, Who are you calling a bastard? Yun-ha didn't dare to say anything now. Now that you have become a family and have your own sons and daughters, you can take them out with you and live your lives. Move out of here tomorrow. If you don't move, I'll throw out all your things, and even take back all the things I gave you before. If you obediently leave now, then I won't get back those properties in your name. At the same time, your position in the company will also not have any change, but if you make me unhappy, you know very well, I just donate all those properties, will not leave you a single cent. This time Yun-hee was depressed. This father, really protect this Chin-che. Lan Yu couldn't listen anymore. She gritted her teeth and spoke, Okay, don't worry eunuch, we will definitely move out tomorrow. As long as we are together as a family, no matter where we are all happy. But this son, I will not recognize. She would never recognize this disobedient Chin-che. Chin-che smiled when he heard it. That's really great, I don't really want to have parents either. Them? Yunya and Yun-meng couldn't listen anymore. How can you say that? This is your mom and dad. Yeah, why are you such a nasty person? Get out. Grandpa Yi yelled towards him, and they could only rush to pack up their things. While packing up, Blue Moon was very angry and kept talking. Look at your father, in the end what is going on? For the sake of such a person, want to drive us all out? Does your dad still want us to take care of him? Yunha felt quite embarrassed. She is actually very clear, the old man really do not need him to take care of. People have money, when the time to live in a nursing home does not smell good? And when his money reaches a certain level, he really has the ability to ask a lot of people to do things for him later. What my dad decides, he will never change. Let's pack up and wait for my dad to be in a better mood before we move back. You also know, I'm a person bar ability is so much, work it is not very powerful kind, originally rely on the family dividends, is able to live very well, if my father to be unhappy, those shares do not give me how to do? He is very clear about his own ability, but also know that is relying on the old man and the company, only to be able to live nowadays. If the old man is not willing to, they are a family in a minute on the end. But when I think of moving out because of this Chin-che, I am very unhappy. I'm his mom, can't he treat me with some respect? Can't he say something nice to his grandfather? Can't he be a little more understanding? Look at our son Yunjo. You can't really let him leave, can you? I'm telling you, I'll never agree to that. You have to make your father understand that. Yunha really doesn't want to think about it right now, this headache. And at this time, the two daughters also came over. They didn't want to leave here either. Dad, do we really have to leave here? After we leave, where are we going to live? Dad, we'll live here. It's nice here. Many of our classmates live here. If they knew we moved and were kicked out, they would laugh at us. They think that Grandpa is so outrageous to kick them all out for just one Chin-che. Not to mention the two daughters. In fact, even Lan Yu herself did not want to leave. She was envied by everyone in the organization. Everyone said that marrying into a rich family must be a bad life, but she was different. Her husband treated her very well, which made everyone envious. But now, she was actually going to be kicked out. But the words had already been said just now. Chapter 20 Can't Give Up Yunjo. Alright, your grandpa has said it, can't it be that we still want to stay here and not leave? Hurry up and pack your things. Your dad and I also have a few houses outside, so we'll talk about something else in a few days. Anyway, they're moving out now. They moved to a 4-room, 2-bathroom house, which, by all accounts, is pretty good. But they were used to living in a big house, and when they were suddenly asked to move here, one of them was not happy. And they were all hungry now, and there was no aunt to cook for them. In the end, they ordered takeout to eat, and when they ate it, they disliked that this wasn't good and that wasn't good. Seeing this, Yunjo knelt down in front of them. Mom and Dad, I know, our family was kicked out because of me. As long as you kick me out of the house, I believe that Grandpa won't hold on to it anymore, and you guys can go back. And you will be able to live a better life in the future. Speaking here, Yunjo has been sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, Dad, sister, to be able to meet you, I'm really happy, to be able to get along with you for so many years. I think this is the happiest time in my life. I know that happy days have always been short-lived, so now it's time to part. If it's because I'm dragging you guys down and making it especially hard for you, this is something I definitely don't want to see. So you guys just agree to my request, just sever your relationship with me and leave me alone from now on. Yunjo said especially seriously. Tears also kept falling. A few people heard after especially heartbroken. This is their family's Yunjo has always been for their sake of the Yunjo. Unlike that Chin-che, the first day back against them, not at all want to help them to speak, such a child, they do not like it at all. Their family are especially heartbroken. Yunjo, Lan Yu even Yunjo in her arms, she hugged her son very heartbroken open. Mom said, you will always be Mom's son, absolutely can't have this kind of idea, do you hear me? Mom forbids you to make us go back by doing this. We can't compromise, we can't just listen to your grandfather like this, otherwise, in the future, won't we all have to look at Chin-che's face? Yunya and Yun Meng kept nodding their heads. Mama's not wrong, I agree with Mom's words. When the next semester starts, let's see how we can clean up Chin Che. Their family was ready to ignore Chin Che, they couldn't compromise anyway. On the other hand, Chin Che and Grandpa are also talking about this matter in the study. Grandpa was a bit worried, afraid that his grandson would be in a bad mood because of their attitude. Chin Che, don't worry about it, your parents, they are not in their right mind, after a while when they are in their right mind, I will let them come to see you. Chin Che smiled when he heard that, and his gaze was gentle when he looked at his grandfather. Grandpa, there's no need. What attitude they have towards me, I can see very clearly, and I'm not willing to bend myself to please them. They don't like me, I don't like them, isn't that good enough? Why must I try to please them or make them like me? Their kind of reluctant liking, their feigned liking, disgusts me even more. If this is really the case, Grandpa is on his side, he can use the money Grandpa gave him to do what he wants to do. Grandpa Yi looked at his grandson so penetrating, was very pleased, as long as his grandson can think so, that's good. He was afraid that his grandson would be sad and not be able to think straight. In fact, it really won't, for that family, he has long had no feelings, Grandpa actually don't need to worry. Of course Grandpa will kick them out, he is also very happy that is. Good, then Grandpa will be relieved, let's have a good rest today, tomorrow Grandpa will take you out to play. He was going to take his grandson to meet those old buddies of his, and then arrange an unprecedented welcome party for his grandson. To let everyone know that his grandson is Chin Che. Good. On the first day back here, Chin Che was a bit unable to sleep, remembering when he came here in his previous life, he felt that this place was so big he felt that it was as big as a palace. Even because his legs have been lost, when he came here, especially humble, always feel that he does not deserve to come here. He once thought that his biological parents would give him a little warmth, would make him feel that this world, in fact, still good, still have the courage to continue to live. But the way they looked at him with disgust and loathing hurt his heart. They locked him up in a tiny attic and wouldn't let him out. It was said that it was for the sake of his health, that it was so that his legs could recover, but in reality, it was because they were afraid that everyone would know that a biological son like him existed. Even if they knew what was going on later, that Yunjo begged and they stopped pursuing that large family, he was just so unimportant to their family, even if they harmed him, it didn't matter. Now that he is back here again, the one who was driven away is their family, and there is still a long way to go with them in the future. He, will make their family love each other properly. Chin Che remembers that real father, Jinhee, seems to be at this time, met White Moonlight and then fought with White Moonlight, that is to say, Blue Moon is just his second best choice. A few days later, Chin Che found someone to investigate the Blue Moon, and then sent the photos found to the Blue Moon's mailbox. Blue Moon, because she is a leader but also in the school to busy some things, when found in the mailbox there is a new email, subconsciously opened to look at it, when she saw Yunhee and other women's intimate photos of the moment, Blue Moon crazy. Blue Moon rushed to the company like crazy, ran to Yunhee's office, took her bag and started to smash his head, the extra hard kind. It was rumored that White Moonlight of his had returned and was not yet married. He was all kinds of helpful, all kinds of care. Yunha was beaten to the point that his face was bruised, and everyone in the company was looking towards this place. He also got angry and threw a slap on Blue Moon's face. Blue Moon, are you sick? What are you doing running inside the company? Can't you see that everyone is looking? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Blue Moon covered her face and became even more frantic. You hit me, I gave you so many children, how dare you hit me, I'll fight you. When Grandpa brought Chin Che and saw this farce, it was already a long time ago, and everyone was discussing this matter. What are you doing? Grandpa roared, and naturally they all stopped. Lanya peeped at the grandfather came, even more angry. Dad, this good son of yours, behind my back in the outside looking for a mistress, he actually cheated on me, you have to make a decision for me, you have to give me a statement. Grandpa Yi, what do you want me to say to you? What kind of explanation do you want me to give you? Grandpa Ye's words meant to ask Lanyu what she wanted to do, but Lanyu felt that Grandpa was trying to harbor her son. Dad, are you trying to harbor him? Your family is bullying me, isn't it? Grandpa was speechless and furious. Chin Che spoke directly. Grandpa means, what do you want to do with him? Blue Moon froze for a moment before she glanced at Yunhee. She did not know, her mind is now a mess, very angry, just want to hit people, she also wanted to go to get that dead. Grandpa Yi glanced at Yunhee, and with just one glance, Yunhee shrunk his head, and he looked like a quail. Yunhee, give me a roll out, tell me what is going on, you dare to do it, don't dare to admit it? Yunhee glanced outside, everyone was looking towards this place, everyone was watching, he must not be able to say Yunhee could only obediently come out. Of course, the others have silently returned to their work, the chairman of the board has come, if they do not go back, then it is not long for the eyes. But their ears also perked up, hoping to be able to hear so little information from this place. I didn't cheat, that girl and I just had a very normal relationship. Besides, I just made a mistake that all men make. It's not like I've disregarded my family or gotten to the point of divorce because of this matter, so why are you guys being like this? In Yunha's eyes, how can he be considered a successful person? There is a confidant or something, this is not a normal thing? Why did Blue Moon just disagree? Blue Moon was going to be furious. According to him, it meant that even if she knew about it, she should hold her tongue and turn a blind eye. You mean, I should pretend I don't know? I don't know that you cheated on me, I don't know that you've wronged me, right? Yunha didn't say anything, but that's what he actually thought. He felt that this was Blue Moon being unreasonable. I won't do things that I am sorry for you, and I won't care about the kids, then you don't need to care too much about what I do during my work. Blue Moon went crazy again and directly rushed over and fought with Yunhee. Seeing the two of them fighting more and more, Grandpa had to have someone pull them apart. Okay, what's the look? If you guys want to fight, can you go out and fight? Or you go to the door of the Public Security Bureau to fight, see if it's okay? Only then did the two of them stop, and Blue Moon even cried non-stop, feeling that she was very aggrieved. Dad, then why don't you make a decision for me? Grandpa just feel very speechless. What can he do? That's fine, or you and he divorced, I let him out of the house, all his money is yours. If you want to raise the child, you can raise it. If you don't want to raise it, I'll give you some money every month, what do you think? This is very fair. He did not speak for his son, but let his son out of the house. Of course, Lan Yu is not willing. After the divorce, Yunha, this dog, do not give money. How to do? That won't do. I can't give way to the mistress, right? Unless I die, I won't let the two of them be together. As long as I'm around, that woman will always be the mistress. Grandpa Yi. Then I'll beat him up so much that he won't be able to get up and stay at home every day from now on, okay? Is it okay for him to be like this? There's no need for them to get divorced, so I'll just beat this son up so he can't go out and fool around. That won't work either. If that's the case, won't he not be able to walk again? How humiliating. You're speechless like this. This won't work, that won't work, so what the hell is it going to be? Since you don't feel good about any of the ways I've said, you'll have to think of something on your own. I don't care about the two of you, whether it's arguing or cursing. Or maybe it's a divorce, it actually has little to do with me. Grandpa doesn't want to care either, they'll see to it themselves. Yunha, you can get the hell out today, go and take care of your family's business, then you can come back to work. If you can't handle it, you don't have to come. Yunhee was also kicked out. After the two of them went out, they found another place to fight hard. Finally, when it was almost time, the two of them packed themselves up and went back home again, as if nothing had happened. But only they know each other, this thing in their hearts, both have a scar, as long as the wrong thing, that will be painful for a lifetime, will remember today's things too. After they returned home, they saw the three children happily playing, all well behaved and not making a fuss. Yunhee and Blue Moon then reached a settlement. After 2 more days, Blue Moon returned to her mother's house with her own children. Her mom was especially anxious after knowing the whole thing. Blue Moon, what's wrong with you lately? Why are a lot of things talking about you? I heard that your biological child came back, what's going on? Because she didn't treat that child well, she never intended to tell anyone, so where did it come from? Mom, I never told you, where did you know about this matter? When old lady Lan saw her daughter like this, she knew that she was imagining things again. She liked to think randomly every time, always feeling that there was everyone who was counting on her and questioning her. The old lady sighed and poked her head. I'm telling you this because I care about you. Your family's affairs have long been rumored. Your family's old man sent invitations to everyone, saying that 3 days later, he would officially introduce his own grandson to everyone. That's why I thought of asking you, what's going on? Who is that so-called real son? And what about Yunjo? Blue Moon heard this thing, even more headache, this is what happened. The father and son are both careless, how can they introduce Chin Che out at this time? Mom, I don't even know what's going on here. I know that the child was switched. Yunjo is not my child, Chin Che is. That man, my father-in-law, was so outrageous that he said he would only recognize that one grandchild. You're a mom too. How could I leave Yunjo behind? At that time, everyone was blaming me, saying that I lost the child, how sad I was, how much effort I spent to get Yunjo back. After hearing this, the old lady kept nodding her head and held her in her arms, affirming her feelings. My daughter, what you said is not wrong. Yunjo and you so many years of affection, even if you find the so-called biological son, then you cannot leave Yunjo alone. Besides, Yunjo is so obedient, I can't find a more obedient child than this child. Finally, there is a person, affirmation of their own. Blue Moon very happy, hugging her mother cried for a long time, really only mom, understand her feelings. Chapter 21 is just his grandson. Looking at her daughter crying so sad, the old lady is also a little moved, and kept patting her daughter's back. You don't need to worry about what your father-in-law thinks, as long as Yunha didn't say that, you don't need to worry about anything else. As long as they both have a united front, then there will be no problem. Thinking about Yunha, Blue Moon became even more angry and furious. You can't talk about him, that's an asshole, that's a scumbag, he even has a mistress outside. Although he hasn't substantially cheated yet, but he and that woman He flirted with that woman, saying that she was gentler than me. I want to divorce him, I want to divorce him. Lan Yu's eyes could not tolerate sand, she wanted a divorce right now, she wanted to sever her relationship with Yunhee, she couldn't wait to divorce him immediately. Blue mother froze, for a moment did not even react. After all, the two of them have always had a very good relationship. That son-in-law is also very doting on his daughter. Every time they came back, the son-in-law's behavior was quite normal, giving his daughter food, adding clothes to his daughter, all kinds of concern, and his daughter was also kind of pleased with herself. What's wrong with that? Isn't Mr. Ant treating you quite well? He cares for you so much and loves you so much, what else do you want? Did you misunderstand? Or are you too strong? You know, people around here are quite envious of their family, envious that they have such a rich son-in-law. Along with that, their family has found good jobs and their sons have a good life. Mom, can I still lie to you? For her mom not even believing it, Blue Moon was very unhappy. How could she possibly tell a lie, just because it was true? She was now going to be furious. Seeing her daughter like this, the old lady reacted to the fact that it seemed to be true. However, thinking about it is quite normal. Rich people, is not it normal to have 3 or 4? However, the daughter is now so excited, or cannot stimulate her, to talk to her properly. If it's true, then you can't make any more trouble. If you divorce, what about the 3 children? Lan Yu is going to blow up again. What does mom mean by this? Does her thoughts not matter at all? She is now about to die of anger. Her heart is full of holes. How can mom not care at all? Mom, now I'm the one who's hurt. It's my mood that counts. Of course the 3 kids are with me. I'm going to make him clean out his house. I'm going to make him regret it for the rest of his life. The old lady is different from this daughter. This daughter is naive. She's just realistic. I know you're sad now, but calm down. Like you said, now that what happened in Yunjo is known to your father-in-law, your focus is on the children, not Yunha. Of course Lan Yu knew that, otherwise she wouldn't have reached a temporary reconciliation with Yunhee. But she was still not happy. She returned to her mother's house, that is, she wanted to find identity. Wanted her mother to scold Yunha with her so that she could be a little bit happier, but no, her mother didn't do that. Instead, she asked her to endure. It would be strange for her to be able to be happy. Seeing her daughter temporarily quieted down, Mrs. Lan then opened her mouth. You think about their family is big, you should think about how to make everything in their family, are in the hands of your children, rather than for a Yunha here sad. Yunha apologized to you, you just step down on the line, do not make too much noise. Let's be realistic, you really divorced him. Do you think the two of you can still be in the same world? Yes, your work is very respected, but how much is your salary? How much do people make in a month? After the 3 children follow you, the standard of living in the future will definitely be greatly reduced. That is, if the 3 children want to study abroad in the future, you can't afford it. This is their child, they should be responsible. You don't care what he does outside. As long as his money is still in your hands, as long as you can still have it all, what is he? A man's money is more important, don't you think? The old lady said that is the truth. This is not their own daughter. She could not say so directly. The daughter of this pig brain do not know how to adapt, only a little bit of emotion in the brain. Blue Moon. The words can't be said like that. She always hopes that this man always treats her consistently. Well, you should stop thinking about it and think about the children. Since your father-in-law is determined to introduce that child to everyone, then you should also hold the child firmly in your hands. As long as you keep him obedient, to you, that's all that matters. You have to get him to persuade that old man to transfer his shares to you guys. Only when the shares are in your hands will you be able to truly control the power of speech, and then what you're going to do with that kid, won't it just depend on your mood? In other words, when you have the shares of their company, that Yunha to dare to do you wrong things, is not also have to weigh up? I have to say, Lan Yu's heart was moved. She felt that what her mother said was true. Mom, you're right, what should I do then? After the last time we fought, Gong Gong doesn't even want us to go back home for dinner. Old Mrs. Lan naturally wants to help her daughter think of a solution. She thought about opening her mouth. It's very simple. No matter what, you are that child's mother. As long as you soften your attitude a little bit, as long as you coax the child a little bit, that child will definitely be obedient. Let him go and talk to the old man, isn't it? Blue Moon heard a little reluctant. Blue old lady look at her like this, know that the child's shaft energy again up, and began to slowly persuade her a pass. She only then agreed. The old lady thinks, she is not easy, this child, that is really all kinds of work, all kinds of reluctance, the child is so big, they are more than 30 years old, but also all day to be coaxed. If it is not to see her give money generously, she is not willing to coax her. But these words don't have to be said clearly, that's all. Lan Yu stayed at her mother's house for 2 days before coming to Qin Che the day before the banquet. Qin Che was taking classes. He was interested in many courses, especially languages. He asked his grandfather to find him a teacher for several language classes to learn several languages. He knew very well that in the future, if he didn't know several languages, there was no way to communicate. Grandpa was heartbroken that his grandson had to learn so many at such a young age, but seeing that his grandson was indeed well traveled, this was arranged. Lan Yu was the first to call. She told Grandpa that she came to apologize to Qin Che. Grandpa Yi also asked Qin Che's opinion, and that's when he let her in. Qin Che wanted to see what this person was trying to get up to again. After all, those operations of hers were one thing more than one oddity. She seemed to always feel that what she was doing was right and that there were no problems. When Lan Yu arrived outside the room, Qin Che had just finished his English class. She thought to herself that this Qin Che's cultural lessons must be pretty bad, or else what was the point of remedial lessons? It's been a while, and he doesn't know, so call and get in touch with them. Qin Che opened the door and saw her. Qin Che sidestepped and let her walk in. Blue Moon looked at the room and then at what Qin Che was wearing now. Qin Che just opened her mouth was as cold as ever. However, she paused and coughed twice to clear her throat before speaking. Qin Che, I came here this time to apologize to you. Earlier in the day, my emotions were a little unstable and made you sad. I apologize to you. But at that time, I had just learned about this matter, and my heart was very confused. I didn't know how to face you. I hope you can understand me, okay? I hope you can also understand me, okay? Qin Che's gaze was faint as he looked at her and opened his mouth. No. Blue Moon's smile stiffened at the corner of her mouth. How to do? She wanted to do it. How can this person be so angry? Why not? Blue Moon that really endured the anger to open. At that time, Mom has not been able to accept the fact that the two of you children exchanged, and I heard that the environment in which you grew up is not good. I am very worried about your personality eccentricity. All these years, has been your brother accompanied by my side, all my joys and sorrows are he accompanied, I have no way to send him away. Qin Che had already heard these words once, and he still felt sick when he heard them again. That's your business, what does it have to do with me? If I hadn't been sent away in the first place, then I would have stayed by your side. People say that no mother would ever dislike her child, but what about you? You dislike me, there is no hiding it, is there? You can dislike me, and you can love that baby boy of yours, but you can't want him and me to forgive you at the same time, can you? Why did you come here today? You might as well just say why. After all, it's kind of disgusting the way you're pretending to care like this, with the disgust in your eyes, but not hiding it to the end. Besides, I don't expect you to be nice to me that much. This person, seems to think of herself as important. As if he would have to compromise if she directly softened her attitude a bit. You. Blue Moon got even angrier. See, it wasn't even that she didn't like him, it was that he was always pissing her off. How can there be such a child who doesn't know how to understand his mom at all? Qin Che laughed when he saw her jumping up and down in anger. Look, you're still angry, wasn't I telling the truth? You don't like me, but you have to pretend to be a good mom, aren't you tired? Blue Moon. What's the matter? Just tell the truth, isn't it? Blue Moon. Since that's the case, it's better for her to just say what she's up to. This son shouldn't need her comfort anyway, and she doesn't want to aggravate herself. Good, then I'll be straightforward. Your grandfather is going to introduce you to all the people. I hope you can convince your grandfather to say that you and Yunjo that are twins, and that both of you are my sons, okay? This is the good way that Blue Moon thought of. In this circle, everyone is stepping on the high and holding the low, and there are still dog eyes looking down on people. All these years, those people have been trying to flatter her, and she doesn't give a damn. She's a professor. She's not like those people. They were relying on their families, relying on their husbands' families, but she was different, she relied on herself all the time. Qin Che was stunned, did not expect she reacted quite quickly. I remember in my last life, she said that he was just a fallen relative, and now for the sake of Yunjo, she can say that she is a twin. You're kinda ridiculous, twin? Then how are you going to explain? After all these years, I haven't been at home? Qin Che was curious how she was going to explain this. It's simple, just tell everyone that your health is not good, so you've been recuperating in the countryside. The reason your grandfather goes to the countryside every year is to see you. That way, everything can be explained, can't it? I am also able to accept you as my son, and I would like you to live with us in the future. I will let your two sisters slowly accept you and bring you into the circle of their friends. Doesn't that appeal to you? Blue Moon felt that their family sacrifice was already great, even their two daughters had to help him break into the circle, so he should just take it as it comes, and it's best not to give an inch, or she would be unhappy as well. Thinking okay, as if logically there is no problem, but on what grounds? Because of that Yunjo, I've had a bad time for so many years, I've been abused by their family, and there's not a single good piece of me. You guys want me to agree to this matter, why should I agree? Then let your precious son experience the same pain as me, experience the same suffering as me, I will agree to consider. They think so beautifully, but he will not agree, this matter they don't even think about it. Blue Moon's eyes widened. I didn't expect this Qin Che to be so ruthless. How can you be so vicious? How can you be so vicious? Qin Che felt quite ridiculous. This is vicious? What about when the family mistreated me? Where's your mom? Now you're asking me to help you, so make me happy. I've suffered so much, what's wrong with letting your precious son suffer too? If you don't want to, then go away. The door's that way. Also, you could have told Grandpa yourself. Why didn't you? Because you're afraid Grandpa will be upset and disappointed. So you let me come and say it, trying to get me to be the bad guy, trying to make Grandpa disappointed in me too. You are really wicked. Qin Che returned the word vicious back to her, these two words, it's better for her to be herself. You Blue Moon was so angry that she wanted to hit someone, and the moment she stretched out her hand she was grabbed by Qin Che. Didn't people say that you are particularly gentle? But why do you know how to hit people all day long? This habit is not good. I've been hit too many times before, now I won't let anyone hit me anymore. Don't worry, I won't be your son. I don't want to be your son either. Blue Moon froze for a moment, a little confused. What do you mean by that? It's simple, Grandpa recognizes me as his grandson, so I'm just his grandson, and I'll be on the same account as Grandpa from now on. I can have no parents. Grandpa also thought clearly, there is no need to make them must recognize Chin Che, since they don't want to, then just let them get lost. Chin Che is his grandson without a doubt, he is just his grandson. Blue Moon? Okay, please leave, I don't want to see you anymore. The moment Chin Che said this, the butler came over. The butler looks at her apologetically embarrassed. Ms. Lun, please leave. Blue Moon was so angry that she just left. Of course, on this day, they were to be present. Their family specially went to customize their costumes, or parent-child costumes. At first glance they were a family. That's how Blue Moon wanted it, to always be in the limelight, but not willing to admit it. Chapter 22 The Heroine's Scar. Yunya and Yun Meng each held one hand of Yun Zhou. They wanted to tell everyone that they would always be a family, that Chin Che, their family, would never admit it. When they arrived at the old mansion, they were taken inside. They thought that Grandpa had dispelled his anger. In fact, during this period of time, they also kind of understood one thing, that is, this family, not Dad say, that is Grandpa's say, they will have to make Grandpa like them in the future to be able to do so. When their family arrived, has come to a lot of people, everyone has vaguely heard, that is, the two families, for a false son, and the old man fell out. This is for them, are very outrageous things, other people's son, how can be as important as their own son? I heard that the two of them, who looked at that fake son as if he was the apple of their eye, even disliked their own biological son. If it wasn't for this, the old master wouldn't have kicked them out, even Yuna's job, that was also stopped. This also showed one thing, true young master Chin Che must be very favored. As soon as their family appeared, they stood out and everyone looked over. After everyone saw them, they all came over to greet them. No matter what, the surface still had to be maintained. Yun, how you guys are here, just now I was looking for you, I haven't been able to find you, are you guys going to do styling? Your family looks really good, is this a parent-child outfit? Blue Moon heard, very satisfied, smiled and said, a few children making noise, want to wear parent-child clothes with us, this is not ordered for a long time, today this just went to get back, just that time Chin Che hasn't come back, so there is no to do is, I hope that he won't be angry at. This is a very thought-provoking thing to say. As a mom, saying this about her own son was a bit insensitive. That's true, that's a shame. At this time someone else came, the person who came was Zhou Xiuya, the heroine's father, Zhou Jin, who first greeted Yunhee when he arrived. What took you so long to come, where is Yun Zhou? My girl has been looking for him for a long time, and is clamoring to play with brother Yun Zhou. Zhou Xiuya followed her grandfather to the countryside at that time, who knew something had happened, was injured, face scarred, that time has been crying, or Yun Zhou no, to help coax a long time. Yun Zhou hurriedly came over, he knows that his current position is very embarrassing, if there is a Zhou family uncle, perhaps mom and dad will care about him a little more. Uncle Zhou, I also miss Xiuya, where is she? For this situation, Lan Yu is also happy to see it, now that their family is disliked by Gong Gong, now there is only way to make Yun Zhou's weight heavier. Yes, Mr. Zhou, where is Xiuya? Our Yun Zhou also loves Xiuya's sister. It's over there. Zhou Jin pointed to another direction and they looked over, there was a little girl over there wearing a little red dress with a pink diamond necklace and a crown. It was just that there was a scar on her face. Even on her foot there was a piece of it. The scar was so big that even if it was quite far away, it could still be seen, which made Blue Moon a bit shocked. She knew something about what happened at that time, and her son had talked about it after he came back, saying that Xiuya had fallen into a trap at that time and was injured, and so was her face. But this, not to mention Blue Moon, it was Yun Zhou who was shocked when he saw it. How could that scar be so ugly? Chapter 23 does not like his freedom. Of course, people still know to hide their dislike. When they look at Zhou Xiuya, they already have a smile on their face. Yun Zhou walked over towards Zhou Xiuya and stretched out his hand. Xiuya sister, it's been a long time, I've missed you. Zhou Xiuya looked at Yun Zhou not disliking her, her heart was also happy, a lot of people looking at her face during this period of time made her very unhappy. Yun Zhou brother, you still say it, you didn't say to call me or go to my house to look for me during this period of time, do you also think that, the scar on my face is ugly? Speaking of this, Zhou Xiuya looked a little unhappy looking into his eyes. After Yun Zhou heard this, he hurriedly pulled her hand to explain, how could that be? You will always be my best friend. It's just that. Saying this, he lowered his head and his whole person looked as if he was sad. It's just that I don't think I deserve to be friends with you. The moment he looked up, his whole body was very lost and sad. He tried to make himself look like he was trying to smile. Xiuya, you should have heard, right? I'm not my mom and dad's child. At first I don't know what happened. Chin Che and I were carried by the wrong person. I was also abducted at that time. I don't know what happened. If I could, I would like to return to my family. I didn't mean to steal my mom and dad. I thought that we could get along when he came back, but unfortunately it was always just what I thought. Saying this, he became even more uncomfortable. Yunya and Yun Meng, who were at the side, also came over. They spoke very angrily. That Chin Che is just annoying. As soon as he came back, Grandpa especially favored him and even made us all move out. Yun Meng even said directly that we just don't like him, and he was thinking of bullying Yun Zhou and kicking him out. Hearing that Yun Zhou was going to be kicked out, Zhou Xiaoya was very unhappy. He dares. In my heart, brother Yun Zhou is my best friend. Who is he to bully brother Yun Zhou? Then don't the uncles and aunts care? Zhou Xiaoya looked at Yun Zhou and it was full of heartache. Yunya and Yun Meng were so angry that they stomped their feet. My parents and I are very angry. Anyway, in our family's heart, Yun Zhou is our family, that Chin Che is nothing. When Zhou Xiaoya heard this, she ran straight to her dad and told him, Dad, I don't care, I like brother Yun Zhou. The person I want to marry when I grow up is brother Yun Zhou. I don't like that what Chin Che. This is a really ridiculous thing to say, just like the other Chin Che wants to be with her. Zhou's father hurriedly picked up his daughter and said to Yunha with a smile, Yunha, you've heard it, my daughter likes your family Yun Zhou, and the two of them grew up together. Not to mention the future, just say now, my Xiaoya certainly prefer to be friends with Yun Zhou. You want to send away Yun Zhou, but I do not agree. If you don't want to do that, then let Yun Zhou come to my house. The two children grow up together. How is it? Before Yunha could say anything, the Blue Moon spoke up. That's natural. In our hearts, our baby son is Yun Zhou. Even if Yun Zhou is not related to us by blood, blood does not mean everything. Yun Zhou is a well-behaved and understanding boy. He has always been a good boy. We will never let him leave. When the others heard this, they naturally followed suit and praised Yun Zhou. Hearing everyone praising Yun Zhou, they were also very happy. Zhou Xiaoya even got down from Father Zhou's arms and then went to pull Yun Zhou's hand and said, Yun Zhou brother, don't worry, I will always protect you. Yun Zhou smiled happily after hearing that. Good. The whole family was in the limelight. It was also at this time that the lights went out and Chin Che was at the stairs not far away. There, Grandpa Yi made a high-profile appearance with Chin Che. The two of them, one in a Chinese mountain suit and the other in a specially customized suit, which was embroidered with the dragon pattern of traditional dress on top of it. Such clothes were not only worn by Chin Che, but also made people think that this kid, he was really good looking. Chin Che followed his grandfather down, every step was firm. Grandpa brought Chin Che to the middle of the first floor and smiled as he spoke to them. Thank you all for coming to the old man's house. Today, I want to introduce my grandson Chin Che to you all. He is my only grandson. At the same time, he is also my only heir, and will inherit all the properties under my name in the future. As soon as Grandpa Yi said this, everyone looked at me and I looked at you. It seems that the old man is not recognizing Yun Zhou, then Yun Zhou will be the only one to inherit all the properties in my name in the future. Even Zhou Jin was a bit hesitant when he heard this. The old master's words, is telling everyone, Chin Che that is his successor and all the property in his name He squatted down, pulling his daughter's hand. Xiaoya, you see this brother looks very cute, you guys are good friends, okay? Zhou Xiaoya doesn't care about this, she just knows one thing, that is from that what Chin Che came out. Yun Zhou brother looks so sad, he is very scared, very uneasy. At this time, of course, she must be firm with brother Yun Zhou. I want to play with brother Yun Zhou, I hate him, don't play with him. Zhou Xiaoya spoke very loudly, everyone looked over, and did not speak. And Grandpa Yi and Chin Che both looked over. Zhou Xiaoya was a little panicked, but looking at Yun Zhou next to her, she told herself that she couldn't panic, she had to protect brother Yun Zhou. What are you guys looking at me for? It's not like I said anything wrong. Brother Yun Zhou is the best, this person is not good at all. I am going to be friends with brother Yun Zhou in the future, I don't want to play with him. Grandpa Ye's face didn't look good anymore, so Zhou Jin had to squat down and talk to Zhou Xiaoya. Xiaoya, don't talk nonsense, apologize. He knows very well that he cannot go against the old man at this time, the Yun family that is still in the hands of the old man Yun. Zhou Xiaoya was very upset when she heard it. Why is dad still helping that whoever is talking? Dad, why are you saying this? I will not apologize, I did not say anything wrong, this person is too annoying. If it wasn't for him, how could brother Yun Zhou be so upset? I hate him. I have the freedom not to like him. In front of so many people crying and saying this, Zhou Jin that also has no face. He black face, about to hit the child. Chin Che spoke up, this uncle, in fact, you do not have to be like this. This little girl is not wrong, she has the freedom to dislike me as much as I dislike her. This time Zhou Xiaoya did not do it, she turned around and looked at Chin Che angrily. What makes you not like me? Chin Che laughed when he heard it, as if he was looking at an unreasonable person. I don't know you, not to mention why should I like a person who said bad things about me the first time we met. Chapter 24 The Lost and Found Treasure. Zhou Xiaoya couldn't accept this, no matter who it was, they had to like her for it to work, and Father Zhou wasn't happy about it either. Chin Che, if you say this, your sister will be sad, how can you be bothered with a child? Zhou father had just finished speaking, Chin Che hadn't even had time to say it yet. Lanyu came over and looked at Chin Che with a black face and opened her mouth. Chin Che, what's wrong with you? How can you talk to your sister like that? Hurry up and apologize to your sister and Uncle Zhou. Good guy, other people see all stunned. What does this mean Everyone has eyes, just now is clearly in the Zhou family father and daughter too have problems, right? How did it become Chin Che's fault? This blue moon is really not a bit of camouflage, just afraid that everyone cannot see that she does not like Chin-che. Chin-che, however, has no intention of apologizing. Am I not a child? Besides, didn't I come to help her explain? She cried over here that she didn't want to like me, and I told her that it was okay, and that I didn't like her either, so what's the problem? Originally, this is just a matter between us two kids, why do you guys have to involve adults? Chin-che's rhetorical question caused both of them to blacken their faces in a very unhappy manner. Yun-jo hurriedly came over and pulled Zhou Xiaoya's hand. Xiaoya's sister. Don't be sad, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you've been aggrieved. Aggrieved? Chin-che smiled and looked at Yun-jo, what had she been wronged by? She's been over here crying and saying that I bullied you. Yun-jo, I would like to ask you, how did I bully you? As you can see, I spoke in a very stable manner, and my voice was gentle, so I didn't mean to force you. I'm really scared after all, this biological parent strange very much, I casually a sentence when I turn around and tell others, it becomes me fierce threaten you. Even told everyone that I was the one who kicked you out of the house. How could I do that as a kid who just came back? You guys really think highly of me. After Chin-che's words, everyone spoke up. That's right, old Joe, it was your fault just now, was it supposed to be a matter between two children? Even if your daughter clamored and said she didn't like Chin-che, Chin-che said it was okay, and the matter was over. Chin-che is so polite, really a good boy. Grandpa Yi also came over at this time, looking at this side of the situation and asked, what's going on? See Grandpa Yi came over, Yun-jo banged on the floor on his knees. Grandpa, 1,000 mistakes are my fault, it is me who made brother Chin-che angry, but my mom and dad are not at fault, please don't be angry with them. If you don't like me, I can really leave, you can just send me to the orphanage. Grandpa Ye's face darkened, this Yun-jo is really good at making demons. He looked at Yun-hee on the side with a dark face, this is your good son. On such an important day, giving him a hard time and making Chin-che unhappy? Grandpa, don't be angry. Chin-che also came over to support Grandpa Yi, then looked at Yun-jo. After all, he said he was going to leave many times, every time he said that he made me angry, made you angry, as if we, the grandparents and grandchildren, how intolerant of them. However, said so many times, I did not see him really go, Grandpa you say strange Grandpa Yi also said after hearing that, yes, mouth said to go, who would not say it? The moment Grandpa Yi opened his mouth, everyone knew that the old man really did not like this Yun-jo. The first time I heard this, I had tears in my eyes. Blue Moon hurriedly hugged Yun-jo, and then said to Grandpa, Dad, how can you talk to a child like this? Grandpa Yi also looked over with a cold eye and spoke with a black face. Then you should properly educate and teach your son, don't keep hanging around in front of me. Every time it's the same words, how come I have to say for you to get rid of him and then you tell everyone that I got rid of your precious son? Over and over again, did he think it up or did you guys teach him? This sentence actually scared them a little bit. At this time, Yun-jo hurriedly spoke up, no Grandpa, it was me who wanted to say it, it has nothing to do with Mom and Dad. I just feel that because of my existence, it seems to make everyone unhappy. I don't know what I did wrong, and I don't know what happened. I don't understand why you don't like me, Grandpa. I don't understand even more, why does Grandpa hate me so much? He cried as he spoke, looking particularly sad, and everyone's eyes were drawn over. Zhou Xiaoya even defended herself in front of them and said to Grandpa Yi, my father said that you are a very powerful person, but I think you are very bad. How can you make brother Yun-jo cry? I am going to marry brother Yun-jo in the future, I am not going to like this person, you tell him not to be delusional. Grandpa Yi heard a cold laugh, little girl, how old are you? What do you know about liking and marrying? However, since you dislike my Chin-che so much, then please leave, you are not welcome in my Yin family. Father Zhou? Father Zhou naturally won't leave, hurriedly told Grandpa Yi, Uncle Yun, you misunderstood, just now it's my fault, I love my daughter so much that I let Chin-che suffer. Chin-che, Uncle apologizes to you Chin-che stood beside his grandfather obediently and didn't say anything. Grandpa Yi waved his hand, you don't need to explain, I heard everything you just said. You go back first, I won't keep you here for long. Father Zhou could only leave with Zhou Xiaoya, then next time, I will come back to make amends. Once Father Zhou left, there were not many people left to help Yunhee's family. Yunhee saw that it wasn't right and hurriedly opened his mouth towards Grandpa Yi, Dad, you see it's all a misunderstanding. It's me who made Yun-jo misunderstand, in fact we happen to also want to tell everyone, this Chin-che is our son, but Yun-jo is also In the future, both children will stay at home, so how nice. Yuna thought, so many people, the old man will give him some face, right? Unexpectedly, Grandpa Yi said. What your family 2 children, our family only 1 boy. I have 2 granddaughters, Yunya and Yun Meng, and at the same time there is only 1 grandson, and that is Chin-che. Yunhee's face became ugly, good lord, the old man had to say that. Dad, what happened back then was an accident. We all know that time, Yun-jo accidentally got lost, both of us were desperate, we searched for 2 years and managed to find Yun-jo. To us, Yun-jo was a lost child. It's our baby. We will never give up on him. Can't you understand us? Chapter 25, Distribution of Property. He tried to make his old man understand their feelings, at the same time he was also gambling. Gambling that after everyone knows, they won't think Yunjo is a bad boy, and also hoping that everyone will think that the two of them, husband and wife, are sentimental. In the beginning, Yunjo came back and gave us a new hope. And at that time, Grandpa spoke directly and interrupted him. Shut up for a moment. What is this matter really about? I will make an explanation in a while, and I also invited some media friends over today to help me witness something. Originally, I was prepared to talk about it later, but now since they've come to this point, let's start now. Yunha and Blue Moon were both confused. What was going on? Everyone was also curious as to what was going on. Amidst everyone's puzzled looks, the notary public as well as the lawyers all arrived. The old man directly led Qin Che onto the stage and looked at Yunya and Yun Meng over there. Yunya, Yun Meng, you guys also come over. Yunya and Yun Meng subconsciously looked at their mom and dad, and only after seeing Yun he nod his head did they go up. They didn't understand what was going on. They told Grandpa Yi, Grandpa, don't think that by calling us up, we will like this Qin Che. Yun Meng even opened her mouth. Grandpa, no matter what you say, I won't like Qin Che. Grandpa Yi looked at these two granddaughters, not without disappointment. This pair of twin granddaughters, this year have been 13 years old, they should have their own ideas. So Grandpa looked at them with disappointment at this moment and opened his mouth. If you guys don't want to be here, you can also go down. That way, I can continue to announce the distribution of my property. The moment they heard this, the two sisters also stopped walking and stood beside each other obediently. Grandpa, we won't go. Yun Meng opened her mouth obediently. Yes, 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 Grandpa, we are not leaving. Grandpa Yi hummed and told everyone. I welcome everyone here today and want to ask you to help me witness one thing. That is that I want to distribute my property. Of course, before that, I still have to tell Yunha a bit. This is my money, I want to spend it how I want to throw it away, donate it, that is my freedom, you do not have any qualifications to say anything. Yuna's heart thumped. It was Blue Moon who was nervous. Both husband and wife always feel that something is going to happen, they do not want to happen. Yun he looked at so many people, his smile was especially forced. Dad, see what you said, your property, of course you make the decision. Blue Moon also let go of Yun Zhou and stood up to look seriously in this direction. Grandpa Yi no longer looked at them, instead, after looking at everyone, he slowly opened his mouth. As you all know, this old man of mine has fought for half of his life and has left behind some property. I don't know how many years I have left to live, but now I want to divide my property. For me, I'll be kind to whoever is true to me. As for my white-eyed son, I'm not looking forward to it at all now. Not only does he not listen to me, but he thinks I'm going to harm him, so he's not going to get 1 cent of my money. I will give my two granddaughters a dowry money of $30 million each. Half of the properties and real estate under my name will be transferred to Qin Che in advance, and the rest I will transfer to Qin Che before I die. In addition, the shares of the company two granddaughters 5%, the remaining 50% are given to Qin Che, now first transferred 25%. Chapter 26 are eating melon. Everyone was stunned. Gosh, the old master gave most of his property to Qin Che this way? Everyone thought, there must be something in between. And what's more, will they eat a lot of melons today? Is this good? And Grandpa Yi continued to speak at this moment. Of course, until Qin Che is 18, none of these properties can be touched. At the same time, the money given to the two granddaughters is given to their own accounts. At the same time, because you do not recognize Qin Che has nothing to do with you. Everything I say and do today is notarized by a lawyer and is legally protected. When Grandpa Ye's words came out, everyone was stunned, not expecting the old man to start dividing the family's assets here. And it is in front of so many people. This is also too. Yunha couple's face was ugly. Old dad was not giving them any face at all, to let everyone know that he was not liked anymore. Chant. At this moment, he also couldn't help it. Dad, why? Why on earth? In front of so many people to say these words, this is want to do what? I also want to ask you, why? Grandpa Yi looked at him with a cold face, his eyes were filled with disappointment. Yunha, I have always had high hopes for you and trusted you very much. Even though I felt suspicious about Qin Che's disappearance back then, I still believed in you. But what did you two do? You said you were looking for the child, but only for the first few months, and then you went back to your own work. Your so-called search for a child was only to tell people around you that you were in pain, and to tell people around you that you still had to live. Later, Yunjo came back, you two spoiled him to lawlessness. I told you, children cannot be spoiled so much, should be taught to teach. But what did you two say? You said that it was hard for you to find the child, you do not look at him to have much success, just hope that he can be peaceful. I still understand you, as a parent, do not want their children to be able to live a better life, right? You can think so, I am very pleased. At that time, Grandpa Yi thought that it was their child, they really are not anxious at all. Oh. Everyone knows what happened at the time, then everyone thought that the two couples are great people, the child lost 2 months and adjusted to what should be done, which if they would not be crazy, until they find it again. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yunha frowned, a little upset. Why are you like this? I asked about today's events, why are you talking about the past? I'm still standing here, yet you gave everything all to the children, even to Chin Che. Aren't you telling everyone in front of everyone that you are dissatisfied with this son of mine? How will people look at him in the future? How will they get along with him? Will they look down on him? Don't these old men think about it at all? Grandfather rare smile, really hard for the son still have this brain. You can realize this, I am quite pleased. Yoon-ha. Everyone is watching. If he doesn't realize it, how stupid must he be? Why are you doing this? Yoon-ha doesn't understand. How old is Chin Che? What can he count on? Dad, I don't understand. Why do you have to do this? Can't we just bring him back and live happily ever after? They've already brought the boy back and said they're willing to accept him, so why do you have to make such a mess? Isn't it better to live together as a family? Why do they have to accept this child? Whatever it is, let's give everyone some time. Chapter 27, as outrageous as a drama. When he said this, it seemed like he was saying that they were already aggrieved, so why force them? This makes Grandpa Yi very angry, at the same time very angry, is also the reason why he wants to make it clear in front of everyone, these two couples are is really too inhumane, always able to be in front of outsiders, pretending that they are very aggrieved, to put all the problems, all of them pushed on Chin Che's body. By now, you still don't know what the problem is. As early as a month or so before you, I had already told you all. Chin Che is your child. I have already told you that back then, that human traffickers switched the two children, and even abused our Chin Che for 2 years in order to switch the two children, so that child would know what happened to Chin Che when he was a child. I also told you guys when we were coming back, told you guys to set up the house, and told you guys to go to the airport to pick up the plane. What happened? Grandpa Yi gave everything away. In front of me, you guys talked about how you don't like Chin Che, and your minds were exposed to me without any concealment at all. Is this how you act as parents? Your own biological children have been suffering outside for several years, yet you disregard your own biological children for a fake son. I'm not like you. The boy Chin Che is my life. He's the one who is my grandson. In the end, there is one thing that you guys don't seem to have figured out. Grandpa Yi coldly grunted as he looked at them with a cold face. That is my property, how I distribute it, that is my business, it has nothing to do with you guys, you are not qualified to be in charge of this matter. Letting everyone be a witness today is to let everyone know how cold-blooded and heartless a person you are, and how much I value our family Chin Che. From now on, Chin Che is my grandson, and you, Yoonha, are no longer my son. Didn't they disown Chin Che? Then let's sever the relationship, there will never be a relationship again, isn't it? Good lord, everyone is stunned. This? It's just so bloody and exciting. They didn't say anything now, they just watched. Anyway, they are not good to say anything, people father and son things, what can they say? They can't say anything. Yoonha that is completely confused, the old man in front of so many people said, that has already made a decision. Dad. I am your son, he is just your grandson, there is you like this, for the grandson do not want the son? Grandpa Yi heard this and looked at him very calmly, there is, am I not? What? You have a problem? It's useless even if you have a problem. I've already made this decision. Your family should hurry up and leave, from now on you have nothing to do with me. As for Yunya and Yun Meng, after you two turn 18, naturally a lawyer will come to you, and you don't have to come back until then. You can't even tell who is your own brother, you don't have to come back. Lan Yu hadn't been listening, she had been staring at Chin Che, she thought Chin Che would say something, but no, he was standing obediently next to her father-in-law. At this moment, she was really very angry. As for Yun Zhou, after hearing this, he once again chose to kneel down. Grandpa, this is all my fault, I can leave, you don't want to. Grandpa Yi didn't bother with him and threw him out. Housekeeper, you can come and carry Yunzhou out. Lan Yu hurriedly chased him out. Yun he also wanted to chase out. Grandpa Yi spoke up. Yunha, I always knew that you guys cared about that fake son. So I have never asked that you guys must send him away, but you guys have to be biased and are not willing to do any superficial work, so naturally I am not willing to do superficial work with you guys. After you walk out of this door today, you are no longer my son, and don't call yourself my son in the future, I will hold you accountable. The moment he heard these words, Yun he reddened his face and ran out. After they all went out, Grandpa Yi then looked at everyone and opened his mouth. Maybe some people don't understand, why would I do this? It's their family is too biased, didn't take my grandson seriously, always feel that the fake one is their son, biased in front of me, in the future I don't know how to bully my grandson. One that doesn't have any blood relationship with me, then why should I raise him? Afterwards, Grandpa Yi looked at Chin Che again, reached out and grabbed his hand. When I was thinking about my late wife, when I returned to my hometown, I accidentally fell down. Grandpa Yi said here, his face with a celebration, at that time there is no one willing to help me up, everyone is afraid of bumper stickers, only Chin Che helped me contact the ambulance, followed to the hospital. The latter also thought that no one to take care of me, every day secretly send me something to eat. He can't get enough to eat himself. Afraid that I have no place to live, a person begged to the nursing home. He begged them to take me in. Grandpa Yi said with tears in his eyes, it was really sad to hear, and tears to see. The original grandchildren, between the two, there is such a destiny, no wonder the old man spared his life, but also to do justice to Chin Che. Every day he will come to see me, buy me some things. I know very well that is all he collected, a lot of paper shells in exchange. He is not easy. Such a good boy, how could I not be heartbroken? Chin Che also stood firmly by his grandfather's side. He knew what his grandfather was doing today. He also had tears in his eyes. Grandpa, thank you for giving me a home. In the past, I felt that in this world, no one would treat me well. I was like a piece of trash that no one wanted. I was redundant and annoying. Hearing Chin Che speak, everyone then looked over. At the same time, Chin Che's previous photos were played in the back. Wearing tattered and patched clothes, going to collect junk and digging for herbs. There were also injuries on his body, as well as words from the village chief and the village. Grandpa Yi made all the truth public. Everyone also saw in the video that I was living a very miserable life. I was beaten and abused by that family. In winter, I have to take the family's clothes to the river to wash, often frostbite, and the family's chickens, ducks, and pigs are all fed by me, including the work in the field. I also do it alone. At first, I thought I was the older brother in the family, so I should do so. But then I realized that it wasn't like that. They hated me because I hated it. No matter how well behaved I was, no matter how hard I worked, no matter how many points I scored on the exam, no matter if I was number 1 in my grade, no matter if I was able to win them honor, it didn't work. They just hated me, they just hated me, they just hated to beat me to death, but every time they stopped because they still needed me to work at home. At that time, I also often secretly hid outside in the middle of the night to cry. Speaking of this, he revealed a helpless smile, as if he felt that he was actually a bit foolish at that time. Actually, what was the point of me crying at that time? Nothing can change. Then I thought I have to make money, or they will send me to work in the electronics factory. Do not let me study, I cannot be like this, I have to go to see the outside world, I have to go to see the sea. I worked very hard to collect junk and traveled a long way up the mountain just to get people to sell me junk. I had saved $100, so I was happy that I didn't have to worry about my next semester's tuition. I was happy, but the next day my money was taken away from me, and the family beat me and scolded me, saying that I had stolen their money and that I should be thrown in jail for being such a thief. I often wonder why I have such a life. Chin Che's voice was very low, but was able to be heard by everyone, with a hoarse. His expression was grave, and it was obvious that he should be trying his best to suppress his emotions. He was trying his best to say this in a calm tone. Then I met my grandfather, who gave me warmth and made me feel that in this world, there were still people who would care about me. I then thought of taking care of Grandpa a little more, and at that time, I didn't realize that we still had a grandparent-grandson bond. When he said this, the corners of Chin Che's mouth finally had a little smile, and there was also a little light in his eyes. It can be seen that he really cares about the old man is a family, and it can also be seen in the photo, that time the old man, in fact, dressed quite plain, who cannot see, he is a big brother. Yes, at that time, I lost my memory because of my injury, and I also felt that I was just a lonely old man, and the two of us often talked together. Later, after I regained my memory, I thought of helping this child and wanted to bring this child back to live over here. This child gave me warmth and allowed me to live, so I felt it was right to be nice to this child in any way I could. At this moment everyone understood, so the old man to this child, not only because of the blood, but also because this child saved his life. Later, the family accident, I also know, I am not their children, but I did not want to look for parents. I thought this person born without parents to me good life, may not have that fate, otherwise I was so hard before, why their family, to be so to me? Chin Che said this when, the corner of the mouth with a bitter smile, how to see how we all think, this child is very aggrieved, he is even if the heart is particularly aggrieved, but also not willing to say it. Maybe it is afraid of it, afraid that after they find their biological parents, they will still be disliked, will still be abandoned, so I do not want Grandpa to help me find. Grandpa Yi knew that it was time for him to speak, so he stood up and spoke to everyone. I knew that the child was scared and didn't want to find his real parents, but I thought that no matter what, I should still let the child know what his birth was like. Without the child's consent, I went to investigate this matter. I did not expect the final result of the investigation is that this child is my grandson. Gosh, then this is too dramatic, people think this is as outrageous as a TV show. Chapter 28 This child stupid. Grandpa was in tears when he said this. And of course there was celebration, he said, you guys don't know, when I saw the results, I cried. I thought to myself, oh my god, I feel a connection with this child, and I feel that this child is very close to me. This child is my precious grandson. Back then, someone had harmed him. When I found out about it, I couldn't wait to tell Chin Che. Do you know what this child's reaction was? Everyone looked over, some shook their heads to say they didn't know, and some tried. Is it that you don't believe it, thinking that you are saying this for his sake? The reason why they said that was because they realized that the kid was really hard. It was really not easy for that kid to come this far. And in the video, there's a picture of this kid selling rice balls. This kid, that's really trying hard to keep himself alive. That's right, this kid doesn't believe it, he's still afraid that it's all a lie, and at the same time, he doesn't know how to face it all. At that time, he was already supporting himself. He went to sell rice balls every day, and he had to get up at 4 o'clock every night to start steaming the rice, and he also had to prepare a lot of things the night before, so it could be said that it was really not easy for him to earn money. At that time, he was actually very uneasy and scared. The first thing he said to me was that he wanted to take me along to do an appraisal so that he could believe that he and I were really grandchildren. There are a lot of people, when they hear this, their eyes are red, and some have already started to wipe their tears. They did not expect this child, who has gone through so much suffering outside. They believed that if they were the ones who were in the know about this, they would definitely favor this child in the future as well. Even without this matter of saving his life, it was still the same. Their own children, and other people's children, of course it was always their own children that mattered. What did other people's have to do with them? It's only those two who would think that this child is not important, right? The things they do, they can't be on the table either. Even if they don't like this child, on the surface they should be happy and welcome this child back. Even if the family shut down and hated this child when no one else did? But they didn't, seeing themselves as too important, putting all their dislike and disgust on their faces. That's what made Grandpa Yi directly angry and cleaned them up. After getting the results, this child still couldn't believe it, and at the same time he was worried that his real parents didn't like him. This child acted very strong and said that it was okay even if no one liked him, but I could still feel his caution. Grandpa took Qin hand and looked at him gently. Where there is Grandpa is your home, don't worry. Qin also looked at Grandpa to reveal a smile, and then looked at everyone, not afraid of uncles and aunts, as well as brothers and sisters laugh. At that time, I had a particularly stiff upper lip. I told Grandpa that I don't care about them at all, I don't need them to like me at all. But in fact, when it was quiet at night, I would wonder why I was so unlikable. Why do they hate me without even looking at me? Just because I was thrown in a place like that, just because they think I might be uneducated, just because they think I have a lot of bad habits. And then it's okay to hate me so much? Their attitude made me very cold, so I also hardened my heart and told myself, since they don't like me, it's okay, I'll just like myself. I'm not money, so how can everyone like me? When this child said the last few words, his expression was particularly heartbreaking, making everyone feel particularly distressed. This child, how can this child be so painful? The old man's tears, too, could not be controlled, and tightly held his grandson in his arms, then told everyone. You say after seeing this child go through so many things, and then see those attitudes of theirs, how can I not be angry? I just hope they can treat this child better. I hope they can be more serious and responsible. I hope they can be more responsible and understand that they are parents. I don't ask them to favor Qin in particular, I just want them to give the child the impression of a good father and mother. But they don't want to. What did they tell me? They told me that this child grew up in the mountains, and who knows what bad habits he might have. And said something about how they were already emotionally attached to that child and would never compromise, and threatened me with leaving home, so I kicked them out. I thought they weren't coming back today, but who knew they'd run over again and spoiled the party, making me very upset. From now on, please help me as a witness, that is, we no longer have any relationship with that family. At the end of the day, Grandpa Yi of course let them eat and drink as they should, but it was hard for everyone to stay on after seeing such a big melon. It was time for everyone to say goodbye, and when they did, Grandpa Yi even prepared accompanying gifts and had someone personally send them back. At the same time, they also had to go back and tell their own family members that there was no need for that family and Yunha to interact with each other, it was already ruined. Everyone had left, the lawyers and notary public had also left, leaving the two grandchildren and the housekeeper. Grandpa looked at his grandson very happily and told his grandson that Qin, you did a great job today, Grandpa is really happy. Actually, Grandpa Yi didn't know that Qin would say those, he thought that Qin must be condescending and unwilling to say it. This matter hadn't been communicated to him at all in advance, but this child was really good, reacting at once and then picking it up very well. This makes the old man very happy. And there are still reporters today, so maybe their family's matter will appear in the newspaper tomorrow. Qin, Grandpa is very happy that you are able to accompany Grandpa. The old man is happy. The grandson agrees with him. Grandpa, I'm also happy to be able to accompany you, everything you do is for me, how can I watch you alone, dealing with all that for me? And what we said is the truth, not a little adulterated. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about people looking at me strangely, I won't care. Through this incident today, that family of 4 should be furious. They won't have any relationship with the old man from now on, at best they'll be the relationship between a company's superior and subordinate. And their family was very angry after being driven out in a mess. They wanted to find a nearby hotel, but they looked for a long time but there was none. Chapter 29 finally did it. In the end, they could only take a taxi back, and after they went back, they were all still angry, and they kept cursing the old man, saying that the old man was biased. Yunha, your father is also too biased, in his heart there is only that Qin, you are his son. Yunhe frowned after hearing this and was very upset. Enough, can you stop it? Every time it is because you are staggering, what is directly in the face, you cannot bear it. I have told you, my father likes Qin very much, why on earth do you have to hate him? Yunha was furious. Originally, as long as they were soft, apologized to Qin, and everyone got along in the future, it would be fine. Now it's good, the old man is not happy, making it so that they can't go back in the future. You blame me. Blue Moon is also very angry, is this matter my fault? Was I the one who switched the kids? Was I the one who made your father kick us out of the house? It's not my fault, who are you to make me admit it? I'm telling you, no way, I won't admit it, I never will. And you, Yoonha, you flirted with someone else, how can you stand up to me? Lanyu fought with Yoonhee like a madman, scratching his face with many scratches, watching the siblings in fear. They realized that their mom was too scary. Yunya hurriedly pulled her siblings back. But Yunjo rushed over and hugged Lanyu at this time. Mom and Dad, stop fighting, I don't want you to fight, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Seeing Yunjo like this made their hearts ache, they naturally wouldn't fight anymore. They sighed and looked at Yunjo. Lanyu even squatted down and said to him, Yunjo, I fought with your father, it's not because of you. It is your grandfather's attitude towards this matter, it is that Chin-che's attitude. They didn't want their child to misunderstand, and hurriedly explained to their child that to them, Yunjo was very important. And it was absolutely impossible for them to bow down now. If they bowed down now, wouldn't that be telling everyone that they had done wrong? No way, absolutely not. They absolutely can't do that. In the end, Blue Moon said, kick us out, just kick us out, we're going to let your dad know that even without his help, we can still have a good life. Yoonha, from now on your monthly salary must call me, now we do not have much money in hand. Your father wants to give money to the 2 children, but he didn't say he'd give it now. Besides, why forget about our Yunjo family? Just give it to the 2 girls, it's just a little too stingy. Yoonha didn't know what to say, so he just stopped talking. It is Zhou Xiaoya returned home, has been with Zhou father said want to play with Yunjo, want to go to school with Yunjo. Zhou father simply sent Zhou Xiaoya to Yunjo their side, so that they are a few children to play together. They just played every day, and there was someone to help them with their homework. Blue Moon and Yoonhee were used to being served and hired an aunt. And after Yunjo returned to the company, he realized that his position had changed. He had also thought about whether he wanted to go out and find a job, and had also sent his resume to other princesses, but in the end there was no good response, so he simply stayed at the company and didn't go anywhere else. Only now after transferring his position, he is no longer the high and mighty manager, and now he has to work, and if he doesn't work, his salary will be deducted, and his heart is tired. He was scolded by his supervisor every day, and sometimes when he tried to say something back, his supervisor said, Yoonha, if you are not satisfied, you can go to the chairman. You can ask the chairman if you should be scolded for what you did or not. When he heard this, Yoonhee realized that it was probably Pops who did this on purpose. He went to find Grandpa Yi, but found that Master Yun was very busy, still reading the documents, next to the professional manager that was hired. The old man didn't have to be in the company all the time, he only needed to come at the right time to check the accounts and see how the company was doing. Nowadays the company has professional managers to help deal with it. Dad, how is Chin-che recently? He thought, and only then did he find this topic, and the old man gave the stupid son a look, not expecting him to be smart. Is studying, learning all kinds of knowledge, learning all kinds of skills. He wanted to make himself learn more things, and at the same time he was working hard. You came here today just for this? Yoonha's face was a little embarrassed, that is not yet the end of the month, their family expenses have been spent, now there is no money, so he thought to come over to find the old man to borrow some money. The old man is so rich, should be able to agree to it. Dad, you see that thing has been over for so long. Blue Moon also knows that he is wrong, this period of time has been saying, want to see Chin-che, and Chin-che talk to you. He thought that as long as he said that son was good, the old man should not have any opinion. The old man can still not know how he thinks, there is no need, Chin-che is very busy, there is no time to see you. I said that we are not related, you can go out. Yoonha was kicked out, really kicked out. On the other side, Chin-che was really busy these 2 days, his grandfather helped him find a factory and recruited a lot of workers. After he came over here he started to teach them how to make beef jerky. He is also going to make chili sauce, chopped pepper sauce, and authentic Sichuan tofu milk, as well as kimchi and hand-torn rabbit, to make a Sichuan food factory. He was sampling and experimenting every day, just wanting to make a satisfactory flavor. During this period of time, several people in charge, all eating beef jerky, eating rabbit, eating all kinds of sauce, delicious is delicious, but also cannot hold every day to eat. They are really heartbroken now. At first, when they came here, they thought it was just a child's playground. The young master of a rich family wanted to make a factory, and if they lost money, and they came with this mindset. After they came, they realized that the young master is serious, he has been trying, always looking for the best ratio. Every day Chin-che came out early and came back late, just so he could get the ratios out earlier. After putting it together, he would also remember to bring back the best sauce and beef jerky every day for Grandpa to try. In the beginning, Grandpa liked it very much, but there was too much of it in the back. He then said it was getting on his nerves, so that left Auntie and the housekeeper. They said every time that it was delicious, especially delicious, really too delicious. There were times when they started praising it before they even put it in their mouths. He was helpless, but he also knew that it was because they had eaten too much. It was a good thing that Chin-che had tried out the ratios before the vacation ended. After they made the first batch, Shin-chae went to tell Grandpa about it. Grandpa was also surprised to hear that his grandson had finally done it. Chapter 30 Word of Mouth. Grandpa tasted it and then kept nodding his head and praised, "Not bad, this flavor is very good, but this beef jerky has no moist, semi-dry kind?" Shin-chae hurriedly took out another kind, placed in front of Grandpa. "Grandpa, you see this kind is also very suitable." Grandpa Yi also tasted it, "The flavor is very good." "Not bad, the flavor is very good, then where do you plan to market these next? Is it to take to the street to sell, or go somewhere?" Grandpa Yi wants to see this grandson, in the end thought of which step, has thought of these things in the end how to sell out? Of course, it doesn't matter if you haven't thought about it, he is there, he will help his grandson to deal with all the things. "Grandpa, I have already thought about it, to be placed in supermarkets, and hotels and restaurants, we have already found people to sell. In the beginning, first let them try it for free, of course all the documents are ready, we sent them for inspection. We also have safety certificates, quality certificates, we are putting safety first, then flavor. We have several flavors of chili sauce, as well as dried chili sauce, which is very good for rice, and there are many more of these. The reason I've been so busy these past 2 months and haven't had time to come back is that I've been working on these, and I'm hoping that one day when people see these, they'll think of our Mo's hot sauce. If this brand is used well, it's definitely everyone's choice and can be made into a kind of nostalgia." Shin-chae personally led the sales pitch. "How are you going to market it? Will you bring all of this and tell people, or what?" When Shin-chae heard this, he hurriedly told his grandfather. "Grandpa, these chili peppers can be used individually or for cooking. When the time comes, I will make some sample dishes out and ask everyone to taste them, and at the same time, I will also prepare a bowl of rice, so that everyone can try our chopped pepper sauce, as well as the dried chili sauce. It's useless to talk nonsense, only when they personally taste and feel it, will they know if what we say is true or not." Grandpa nodded his head towards him after hearing this. "Shin-chae, you've done a great job, you can go to the nearby supermarket and try it out. In the beginning, it may be very tiring, can you hold out?" Grandpa kind of wants to help, directly recommended to an old friend's store to go. "How about this, Grandpa, help you recommend a few places, how about you bring those chili sauces?" He was actually a little worried that his grandson would be reluctant, but he didn't expect him to agree. Shin-chae looked at him very seriously and said, "Grandpa, first of all, I'm very grateful for your trust in me. Secondly, please rest assured that I will definitely not let down your trust, and I will definitely let everyone taste it and then grab it to work with us." "Good, then go ahead. But I'm also a bit curious, in the time before, didn't you always not want Grandpa to help you?" At that time, Grandpa was still very frustrated, he wanted to help his grandson very much, but how could he not want to? "Grandpa, you misunderstand, I do not want you to help me, I just do not want you to do useless work in this matter of biological parents, also do not want to, let yourself lowered into the dust just. If they don't want to have him as their son, then they don't want him. He doesn't want to live with them that much either. He's not willing to bow down. Grandpa, I'm not willing to bow down to them. I'm not willing to settle for less. I know very well that they hate me and only like that Yunjo, so why should I try to please them? In the end, they won't give me a second glance, and they'll probably be all kinds of shady, and I don't like that. Grandpa, but the chili sauce thing is different, I'm very confident in our chili sauce, and in our product. I believe that after you introduce me to those friends, I am confident that I can get these orders. I will show them that there is nothing wrong with them believing in you, Grandpa." After hearing this, Grandpa understood what Shin-chae meant. "Good, then go." The next day, Shin-chae took the people in the factory and made a lot of boxed lunches. The kind of aluminum lunchbox used was the kind that contained rice made with chili sauce, with dried chili sauce on the side. The dried chili sauce had peanuts, edamame, and chili peppers in it, and it tasted very good and went down very well. Of course, there were other mushroom sauces, enoki mushroom sauces, and all kinds of sauces. The first place they went to was the restaurant, which was owned by an old friend of Grandpa's. The restaurant was huge, one building, but of course only 3 floors were used for the restaurant. Seeing their old friend coming, they greeted first. Shin-chae obediently followed his grandfather to call out. Grandpa Wang on the opposite side was very happy to see this child so understanding, and gave a big red envelope. "Speak up, you are not in the palace for nothing, and you even brought your grandson here to see me today, what's the matter?" Grandpa followed Grandpa Wang and sat down, then looked at Shin-chae with a smile. "Old friend, my grandson said that he wants to take out some things to impress you, and hopes that you will agree to introduce these things into your kitchen materials." Grandpa Wang became a little curious after hearing that. "Then I am a little curious, Shin-chae, tell Grandpa, what do you want to use to impress me?" "You know, Grandpa Wang, I'm a cook, and I've seen a lot of ingredients. It's a little difficult to impress me." He had seen a lot of ingredients and made a lot of food, so nowadays there was no way to impress him with the usual food. Shin-chae took out the big bag, and after opening it, inside was a single lunchbox. Grandpa Wang was stunned when he saw it. What was this? Then he saw Shin-chae open the lunchboxes, all of them were filled with food, and there were quite a lot of varieties, of course next to each one, there was chili sauce. "Grandpa Wang, this is what I'm going to bring, that's our most chili sauce." There are many different flavors of chili sauce, and each one has a different taste. Grandpa Wang, you can see if there is any problem with this chili sauce of ours. Shin-che brought over a copy of each type of chili sauce, and of course the beef jerky as well. However, it seems like he forgot something. Seeing such a big battle, Grandpa Wang also believed that these two grandchildren were serious. He straightened his clothes, then sat down again, and that feeling of a domineering president came all of a sudden. Shin-che, will you just let me eat these? I don't really find these palatable. Grandpa Wang felt that those chili peppers were quite a lot, seeing as he was dizzy. Grandpa Wang, what I'm recommending to you is our chili sauce, and various sauces as well as. Shin-che smiled towards Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Wang laughed and said, don't think that I'll believe you just because you unfolded a smile at me. I am to firmly guard our reputation. Chapter 31 does not force anyone. Grandpa laughed when he heard it, and came straight to the point. Your son's company has nothing to do with you, you just say you want to taste it or not. If you don't want it, I'll just find another person to go and get it. I can tell you, I still see in our relationship on the sake of good, only with my grandson first to find you. He made these chili sauce, and beef jerky is delicious to the explosion, before a lot of people booked. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys are good buddies with me. See if I can think of you. Shin-che, let's go, let's change the place. If they don't want to try it, forget it. Don't force them. It's no fun to make it look like we can't sell it. Grandpa said and stood up, wanting to drag his grandson away. When Grandpa Wang saw this, he hurriedly took his hand. Oh, I'm just kidding, why are you so serious? Of course I know this stuff is really good. Don't worry, I'll try it, okay? Of course, in Grandpa Wang's opinion, these must be made by Old Man Yun, and he didn't quite believe that a little kid would be able to come up with these things. He took out one of the boxed lunches and started eating it. He thought that even if it is not delicious, but also to give this old man a face, most of his life he has not begged them for anything, just a little bit of chili sauce, how can you take it? When the time comes, it will be the staff meal, but when he ate the first bite of the boxed lunch, he was amazed. The flavor was really good. Instead of stealing the dish's thunder, the chili sauce elevated the flavor of the dish. And, these were really tasty. Those other chili sauces were also very ricey, and after putting them in the rice, he wanted to eat all of that bowl of rice. In such a situation, he naturally had to leave some behind. Shin-che, these chili sauces you made are very good. Do you have a certificate of conformity on your side? If so, I want to cooperate with you. I really like these chili sauces. Grandpa saw him like this, cold snort. He just said that how angry now still have the nerve to say it. I tell you you now say these late. I tell you now want to cooperate if you cannot go buddy price, let's do business. Grandpa Wang? Shin-che looked at his grandfather like this was helpless. He knew that his grandfather was heartbroken, but he was also worried that because of himself, the feelings between his grandfather and the Wang grandfather had a gap. Grandpa Wang, it's like this, I want to leave a box of each type of sauce for you over here. In a month's time, if you can sell it, then let's continue to talk about cooperation. Good. Grandpa Wang agreed, and was very quick to give the money, taking a case at the same price of $3 a bottle, 24 bottles a case, a total of 10 cases. At the same time there is beef jerky. Beef jerky is at a price of 90 pounds of 3 flavors at 10 pounds. The price was paid on the spot. Shin-che and Grandpa also said goodbye to Grandpa Wang and continued to the next house. Grandpa Wang looked at the chili sauce and had them send it to the kitchen to see if they could come up with a new dish. They went to several more Grandpa's homes, all of which left samples and waited. Of course, they didn't just rely on that, but they also took a lot of the chili sauce to shopping malls and food markets where there was a lot of foot traffic. Beef jerky and diced beef were also brought directly there for people to taste for free before continuing to sell them. Everyone is working hard. There are 18 people in their factory, plus Shin-che and a management grandfather totaling 20 people, and they are all working hard. This is not Yunya and Yun Meng looking for small friends shopping. Surprisingly, on the road to see is selling Shin-che. Yun Meng pushed his sister Yunya. Sister, did you see it? That kid over there is not the guy we all hate? Yunya also looked over, and sure enough, she saw Shin-che over there. The moment they saw Shin-che, both of their faces darkened. Yunya gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Yes, it's him, let's go over and take a look. If it wasn't for this guy, how could their family be living such a miserable life? Their clothing, food, housing and transportation had slipped several steps during this period of time. When they saw the new dresses that came out and the crystal shoes, they couldn't even say they'd buy them. There was also Yunjo, who now locked himself in his room every day, saying that he wanted to work a little harder to make his mom and dad feel that he was making an effort. After seeing this, they were very heartbroken. If it wasn't for that Shin-che, their family wouldn't know how happy they were right now. The two sisters walked over and yelled at Shin-che. Shin-che. Shin-che looked up and saw them, and after a glance, he retracted his gaze and never looked over in their direction again. Realizing that they were ignored, the two of them were extremely angry. They walked over and tried to lift their display table, but Shin-che grabbed both of their hands. Shin-che looked at them with a dark face. What do you want? If you keep doing this, I will call the police. The two of them wanted to pull their hands back, but realized that no matter how much they struggled, it was useless. How could this Chinche's strength be so strong? The two of them got even more angry. Let go of me. If you don't let go of me, I'll call mom and dad. Chinche heard a cold laugh. These two are really interesting. They do not think that hearing them to call those people, he will be afraid of it. That is impossible. You call better say, what have you done? Just now if not I pull your hand, you two will overturn this table. All the things on this you have to pay the price. The two of them were very angry when they heard this. They were not willing to pay compensation. What are you talking about? We just wanted to have a look at it and you grabbed our hands. Right, what are these things of yours? It's disgusting, it must not taste good, and you didn't put anything dirty in it, did you? The two of them said that, and the others got a little worried when they heard it. Every box of chili sauce I have here is unopened, and the ones that are open have samples left in them. Every product we have here is tested and qualified before we put it out for sale. Rather, it's the stuff from their uncle's house that's real. Blue Moon's maternal brother, who relies on the Yun family to run a chili factory, those chili fries aren't even up to snuff, and the stuff they use is the worst, and that dried tofu. Chinche is ready to report it, he's doing it for the sake of consumers' health. If you two continue to slander our products here, then I will also call the police. The two of you are about to explode with anger. This asshole is really too much. Call the police, those are the only two words left in your mouth, aren't they? Chapter 32. A small place like that. Seeing these two people dying of anger, he said. There's no way like me this kind of unloved little pitiful, only rely on the police uncle to help me. After all, I'm not like you guys. You have very loving parents. And they don't hesitate to scold me and blame me. This biological son of mine is like a superfluous existence in their hearts, and even an object they want to get rid of very much, isn't it? Your family hates me for going back to my old home, hates me for never showing up. Because you hate me, you're going to screw up my business. How can you be so vicious when you have to say that everything about me is wrong? Is this what you call your good hearts? Why do I get the feeling that everything you guys say is a lie? Your kind is really vicious. Chinche's every word rendered them speechless. Where had they ever heard such words before, and for a moment they didn't know what to say back, but soon she reacted. Are you jealous of us? Thinking of this reason, they felt that this was right. How could Chinche not be jealous of the three siblings? They were held in their hearts by their mom and dad, while he was disliked by his mom and dad on his first day back. Yunya, who felt that she had found the answer, pardoned a few points, and when she looked at Chinche, her eyes were filled with smugness. She smiled and looked at Chinche and said, Chinche, it is right that you are disliked by mom and dad. Think about it yourself. The first day you came back you made the house unsettled. What on earth did you say to grandpa to make grandpa dislike us in all kinds of ways? A child like you deserves to be disliked by mom and dad. Young Mang also reacted and also felt that this was the way it was because Chinche was jealous of them having mom and dad's love. That's why he had said bad things about mom and dad to grandpa. Young Mang was very angry, crossed her arms, pointed at Chinche and began to scold. Chinche, if you want mom and dad to forgive you, you hurry up and go talk to grandpa? Tell her that it was you who talked nonsense and that he misunderstood us. Before you came back, our family lived well and was very happy, and grandpa treated us very well. This sounds very happy. The family was good? Grandpa was good too? Your family never thought about grandpa. If you did, why didn't you go see grandpa all these years? I went to see grandpa every week, but never met you guys. If, as you say, your mom and dad respected grandpa so much, then why didn't they go visit? Why doesn't grandpa come back? It's because he doesn't feel affection on your side of the family. All you care about is how much money he gives you every month, not who he is as a person. You didn't even look for him during the 6 months when he lost his memory, did you? In your hearts, as long as you have money every month, it's fine. It doesn't matter at all whether grandpa is here or not, whether he comes back or not. This family, have never worried about grandpa at all. In their hearts, the most important thing is money. Grandpa does not come back, just no one will affect their family's feelings. They have money, and no one to control them. Life should not be too good. Just like this, they still had the nerve to ask grandpa why he didn't like them? Hearing Chinche say this, they naturally wouldn't admit it. Of course they won't go. Who would want to go to such a small place? Nonsense. Grandpa is recuperating in his hometown, so naturally we, as grandchildren, can't bother him. Chapter 33 is quite ridiculous. They won't admit that they didn't go to see grandpa. That place is particularly remote, there is nothing, they do not go, and dad said, as long as they do not want to do things, do not have to force themselves. Okay? What's going on? You know very well what's going on. I don't want to see you now, so you can go. If you continue to stay, then I will call the police. The two looked at Chinche very angry. Chinche, you are just annoying. Chinche was painless after hearing this, much better than white-eyed wolves like you. Yunya and Yun Meng. I'm telling you, don't think mom and dad will like you in the future, they can't wait to hate you now. You are the kid that mom and dad don't like. Chinche smiled when he heard it instead. These two seemed to be unable to say anything else but this sentence. You said that you two are not children, you are in middle school, how can you not know any curse words? I don't care about them at all. Do you think I need them to love me? That's ridiculous. It's like you too. I'm sick of seeing you. I don't really care what you think of me. Me and you guys, from now on, when we see each other as if we don't know each other, that's the best, understand? Yunya and Yun Meng were even more angry, and they didn't believe it. We see that you are not eating grapes and saying grapes are sour. You don't have the means to get mom and dad's likes, that's why you say you don't care, isn't it? They desperately want to prove this point, and only then, they heart really happy. Shin Che can see that they don't understand human language. Don't you understand human language? Or is it that I haven't been obvious enough lately? I don't care about you guys at all. I don't care whether you are a close family or not. It's you who do care. You want to see me in pain, you want to see me sad. Then you are really overthinking it. My time is very tight, I don't want to waste it on unimportant people. Shin-Che finished and continued to yell. Look at the two sisters more angry. This and Shin-Che seems to really do not care at all. What is going on? Not far away, two people's friends are also calling them. Yunya Yun Meng, what are you doing? We should go. They were so angry that they stomped their feet, and only then did they leave. After Shin-Che finished his work this day, he went to organize the information and then went to report it. That food processing plant is near their factory, that is nothing up to standard, but also pollute the environment. After Shin-Che reported, this is happy to go back. Of course, Shin-Che did not hide from Grandpa. Grandpa, I reported the Blue Family Food Factory. Grandpa? Good guy, this grandson of his own that is not at all polite with his own mother. Pro-uncle's factory also reported? But what the grandson did was a good thing. You're right, that kind of factory should be reported. I'm tired today, sit down and eat. You do not be too tired, every day at 8 or 9 o'clock to come back. Your body wada do not want? This child this period of time, that is every night at 8 or 9 o'clock to come back, in order to factory things, that is the body are disregarded, which makes Grandpa is very worried. Grandpa, it's okay, the effect of these 2 days is very good, we have sold a lot of them one after another. Next, I'm thinking about opening my own restaurant. That way, we will be able to put our chili sauce in all of our stores. After hearing this, Grandpa strongly supported him and took out a map, asking him where he wanted to open a restaurant. Shin-Che looked at the map of the city, which was a bit strange, because there were many triangles in many places. Grandpa, what are these triangles? Why are there so many? Grandpa happily revealed 2 rows of big white teeth. As long as there are triangles labeled places, they are our family stores, you can take them at will. Shin-Che took a look, cannot count. Grandpa, I'm thinking it's better not to go too far from the factory. If it's too far, sometimes it's too late. I want to choose this place. After looking at it, Shin-Che chose a place that is very close to the present place and to the factory, and there are office buildings and schools nearby, so business will surely be booming in the future. He believes that there is no such thing as a failed store, only unsuccessful people. Grandpa looked very supportive. As long as the grandson wants to do, let him go all out to do. Shin-Che ate dinner and went back to the room to write a plan. Store has that plan to hurry up to follow up, only then can start the next step is not. Shin-Che began to write and draw, do all kinds of preparatory work. The next morning, he got up and made buns in copious hands. Grandpa ate it and praised it. As long as it was made by his grandson, it must be delicious. Looking at Grandpa's brainless praise, Shin-Che was stunned. Grandpa, why don't you have a good taste? I want the most authentic opinion. The copra and noodles, and the kidney bean and hoof soup, with the chili sauce, that flavor is absolutely amazing. Of course, there's also this pepper chicken, which is spicy and flavorful with a hint of sweetness, so try them all. Grandpa carefully tasted, the flavor is really very good. He seriously looked at his grandson in front of him. Shin-Che, I didn't lie to you, and I didn't intentionally praise you, these flavors are really very good. It tastes the same as the one you eat in the county. Shin-Che, you have to believe in yourself. In fact, Shin-Che does a little bit do not believe in themselves, he always feel that it is the grandfather brainless praise him. Of course, he is very confident in these recipes. He had done all kinds of work at that time, at the beginning was in the restaurant, learned quite a lot of dishes. Later on, he went on to learn other things and could do a lot of work. He would have starved to death long ago if he didn't work hard. Now with Grandpa's help, all those unrealistic dreams he once had, all of them could come true. How nice it was. So he definitely wouldn't be pretentious, nor would he feel that it was his grandfather's store that he didn't want. He would only do every single thing well, so that it would be the best return to his grandfather. Grandpa, then I'll thank you for your comment. Next, Shin-Che went to find other people to help taste the flavor. After getting everyone's unanimous praise, Shin-Che went to get his chef's license again, and he hoped that he wouldn't be caught with any problems in everything he did. When Shin-Che came back from his license test, he saw Blue Moon walking around outside. The moment Blue Moon saw Shin-Che, the dislike in her eyes would not be hidden at all. Blue Moon spoke directly, let's go, let's find a place to chat for a couple of minutes. Blue Moon felt that she really should have a good chat with this son. She wanted to let Shin-Che know clearly what his identity really was, so that he'd better not have any improper thoughts. Shin-Che looked at her for a long time, and then looked at the time, but it was only half an hour. Blue Moon frowned and became even more upset. How could she possibly talk to him about half an hour? There's no need to be that long, 10 minutes will do. Let's go, there's a pavilion over there, let's go over there and sit for a while. Blue Moon took Chin-Che to the pavilion. The sun is quite big at this time of the year, a little hot. Chin-Che went to buy 2 bottles of mineral water. Seeing the water, Blue Moon blackened her face. You don't think that if you buy me a bottle of water, I will be nice to you, right? Good guy. Chin-Che finally realized where that pair of sisters' narcissism came from, so it was Blue Moon. If you don't want to drink it, just leave it there, I'll just take it back and drink it later. This time count me stupid, next time I will certainly not buy for you. Chin-Che, that is the nature of the loss, surely not directly opened the mouth. Now the Blue Moon even more angry, this bastard thing, that is not at all put her this mom in the heart. I am your mom, have you talked to me like this? I came here today to tell you that what happened back then was an accident. None of us wanted that to happen, but now that it has happened, it can't be changed. And Yoonjo has been with me for many years, there's no way I can give him up. When I was lost because of you, everyone blamed me, they all thought it was my fault, I was devastated, and then Yoonjo came back, so I don't think I need to blame myself anymore. Chin-Che understood, so she was blaming him for getting lost in the first place. What do you mean, is it still my fault that I was abducted in the first place? Blue Moon nodded rightfully, that's natural, but it's useless to talk about this now. I just want to tell you, since you've come back, you have to be at peace, you'd better not have any other bad thoughts, otherwise I won't let you off. Chin-Che looked at Lanyu, her attitude was strange from the start. Do you think that I am not your son at all? Blue Moon froze, she wanted to admit it, but she knew very well that she couldn't. I didn't. Blue Moon just dropped this sentence and stumbled away. Only Chin-Che was left alone in the same place. Actually, the words I didn't say it are enough to tell the story. They had been avoiding the matter of doing a paternity test. As if they didn't want to know the answer, the reason they used was that they couldn't bear to part with that child. But if they can't let go, they can just keep it with them, their own children have to take it back, but they are not in a hurry at all. Chin-Che laughed at what this Blue Moon was trying to say, it was weird. After coming to the side, first scolded him, and then said so long over their nonsense, and now she in the end to do what? But since she didn't say anything, then just wait and see, most of the reason is probably his brother's factory. Chapter 34 Save Your Brother. Besides, Blue Moon, after running out, she regretted it, it's really strange. She is a mom, afraid of Chin-Che a little kid what? She went back again, for the sake of her brother she could only come back. When she got over here, she hardened her heart and started knocking on the door. This morning, Blue Moon received a call from her mother's mother. At first she thought it was her mother who had an accident, because her mother had been crying on the phone, and did not say anything but just cried a lot. Blue Moon of course anxious and hurriedly asked, Mom, what is wrong with you you quickly tell me What's the matter? Don't worry, let's carry it together as a family. When she heard that, she cried even louder, Daughter, I can't help it, I'm not capable of doing anything. I'm not capable of supporting you and taking care of you, your brother and your sister. Now your brother is in trouble, and I can't do anything to help him, so I can only cry over there. My daughter, your brother has had an accident, what do you think should be done? Blue Moon heard this after a thump, followed by helplessness and powerlessness. Over the past few years, this big brother didn't know how many unreliable things he had done, and in the end, she was the one who had to clean up the mess. She was also a human being, she would also be tired and feel bad, but it seemed like Mom would never realize this. Daughter, Mom knows that you are the most promising among these kids, you are the one who has the ability. You see you are doing so well now, but your brother and sister are still in deep water. They are in trouble, you can't just watch and not care, right? You are their sister and elder sister. Your family has so much money, you show a little from your hand, are enough for us to eat and drink soup. You can't just watch your brother die. The old lady's output was continuous, crying as she spoke, and Blue Moon couldn't interject a single word. When she heard her daughter's reply, the old lady cried even more. This is really no God's justice. This old woman is really useless, cannot protect their own children, I might as well die, I go to find a rope to hang it. Blue Moon was saddened to hear that, every time before, her old mother had used this method to force her, with the aim of making her obedient. Mom, did you give me a chance to speak? From just now until now I can't insert a word, you have to tell me what happened. How big of a mess my brother has made this time. That's right, even if you don't know what happened, Blue Moon is clear that it must be the fault of her indisputable big brother. Look at what you're saying, how come it's your big brother who stirred up trouble? Your big brother did not do anything this time, good at home to earn money it. Your big brother also said, these years have been taken care of by you, do not know how to thank you. He also thinks that if business is good this year, he will give you a little dividend, and he wants everyone to know that he was not lucky enough to take care of you as his sister. You see how good your brother is to you, thinking of you in everything and wanting you to have everything. When Blue Moon heard this, she thought it was quite fake, making sure that it was her big brother who was talking about him. Mom, this kind of words I heard ears are going to callous, and every time you guys give me a big cake, but also said that it must be recent. As a result, every time, you have stirred up trouble for me, and need me to think of ways to help you to get rid of it. Just tell me, how much money have I spent on you all these years? Mom, I'm asking you to think about me, okay? I have kids too. I have to take care of my kids too. Didn't you tell me last time that a woman must work hard and have her own job? Isn't it the same for a man? Why has my mother's attitude changed in less than a few days? Chapter 35. What kind of person are you? And why did my mom suddenly come here? What happened? Mom, just directly say what exactly happened, okay? In fact, Blue Moon had always known that it wasn't that old mother didn't love her, it was just that she didn't love her that deeply, and compared to her brother, and sister, her existence was insignificant. When it doesn't touch their interests, Lao Mian loves her and will look out for her, but if it has something to do with them, then Lao Mian will not hesitate to choose them. Seeing that this daughter-in-law was also worried, the old lady then slowly opened her mouth. Daughter, mom really has no way, but where mom has a way also will not look for you. Mom also know that you are not easy to live here, and these years you are also very difficult, coupled with the recent things of your father-in-law, I really do not want to trouble you. Listening to these words, Lanya knew that things must be very serious, or else her old lady wouldn't have said this, which made her even more worried. Mom, why don't you quickly say what's going on? You say half of this I am also worried, besides you do not say, I do not know how to deal with this matter, you only tell me what is going on, I can help you. Of course, Blue Moon was also worried at the moment, always feeling that what happened would be very troublesome. Seeing her daughter agree, the old lady hurriedly opened her mouth. Your big brother has been victimized, I don't know who reported him that the environment is not good enough, and what hygiene is not up to standard, anyway, your big brother has now been taken away, and the factory has also been closed. You also know that this month will soon be the time to pay wages, so many workers' wages, have not yet given them, have run to the door of the house to make trouble, but also said that if we do not pay the wages, then we will smash our home. Blue Moon are confused, Big Brother's factory is not always in the spicy fries well, and before the time to ask him, he also said that all is in line with the regulations, how now suddenly and then something happened it. Mom, didn't you guys say that all the things of the Big Brother are in line with the procedures and regulations? How come it's out of order now? What's going on here? Didn't you say you'd keep an eye on Big Brother? Who took Big Brother away? Is it the Trade and Industry Bureau or the City Council or Food Safety? You have to tell me in the end what is going on, I can go to inquire. Blue Moon's head is now bursting, her eyelids have been jumping for the past 2 days, always feel that something will happen. Sure enough, now something has happened, she is now really anxious. The old lady didn't know what was going on either, she hadn't been to her son's factory. I don't know what's going on. I didn't go to your brother's factory either. Your brother just said it would cost too much if everything was done according to the rules. He also said that the ones they made sure that there will be no problem, and then again have been sold for so long, how can something happen? Who knows, it was reported, I do not know which shameless do, it is best not to let me know, or else I have to go to scold his whole family, do not dare to go out, cannot. Blue Moon sort of knows that the old lady is aware of the unqualified. Then what do you want me to do? I also have no way. I can only say to go to see my big brother, to see what is going on. Blue Moon is now very annoyed, this big brother in addition to causing trouble, what else can do, every time it is like this, do not know to step down a little. The old lady hurriedly nodded, you quickly go, let your big brother out earlier. And you cannot first take a sum of money out, first of all those workers' wages to the settlement. Otherwise they are going to smash your big brother's house, you also know that your sister-in-law is now living with your nephew. If you can't get the money, your sister-in-law will have to take the child away. Hearing this, Lanyu's heart is very bad, she seriously looked at her mother, Mom, you tell me the truth, today is your own want to come, or my sister-in-law let you come? That's their factory, I'm sure they must have had some savings over the years, and since the factory is in trouble, they should be allowed to figure it out on their own. I don't have any money to give them. Not to mention that Blue Moon doesn't have much money in her hands right now, even if she did, she wouldn't be willing to give it. A factory worker, how much money would it take to go? The old lady heard a little upset, that daughter-in-law's money is not the son's, later is the grandson's, surely cannot take out. Your older brother, they have been buying houses and cars for the past 2 years, where is the money? You're different. You've been married to your husband for years. You two must have money. Even if you don't have it, you can go to your father-in-law. Didn't you say last time he was going to give your daughters $10 million each? $10 million? She can't even imagine how much money that is. If she had this kind of money, she would not have to worry in this life. The Blue Moon now suddenly a little regret, that time should not tell my mother this matter, her mouth should not be so fast. My father-in-law has said that it will be until they are 18 years old. Mom, I can't help you with this, I don't have that much money, and we're spending a lot. Both of us don't make much money, and we have 3 kids to support, so we can't help you. I'm sure you can handle it on your own. And this matter, you have to figure it out before you do it, I will go and run it first. The old lady was a bit unhappy after hearing this, and felt that this daughter had not put her mother's family in her heart at all, or else she wouldn't have said so. That's your own brother, how can you not care about your brother? This is said to make the Blue Moon is very sad, when she does not care, really want to do not care if, will not be now this situation. Mom, if I don't care, will I still tell you this? Can't you let me ask first? Blue Moon asked a friend to ask, which realized that his big brother is now a very serious problem. Food seriously does not comply with the regulations, there are safety issues. And use those things are the worst, now he is definitely going to be in trouble. Those wages of the workers are also to be settled, the rest is the problem of compensation. When these problems exploded, facing the return of compensation, Blue Moon took the lawyer to find the big brother Blue Bing. Blue soldiers saw the Blue Moon came. The first sentence is, Blue Moon, you hurry to find a way to get me out, this place I do not want to stay a day, too annoying. When Blue Moon heard this, she felt very uncomfortable, this big brother is still really. Big brother, why on earth are you doing this? Do you know that your current situation is very serious? You say let me get you out, do I have that kind of ability? How much money do you have with your sister-in-law? Hurry up and ask your sister-in-law to take out that money, pay compensation when it's due, and pay wages when it's due. Otherwise, you don't know how many years you'll have to sit in jail. Listening to Lan Yu's words, Lan Bing instantly became angry, the very angry kind. I'm your brother, how can you not care about me? You heartless girl. If you don't care about me, I will tell everyone that you deliberately threw your son away in the first place. Blue Moon's face changed drastically and she looked at this big brother angrily. Big brother, what are you babbling about? When did I deliberately throw my child away? Lan Bing looked at Lan Yu, the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. Lan Yu, you are my sister, what kind of person are you? I am more than clear, by the time the two of you quarreled, you felt that he had someone outside, so you had to take the child away in a fit of rage. Later on, he came to you, and then the two of you didn't see the child in the middle of the argument, but that's just what everyone knows. But no, at that time you were very angry, your thinking is particularly radical, you think that since he wronged you, then you have to let him lose his son. It just didn't occur to you that the family's reaction would be so great. They persistently searched for the child for a few years, and at the same time, they also let you know how important the child was to them. That's why you treated Yunjo like the apple of your eye when he came back, didn't you? They were brother and sister. What was this sister thinking? He knew better than anyone else. This sister was especially paranoid and selfish at the same time, wanting her to be the only one in her brother-in-law's heart and eyes. She felt that since her brother-in-law had wronged him, she would let him lose his most important son. This sister of his, her heart is poisonous. Just for the sake of dominating her brother-in-law alone, she really doesn't even want her son. Lan Yu's face became very ugly, she spoke very angrily. Big brother, please don't talk nonsense, I love my son very much, I will not let anyone hurt my son. Lan Bing once again laughed, the ironic kind, this sister really can't see the coffin without tears Alright? There's no point in pretending anymore. Why don't you love your real son? Do you think that when your real son comes back, you'll remember what happened back then? You will remember when you wanted to throw him away, but he came back unharmed and was especially liked by your father-in-law, you feel unwilling and unhappy. Blue Moon got even more angry and stood up to leave, she shouldn't have bothered with this person. Big brother, if you keep talking such nonsense, I will leave first. Lan Bing didn't stop her, if you want to go, just go. If you want to go, these words I will tell your father-in-law, so that everyone knows what kind of person you really are. And I also know a lot of things about you, I'm sure they must be very interested to know what kind of existence you really are. What do you think? Blue Moon. Blue Moon was shaking with anger, and eventually pulled out an ugly smile, then looked at him and opened his mouth. Fine, then you say what exactly do you want? Blue Bing knew that this sister this is a weak heart. It is very simple get me out, I said you have a way. Blue Moon is even more speechless, what can I do? She doesn't have a relationship, how can there be any way? Then I don't care, you have to get me out anyway, as for all that money our family owes, you make up for it. You've been a rich wife for so many years, you should have a lot of money, right? Besides, wouldn't it be fine to sell all those jewelry, bags, and whatnot of yours? I'm telling you, if you don't save me, you'll definitely regret it. Blue Moon's fingernails had pinched into her hands, but she couldn't feel a bit of pain. This big brother is really ruthless, this is to push her to the brink of extinction. She clenched her teeth and looked at this big brother, that was how she could not get along. Big brother, do you hate me that much? Do you have to force me to this point? What's going on with your sister and me right now? It's not like you don't know, my father-in-law kicked us out, and your brother-in-law and I don't have a high salary, and we have to spend so much money every month. I really don't have the money to fill this bottomless pit for you. Besides, you've made a lot of money doing what you're doing, haven't you? If you had a conscience, you wouldn't have gotten this far. If you want to do business, do it properly, but do some speculative things, this is not to rush to the accident. You said yourself that those oils you used, those materials you used, and those machines you used, why are they so dirty? Why those materials are not safe? Why did you have to be like this If only you had been more careful, if only you hadn't gotten into these little mines, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble. She just didn't understand, what would happen if she used something better, this big brother, how could he do such a thing? It's just too much for him to do that. Lan Bing doesn't feel like he has a problem. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, if everything is according to the security level, then what's the point of earning money? If you want to earn money, you have to be bold. I'm just unlucky now, I've been counted on. If it is not reported, he can still earn a lot of money. Want to make money to be bold. If everything is shrinking, do not think of making money. Blue Moon was furious after hearing this. What kind of bull is this? Now what? What has he become now? He does not have a point in his heart. What about you now? What have you become now? Now you're in. You'll never get out, you know? You've done the right thing. All I can do is hire you a lawyer and get you 2 years less. That won't do. Lan Bing instantly became furious. He looked at Lan Yu. I'm telling you, you have to let me out. I can't go to jail. If I go to jail, I'll tell everyone all those ugly things about you. I'll let everyone know what kind of person you are. I'll let everyone know what kind of stuff you've really done. I'll let you have no peace for the rest of your life. He couldn't go on. He was scared now. If this sister really doesn't care about him, then what should he do? After that, is it hard to believe that he really has to go to jail? That won't do. He absolutely can't go to jail. He has to get out. You hurry up and ask Mom to come see me. I have something to tell Mom, and ask your sister-in-law to come as well. Lan Yu went out after hearing that? It didn't take long for Lan Bing to cry with the old lady, crying his eyes out. Mom, I also wanted to earn more money for you to enjoy your happiness. I didn't know that things would turn out like this. Mom, you must save me. You must let my sister save me. Chapter 36. You are a legal person. The old lady looked at her son's appearance today and was very distressed, wiping her tears while talking to her son. Son, don't worry, I will definitely let your sister save you. If she doesn't agree, I won't recognize her as my daughter. She will definitely save you, just rest assured. She has to get her daughter to agree to save her son. Mom, you don't just have to get her to save me, you have to get her to pay back the money. Otherwise, what if those people come after your grandson? Mom, you have to understand that in the future you'll have to live with me. I'll be the one to provide for your old age, and your grandson is your big baby. You can't bear to see him being bullied. The old lady continued to wipe her tears, and while doing so, she assured her son. Don't worry, son, Mom understands. Mom knows who to look out for. I'll make sure she helps you. If she doesn't help you, I'll die before her. After hearing this, Lan Bing was satisfied and met with his wife again, who was much more direct. Since you are now like this, then divorce. This will be able to save our property, but also do not have to involve our son. Blue Soldier's in fact a little reluctant. He himself is a selfish person, how can be willing to let go of his wife? But his wife is right. If he doesn't get a divorce at this time, then all the money under his name will be frozen. Fine, divorce. While they haven't found out clearly and haven't convicted me, divorce right now, but one thing, after the divorce, you are not allowed to remarry. The woman listened to the heart with a sneer. This person is really ridiculous, are divorced and still meddling. But now is not the time to care about these, only the divorce, take all the money in the hands, is the most important, the other, are put on the back. Good, I promise you. Blue Soldier signed the divorce agreement. The woman hurriedly let the lawyer together to do the divorce certificate, the man net. On the other hand, Blue Moon looked for a lot of people to help ask, and got the same result. Blue Bing is definitely going to jail, but also to pay back the money. She was so busy that she forgot about the 3 brats' school opening ceremony. The 3 of them carried their own backpacks to her. Mom, we should go to school. When are you going to send us there? Hearing this, Blue Moon then realized that the kids had started school. Sorry kids, Mom forgot about it. Mom was too busy. We will go now. When they arrived at the school, there were arches at the entrance of the school. In addition to that, there were a lot of beautiful flowers. It was to welcome the first-year students. Blue Moon had just led the 3 of them over when someone rushed over. That's her, stop her. Several people stopped the mother and children. Blue Moon hurriedly protected the 3 children and looked at those people with cold eyes. Who are you guys? What do you want? The security guards over there saw that something was wrong and hurriedly came over. Seeing someone come over, those people are not afraid, they are very angry to open their mouths. We are looking for you, Lan Yu. You are the sister of Lan Bing. You and Lan Bing owe us money. You hurry to pay back the money. Blue Moon frowned when she heard this, very confused. What are you guys babbling about? How could I possibly owe you guys money? I don't even know you guys. Just at this time, not far away, several more women came, their hands holding banners. Blue Moon owes money. Blue Moon is shameless. Blue Moon is this school, and now it's the first day of school, and there are new students. The school entrance soon gathered a lot of parents of students, and when everyone saw this scene, they were all discussing it. What's going on here? Is this person a student's parent? Blue Moon was about to explode with anger after seeing this. What kind of people are these? What do they want? I'm telling you guys, if you play a rogue in our place, you'll be held accountable. Our people can take you to the police station. It was fine if Blue Moon didn't say that, but as soon as she did, everyone collapsed. A few ants even sat on their asses and started crying. Everyone come and see this school teacher or professor or something, bully people owe money not pay, wanna be the old scoundrel Our family is waiting for the rice to come off the pot, do not give us money, this is to starve us to death. We have no way to live anyway, so we come here every day to sit. They sat down here and started talking. People don't know that this woman, along with her brother, runs a chili factory. In order to earn money, they are nothing, safety is also disregarded, quality is also disregarded, using the worst things, and gutter oil, as well as those garbage things, the transition of food additives, and harmful substances. As long as they can hide those rotten flavors, it's really anything that's added to it, and those of us who don't want it, they fire us. They fired us, but they didn't pay us our wages, which is what our family depends on. Everyone for the recent news is also heard, this chili factory thing, they really heard, now it seems, this thing actually in their side, God, then this is certainly to ask clearly. What the hell is going on here? There's really something wrong with that chorizo, isn't there? They kept nodding their heads. Not only is there a problem, after eating it, it is also easy to get cancer, all of you don't eat it. But don't worry, that factory has been closed, they want to open again, right? No way, we just want to find her to seek justice. Blue Moon only felt her brain buzzing. What is happening now has gone beyond her knowledge. She does not want to be involved with this matter. Blue Moon wanted to have a big fight with these people and tell them all to get lost, but she knew in her heart that if she let them get lost now, then she would have to face all the gossip in the future. She could only harden her head and make herself pull out a forced smile. You guys are mistaken, that's not my chili factory. That's my brother's, and I don't really know what's going on in his factory. I know even less about how your factory produces, and your paychecks have nothing to do with me. You should go to the boss's wife, not me. Lanya that was really furious. These people are really strange. Don't go to look for sister-in-law. What are they doing here to make trouble? It is hard not to believe that these people were found by sister-in-law. In fact, Blue Moon guessed wrong, but it is also related, is it? Chin Che came from the crowd and looked at Blue Moon in a sorry state in the crowd, being sized up by everyone with their gazes. She looked sorry and angry, yet powerless. Once he was also looked at by everyone with such a gaze. What did she say? Such a big person, do you not have the most basic ability to bear it? Nowadays, Chin Che also wanted to know, she is such a big person, it is hard not to have the ability to bear? This can't be to bear it properly to be able to do it. Those people still continue to open their mouths, and they also took out the announcement of the factory and pointed to the legal representative on it. Take a good look for yourself, you are the legal representative of the chili factory. We have now gone to the labor bureau, and they said we should come to you, the legal person. Although this matter is not done by you, but you are the legal person. Blue Moon. Blue Moon instantly went crazy. What was going on? Why didn't she know anything about it? What legal person? She didn't know, she really didn't know. Chapter 37 is none of my business. It wasn't that Blue Moon didn't know what was going on with the legal person, she didn't know why she had become a legal person. This matter, she really didn't know anything about it at all. After those people heard this, they became agitated, and one by one, they all stood up, seeing that a big battle was about to break out. They began to fire at the people around them. Everyone look, she does not want to admit it, the evidence is here, you do not want to not admit that you are the legal person. You must now be responsible, you must give us our wages, or we will go to sue you. All of us came to your school, so that your leadership to do for us. How powerful you are, you're respected. So why do you do such things? A person like you. You swallowed our hard-earned money and made us desperate. How can you stand on the sacred 3-foot podium to teach and educate people? Blue Moon was instantly confused. And at this time, an older woman stood up, trembling. If you don't give us the money today, I'm going to go bang my head on the gate of your place. I'll let everyone know that you forced someone to die. The school leaders also knew about this matter and rushed out to deal with it. The principal hurriedly told Blue Moon, Mr. Blue Moon, you should hurry up and deal with this matter, you don't have to go to work today. Figure out what's going on, and then organize it into materials and send them to my mailbox. Then the principal said to them, brothers and sisters, you see, today is September 1st. It's an important day for us to start the school year, and I'm sure some of you have sons or grandchildren here, so we shouldn't let the kids have a regrettable start, right? Let's go next door if we have any problems, okay? They were reluctant to move despite hearing this. That won't do, it's been hard for us to get here, we don't want to go, what if she runs away? Leader, we really do not make it difficult for you, we really cannot live, our family is waiting for me to get money back to live. The old man said with tears streaming down his face, especially difficult. Seeing that look on the person's face, I knew it must be true. There is also a person covering the gauze on their hands. I had an accident inside the factory, they said it is not considered a work injury, and froze not to give me money, even the wages are not given to me. If she Blue Moon does not give us a statement today, we will all die here. Leader scared, hurried to pull the Blue Moon, you hurry to think of ways, I do not know this matter, in the end with you have nothing to do, but now. If you don't give them a statement, they will die here. And as you can see, there are so many parents around, everyone is looking in this direction, you hurry to deal with it. Everyone is looking in this direction, and everyone is talking about it. Those migrant workers look very plain, they don't look like they are lying. Their eyes were filled with despair, as if they were really going to die if they couldn't get any more money. This person hadn't explained at all from just now until now, and even if he did, he wasn't on point. Now they were a bit regretful, regretting sending their children to this place. Some of them have already gone in to ask about it, to ask if they can transfer to another school. When people found out, they hurriedly asked what was going on. They just said that with such a person in the school, they didn't feel comfortable with their child being in this place. And Blue Moon could only apologize to everyone. I'm sorry, because of what happened to me, I disturbed everyone. This matter is a misunderstanding. I don't know these people. I don't know what happened either, but I'll definitely get to the bottom of it. Blue Moon took them to the side. Originally Blue Moon hoped to go to the milk tea store next to them, sit down and talk slowly, but they were unwilling, only willing to talk at the entrance of the school, less than 10 m away. Chapter 38. Don't say it first. The reason why they are in this place is because it is very close to the school gate. If they can't talk about it, they can still go over there and continue to sit down. Blue Moon looked at them and spoke helplessly. I'm sorry, I really don't know about what you guys are talking about, and I'm not the legal person of the food factory. Of course they know that this Blue Moon is impossible to admit. It doesn't matter, they are not afraid, but they have taken the evidence over. They will evidence all out, that is the factory's information. There are many things can prove this matter. Blue Moon was shocked when she saw it. She really didn't know about it. Please give me some time, okay? I'll find out what's going on. But this really has nothing to do with me. Think about it, I'm a teacher. How could I do something illegal? I'm also the mother of a child. It's impossible for me to make unsafe food. As for your wages, I will make a trip to the food factory and look at everyone's paychecks on the finance side, and when the wages are paid, I will definitely notify everyone one by one. This is a school, a place where students attend classes. I hope you won't stay over here all the time. It will have an effect on them, don't you think? Naturally, they won't be fooled just like that. What if this person runs away? That won't do. What if you run away? I'm telling you, we've just called the police. They'll be here soon. They'll take you with them. If you don't give us the money, you're definitely going to jail. They are not cuties either. Afraid of being kicked out by then, so they called the police before they came. This time Blue Moon was dumbfounded. How could she not expect that these people would still call the police? Even if the police come, I can still say this with a clear conscience. I hope you guys don't come to me in the school. This is where I work. If there is anything, we can solve it slowly. They wouldn't be here if they could be solved. We're all busy looking for new jobs, we're all busy trying to figure out how to make money, but why do we even take the time to come to you? It is because it is our hard-earned money. If you don't give it to us, we naturally can't leave you alone. Blue Moon. The police soon came, and after coming over here, they let Blue Moon go back to make a statement. The parents didn't leave, they watched from afar. After seeing Blue Moon being taken away, they immediately went to the principal. They saw it, that person seems to be the school leader, or a very powerful teacher. Principal, we can't let that person continue to be a leader and a teacher. Yeah, she's been taken away by the police, who knows what's going on? People have said that flies don't bite seamless eggs. She wouldn't have been taken away if she didn't have a problem. Everyone said one thing and I said another. Anyway, the central idea, that is to let Blue Moon get out. The leaders had no choice but to tell Blue Moon to stop. Parents, please don't worry, our Mr. Blue will be suspended and will only come back to work after figuring out what's going on. The parents who got this promise were satisfied. The parents were discussing this matter, and the children were likewise discussing it. It was important to know that there were many classes in this junior high school that were actually directly promoted from the elementary school section. Among them were Yunya Yunmeng as well as Zhou Xiaoya and a few of them. In order to take care of their younger brother, they had also only arrived in the first year now, in the same class as Yunzhou, and everyone recognized that it was Yunya and Yunmeng's mother when they were at the school entrance. The little ones in the class were curious. Yunya, Yunmeng, it was you guys at the school entrance just now, right? Why did those people grab you and not let go? Was it because your family really owed people money, or was it that black-hearted snack factory that belonged to your family? They remember, these two sisters, usually like to show off their family is very rich, they are $1,000, and also like to order other people. Let everyone help them to serve tea and water. Now well, their mom's things have come out. Yunya Yunmeng, we all saw it, those people said, your mom doesn't pay people's wages. Didn't you say your family has a lot of money? Why don't you pay people's wages? Those uncles and aunts are so pitiful. Your mom is too much. Yes, your mom is still the director. It's not right to owe money to others, your mom shouldn't be like this. They were very upset to hear that. These people are really. The two of them spoke angrily. This is nonsense with you guys, this is a misunderstanding, this is not true, my mom could not possibly do such a thing, and our family does not open a food factory. Yunzhou, who was on the side, also followed and opened his mouth. That's right, our family is not a food factory, you guys have misunderstood. After everyone heard half believe, after all, the things at the school gate, everyone that is to see. It was also at this time that Qin Che walked in. The moment they saw Qin Che, they were not happy. They did not expect that Qin Che was able to come here. To know that their school is not for anyone to come in, how did Qin Che dare to come? It must be that Grandpa had let Qin Che go through the back door. Coupled with the fact that they were disliked by everyone just now, they were very unhappy. So the siblings came in front of Qin Che and looked at him with a black face. Qin Che, how can you come here? Do you know that our school that can't accept students who go through the back door? If you're like this, you're making Grandpa look bad. Chinche listened with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. These few fools, how come he didn't realize in his last life that they were so stupid? Not to mention the other things. Let's say he has come here, then as a family, even if they don't like him, they shouldn't say so. To say so, put Grandpa in what place? I went through the formal procedure. I have transferred my account. I am a student here. At the same time I passed the opening exam, naturally able to enroll. I just didn't expect that I have to be in the same class as you guys. It's really bad luck. Shinche put his own disgust, that is also clearly on the face, in order to let them know that they are not so important. The other people heard also followed the opening. That's right, our school's rules are very strict. If he does not have the ability, and does not have the account, that is impossible to come. How can you target the new students? Right, Yunya, Yunmeng, aren't you the kindest? Why are you bullying new students? Kindness? The word kindness has nothing to do with them? Shinche felt that it didn't. They were angry after hearing that these classmates didn't know anything at all. The two of them just wanted to open their mouths to reveal Chinche's true colors, but Jinzhou hurriedly pulled their hands. Sister, don't say it first. Chapter 39, The Meaning of the Meaning of the Meaning. Looking at Yunzhou this way, everyone felt that there is a problem. Coupled with the previous things at the school gate, everyone feels that they are strange. What can't be said? We are all classmates. You have something to say? Just say it. Right, what do you guys want to say? Yunya and Yunmeng glanced at Chinche and were just about to open their mouths when Chinche spoke up. Oh, it's nothing. I'm the biological brother of the two of them, and Yunzhou was the son of the trafficker back then. He switched us in order to make his son live in glory and wealth, and he didn't want everyone to know about it. The students were shocked to look at Yunzhou, did not expect Yunzhou actually not his parents' biological. They hurriedly asked Yunzhou, is what the new classmate said true? Yunzhou, are you the child of a trafficker? Yunzhou, then how do you still have the good sense to be here? Shinche had a smile on his lips, looking at the three of them helplessly. Once they were three siblings, that's how they told everyone that he was a cripple from the fringe. Now, it was time for him to feel what it was like to be surrounded by everyone. No. Yunzhou anxiously opened his mouth. I am my mom and dad's child. Yunya also reacted and spoke to Chinche. I knew you were just jealous. You were jealous. What am I jealous of? Shinche took 2 steps towards Yunya. I'm jealous that you guys were kicked out of the house by Grandpa, or I'm jealous that your mom is going to jail. Those uncles and aunts look like poor people. Their hands are full of wounds and their faces are full of wrinkles. They are the backbone of their families. If they didn't have no choice, how would they find their way to the school? For you, that money is just for a meal, clothes, or a watch. But for them, it's their life-saving money. And your moms don't care about anything. It's heartbreaking. Nice guys. Everyone's eyes were about to stare at Yunzhou's body. This melon really shocked them all. It turns out that Yunzhou is not even their family's biological child? There was also Yunmeng and Yunya's family being kicked out of the house. No wonder they weren't as arrogant. Yunmeng looked at this situation and knew that everyone believed what Chinche said. She hurriedly looked at everyone and calmly spoke. Everyone has misunderstood. Chinche is indeed our younger brother. It's just that he grew up in the small mountain village in his hometown and was a bit rude. Chinche reached out his hand to interrupt her. Don't, your brother is Yunzhou. You don't have a dime's worth of relationship with me. As long as you guys don't count on me in the future, I will treat you guys as heir. But you guys have to come in front of me. Shinche didn't say anymore, he just smiled and looked at them, his gaze icy cold to the extreme, making them feel cold just by looking at them. Yunzhou walked over from the two sisters and looked at Chinche sadly. Chinche, do you have to be like this? Just because mom and dad love me more, do you have to make me go through this? Shinche's gaze has been looking at Yunzhou's eyes, without flinching more. Instead, Yunzhou, who is weak and scared, doesn't even dare to look at Chinche's eyes. If you really hate me so much, I can leave. Yunzhou, who said this, was incomparably despondent. But Chinche laughed. You say this, I'm already tired of hearing, not 10 times also have 9 times, you do not tired? Yunzhou, whether you admit it or not. I was abused all these years because of your trafficker parents. I had a fever and no memory because of them. What about you? Don't you have any memory at all? How come I heard that you guys have actually been in touch all along? When Chinche's words came out, it was a heavy bomb. You're bolting. Yunzhou could no longer pretend, and spoke directly. I don't know about this at all, I'm just mom and dad's son. I know you lived in the countryside for so long, after returning mom and dad did not love you, it is normal for you to have grievances, but you cannot bully me like this. Everyone is not a fool, the way he was trying to cover up just now, everyone could see it clearly. For him to say this now, no one would believe it at all. Chinche looked at his eyes and gradually became serious. I can be responsible for every word I say and can go to the police station, can you? Can you guys? Do you guys dare to say that every word you say is true? A few brats instantly turned pale. Chinche looked at their pale faces, and only then did he let them go. It's time for class, so in the future, just pretend that you don't recognize it. After all, trash like you guys really don't deserve to know me. In the future, just pretend that you don't know each other. They were so angry that they could only stomp their feet. Yunya really can't help it. Shin-che, if you don't care, what are you talking about this matter for? Shin-che looked back at her. I'm afraid that you guys are shameless in talking nonsense. After all, it's not the first time for you guys. 3 people? When they still wanted to say something, someone rushed over and pushed Shin-che hard, but didn't push. Shin-che took a look. Ouch, isn't this Jo Xiaoya? She's Yunjo's brainwashed fan. You're not allowed to bully brother Yunjo, he's the best person, you're just a country bumpkin, what are you going to compare with him? Jo Xiaoya blocked in front of Yunjo and looked at Shin-che with a puff of air, as if Shin-che was some kind of unforgivable villain. Shin-che really didn't care about Jo Xiaoya at all, he directly looked at Jo Xiaoya and opened his mouth. Who are you? Jo Xiaoya. Jo Xiaoya was just about to open her mouth when the others opened theirs. Xiaoya, what happened to your face? Why is it such a big scar? Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? This face of yours right now. Jo Xiaoya realized something and hurriedly covered her face and went back to her seat. Those 3 went back to their seats. Simply put, they wimped out. When the teacher came, she told them that on Monday there will be a touch test in our school. By then, those with good grades will enter the experimental class, and the last 50 will go to other schools. I hope you all work hard, and I won't introduce myself today. After next week, we don't know if we can become teachers and students with you. After everyone heard this, they didn't get nervous, they had been taking exams all along. After Yunjo heard it, he looked at Shin-che worriedly. Shin-che, you just came from the countryside, are you sure? Do you need me to help you tutor? Shin-che smiled towards him and came, since half a year ago, that human trafficker said that her baby son is now a luxurious young master, and he is especially good to her, and he is giving her money. Yunjo's face changed greatly, how could he not expect Shin-che to know so much? Seeing Yunjo being bullied, Yunya couldn't help it and pointed at Shin-che and opened his mouth. Shin-che, you don't talk nonsense here. Let me tell you, if you fail the exam, I will definitely go to the director of instruction and kick you out of our school, people like you. You should go back where you came from. You should go back to your Thai ravine. What's he, how dare he bully Yunjo? Shin-che that is not anxious at all, and even managed to easily say, now the one who was kicked out of the house, seems to be you guys, not me ah. Yunya is about to die of anger, you come back and forth with this sentence, are you tired of it? The others wanted to say, not annoying, or not annoying, they wanted to hear it very much. Bored or not, you should ask Yunjo ah, said dozens of times to leave, not still here? Yunjo. Why, Shin-che a male, so able to say. Grow a woman's mouth? Jo Xiaoya hurriedly raised his head, you do not want to drive away Yunjo brother, he is mine, to go is also you go. You backdoor man. The others watched in amusement, it was nice to have such excitement on the first day. Shin-che glanced at Jo Xiaoya, just who was the backdoor? Jo Xiaoya's face changed, she didn't know why, she always felt that this guy meant something. What do you mean? Shin-che laughed, in the end who has a problem, won't we know next week? Chapter 40 What's the bet? Jo Xiaoya always felt that he was deliberately saying who, of course it's you are a bad person. Well, he really was just going to be a bad guy then. Seeing this, the class teacher opened her mouth and stopped them, telling them to stop discussing it. Well, don't discuss it anymore, when you guys go back in the next 2 days, you can review it and come back on Monday. Just now, not only the workers came, those victims also came, they surrounded the school, for the sake of the students' safety, the school is ready to take a day off, plus the weekend, 3 days directly, the 4th came directly touching the exam. Hearing this, the students all cheered up, and the teacher was even happier when he left. Of course there are some who are very worried that they will not do well when the time comes. As Shin-che walked out towards the outside, he was stopped by Yunya and Yun Meng. They looked at Shin-che aggressively, with their hands crossed in anger. Yunjo took a step forward and extended her hand towards Shin-che. Shin-che, I really hope that the 2 of us can coexist peacefully, no matter what, we are both mom and dad's children. I believe you don't want mom and dad to be sad either, the past is past, let's get along from today onwards. The moment Yunjo stretched out his hand, Shin-che laughed, this Yunjo learned taekwondo, he felt that his hand is very powerful, he is like this is not a good intentionate. Shin-che stretched out his hand, pinched his hand, coincidentally, this person on nothing big, is strong. Yunjo originally wanted to give Shin-che an undercurrent to come, want to make Shin-che scream out in pain, and then let everyone know that Shin-che has no good intentions, but I did not expect Shin-che's strength is so big, pinch him especially painful, pain to the face of the expression is about to be unable to maintain. Yunjo hurriedly shook off Shin-che's hand. Shin-che then laughed, it seems that you do not have much sincerity oh. Yunjo. Yunjo shook his hand twice, it still hurt, this Shin-che is on purpose. No, it's just that I fell during the past 2 days, so This reason at first glance is false. The others wanted to laugh when they saw it, quite an outrageous reason. Jo Xiaoya couldn't help it and once again blocked in front of Yunjo, I tell you, sooner or later, Grandpa Yi will see your true colors clearly, don't be complacent. And the exams in our school are very strict, like you to come in through the back door absolutely failed the exam, then you will be ridiculed by everyone, you will have to obediently get out. Shin-che glanced at Jo Xiaoya's scar, then opened his mouth, is that so? Then I'm really looking forward to it. However, whether I will leave or not has nothing to do with you guys. I didn't want to get involved with you guys, but you can't help it if you guys keep stirring up your noses over and over again and come over to me. I think you're the ones who have nothing better to do. Since you care so much about your brother Yunjo, why don't you hurry up and take him away? Besides, if you want to feel sorry for him, give him a little money, buy him a car and a house. What's the use of just talking about it? It's ridiculous. He is now kicked out of the house. It is the time to lack of money. Everyone heard, Momi, this is another melon. They heard before, Mo Yunjo, their family was kicked out of the house, thought it was fake, so it is true. You. Shin Che, don't be complacent. Do you dare to bet with me? If you compete with us and get a lower score than us, then you're out of here, and you'll have to apologize to brother Yunjo. You'll tell everyone that there's only one young master in the Yun family after this, and that's my brother Yunjo. Although it's very childish, Shin Che still wants to know, so what if you lose? Impossible. Zhou Xiaoya blurted out, even if she would lose, brother Yunjo would never lose. Brother Yunjo is the most powerful person, he would never lose. You, from this small place, have no idea how good my brother Yunjo really is. Do you think you're useful because you can please Grandpa Yi? Do you know what management is? Do you know how to manage a company in the future? Do you know people? Do you have connections? You have nothing. Even if you get the company in the future, you'll only bring it down. You will only disappoint Grandpa Yi. The others felt a little bad after hearing that was a little too much. Besides, how could one see things in the future now? Even if he didn't know how to do it now, he could totally learn it in the future. If he was so confident in himself, then why didn't he dare to say what would happen if he lost? Shin Che is not stupid, this time definitely want to let them hemorrhage. Yunjo's results are really good, others are for Shin Che. Pinched a sweat. Among the classmates someone came out, said to Shin Che. Shin Che, Yunjo's grades are really good, always in the top 10 of the grade. And he also has a lot of tutors, able to learn a lot of knowledge in advance. You've already come to our school, even if you don't do very well in the exams by then, as long as you're not in the last 50, you can still study in this school, there's no need for you to gamble with them. Shin Che glanced at the person who helped him. I didn't expect that someone could still help him here. Classmate, thank you. I'm not stupid, they didn't even come up with a bet, why should I bet with them? Besides, my relationship with Grandpa is not something that anyone can stir up. Only those who are incapable of doing so will complain about the unfairness of fate. Zhou Xiaoya was so angry that she rushed over and tried to hit Shin Che, who turned around and dodged. Zhou Xiaoya fell hard to the ground and got a bruise on her hand. Zhou Xiaoya cried out, stood up and said, Shin Che, you wait for me, I'm going back to tell my grandfather. Zhou Xiaoya left, Yunya and Yun Meng rushed to protect Yunzhou. Shin Che's gaze, however, looked at Yunzhou. What are you able to bet with me? Yunzhou gritted his teeth, his eyes were very red, as if he was being bullied. He said, if I lose, I will leave the house and never come back, okay? Maybe only then will you be happy. Shin Che reached out his hand to interrupt him. Everyone says that you are smart, but I think you are a psychopath with a pit in your brain. I have told you countless times, whether you leave or not has nothing to do with me, you are nothing in my eyes, even your parents that you think I care about are not important to me. This is the last time I'm going to explain this, so please don't use this as an excuse to come swarming in front of me in the future. I get tired and pretentious when I see it. I'm not at all interested in looking the other way, they're just a symbol to me. It's like you guys, I treat you like air, and you guys just think I'm a threat and have to rub it in my face to say that. That's why this bet of yours doesn't matter to me at all. Finally, Shin Che also laughed a little, and don't think I don't know, you were looking forward to me let you go, so that you can let that couple think it's me to drive you away, more heartache you. The fact is, the child is not so childish, right, your IQ is so worrying. The others were shocked when they saw it, and this Shin Che really didn't talk to them politely. He said whatever came to his mind. Yunya and Yun Meng still want to say something. Shin Che rolled up his sleeves. The two of you are cool, where to stay, or else I will tell Grandpa that you bully me. Do you think you can still get that money? Since the two of them are so fond of foxes and tigers, then he did the same. They were about to die of anger, because they were kicked out by Grandpa, they had a bad time for a while, and now Shin Che actually dared to blindly complain? How did we bully you? You don't talk nonsense. Others? No, they all saw it with their eyes, okay? In front of them, Shin Che took out his brick cell phone and placed it to his ear. Grandpa, Yunya, and Yun Meng are bullying me again. They said that you went through the back door to get me to come to the school, and they even said they were going to beat me up. Yunya and Yun Meng rushed over to grab it. We didn't. Shin Che put the brick down and put it in his bag, then made a gesture with them. Didn't hit, stupid. Yunya and Yun Meng were so angry that they stomped their feet. This Shin Che was doing it on purpose. Angry at them. Shin Che turned to leave. Yunzhou suddenly came to say, if I lose, I will never appear in front of you again. Shin Che turned back to look at him. You this a bit painless. How about this, whoever loses leaves the school and pays the other $5,000. This money should be easy for you, right? After all, this was your pocket money before. This money didn't scare him before, but for him now, it was a huge amount, this Shin Che. Yunzhou bit his teeth and agreed, okay, let's do it. After Yinzhou finished speaking, he took his two sisters and left. The others gathered around and said to Qin Shi, something will happen to you like this. Although Qin Shi didn't know why they were so enthusiastic, he still thanked them. Thank you for reminding him. It's okay, thank you all. Perhaps he had seen too much human evil in his past life, so now he was not able to completely open his heart and trust other people. Maybe in the future, but not now. Chapter 41, it was his fault in the first place. Everyone saw that he was so courageous and still admired him, so they asked him, what you just said is true you are the brother of Yinya and Yunmen? Qin Shi nodded and told them lightly. But as you all can see, I don't have much affection for them. They hate that I didn't show up, they hate that none of this happened. As for me, I actually don't care about them, and just want us to pretend we don't know each other. But they don't want to, they don't think I care about them, I want to be their parents' son, are you kidding me? Who wants to rush to please, do not like their own people I am crazy? Knowing that they don't like me, knowing that they loathe me, but still go up to be bullied by them, I'm not sick. When Qin Shi's words came out, everyone thought it made sense. Yes, who would want to go and get along with people who don't like them? So where do you live now? Do you live alone? In fact, they felt that the Qin Shi in front of them must also be very good, otherwise they wouldn't have come to their school. I live with my grandfather. My grandpa is very good to me, always protecting me. My grandpa makes me feel at home, so I don't need them. Before, the trafficker's family treated me especially badly, either beating or scolding me, and making me do a lot of work, so for me, my parents aren't good words, and it's better not to have them. When everyone listened to it, they were even more heartbroken with him. Compared to the three high-profile siblings, it is still good to get along with Qin Shi like this. You will definitely have a good life in the future, we believe that you will succeed, you should read well in the next 2 days. All the notes on our side can be lent to you. Let's add a contact information, and when the time comes, let's send it over to you. They thought of sending it to Qin Shi after making copies. Qin Shi hadn't studied in their elementary school before and didn't know what kind of progress their elementary school made. A lot of the question types had probably never been seen before. Good, then thank you very much. Qin Shi left an address for them, and at the same time, they dragged Qin Shi to the copy store, and 3 or 4 people went and copied the information to Qin Shi. Our school has always had a tradition of touching the bottom of the exam, so we all brought the materials with us. By the way, do you want to live in school? Our school has the option to choose between living in the school and going to school. Qin Shi naturally wanted to choose to walk to school, he had a lot of things to do during the week. I would like to choose to walk to school. They reminded him after hearing that, then you need to find a closer house. School is still pretty early on our side, you know? When you enter middle school, the time is much more compressed. They told Qin Shi a lot. Qin Shi thanked them. Thank you for helping me so much, why don't I treat you to some fried chicken? Qin Shi looked around and there were fried chicken stores in the school. Fried chicken means that it is fried directly with chicken pieces and a chicken rack, it is very flavorful and different from the later ones. They all agreed. They ate the fried chicken and drank the soda at the same time, this flavor was absolutely amazing. They also go back together. Qin Shi found that there are 2 of them, or the same neighborhood, and these 2 people are very easygoing. What does this mean? It is that the 3 themselves are high profile, and they feel that they are high up. After separating from his classmates, Qin Shi went back, and as soon as he went in, he saw that someone was there, and there was a little girl who had been crying, and Qin Shi went over to take a look. Oh, it turned out to be that Zhou Xiaoya. Grandpa Yi, he is really too much, you have to do it for me, drive him out, otherwise, I will come to your house every day to cry. Old man Zhou was heartbroken when he heard this, and said to Grandpa Yi, Old Yun, I know you love your own grandson, but bullying my granddaughter is a bit too much, isn't it? How do you have to properly discipline, or else you cannot manage in the future? Ye grandfather, as if he did not hear the general, sipped a mouthful of tea before opening his mouth. This is only your granddaughter's words alone, my grandson has not yet returned, I always have to ask what is going on, and then say it. What kind of joke is this, his grandson has not even returned, how can he believe what outsiders say? No matter how he used to feel about this Zhou Xiaoya, he definitely believes in his grandson. Old man Zhou got angry when he heard this and slapped his knee. What do you mean by that? Do you mean my granddaughter wronged your grandson? You have to be clear, my granddaughter is well behaved and lovely, she has always grown up by my side, but that Qin Shi is different, how do you know what he is like? Grandpa Yu once again sneered, even you know to favor your own granddaughter, I naturally have to trust my grandson. My grandson has a good character, even if he sees an old man on the side of the road, he will help him up, he will never do anything to hurt other people, unless that person strikes first. Everyone knows what your granddaughter's character is, don't they? Zhou Xiaoya is willful and presumptuous, no matter where she is, she always wants to be the brightest one, who doesn't know about this? You. Seeing that the 2 were about to argue, Qin Shi walked over, Grandpa, I'm back. Seeing Qin Shi come back, Grandpa Yi hurriedly stood up, how do you feel about enrollment today? Did anyone bully you? Hurry up and tell Grandpa, Grandpa will protect you. These words were telling Zhou Xiaoya and her grandfather, don't think that only Zhou Xiaoya has someone to protect her. Old man Zhou got even angrier and looked at Qin Shi and opened his mouth. Qin Shi, you say. Looking at his angry appearance, Qin wasn't scared at all, instead he was calm. I wonder what I should say. Is it to say that your granddaughter is aggressive and wants my grandfather to kick me out of the house? Or is it that your granddaughter asked me to make a bet with Yunjo and leave the school by myself if I lose? Or maybe your granddaughter said that my grandfather went through the back door and sent me to my current school. None of these stakes seem to be directly related to your granddaughter, yet she's trying to force her way out. When whoever wanted to beat me, I merely turned around and she herself fell hard to the ground, and that makes me guilty? Is it hard to believe that I have to obediently stand still and let her beat me? What kind of reasoning is that? Qin was clear about this whole thing in just a few words. Grandpa Yi was very angry when he heard this and looked at Old Man Zhou with a black face. Old Man Zhou, what does your granddaughter mean by this? What does my family's business have to do with her? Do you need her to say this here? What, are you all treating me as if I don't exist? You have to bully my grandson, don't you? Old Man Zhou glanced at Zhou Xiaoya and realized that she was flustered, and had a little bit of a guess in his heart, but he was still a dead duck. How can words be said like that? You think your grandson is right, I think my granddaughter is right, we both have our own opinions, it's impossible to see whose problem it is. Qin smiled when he heard this. This is simple, I see that the school's cameras are always on, go check the camera is not clear? I haven't touched a single finger of your granddaughter. As for whether your granddaughter said anything, or the words I said, you can go to those students to ask. There were a lot of people at that time, it's not like your granddaughter can turn out to be something else just because she said it alone. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoya got angry. Grandpa look, he just used this tone to talk to me. Yes, just now it was me who fell down, but I was also too angry, I was trying to hit him. Originally, the identity of the Yun family's youngest master should be Yunzhou's older brother. After he came back, how much did uncle, auntie and brother suffer? Grandpa Yi even kicked them out. Can we do that? Grandpa Yi, you are breaking their hearts. Speaking here, Zhou Xiaoya was even more energized, and she felt that what she said was not wrong. This matter was originally his fault, he was the one who ran back and made brother Yunzhou and the others leave. Now he even ran to study in the same school, what does he want? Doesn't he just want to show off? I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Grandpa Yi, I even told you today, the only person I like is brother Yunzhou, and the one I'm going to marry in the future is also brother Yunzhou, I won't have anything to do with Qin. Chapter 42 Who is not a child. Grandpa Yi laughed when he heard this child is really. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoya and told her. Whoever you like is fine, and whoever you don't like is also your freedom, of course for my family Qin, it's the same thing. Qin, tell her, do you like her? Don't like. Qin spoke coldly, I don't like unreasonable children. Zhou Xiaoya. Zhou Xiaoya was so angry that she stomped her feet while saying, I hate you. Coincidence. Kids being angry is cute, you're in middle school now, this kind is just childish. Hanging on to likes all day long, are you a kindergarten kid? Zhou old man is also very angry, think this Qin has no eyesight at all, don't know to let his sister, he didn't hold back to come to the sentence, Qin, Xiaoya is younger than you should let a sister. Grandpa Zhou's words are really funny, she is a child, I am not? It's the first time we've both been kids, so how come I have to give in to her? I'll apologize if I'm wrong. The problem is I'm not wrong. If you don't believe me, go call the CCTV. Grandpa, I'm going back to read first. Qin walked straight away from their side and didn't talk to them anymore. Still really thinks he's the one who gives face to everyone? It's really hilarious. After Qin left, they looked at Grandpa Yi, who said calmly, I don't think what my Qin said is wrong. Right or wrong isn't about who's older. Why should my Qin apologize for your Xiaoya's fault, it's really funny. Okay, that old man show is going to blow a gasket. Well then, you're so protective, aren't you? Then we don't have to deal with each other in the future. With that, he took Zhou Xiaoya and left. After going out, Zhou Xiaoya is still very angry. Grandpa, angry with me, I don't care, I have to find a way to do it. This made old man Zhou a little puzzled. Boy, what do you want to do? Zhou Xiaoya didn't say anything, just huffed. Grandpa, in short, you don't care. Qin returned to his room and began to study. He found that now he has a very good memory. Before the tutor tutored, but also said that he is very smart. Now he learned all the knowledge of junior high school and the junior high school, so he is really not afraid of that touch-based test. Even his other languages have been introduced. When it was time to eat, Grandpa himself came to call him. Qin, come out to eat. Don't worry, no matter what, Grandpa is definitely on your side. That little Zhou family girl is the one who is spoiled. Qin opened the door and told his grandfather, Grandpa, I didn't take it to heart, I'm studying. The grandparents and grandchildren ate together, and Grandpa told Qin that the business of beef jerky and chili sauce was very good and needed to be expanded, and he had already bought a few plants around the area. Qin felt that this is quite good, later demolition that is all money. Seeing that his grandson did not refuse, Grandpa Yi was so happy, very good, today is another day for his grandson to accept help it. Chatting almost, Grandpa also talked about the marriage contract with the Zhou family. In fact, at that time, it is our two old men talking about playing. I did not think of letting you marry Zhou Xiaoya. Don't worry, Grandpa refused at that time as for Yun Zhou. Poof. Grandpa snorted coldly that Yun Zhou were not as good as Qin Che. Zhou Xiaoya is blind, only think Yun Zhou good, later regret her useless, his grandson will never look at her more. Humph. Chapter 43 I Don't Want. Qin Che looked at his grandfather's appearance and felt particularly cute. Grandpa, it seems that her family does not think so. Grandpa Yi thought of this face more ugly, once again cold snort, said to his grandson, good grandson, you do not know, this old man is the most calculating, the first 2 years of their family development is better than ours, he did not recognize this matter, said that it was just a joke, so that we must not take it seriously. In the past 2 years, their family is not as good as we are, so they started to talk about this engagement in front of everyone, intentionally or unintentionally. Why is he still talking about Yunzhou? He thinks I'm too old to run the company, and sooner or later the company will have to be handed over to your parents, who love Yunzhou the most. But he's a cautious person, he will never make a decision right away, and he thinks you're the one I support, so he brought Zhou Xiaoya over to get to know you. He is thinking that his granddaughter is a heavenly fairy, you see it cannot move the rodent. How dare he look down on you like that, huh? How could my grandson be like that? That was a waste of effort on his part. When Qin Che heard this, he hurriedly nodded his head, Grandpa, don't worry, it's impossible for me to like her. Grandpa, you don't know, as soon as she came, she wanted me to get the hell out of here, and asked me to come and talk to you to get them all to come back, and also said that I'm not qualified to inherit everything, and to never compare myself to her brother Yunzhou. She really thinks too much, I never cared to compare myself to him, I don't even care about that family. What they think of me doesn't matter to me at all. But this school matter, I won't give in. Doesn't he want to kick me out of school? Then I'll let him leave on his own. Hearing this, Grandpa was heartbroken and hurriedly told Qin Che, you don't have to compare yourself to him, in Grandpa's place, you are always the best. Qin Che of course knows, but can make Yunzhou they break the defense pain, then he also does not mind to let them know what is reality. Grandpa, I know, but I also want to let everyone know that I am the pride of Grandpa. Grandpa believes in me, I'll do my best in the exam. Good. Zhou Xiaoya and old man Zhou were still angry after they went out. The two grandchildren had been blah blah blah, one saying that Grandpa was bad, the other saying that Qin Che was bad. Zhou Xiaoya even told old man Zhou that Grandpa, I won't marry him, I will only marry brother Yunzhou, okay? Old man Zhou calmed down and looked at his granddaughter, he was heartbroken for this granddaughter. Because of this, he would want this granddaughter to live a good life. But that Yunzhou is now. He couldn't tell his granddaughter directly, he could only tell her so. Xiaoya, you are still young, let's not think about these things, when you grow up we will talk about it. In the future, no matter who you choose, Grandpa will support you. However, Grandpa wants you to look at Qin Che, now that he's not pleasing you, you have to work hard to get him to listen to you, don't you think so? What if old man Yun lives longer? Then Qin Che will take over Yun's company, then it's the best choice to let your granddaughter be with Qin Che. It's best to combine the two companies together. Zhou Xiaoya was unhappy, very unhappy, she didn't want it, I hate Qin Che. If it wasn't for him, how would brother Yunzhou and the others have been kicked out? Grandpa, you don't love me anymore. Old man Zhou. Time flies on Monday, everyone came early this morning. Yunzhou also came, Yunya and Yun Meng had been practicing with Yunzhou for the past 2 days, constantly brushing up on their practice, they wanted Qin Che to be laughed at by everyone, they wanted him to get out. They hadn't realized that their mom hadn't been home for the past 2 days, even their dad, that was worried. Blue Moon was taken away, was taken to investigate. Has been investigated for 2 days, Monday this only came out, the police also checked out, she really did not know about this matter, but she is also really a legal person. Chapter 44 Pro Forma Escape. Let her out, that's because this thing is not what she did, and she does not know how she will become a legal person. But if she couldn't settle all the workers' wages and compensation, she, the legal person, was also going to go in, and it would be enforced. After she came out, she looked at the sky and felt that the dark clouds were gloomy, as if they were about to come down. She did not understand why Big Brother want to harm her so. She was very angry and rushed to her mother's house, only to realize that it was already empty and no one lived there at all. That meant that her parents, and her sister-in-law as well as her nephew had all run away. They left her behind and ran away. Good, they wanted her to face everything alone. She rushed back to find Yunhee to find a solution, she didn't expect to come back home and didn't see Yunhee, so she thought of going to the company's vicinity, and just when she arrived at the company's downstairs, she saw that Yunhee was following the secretary he had before, drinking coffee with him. Blue Moon instantly exploded, rushed over, gave that woman 2 slaps, the next second pulled her hair and began to dry. This side of Yunyan and Yun Meng has been waiting for Qin Che to come, waiting for a long time did not see Qin Che to come, they think it must be Qin Che dare not come. Yunya said to everyone. How about it, did you all see it? He didn't dare to come at all, he didn't dare to come to take the exam, he must have been hiding at home, either saying that he was sick or saying that he didn't feel well or something, wanting to hide over. Yunjo at this time, naturally, is to sympathize with Chin Che to help say a few words. Sister, you don't say so. Maybe Chin Che really have something delayed. It's okay, even if he doesn't come to this exam, I won't let him go. He's grandpa's favorite grandson. Even for grandpa's sake, I can't force him to leave. I only hope that he will be able to test a little before the bottom 50. Yun Meng said after hearing this. Look at you guys, my brother how good has always been for the sake of Chin Che. How about him? What did he do? Ha. Everyone is not a little cutie. What exactly the three of them meant, everyone could see it clearly. Aren't they trying to say that Chin Che doesn't dare to come, and they let Chin Che go? Everyone can't see past the opening of the mouth. If you guys really think like this, then why did you have to make this bet at that time? Yeah, if you guys were really nice to her, you wouldn't have said those weird words and done those things. It's like if you really cared about him today, you guys should be worried if he met something on the way instead of thinking that he is afraid to come. The three of you also don't treat everyone like cuties. What kind of people are you? We can see clearly. The three siblings were very angry when they heard those words and glared fiercely at those three people. Chin Che appears at this moment and realizes that this is the friend he met that day, the one who lent him the notes. Chin Che did meet things on the road. To the halfway point, the car suddenly stopped. Chin Che got out of the car, ready to go to school. This side of the school is not far away. He used to run to less than half an hour. But just a little bit ahead of the side found that someone was injured, is an old man. The old man was hit, his body was injured in many places, has been bleeding. He rushed over to help take a look. In his last life when he was locked up, it was the old Chinese doctor in the village who taught him his skills. In this life as well, his master had been teaching him how to deal with emergencies, how to deal with this kind of injuries from being hit, as well as being injured by being hit. The old Chinese doctor knew very well what kind of situation Chin Che was in that family. Being beaten and scolded and injured, that was a common thing. This is what the old Chinese doctor said: if you meet something outside, you can completely save yourself with your medical skills. In the things I gave you, there are all kinds of common medicines I prepared for you, and a set of silver needles. I look forward to it. You can protect yourself. If you don't have a license, that won't do. That's practicing medicine without a license, so it's best to take one. At that time, countryside traveling doctors can get a license after the exam. The plot is set. After all this, the old Chinese doctor also left the village. He had been here for many years, and now that he was old he should also leave. Chin Che went over to help stop the bleeding with a silver needle, and pressed a few acupuncture points, and finally even waited for the ambulance to come. He explained the situation, said he would only do this, and then left. The back of the reporter also came. Only photographed Chin Che's back, to know that just now no one dared to touch the old lady, the ambulance doctor said, thanks to that person to stop the bleeding, or the old lady in critical condition. Everyone thought that the back of that front was very tall. Waiting until the school heard everyone defend him, and that siblings three face a burst of green and white, very ugly. Yunya even directly stepped forward and spoke. What do you guys know? We have already given him many chances, it's him who doesn't cherish it. Besides, today, it was clearly him who fled from the battlefield. It's just that he's a coward even if we say the sky is broken, and he lost. She was unaware that Chin Che had already come into the classroom. Chapter 45, Your Hearts Are Weak. Who did you guys say lost? Chin Che's voice appeared and all eyes looked over as everyone was pleasantly surprised. Chin Che, you've come. Only the three of them changed their faces, becoming very ugly. Looking at them made people think that they were not happy. Yunya gritted her teeth and spoke with a puff of anger. You actually dared to come? I thought you were scared and didn't dare to come. Chin Che glanced at her. If I had come earlier, how would I have been able to listen to all your wonderful remarks? You don't know how to put your heart into your studies all day long, but you know these things, you are really something. When these words came out, Yunya was very angry and rushed over to look at Chin Che. What do you mean? Chin Che took 2 steps back. You stay away from me. I'm afraid that you will touch me and say that I pushed you or something, and then make me accompany you to the hospital, so I won't be able to take the exam? Yunya. You're talking nonsense. How can I be that kind of person? The others thought to themselves, you're not that kind of person. I'm really not sure if you are or not. But as far as your behavior of saying bad things about others behind their backs, it's very offensive. Yunya was so angry that she wanted to say something, but Yun Meng pulled her back. Forget it, you can't talk to him now, let's do well in the exam and wait for the result. They reluctantly returned to their seats. Chin Che also returned to his seat. The teacher came here, and disorganized all the seats again, and then told them, I hope you'll do your answers seriously, and don't make any small movements. In our side of the classroom, that has cameras. The equipment they use in this school is the best. When the others heard that, they sat down obediently. Good, now hand in your cell phones too. The people in this school can afford cell phones, many of them are bricks, nuox, x, motox. After they handed in their cell phones, the exam was officially ready to begin. Soon the invigilator came. The atmosphere is just like the college entrance exam. Chin Che is not in a hurry, carefully read the questions, and then do a good job. After the end of the examination, he didn't say much to them, just sat down on the seat and rested, and continued to the next subject. There were only 3 subjects in total: language, mathematics and English. During the break before the start of the last subject, English, Yunya started looking for trouble again. Shin-chae, in that small place of yours, there shouldn't be an English course, right? I heard that it's only available when you reach middle school. Then wouldn't you be screwed now? Even if Grandpa helped you find a tutor, there's absolutely no way you'll be able to pass us. Yunya was very sure of this, so she kept telling Yunjo not to worry. Zhou Xiaoyao on the side was also very happy to hear that Shin-chae just doesn't deserve to be compared to Yunjo's brother, and she even came up with a line, "Shin-chae, you'll never be able to compare to Yunjo's brother." Shin-chae felt that the two of them were just like the second little cutie. Like, every time it's this sentence, just like they are not tired. Shin-chae pressed them and ignored them, with the little cutie. What to say more? Shin-chae did not speak, the two of them instead quit. The two of them came in front of Shin-chae, and this time, the one who spoke first was Zhou Xiaoya. She looked at Shin-chae with some aggression. You say why don't you say it? You are weak, you just won't is not it. Yunya also followed the opening. I'll look at him just will not. Shin-chae, why do not you admit it? The others couldn't stand it anymore and came out to look at them. A female student and a handsome boy shouted at Yunya, Zhou Xiaoya, you two are crazy, aren't you? What do you want Shin-chae to admit? Zhou Xiaoya did not put these two classmates in her eyes at all. She was like no one else. Zuoming, you are less meddling here. Zuoming will not give her face. What do you mean by meddling? All of us are not used to seeing you guys. What are you forcing him to admit? I think you guys are the ones who are weak-hearted. Shin-chae stood up and thankfully glanced at Zuoming. Zuoming, thank you. They are afraid that Yunjo will lose. They don't have a bottom, so they want an answer from me. As if this will be able to calm their hearts. It can be seen that they themselves know that Yunjo is not as powerful as they say. When Zuoming heard it, it was really like this, not this reason. This is good, a few of them even less many people believe. Yunjo heard stood up and opened his mouth. Shin-chae, what are your grievances? You can tell me directly, how can you be like this? Sister is also for my good, only to tell you those, why can't you sympathize with her? That's a ridiculous thing to say, why should I sympathize with your sister? The others nodded their heads, that's why should they be forgiven for causing trouble? Yunjo listening to some confusion, the brain is not enough, only to hear Yunjo said, you are also her brother, in reason you should do this. You guys scolded me as should, cannot say is my wrong, I see you are the crooked reasoning. Chapter 46 This is wrong. His sister? How does Shin-chae feel that he heard the funniest joke? The next second he then opened his mouth. Who said that? Did I admit it? Sister? It's so damn ridiculous. Yunya and Yunmeng's faces darkened, very ugly. Although they had always been unwilling to admit Shin-chae, they were very unhappy at this moment when they were denied by Shin-chae. What do you mean? You even dared to disown us. Yunmeng followed suit and opened her mouth. You're a country bumpkin, what gives you the right to disown us? Shin-chae glanced at them. Get out of the way, getting in the way. The girls. We're just waiting for you to end up in the English countdown first place. Yes, we're waiting to see you laugh. The exam started and everyone was answering the questions carefully. Time passed by and soon the bell rang. The results will be known tomorrow morning, and in the afternoon they will start to divide the classes. Obviously the results are not yet out. The three of them just feel that Shin-chae must have lost, and their smug look is not hidden at all. The handsome Zuoming came over and sat down next to Shin-chae. Shin-chae, don't worry, I believe you can do it. Don't worry, I believe you can do it. They have 3 cafeterias here, the taste is not bad. Good. Shin-chae followed them to the cafeteria, and the 3 of them ordered 4 dishes. Before they finished eating, many people came outside. When they looked over, they realized that a reporter had come, and everyone was curious about what had happened, so they followed the reporter. They arrived in front of Shin-chae, and the reporter put the microphone in front of Shin-chae. You are student Shin-chae, right? You saved someone this morning, do you remember? Everyone's eyes looked over, and they were all curious about what had happened. The reporter told them that student Shin-chae had saved a grandmother in the morning, and the grandmother was now out of danger in the hospital. We then rushed over to visit Shin-chae. Yunjo's face was ugly. This Shin-chae was really good at making a splash. After Yunya heard it, she didn't believe it at all, but soon, she thought of something with a light in her eyes. She walked over and said to the reporter, how could a little kid like him save someone's life? Shin-chae, you don't know anything, blindly saving people like this is not good, right? What if you make someone's condition worse? You are not responsible for life. The others heard, seems to be this reason, indeed if fooling around, let people more dangerous how to do? Yunmeng also followed over to the reporter said, he is just back from the village, do not know anything. This time there is no accident, that is the life of others, you cannot think he is powerful, so easy to give others a wrong demonstration. What if, in the future, doctors, or not casually save people and make them worse? I am Shin-chae's sister, not at all what medical science, did not harm people is good. Reporter? The reporter was a bit helpless, is this really a sister? General sisters see their brother saved people, should not be very happy, very proud of it? How also with all sorts of disparagement, say this to them But really, it can also make their news more bright. So the reporter asked, "Classmate, since it's your brother, why are you saying this? Aren't you telling us that your brother is saving people recklessly?" The two of them, Yunya and Yun Meng, looked at each other and looked at the camera with a firm face. "It is precisely because we are his sister that we can't make everyone feel that this is the right behavior. Although we do not know how to cure the disease to save people, but our mother has told us, that is, do not know the condition, not a doctor cannot blindly save people, this will delay the condition, there is the possibility of aggravating the condition." Yun Meng also nodded and spoke gruffly, "We shouldn't do something to hurt others just for the sake of a moment of popularity." These words were telling everyone that Qin Che saved people, that was for the sake of the limelight. And at this moment, everyone also understood that this Yunya and Yun Meng just looked down on Qin Che and deliberately said so. And Yunzhou also at this time to step forward, looking at Yunya and Yun Meng said, "Sister, we know, you have always been a good sister, you are concerned about Qin Che. I believe Qin Che can understand your pain. Have to say they are really a family this tone of voice, and this little heart, that is exactly the same." The reporter, what people have not seen, their meaning is naturally understood. She continued to ask, "That in your opinion, meet the people in need of help, you are absolutely not help?" This time the two sisters were dumbfounded, and soon they responded, "If we meet people in need, we will not hesitate to help others, but we will not be like this. We will help others when we can. We wouldn't do something superfluous on our own, because we knew very well that we didn't have that kind of ability, and if we did something haphazardly, it might be another kind of harm." Chapter 47. I want to interview you. This is actually true in the eyes of many people. What if it makes the patient's situation worse? In fact, I also think Yun Meng, they are right. I have an uncle is like this, after fainting on the side of the road was moved, said to save him, actually aggravated his condition, finally went to the hospital, did not save. Sometimes self-righteousness to help is instead a kind of harm. Qin Che, this time, your two sisters are not wrong. Hearing someone say this, the others were now dumbfounded. How did this still become Qin Che's mistake? Then they still have to save people in the future. It seems like it is also if it is said that because they don't understand, they are inclined to save people again and end up harming them, this would be even worse. But when you see an injured person, shouldn't you go and help? Qin Che is also to save people. The reporter did not also said, "People, that patient is fine Everyone was discussing this matter, and Yunya and Yun Meng were the happiest. Yunya struck the iron while it was hot and said, "Qin Che, you do not hurry to apologize to everyone, this thing was originally your fault. As long as you apologize, I believe that everyone will still forgive you and will not pursue your responsibility. We will also let mom and dad go to visit that patient, and make it clear to them that you did this yourself, and it has nothing to do with mom and dad." Yun Meng was about to burst out laughing, but still have to hold back. She said, "Qin Che, we also want to get along with you, but you are too ignorant, to not take human life seriously." Just at this time, Qin Che took out his card. "I have always known that you cannot practice medicine without a license. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner, and at that time I naturally knew that I could not move around, so I was just responsible for stopping the bleeding. I also told the people next to me and the ambulance doctor all about it later. The whole time, I didn't have any problems. Nice guy. Good guy." Everyone was stunned at this. The reporter also confirmed this. "There's no mistake, Qin Che's classmate is certified. You have wrongly accused Mr. Qin Che." Now they were dumbfounded and unwilling to admit it. They said, "We are also for the sake of those who are injured, and we have to go beforehand." A few of them slipped away. The reporter then asked Qin Che a few questions. Qin Che answered. The reporter finally came to a sentence. "Qin Che students, those are really your family?" Qin Che answered categorically, "No, they have never treated me as a family member. I was switched by human traffickers, and I was switched with their now baby brother Yunzhou. But my return was very distasteful to their family. That parent of mine probably felt that my existence was a stain on them. The two girls just now felt that there was only one brother for them, and that I had destroyed their family. Only my grandfather was heartbroken that I was bullied all these years. Therefore, they are not my family. Everyone else, even if they weren't my family, would shed tears when they saw those injuries I suffered and when they heard that I was abused, because people were heartbroken, but they didn't have any feelings for me at all, for fear that I would come back and disturb their family reunion." Qin Che just had to say it, just to let everyone know about it. Just because they all hate me, they naturally won't say anything good. It was like forcing me to make a bet with them that if I couldn't pass Yunzhou, the school bully, then I would have to get out of the school. They were very confident and felt that I, a person from the countryside, couldn't compete with them at all. They're going to make me get the hell out of here on my own. Reporter. The reporter at the moment, her eyes lit up. She was originally here to film the civilian heroes, and now she could film the dog-blooded drama. "So what, Mr. Qin Che, I'll buy you coffee, or I'll buy you dinner, can you let me interview you? I'd love to write up your story, is that okay?" "This is good." Qin Che will naturally agree, "Good." So Qin Che and the reporter and Zhuo Ming changed places again. They went to the second cafeteria next door. There were private rooms on the second floor there. The reason why Zhuo Ming is there, that is Qin Che asked her to stay, since it is the first friend, it must be together. The reporter also did not shoot, took out the recorder. Mind if I record with this? Chin-che shook his head, don't mind. The reporter was very happy. Good, then we will be like chatting next. You don't need to worry about anything else. What I ask you, you just tell me naturally. Chin-che was also very satisfied with this kind of interview. It's fine. Chin-che, you, this name is very familiar. Seems to be the chairman of the Yun group recently. Just found back the grandson of his own? Can you tell us how the chairman found you? What kind of life did you have before? Zhou Mingyi heard this word for a moment, frowned. He felt that cannot start to ask so directly. He was a little worried to look at Chin-che. Chin-che, however, as if he did not care at all. When I met my grandfather, it was already a few years ago. At that time, I went to sell herbs on the street and saw my grandfather fainting on the ground. So I sent Grandpa to the hospital and also looked for public security. At that time, Grandpa's memory was a bit confused because of his disorder, and after he was discharged from the hospital, he went to a nursing home on our side, and I would visit him every week. Grandpa would also teach me some knowledge and show me some books that I wanted to read, and the two of us became very good friends. Yes, friends at that time. I didn't have much presence in that family, or I was the old bull in their family. I had to do a lot of work every day. I had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, make breakfast for them, and feed the pigs, chickens, and ducks. Then I need to go up to the mountain to work, and I need to cut back the hogweed first, and then go to do the work in the field. As long as I say one wrong word, I will be beaten violently. Said Chin-che lifted up his clothes. The scars on them were shocking. Even after a long time, there were still interlocking scars on it. The reporter took out his camera and took a few pictures. Not only on his hands, but also on his stomach, his back, and his legs. They all couldn't believe how much damage this man had gone through. And in his eyes at the moment, there wasn't any hate, instead he was calmly talking to them about that past. Then haven't you thought about reporting to the police? Chin-che heard, the corner of the mouth with a bitter smile, eyes flashing tears. At that time, I was stupid. I think the reason why I will not be treated, because the boss always have to do more. I thought that my brother is still small, my parents love him should be, that I do not work, who do it? I always think, as long as I work a little more, as long as I work a little harder, as long as I add a little more gas, mom and dad will be able to see that I know what I'm doing, and will be able to give me a smile or an encouraging look. I don't want much, I just want them to see me in their eyes, but that's just my delusion. They can't wait for me to do all the work. Who knew they didn't love me was a few months ago. Before though they didn't feed me or clothe me and I thought they were just being partial. That's when they told me that I didn't have to go to middle school. Even though they knew my grades were actually pretty good, they didn't want me to go, they wanted me to follow a relative of the family to a factory. That relative went to a factory that was particularly tiring, and several of the children from our village who were taken there were not able to come back later. They said they all had accidents while working on the machines. But they didn't care. They just wanted me to earn money. When I didn't want to, they locked me up and beat me with whips every day. There wasn't a piece of good flesh on my body. At that time, I knew they didn't love me. Luckily during those years, I had been secretly saving money. The reason why I have TCM is because during those years, if I didn't work a little harder and secretly dig up herbs, I would have starved to death. Seeing that it wasn't easy for me, my master took me on as an apprentice and taught me to recognize herbs while teaching me medicine. Of course, since he was most proficient in bruises, that's what I learned better. Later, my very stingy grandmother brought back chickens from other people's homes that had been drugged down and cooked them for dinner. They wouldn't give me the meat, so they beat me up and threw me out. After I came out, I met the kindest fat aunt in the village. Auntie Fatty took me to master's side and asked him to look at my wound. I told the master that I didn't want people to know about my relationship with him, and I was afraid that my inhuman family would scold him. So at that time, he even charged a symbolic amount of money. Later, the family was poisoned and that grandmother of mine was paralyzed. And I learned that I was not their biological child. Chapter 48. My grandson is just filial. Hearing this, the reporter couldn't help but redden her eyes. She didn't expect the boy in front of her to have gone through so much. She choked and opened her mouth. Then what happened later? The corner of Chin-che's mouth revealed a smile, as if in despair, he saw light. Later, Grandpa said he wanted to help me find my family, but I said no. Since the traffickers deliberately switched, I think the family should be very good to that child. Even if I go back, it is just a redundant person. Grandpa said even so, he would help me find it. Then I participated in a math competition, and right after that, Grandpa investigated the truth, and it turned out that I was his own grandson. As I thought, my real parents didn't like me, and they even hated my existence. Because of me, their family's happy life was ruined. Because of me, they had to be estranged from their precious son. They all that they wished I never appeared. The corners of Chin-che's mouth were tinged with a bitter smile and a faint heartache. Then he said as if he didn't care that we stayed over there for another 2 months before coming back. They did not go to pick us up, and when they returned home, they even told me that Yunjo will always be their child. Let me not allow to bully Yunjo, for them, they hate me very much. Of course I don't like them either. My grandfather was very nice to me, and seeing that they hurt me, he kicked them out. When I came to school, they were also all sorts of calculating, and I didn't want to care, but on what grounds? Shin-chae looked up at the reporter, he looked firmly at the reporter, and the words he said were also very firm. I don't have any mistakes. When I was abducted by human traffickers, it was not my fault. I was switched by human traffickers, also not my fault. I just want to ask, but it's only been 2 years, can a child really become a completely different person? Did they not have any suspicions or did they not care? Or maybe, at that point, they just needed a child to show up and pass off as theirs. Of course none of that really matters, I don't care anymore. I just want to be able to keep well with them, they don't like me and I don't like them. I don't want to have any more extra involvement with them, there's really no point. But their sons and daughters, it seems like they don't think so, always like to find existence in front of me, always want to prove to be better than me. I don't understand what's the point of this? At the end, the reporter left with red eyes and said to him, "Didn't you say you know how to make beef jerky? Then you must invite me to see it next time, can you?" Of course. The reporter's sister left, and Zhuo-ming was immersed in that story, and could not return to his senses for a long time. Zhuo-ming, let's go back. It was also at this time that Zhuo-ming opened his mouth. I also have a little pocket money in my hand, and I want to do business with you. What do you think? What can the two of us do? Zhuo-ming listened to his story, and also felt that money in the hand is not good, but also need to make money, so he thought of doing business with Shin-chae. Shin-chae froze for a moment, not expecting him to want to do business with him. What I am doing now is all about food, but I think we can look at other places. What do you think about getting a little bit of what we don't have in this place to sell? Zhuo-ming is a bit of a genius, he immediately named 2 places. It's very simple, one is Wu City, the other is Hai City. Which place do you want to go to? There are a lot of department stores in Wuchang, as well as product exchanges with the other side of the river, and the clothing and home appliances in Haichang are very good. Tell you what, let's both go and have a look around. How about we go on the weekend? I'll arrange the airplane. Shin-chae nodded, of course. Zhuo-ming was his first friend and was handsome and straightforward. Of course, no problem. Both of them are rich masters, and when they say they will do it, there is no hesitation at all, and the little baby is only making the choice, while they are both going to see it. The two of them made an appointment, and that's when they were ready to go back into the classroom. When they went back, they found that those 3 people were still there, and Yunya even ran over directly and looked at Shin-chae very angrily. Shin-chae, let me ask you, what did you say to the reporters? I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense, Mom and Dad won't let you off. Good man, it's already this time and they're still talking like that. How old are you? You still only tattle on your mom and dad. How can you be so pathetic? Besides, what makes you think that I care about your parents? I feel like you guys really don't understand words. After saying that, Shin-chae turned around and left. Who wants to talk to them more, wasting time off? Back at home, Grandpa didn't mention this matter. Shin-chae told Grandpa about going to Haichang. Grandpa, I want to go to Haichang with my friends. We want to look at the clothing over there and then come back over here to open a clothing store or something. We also want to look at electronics. Speaking of which, Shin-chae thought of something, the cell phone industry can start investing. Grandpa, I think cell phones have gotten better and better in the past 2 years, with more and more features. Has Grandpa ever thought about researching cell phones, and computers, and other electronic products? This is very profitable in the future. Grandpa heard, feel a little interesting, let Shin-chae continue to say to hear. Shin-chae thought about it, and then told his idea. Grandpa, you see now the cell phone has been very convenient, you can send text messages, you can make phone calls, then maybe you can play more games in the future. If all the games inside the game hall can be played on a cell phone or computer, then there will be a lot of people using it. The ones we use now are all foreign brands, I don't like this, we should set up our own domestic brand. What do you think, Grandpa? Grandpa suddenly remembered that recently there seems to be a domestic company that is looking for investment. The name is still Ion, it's Ion Country and that's still a company set up by the son of an old friend of his. Since you're interested in this, then Grandpa will invest in it. Grandpa has a nephew who has opened a company like this, the name is Love Cloud, it's just been established for 3 years, how much do you think Grandpa should invest in it? Iyun. Hearing this name, Shin-chae was stunned, this is one of the 3 big heads of cell phones in the future. In the beginning, not much attention was paid to it, but then it became one of the 3 big heads, and it has always been a domestic, did not accept outside investment. Grandpa, invest in it. This is a domestic production, we must vote Looking at his grandson so excited, Grandpa said, good, but they are not just cell phones, there are other electronic products, I heard there are more directions. Grandpa was still hesitating before, since you said so, then Grandpa will invest in your name, then you will be one of the shareholders. Shin-chae froze, he looked up to Grandpa. When he heard that, he reached out and touched his head, don't look at me in this way, Grandpa will feel that he is still not good enough for you, that's why he makes you so outgoing. You are Grandpa's precious grandson. If it wasn't for you, Grandpa would have already died, how much Grandpa gives you, that's all Grandpa is happy about. Because of you, Grandpa now thinks that Grandpa can live for another 20 years, at least until you get married and have children, to see the great-grandchildren. Before, he felt that there was no running in life, but now he felt that he still had to live well, and it would be good to see the future of his grandchildren. Shinche's face instantly read. Grandpa C can be happy, he has not seen before, this grandson so shy when yo. Grandpa. Speaking of exercise, Shinche thought of one thing. Grandpa, you want to not practice Vajra Gong and Longevity Gong. Of course Shinche actually later, that is in the small video site, follow the Taoist master to practice. If you want to practice now, then you have to go to the Taoist master, right? What is that? Grandpa has a little curiosity. Taijiquan he practiced 2 days, but this Vajra work and longevity work did not. Shinche hurriedly opened his mouth. Grandpa, this is also a Taoist Gongfu, my master said. After practicing these 2 Gongfu, it is very good for the body, and also able to cure some discomfort. You just go to the place where that Taoist master is to take a look. Why don't I go with you? Shinche is aware of the address. It's just in the next province, still in the mountains. Grandpa, I heard the master say that in order to go to see the Taoist master, you have to walk up from the bottom of the mountain itself. I will go with you, okay? My appointment with Zuoming is on Saturday, so why don't we grandchildren go on Thursday? Friday is the split class. I just need to know where it is. Shinche felt that since he was going then he couldn't put it off. Grandpa's health was most important. Good. Grandpa of course agreed, as his grandson cared about him. Shinche got up early, first went for a run, started reading English words, then had breakfast and went to school. When he arrived, Zuoming came over. Grandpa, ye called my grandpa and said that you are taking him to Cloudy Mountain, looking for a Taoist master? Shinche? Shinche nodded. That's right, I thought of taking my grandfather to see. That Taoist master is very powerful. No matter what, at that time, the whole certain sound followed along and practiced. It must be a real master. Chapter 49. You cheated. Then together, the 2 of us happened to go to Haicheng together. Shinche heard. It is okay, no problem but the place where the Taoist master is located in the mountains. Want to ask the Taoist master to see the doctor, then you have to walk up. Zuoming is still very confident in himself. Don't worry, I and Grandpa are very capable of walking, don't worry about us. If he said so, he naturally believes him. Good, then we will go together. Not long after, the students ran in excitedly. The excitement was similar to that of Fan Jin. It's out, Zuoming, Shinche's results are out. Hearing this, Zuoming was also curious. How was it? What was the first place? Zuoming thought that with their notes, no matter what, it will not be the last, as long as it is not the last 50, with a few of them, they will not let Shinche leave this school. When the time comes, the 3 siblings, and the Zhou Xiaoya will just get to another class, Zuoming that has the ability to do this. Zhou Hui excitedly slapped his thigh. I don't even dare to believe, Shinche is the first place. Now Zuoming was surprised, followed by surprise, he patted Shinche's shoulder. I was worried about you for a long time, thinking that if they continued to make trouble, I would tear my face off with them, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful, directly the first place. Overall, they were all very happy for Shinche. This is really great. The corners of Shinche's mouth also revealed an expression of surprise. I didn't expect that I would be able to take first place either. In fact, in the past 2 days, I've been practicing desperately, just thinking about trying harder. When doing the questions, I also told myself to be twice as careful. I can't let you guys worry about me. Zuoming once again patted his shoulder. Go, let us go out and see. Some people broke the defense expression. That's right, a few of their siblings broke the defense. How can they not believe this is true? Looking at the first place Shinche, they only felt that it was cheating. After seeing Shinche walk away, Yunya told everyone just don't be fooled by him, there is no way he can be the first place. He must have been cheating and must have gotten the test paper in an improper way. He was just a poor boy from the countryside, studying inside a rundown village. With such a background, how could he be number 1? How powerful is our school? We are from the experimental elementary school, we didn't even get full marks, how could he? Yunmeng also felt that it must be cheating, otherwise he could not be so powerful the first time, there must be a problem in the middle. But for a moment, they hadn't found the problem, and that was where the trouble was. Yunmeng came to Shinche's front and spoke bitterly. Shinche, this is not right, I hope you can find the teacher and admit your mistake to the teacher, so that you still have room for redemption. Shinche looked at Yunmeng, the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. You say this is not to tell everyone that I am cheating? How can you prove that I cheated? Previously said that I was practicing medicine without a license. Now say that I am cheating. How? You guys are not wanting anything. Open your mouth and start targeting me. Whoever asks the question, proves it. Now please prove that I cheated. If you guys can't produce any evidence, then I'll have to settle a score with you guys for slandering me over and over again. Yunya and Yunmeng were dumbfounded that they could be said so, and the first thing they did was to think of ways to prove that they had not cheated. They didn't expect Shinche to do the opposite, which made them passive. Before Yunmeng could think of a way, Yunya, who was on the side, spoke up. You don't need proof, you came from a small place, how could you possibly pass us? You must have colluded with some teacher. Otherwise, you just secretly read the papers, otherwise how could you be number one? We have studied hard for many years, how can we not be able to beat you, a countryside, what a joke. Chin-che laughed, the original slander me is not enough, but also want to slander the school then let the teacher to deal with it, not deal with it, we will report to the public security. My innocence, not you want to slander, can slander. Their quarrel is very loud, plus all the people are discussing this matter, of course, most people believe Chin-che. There are invigilators and cameras in this exam, how could Chin-che cheat? Chapter 50, Must Apologize. Everyone felt that this was them being unreasonable. How many times had this happened? They just had to throw dirty water on Chin-che. In the past, their persona was that they were simple and kind, caring for each and every one of their classmates. The so-called simple and kind can also be pretended, they are kind of senile. The head teacher heard the commotion over here and also came over. After coming over, he looked at them and asked what was going on. What are you arguing about? What's going on? Tell me. Seeing that the director of instruction had come, Yunya was not afraid and hurriedly opened her mouth. Director is like this, Chin-che is the first place this time, we are very skeptical about this result. He's from the countryside, how could he do so well on the exam? How could he have crushed so many of our school's academics? This is absolutely impossible, there must be something wrong in the middle. The director of teaching was angry and laughed, nowadays children really open their mouths and say that people are cheating. First of all, I have to make a clarification for this. First, student Chin-che is very good. Secondly, I want to tell you one thing, no matter where you come from, no matter where you are, you can't use your prejudiced eyes to look at others. Just because people come from other schools doesn't mean they have bad grades. Third, with all the surveillance under the teacher's eyes, it's impossible for Chin-che to cheat. Fourth, you also said he's a new transfer student. He doesn't know any teachers or friends in this place. Then may I ask you, how did you let him have access to the question paper for our exam? And this set of question papers, which never appeared in the school, was sent directly from the education department side today. Finally, classmate, do you realize that your suspicion will make others very upset? It's a very excessive thing to suspect someone without evidence. Now please apologize to student Chin-che. If this was a classmate who had been in this school for a long time, if it wasn't the first time he had transferred to this school, then they might have even bothered to check. The problem is, Chin-che is a new student, and at the same time, he just came here, so it's impossible for him to be involved with other students, or something like that. This kid is a complete genius. After they knew about this kid's grades, they wanted to find this kid to have a good chat, definitely to go to the experimental class. I didn't expect that just after coming over here, I heard about this matter, these few people now really know how to pick a fight up. After everyone heard this, they believed Chin-che even more, and they all told a few of them. Yunya, you lost on your own, but still have the nerve to make excuses here, slandering others Chin-che. Here we are even more angry, directly with the director said, Director, you do not know just now they also said it, said with the teacher has collusion, must be you put the paper to Chin-che. The director was very angry after hearing this, call your parents. After they heard it, their faces went white, and Yunya hurriedly stood out, this is what I said, I admit it. I just think that he is a person from a small place, absolutely impossible to get such a high score. I just felt that there was something fishy, and I wanted him to prove it. Good guy, that's what he said. Chin-che looked at her and said, then I still think that you stole from me, so do you want to prove that you didn't steal from me? Yunya instantly became angry, very angry. What are you talking about, when did I steal from you? According to your logic is like this you think I cheated, I am cheating. Then I think you steal, you are stealing. The director looked at her like this and opened his mouth, well, Chin-che student, you don't have to say that, wait for her parents to come, then we can deal with her after that. But right now, the two of you, Yunya and Meng, must apologize to Chin-che in front of everyone. Your behavior like this is very excessive, understand? At this time, Yun Ming thought of a possibility, Director, my sister just doesn't quite believe it, is it possible that he copied the second place? Good guy, when this came out everyone laughed, what kind of talk is this, please, if you are going to say it in a decent way, okay? We've only heard of the latter copying the work of the first place, but how can the first place copy the second place? The second place also came out at this time, holding his glasses, his name is Lin Hang. I looked at the gap between me and Chin-che's classmates, and the gap between us was the last big question, which I didn't solve. The fact that he solved it was enough to show his ability. He then looked at Yunya and Yun Meng, of course at your level, you won't be able to understand my words, what they mean. But for you guys to say that others are plagiarizing in this manner is really very trashy. We don't care to talk about other students in such a way. Mr. Chin-che is very good, but we will definitely catch up with him. Today is just the beginning of junior high school. I believe that in the next 3 years, I will catch up with Chin-che's footsteps. People who are real schoolmasters are sympathetic and work together, instead of using this kind of small gesture to say that people plagiarize. This kind of behavior, a few of them were very shameless. Yunya was very angry when she heard this and glared hard at Chin-che, simply because this school bully was someone Yunya liked very much and belonged to the kind of idol. At this moment, when she saw Lin Hang say this, her heart was hard to bear. Lin Hang, I'm not jealous of him, I'm just puzzled. I don't think it's possible for him to be so great. Let's put it this way, I'm very familiar with him. I know exactly where he came from. How could someone from that place be so powerful? Yunya then looked at the director and said to the director, Director, I'm siblings with him, he used to be in a small mountain village. You said that kind of educational resources. It means that when you don't know, Shin-Che students work very hard. Yunya, you are so presumptuous to speculate about others, it is too much. Immediately call your parents, your mother is not convenient, then call your father. The director was even more angry now. He had explained that it was impossible for Shin-Che to cheat. On the contrary, Yunya was still here to keep pestering. He really wanted to ask Blue Moon how in the world she taught her daughter. The other students hurriedly spoke up. Director, we believe in student Shin-Che. That's right, Director, we all believe in student Shin-Che. Everyone else said they believed Shin-Che. As for Yunya and Yun Meng and Yun Zhou, they were taken directly to the office, and the director looked at them with great disappointment. Of course, along with Shin-Che, Lin Hang, and Zhuo Meng. When they got here, Yunya and Yun Meng wanted to talk, but the director interrupted them. Yunya, Yun Meng, you need to be clear about your identity. What do you want? Slandering a classmate, pestering them, framing them, do you know that this is against the law? Yunya and Yun Meng couldn't lift their heads from what they were being told. I told you guys, there are cameras, there are teachers, student Shin-Che is still a freshman, and his grades are there for all to see. The school's test papers, all the more reason not to be peeked at in advance. Hurry up and call your dad to come over and take care of it. Now they're scared. Yun Meng shouted with some fear, Director, can you call my mom? Mom won't say anything about them. She'll be on the same side as them. The director looked at them and only then spoke, you really don't know, ah? They were a bit confused and didn't respond. What? The director froze, thought for a moment, this really can't be known by the children, so he spoke. Your mom hasn't come to school for a few days, saying she has something to do. Even if your mother comes, she will have to make you apologize. Blue Moon at the moment also has no time she though out, must immediately go to that factory, see exactly how much money needs to be prepared, and then give the money to the workers, and fines, and the money that should be paid, in short, a whole lot of things. She was so busy right now that if she couldn't get it all taken care of, then there was a chance that she wouldn't even be able to keep her job. All those years of reputation would all be gone too. Chapter 51, Inviting Parents. Yunya and Yun Meng were very upset. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They used to be able to say that they were walking sideways because their mom was in this school, and now that her mom just wasn't in school, they were being bullied. Go and call your dads. They could only go and make the call. Yunha hadn't reacted when he got the call. He was looking for a job. He had thought that, with his ability, it must not be difficult to find a job. In the past, many people had dug them up, hoping that he would go to their company to guide and direct their work. But now that he went, they said that it was not suitable, saying that there was no job that suited him, no position that suited him. So many days had passed, and not a single job had been found. I should have known better than to throw up with the old man. He can't show it in front of his children, but he is their greatest father. Daughter, what's wrong? Hearing her father's voice, Yunya was aggravated and tearful as she said what happened, her voice still choked. Hearing that it had something to do with Shin-Che, Yuni was so depressed that he couldn't stand it. Why did it have something to do with Shin-Che again? They can't stay away from Shin-Che. The old man protects Shin-Che like an eyeball, he surely can't do anything about it. I know, I'll be right over. When they arrived at the school, Yunya and Yun Meng saw Yun-He coming and hurriedly walked over to look at him accusingly. Dad. The director frowned, did I tell you to go over? They came back obediently this time. Yun-He walked over and looked at Shin-Che on the side, only to see that his gaze was not even looking at him. Yun-He walked over and respectfully asked the teacher what happened. Yunya Yun Meng, father, the matter is like this, your family Yunya and Yun Meng casually slandered student Shin-Che cheating. As soon as they said that, I think he's from the countryside. He could never have gotten such good grades or anything. Without evidence, can one talk nonsense? At this time, Grandpa also came. As soon as he came in, he walked next to Yun-He and raised his hand to slap him. Yun-He was instantly confused. Director. The director hurriedly came over to talk out the fight. If these two parents fought in his place, it would be all over. That Shin-Che grandfather, right? We can't do anything. Grandpa with a smile at the corner of his mouth, smiling gently at the teacher. The teacher is okay, I hit is my son. Director? Ha? You family So what are Yunya and Yun Meng doing? Grandpa hurriedly denied, Director, we are not family with them. I already knew about the situation on my way here, and as Shin-Che's parents, my side demanded that they apologize at the whole school assembly. They should also write a review and be disciplined. Otherwise, they won't learn from their mistakes. And my grandson was suspected by them for no reason, they must apologize. I also hope that your school can step in to explain. Yun-He on the side, that is not a word dare not say, he now face is still hot and painful. If he dares to say one more sentence, the next second will not know what will happen to. Yunya and Yun Meng looked at their father with aggression. After looking at them for a long time, they finally failed to see the flowers. The director asked them to write a review, wrote a demerit, and also apologized in the whole school assembly. The two aggrieved and wanted to run away. The director could not stand it. Yunya and Yun Meng dads, if your daughters really ran off like that, disregarding the teachers and ignoring the school rules, then please take them back. You can choose another school to attend. This attitude of theirs to just leave and not put the teachers in their eyes is truly abhorrent. The moment they heard this, Yunya and Yun Meng hurried back to stand obediently. This school is already a key middle school, not to mention the other key schools have stopped accepting students. Even if they don't, they can't go off. They were just thinking before, no matter what, there is mom's relationship in it. Now see, the director does not give mom face at all, naturally good. Yunha can only accompany them to write, a side of Yunjo also accompanied. The director directly let Yunjo go back. Yunjo, you go back to your class, the afternoon will have a notice of class separation. Yunjo worriedly looked at the two sisters, they waved towards him, he then stepped 3 back to go back. Grandpa was sitting on the side, watching them write. While looking at them, he also had to glance at Yunhee at the same time. Yunha. The director was right next to him, talking to Qin Shir, Lin Hang and Zhou Wei. The 3 of you are in the experimental class, you can go there now. Your old class is waiting for you over there. Also about this exam, we will let everyone see Qin She's exam room. Saying this, the director looked at Qin She very seriously. Qin She student, please believe that we don't have the slightest intention of doubting you. We are letting everyone see your strength. This is not to prove that you didn't cheat, this is to let everyone see your strength. Qin She nodded and spoke very sincerely, thank you, director. Qin She was truly thankful, seriously, like the director who didn't have any doubts and firmly believed in him, he was grateful. Go, the whole school assembly will be held in the afternoon. Grandpa also nodded his head towards Qin She. Go on. Originally, I thought that the division of classes would take the next day, but I didn't expect that the division of classes came out at the same time as the results came out. There is no Yunjo in the name of the experimental class, which is the first 50 in the whole school. That is to say, Yunjo had previously said that he was a school bully, and now he was also slapping his own face. Even when they went back to pack up their things, Yunjo was lying on the table, not daring to raise his head at all, just wanting to pretend that this hadn't happened. He wanted to be like this, but the others wouldn't agree. Yunjo, what are you doing lying on your back? Didn't you say that you would definitely be able to win against Qin She? Chapter 52. Boys at this age. Before, when he was aggressive, he said that people didn't dare to come, and pretended to say that he wouldn't let him really go. Now what? How not arrogant, ah! When Yunjo was before, he was very proud of himself and often looked down on people, saying that he was the best school bully. Now it is outside the 100, although it is said that it can also stay in the school, right, but compared to the previous top 10 rankings, it is not a half a star difference. Now looking at him like this, it was natural for everyone to talk about him. They pushed Yunjo's shoulder. Yunjo, you also don't pretend to be asleep, hurry up and get up and talk. Ah, didn't you say that you were surely in the top 10? In that case, it's those results you had before that make us suspicious. Yunjo only felt that the mouths of these people of theirs were too poisonous. He clutched his ears, not wanting to hear a single word in. He didn't want to hear it, someone wanted him to hear it. A boy came over and pulled his head out. Yunjo was forced to look at everyone, he gritted his teeth and looked at them. What do you guys want? I'm only in a bad mood because of too many things that happened at home, and that's what affected my grades. Even if I'm outside the 100th percentile, I'm not in the bottom 50, I can still study here, can't I? What's wrong with experimental classes? What's wrong with regular classes? As long as I work hard, I too can get into high school, and I too can make my youth blossom in the most beautiful way. These words, if placed in other places, must be very hot-blooded, but not here. Everyone looked at him with disdain in their eyes, and others looked at him as if they were looking at a clown. The corners of everyone's mouths were tinged with a smile, as when he had laughed at others. You guys, what are you looking at me like that for? Even though they didn't say anything, Yunjo still felt that they were laughing at him, talking about him behind his back. Zuoming came in front of him and opened his mouth with a smile. Yunjo, you are quite shameless, you don't think that just because of this, you can pretend that nothing has happened, right? According to your original bet, you yourself say, what should you do now? Yunjo blared fiercely at Zuoming. This Zuoming was doing it on purpose. If according to the bet, he would have to leave this school, and have to give money to Qin She, although it is not much, but he is not willing. He looked to the side of Qin She, who hadn't said anything. Qin She, I don't have that much money. I may have had it before, but I don't have it now. It's not easy for me and my parents right now, we're not like you following grandpa. If you have to make me leave this school, then I won't have a school to study in, and then people will say that you are wrong, it will affect your reputation, what do you think? Yunjo was gritting his teeth, saying these words. He knew that he would be laughed at, but it didn't matter, when he became number 1 in the future. These people will not dare to laugh, as long as his mom comes back and helps him to hook the key, just like before. Qin She also laughed when he heard these words and looked at him and asked, you don't think that if you say this, I will tell you that you stay, right? Are you dreaming? If it is me who loses today, you will not hesitate and kick me out of this school. Willing to bet you can get lost. As for where will you go to school in the future? What your future should be like is none of my business. I'm not your father. Fame. Oh, it was clear who was right and who was wrong. Everyone's eyes were shining. Everyone else laughed at this and applauded. That's right, who's right and who's wrong, they can see clearly. Originally Chin-che did not take them seriously, they preferred to bump into people again and again, laughing and bumping into the iron plate and regretting it. The world is not so good. When Yoonjo saw this scene, he was so angry that he wanted to run out. He wanted to escape from this place. Before he could run out, he was grabbed by Chin-che's hand. Yoonjo was furious, his eyes were on fire, and all he wanted to do at the moment was to run away from this place quickly. Let go of me, you let go of me. Yoonjo kept struggling, but there was no way to pull his hand back from Chin-che's hand. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Chin-che looked at him coldly and spoke directly, $5,000 out. Chin-che didn't care where Yoonjo was going, but the money had to stay. Of course, Yoonjo was reluctant and squeezed a few words out of his teeth. I don't have it. Chin-che looked at Zwameng. There is no pen and paper, let him write a note. Of course, Yoonjo is reluctant. If he writes, he does not have to pay back. I do not. It was at this time that Yoonhee came to the classroom. What happened? Seeing that a parent had come, everyone looked over, and Yoonjo tried to walk over, but was grabbed by Chin-che. Dad, save me, Chin-che wants me to write him an IOU. Everyone was angry to hear Yoonjo backpedaling and turning black and white upside down. Uncle, we can testify that it was Yoonjo himself who wanted to make a bet with Chin-che, and the three siblings wanted to drive Chin-che out. Now that Yoonjo lost, he denied it. Yoonhee glanced at Chin-che, he hoped that this son would say something. He thought that if Chin-che said something, he would be able to play the emotional card with him. He hadn't had a good talk with Chin-che yet, and he thought that boys at this age should all want their fathers very much, right? Chapter 53, he should just get lost. He looked at him for a long time, but Chin-che didn't even put his eyes on his face, which made it hard for Yoonhee. As for Yoonjo, he also waited for his father's reply, but his father's eyes were on Chin-che, so he was disappointed. He felt his heart, little by little, cooling down. This dad who said he would always treat him as his son, seemed to be going back on his word. He was sad, but he could only bite his teeth and say, Dad, you speak. Yoonhee came back to his senses, but he didn't even hear what Yoonjo said. What did you say? Yoonjo. The others laughed out loud. This Yoonjo also said how he was favored. Now it seems that it is not what he said at all. Well, Dad, Chin-che asked me to give him $5,000, but also told me to get out of this school. You help me make the decision. I don't want to leave. He looked at his dad accusingly. His eyes were very red, tears were swirling in his eyes, as if they would flow down in the next second. He sniffled, then held it back. Even if they said he didn't keep his word, so what, he wasn't leaving anyway. Yoonhee sighed and walked over to Chin-che. Chin-che, can we have a chat? Only then did Chin-che look at him, only his eyes were icy cold, looking at Yoonhee with some chills in his heart. Cannot, you either help your son to give money, or I will go to tell grandpa. Do not have to give money to your two daughters. Anyway, it's all a joke, everyone can deny it. Yoonhee's face became even more ugly. Do you have to be like this? I am your father. Chin-che stretched out his hand to interrupt him. This gentleman, don't talk nonsense. I didn't admit that I am your son. Although the facts are clear and obvious, there are still records of your previous words about severing ties with me. I'm not the kind of person who rushes in. Don't worry, I'm either a stranger or an enemy to you. Yoonhee. Yoonhee's face became even more ugly. This Chin-che really didn't give him any face at all. Chin-che, I know you are angry about the day you came back. Put a stop to it. Chin-che's gaze at him was tinged with contempt. If you are a man, don't be ashamed. What did you say in the beginning? I have a video. Do you need me to play it over and over again on the TV station? Yoonjo. Then what do you want? Yoonhee gritted his teeth. At this moment he is also a little resentful. This Chin-che, really oil and salt. I said pay the money and let him go. This is the bet, he said himself. If he thinks it's a joke, I can tell grandpa that it's a joke. You know very well that grandpa loves me very much. I believe grandpa will listen to me. Grandpa, at this time, also walked in from outside. Yes, I listened to my grandson. After Grandpa came in, he was followed by a lot of people. Their hands were holding a lot of boxes. Inside were beef jerky and chili sauce. Our Chin-che is happy to be classmates with all of you. These snacks are on the house. The whole school has them, don't worry, haha. Hearing this, everyone boiled over. Thank you, Grandpa Chin-che. Thank you, Grandpa Chincho. The students all got a box. Grandpa then walked towards Yoonhee, who subconsciously dodged to the side. The way he looked at him was disgusting. No talent stuff. You want to bully my grandson again while I'm not around, right? Let me tell you, if you don't do what my grandson says, then I won't give your two daughters any money, tuition, living expenses, I won't give it at all. You know that's a lot of expenses. Grandpa decided to save. They are the parents, aren't they? Yoonhee's eyes widened and he was depressed. Dad, why do you listen to him? Grandpa glanced gently at his grandson. I like it, I'm happy with it. You can choose yourself, you have to know that the decision I made will not be changed. Yunhee was depressed. He glanced at the heartbroken Yunzhou. Dad, I can't do this kind of thing. Yunzhou, that is also my son. Pa! Grandpa slapped him again, and after he did, he kicked him to the ground. After the kick, Grandpa apologized to everyone. Children, sorry, Grandpa is a little impulsive, but Grandpa really cannot help it. You guys, this trafficker's son, what right does he have to be here? What gives him the right to enjoy everything I have? Who is he to be my grandson? He's the one who took over my grandson's life. It is he who has enjoyed so many years of happiness for my grandson. Everything he has now is my grandson's. For this kind of thing, he should be kicked out. Let him go back where he came from. Let him go to that mountain, let him do farm work, to see how hard it takes to live. After saying that, Grandpa blackened his face and pressed Yuna on the ground. You and I are talking about your feelings? If it wasn't for his parents, if it wasn't for that damn human trafficker, you wouldn't have brought him back. Let me tell you, for me, even if I didn't find my grandson, I wouldn't want an impostor enjoying my grandson's life for me. Not to mention the son of a trafficker. My Ali was understanding enough not to say how hard he had it in the past, but you. How dare you? How dare you say such things? Yunha, I'm telling you. If you want to get a penny from me in the future, you have to send this trafficker's son back to that old trafficker. And you are not allowed to give him a penny. Otherwise, both of you, husband and wife, will just die outside and I won't care. Yunhee. Yunhee froze. He didn't understand why the old man was so angry when he just said one sentence. And Yunzhou had been too scared to speak, his feet were shaking, the way his grandfather got angry was too scary. After a long time, Yunha let out a low voice. Dad, back then Yunzhou was also still young. Back then, my grandson lost his memory from the fever of abuse. Did he lose it? Did he lose it? Although these words, I don't want to say more to you, anyway, you just know my decision. Of course you can also not look for me, it's as simple as that. Now you can get lost. Whether your daughter has dowry money in the future. It depends on this good son of yours, whether he's willing to gamble or not. Anyway, living expenses and tuition fees are gone. Grandpa's attitude is clear. If you don't lose the bet, then your daughters don't want the dowry. Yunhee. Yunhee looked at Qin several times and realized that Qin gaze at him was still very cold. Then he looked at his old dad. Mama, the eyes that want to kill, he grayed out and pulled Yunzhou away. He didn't object in the first place anymore. Yunzhou was pulled out a long way. After walking for a long time, Yunhee looked back and realized that the old man was not looking, which made him stop. Yunzhou looked at his father with some sadness. I am sorry that I made it difficult for you. I should have known that I shouldn't have agreed when my sisters mentioned this matter, and now that I caused my sisters to have an accident, and you, Dad, were beaten by Grandpa, I really feel like I'm a burden. Yunzhou sighed again when he heard this. Yunzhou, don't say such words in the future, it's quite tiring to say too much and listen to it. After all, he cannot really send Yunzhou away, he would do that, the blue moon does not make a fuss. In fact, the most upsetting thing for him is the old man's attitude. Yunzhou was also very sad, he realized that this dad's attitude seemed to be different. It made him very sad. Okay, Dad, I won't say anything, don't be angry. Yunhee frowned. I'm not angry, go wait for your two sisters, they are still writing a review. On the other side, everyone felt happy after taking the stuff. Grandpa pulled Qin over and discussed things with him. Qin, are you willing to change your last name? You see, you are now taking the surname of a human trafficker. Grandpa is really angry at how he thinks about it. When Qin heard this, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Grandpa, of course I'm willing to change my last name, I'm going to change my last name to Grandpa, and it has nothing to do with that person. The reason why Qin hasn't mentioned it is because in his last life, his family said that people like him didn't deserve to be surnamed Yun with them, but now it's different, he is following his grandfather's surname. Grandpa was so happy to hear it. Grandpa never mentioned it before just because he was afraid that you would be unhappy. Tomorrow we will go and change it, huh? I'll change it tomorrow. Qin of course agreed. From now on he is Yunli. Wait, not tomorrow, now let's go to change. He listened and then told his grandpa. Grandpa, let's wait for the whole school assembly? Grandpa then remembered that there was the review assembly for those two stupid granddaughters. Grandpa just couldn't understand how his granddaughters could be so stupid. Why did they have to get involved with an impostor? Then Grandpa thought for a moment that it wasn't a surprise to have a mom and dad like that. Grandpa has always felt that feelings are mutual, he is not bad to them, should have all. But what about them? Not much good, so how do they dare to compare with Ali? Ali's heart for him, no one can compare. Staring at him eating and soaking his feet for the past 2 days made him cry and laugh a little. But he was happy that there was again someone like a wifey who minded him and cared for him, instead of a few perfunctory words of concern. Chapter 54 I Don't Forgive. Grandpa? Yunli suspiciously looked in the direction where his grandfather was, who seemed to be in a daze. Grandpa came back to his senses and looked at him and smiled. Well, just after the whole school assembly, Grandpa just wandered off. Grandpa was thinking, only you really care about Grandpa. Yunli hurriedly pulled Grandpa's hand. Grandpa, I just wanted to say this. It is you who made me willing to believe in affection again, and it is also you who let me know that there is a person in this world who will love me. Grandpa heard more heartache, grandson again rambling, all because of that dog. No more, no more, let's live a good life from now on, don't think of those bad luck things. Go Grandpa to find your principal, this matter must be dealt with clearly for me. Grandpa immediately went to the principal, said this matter, the principal said, must be dealt with. Grandpa happy, donated 2 buildings, dormitory building and the cafeteria. These 2 places must also be rectified. His grandson will be here for the next 3 years, so it must be arranged. Winter may be a little cold, heating are arranged, he rapped. At this moment, the principal's eyes were looking at Yunli as if he was looking at a little golden boy covered in golden light. Of course, this matter people Chin-che students were not wrong in the first place. Elder Mr. Yi, don't worry, we will definitely give student Chin-che an explanation. Half an hour later, the whole school assembly began. This time, the principal didn't say all that nonsense and dealt with things directly. Good afternoon students, a new semester has arrived, meeting you is the happiest thing for us. The final exams are over, congratulations to every student for getting good grades. Let's let our director of instruction say one thing next. After the director of instruction came on the stage, there was no nonsense, and he spoke directly. Students, as you all know, our school's final exam is very strict. With the final exam that is a standard, each classroom has a camera, there are also 2 invigilators. At the same time, our test papers are sent directly from the Education Bureau. It is impossible for the school teachers to see them in advance. We trust every student. However, some people think that other people's grades are cheating, so they ask others to prove their grades. Class, this matter is very ridiculous. There is no such thing in this world as a person who has been slandered and needs to prove that he or she has been slandered. Since you want to prove that someone else cheated, then you have to show evidence. We often say, think twice before you speak. But there are students who don't seem to be listening. First-year students Yunya and Yun Meng slandered Chin-che's first-place grade as a result of cheating. First, Chin-che didn't cheat. It was Yunya and Yun Meng who slandered Chin-che. Secondly, Chin-che is not obliged to prove it to them. Even if they want to prove it, it is up to them to produce evidence. Third, I hope that students will think twice before they speak in the future. For this kind of irresponsible behavior, we give Yunya and Yun Meng a penalty of major fault. Fourth, slandering classmates is a very excessive behavior. Students should be united and love each other. Fifth, the new rules of our school, maliciously reporting others spread rumors will be punished with a demerit, and serious cases will be punished with a major fault or expulsion. Finally, let them come up and read the review. In front of everyone reading the review, they felt ashamed to death. They rushed to look at their father, but he also looked at them helplessly. The principal said that if they didn't read the review, they would be expelled from school. They could only stomp their feet and went up, and both of them started to read from the script. The people off stage kept looking at them and whispering. Their school's test said cheating? What kind of joke is that? Their school's mapping test, no one knew what would be tested, especially the first year. Okay. How can they cheat if they don't have a scope? It's so easy to say that people cheat without any proof. And what made it especially heartwarming for everyone was that every teacher didn't feel free to doubt them. The teachers had said that they believed in every child. They looked at the people on the stage and were happy. That's the way it should be. To say something about someone else with no proof should be punished, otherwise those shameless ones, reporting this today and that tomorrow, would be like having a disease. Reporting has a cost, but also let them know that not everyone is theirs to bully. The most important thing is that everyone understands one thing, that is, the school will really protect every child. I heard that this Chin-che is just transferred to the new students. The way that people under the stage were whispering was also seen by the 2 of them, and their faces turned red. They could hear that they were talking about them, saying that they were shameless, saying that they were disgusting. They only felt their faces burning. What did they know? They didn't understand anything. That Chin-che didn't deserve it, he didn't deserve such achievements, he didn't deserve to be compared to Yun-zhou. No matter what they thought, they had to finish reading the review. With each sentence, their faces became hotter and hotter, and they felt ashamed to see others. After reading it, they wanted to run away, but they were stopped by the head teacher. Stop, you have to apologize to Chin-che. Chin-che also walked onto the stage at this time. Chin-che stood on the stage and greeted everyone. He was not humble. Hello, teachers, classmates, and senior students. My name is Chin-che, and I will change my name to Yunli after today. Thank you all teachers for your concern, thank you all students for your trust, I feel a lot of warmth. The head teacher asked Yunya and Yun Meng to apologize. The 2 reluctantly walked over and squeezed the words of apology out of their teeth. Chin-che is sorry, we shouldn't have slandered you, we shouldn't have said that you cheated without knowing what happened. But you're from a small place, how could you possibly? Chin-che interrupted Yunya's words. Yunya student, this matter of loving to study, does it have anything to do with the region? Does it have anything to do with being in the countryside, or the city? Born and bred, you don't seem to have learned how to behave. You Yunya trembled with anger, wanting to say something, remembering that this was a school-wide assembly. She could only bite her teeth and apologize. Shin-chae looks at her with a cold smile. I know. Yunya. Yunya's eyes are wide and speechless. You don't say it's okay? I am not willing to forgive you. Why should I say it's okay with you? You guys slandered me. You were already sorry to me. It's right for you to apologize to me. But I don't forgive you. I don't forgive you all for hurting me. Yunmeng pulled Yunya, and only then did Yunya stop talking. Yunmeng also saw that reason was not on their side now. Shin-chae, I'm sorry, it's our presumption, it's our misunderstanding, I'm sorry for causing you a lot of harm, please forgive me. Shin-chae looked at her in the same way, I don't forgive. Yunmeng. Well, this Shin-chae is really giving face. The director of instruction also came up to tell everyone, in the past we always tell you, people say sorry, you have to say it's okay. But how can it be okay? The hurt is real, the sadness is real, so today the teacher tells you. When someone says sorry to you, if you still mind, if you are still sad, if you are still upset, there is no need to force yourself to say it's okay. Okay, next, let's move on. Shin-chae returned to his grandfather, who glared fiercely at Yunhee, who was below. Alia, let's go change our names. Grandpa happily took Shin-chae away. He had to get it done in the afternoon, otherwise he couldn't even eat. Chapter 55, Who are you going to scare? Yunli, of course, would not refuse, and followed Grandpa to the car. On the way, Grandpa also asked Lia, do you want to change another name? Grandpa was careful when he asked this, afraid that Yunli would be upset. Yunli hadn't thought about it, he thought the name Yunli was quite good. Grandpa, just Yunli, I don't feel comfortable with a different name. Just remembering the name would tell himself, absolutely, can't let each and every one of them off the hook, can he? Okay, Yunli it is then. After arriving at the place, the grandparents and grandchildren got out of the car together, handed everything in, and when they came out again, the name on the account book changed to Yunli. Grandpa Yi, head of the household, and Yunli, grandson. Just the two of them, perfect. Grandpa is so happy, go, let's go eat something delicious. Ali, what do you want to eat? On this side, the grandparents and grandchildren were happy, on the other side, Yunya and Yunmeng got off the stage and ran away crying. They had no face to meet people. After running out of the school, Yunzhou and Yunhee also caught up. Big sister and second sister, I'm sorry. Looking at Yunzhou's self-blaming appearance, if this were before, the two of them would have started comforting, but today they really couldn't. They were written off as a small matter. They read the review in front of the whole school. Where had they received this kind of grievance in the past? At this time, Yunhee looked at his two daughters crying, and his heart felt bad. Yunya Yunmeng, Dad wants to discuss something with you guys. When the two of them looked at Yunhee with red eyes, their eyes were red and bloodshot, and in their gazes, apart from aggression, there was also sadness and disappointment. Dad unexpectedly did not protect them, which made them sad, and Grandpa unexpectedly didn't help them. Grandpa was really as patriarchal as Mom said. They no longer liked Grandpa. Although he was heartbroken, Yunhee still opened his mouth. What Dad wanted to talk to you guys about was about that bet. What do you guys think? In Yunhee's opinion, just give money to transfer to another school, so that at least the old man won't do it so desperately. Otherwise. What? The two of them were a bit confused, then reacted. Dad, you mean that Shin-chae made Yunzhou leave school, right? I knew he didn't have good intentions, he just wanted to get rid of all of us. Yunmeng thought before she opened her mouth. Dad, I actually have a little bit of a desire to change schools. In this school, everyone knows about us, and will definitely be criticized in the future. I want to change schools, change the mood. Although their circle, a lot of people are here, but as long as the thought of the future no face to see people, she does not want to go. Their school is a key school, and still helicopter up, the future high school that will also be prioritized. Yunya heard very unhappy. Yunmeng, what are you doing? You will not be afraid of it, why do we have to go? You don't have to be afraid of anything. If they want to talk in front of us, I'll let someone beat them. Yunmeng is not as optimistic as Yunya. Now that the two of them are famous, people don't say anything in front of them. What about behind their backs? I do think that bet thing, many people know, if we do not transfer, then they will say we cannot afford to lose. Yunmeng disliked being told. Yunhee was just about to open his mouth when he heard Yunya say, I don't want it. If we really transfer to another school, that's what will make Shin-chae get what he wants. I don't agree. Yunzhou, you must be on the same side as me. We will not pay the money, just do not transfer to another school. What can he do? Yunzhou nodded her head obediently. Good. Yunya is very satisfied with Yunzhou's answer. Besides, there is still Mom. When Mom comes back, Mom will definitely be on our side. Dad, will Mom come back today? Since Dad can't be relied on, they should rely on Mom. Yes, they will. Because of the children's business, he didn't pick up Blue Moon today. Let's go back to Mommy. They walked back together, and when they arrived at home, Blue Moon had not yet returned. At this moment, Blue Moon, looking at that long list of zeros, began to doubt her life. This money, she couldn't take it out. How could she not expect that her big brother would be so ruthless? The workers' wages have not been settled for 3 months, plus fines, all kinds of expenses, as well as arrears and so on. She can't afford to pay back. There is still a difference of more than 100,000 yuan. That's right, it's all her money. All the jewelry bags are sold, are still short of more than 100,000 yuan. That's still an approximation. More than $100,000. How many families don't have $10,000? Let alone more than 100,000. Blue Moon was so angry that she rushed to her sister-in-law's house and frantically slammed the door. The one who opened the door was a stranger. When I asked, I realized that my sister-in-law had already sold the house. That is to say, the sister-in-law has long known this situation, the family deliberately. Going to her parents' house, she found that it had also been sold, and she went back to her hometown and still didn't see her sister-in-law, only her parents with the child. She looked at the child and hated the urgency in her heart. What does it mean for the parents to appear in this place? It means they gave up on her and chose sister-in-law. Mom, I ask you, where is sister-in-law? Tell me immediately. She's going to settle the score with her sister-in-law. How could the two of them go so far? How could they harm her to this point? The Lan family's parents were still a little panicked when they looked at this crazy appearance of Lan Yu, but when they thought of their precious grandchildren, they weren't afraid. They looked hard at their daughter. What are you doing with this attitude? Who are you trying to scare? Daughter-in-law is right, the Yun family has so much money. Taking a little money is just a hair's breadth. How could they not be able to take it out? Looking at this attitude of her parents, Lan Yu's heart was half cold again. Her heart is infinite sadness. She knows she can't compare with her big brother, who let her not be a son, but why, even sister-in-law, an outsider, they also want to protect it? Mom and Dad, do you know, big brother and sister-in-law did what? Do you know what they have done to me? Even if she had a guess in her heart, when she saw her parents' weak and evasive gaze, she understood everything. They knew. How ridiculous, her parents protecting the person who pushed her into the abyss without a bit of hesitation. Oh, she took 2 steps back in desperation. Ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud in desperation. Seeing their daughter like this, they panicked instead. Mother Lan suddenly spoke. Why are you like this? You don't laugh. Lan Yu laughed even louder, and as she laughed, tears came out. Chapter 56, you figure it out yourself. Why didn't she laugh? She felt especially ridiculous. You are my parents, yet you are helping my sister-in-law to try to harm me. You are my relatives, yet you are not on my side. When the Lan family's parents heard this, then they disagreed, especially the Lan father. What kind of words are you saying? We are all family. What kind of outsiders are not outsiders? To say outsiders, you are the daughter who was married off and splashed out of the house. Old man. Mother Lan shouted. Old man Lan snorted coldly, turned his back to Blue Moon and didn't say anything. Originally is, married out of the daughter, that is splashed out of the water, is someone else's family, there is no reason to take back, Blue Moon that is the outsider. Now Blue Moon even more painful, the original father thinks she is an outsider. After she got married, off and back, every time back big bags of things, all kinds of expensive healthcare products, even if you can't have a hand empty, in order to let them have face. In order to let them have an easy life, give them money, give big brother to open the factory capital, the back is to let Yunha introduce business, sister to do this part is not enough? Daughter, your father did not mean that, you do not feel bad. Mother Lan spoke in a pale voice. This old man is really stupid. What good does it do to make your daughter sad? Only by making her heartbroken can you get more. Daughter, it's not that mom and dad don't want to help you, it's that mom and dad really can't do anything. Your sister-in-law left the child with us and went nowhere, and we want to find her. No way, if that's true, dad wouldn't have had this attitude just now. They must know, they just don't want to tell her. If you guys really love me, you should tell me where sister-in-law is. They owe so much money, I have no way to pay it back. I've already done the math, even if I take out all my savings, I won't be able to pay back that money. If I can't pay it back, my big brother and I won't be able to get out, and we'll both go to jail together. Do you want to see such a scene? The amount of money owed has been changed to more than $100,000, a few $100,000 seems to be a bit low, he said. Hearing this, they fell silent and remained silent. Blue Moon's heart got colder, but she had to continue. Mom and Dad, we had a falling out with my father-in-law, we have no more money. After I took out that money, it's equivalent to us having no way to live in the future. You all know very well that my salary is very low, Yunha's salary is also not much, we are actually father-in-law to give money every month as the big head. At that time she thought, Yunha that is the only son of the father-in-law, the future of all everything is not Yunha, they spend money do not even have to think about, credit cards and bank cards casually used, who knows the old man so cruel, all stopped it, now her hands of money are out, or short of more than 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Lan's father said, then you go to your father-in-law, why are you looking for your sister-in-law? His daughter-in-law's money will be his grandson's, but his daughter's money won't go to his precious grandson. Blue Moon was trembling with anger, and she yelled at her father in despair, because that was what they had made of it. They made all this happen, they made that factory. They were the ones who cheated, they were the ones who got substandard snacks, they were the ones who got the factory seized. In the end, Blue Moon looked at her parents in despair. And you, my good parents, you made me sign blanks in the beginning, you counted me out. Is it from that time onwards you have been thinking, if one day this matter is known to everyone, if one day something happens, you let me go to the pot? Even if she thought of this possibility, her heart was still like a knife, her parents, from the very beginning to abandon her. Why? Her voice became hoarse. Why did you do this to me? At this moment, Lanyu was very wretched, her hair was disheveled, her eyes were red and bloodshot, and her nose was red from crying, and she was a world away from the high cool director from before. The Blue family parents again did not speak. No matter what this daughter said, they did not do wrong. People are selfish, they toward the son grandson that is normal, there is no reason to save money for other families. Blue mother glanced at the Blue Moon, which carefully opened. You quickly get up, things have come to this, you hurry back to find your father-in-law to borrow money. So that your big brother can come out. Blue Moon looked at her old lady dumbfounded. At this moment, she was still thinking about her big brother? She pushed her old mother away and once again took several steps back. Her parents were so scary. Blue mother looked at her daughter with shocked cruelty, wanting to get closer. She was stopped by Blue Moon. You don't come over. You guys are so scary. Are you my parents? What's the use of you guys protecting your sister-in-law? If she is going to run away, what can you guys get? When they heard this, it was unbelievable. Their grandson was here. It was impossible for their daughter-in-law to run away. Mother Lan followed with her tears. Lanyu, don't say anything, go back to Yunha. Yunha will have a solution. It's useless for you to mess with us here. We won't tell you. Your sister-in-law won't run away. We won't tell you where your sister-in-law is. Lanyu understood. It was useless for her to say anything. They all had to protect her sister-in-law. She nodded. Her eyes no longer had expectations that shouldn't be there, wiped a handful of tears and looked at her parents in front of her. Okay, Mom and Dad, since you all said so, then I definitely can't force you guys, right? Just don't regret it. Blue Moon turned around and ran, stumbling out of the village. After seeing this, Blue Mother's heart wasn't in the right place, and she was a little heartbroken. Old man, do you think it's wrong for us to do this? Look at the way our daughter is so sad. Blue Father glared at her fiercely. What is wrong? The grandchildren are the family. She is someone else's family. Hurry up and take the child inside. Blue Mother sighed, in the end did not say anything else. Lanyu once again returned to the city center. It was already evening, returned home to find the house in a mess, clothes everywhere, packing boxes and whatnot messed up on the table. All the emotions at this moment all exploded. Yunha, get out of here. Yunhe rushed out of the room, looking at Lanyu's face, he froze. Why are his eyes swollen from crying? Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? Blue Moon's tears kept flowing, pointing to the table as they flowed. What's wrong with those? Do you have no hands, or no feet? Why don't you clean up after you eat? You're waiting for me to come back to do everything. I'm the one who should be the mom in this house, serving you all, right? Blue Moon is like a madwoman at the moment. Yunzhou Yunya Yunmeng also ran out after her, and when they saw such a mom, they silently backed away. Blue Moon's gaze swept over. Stop right there, why don't you pack up your things? Hurry up and pack your things. The three of them were especially obedient now and hurriedly began to pack. Seeing this, Blue Moon then slowly calmed down. Yunha poured her a cup of water. Daughter-in-law, calm down, let's not be anxious, how are things on your side? Blue Moon heard this, the heart sank, looked up at Yunha, pocket, now anyway, I have to put all that money, all of them to hand over, otherwise I have to go in. I don't have the heart now, to care about my good big brother. Their family has screwed me over, and now my sister-in-law has run away. They must have discussed this, and want me to fill the hole. If I don't want to fill it, I'll go to jail. Yunha, I've already counted the savings of both of us, and the car in both of our names, and this house, I've counted it all, not enough to still be short of more than $100,000, and I only have 10 days. Yunha, you go back to talk to Dad, okay? Just help me this time, this money, I will return, okay? When Blue Moon said this, the three of them were confused. What? What? Their family is broke. Mom, what do you mean our family is broke? Mom, why do you owe money? What's going on? Chapter 57, Rewards plus more. Seeing that they are all very anxious, Blue Moon felt that they are actually very understanding, so she told them everything, thinking that this is their family's business, they have to discuss it together before they can do anything. After saying that, Blue Moon is also very difficult. Now, we dispose of the house, but also to take out all the money. Why? Yunya is not happy to look at her mother and ask, Mom, you also said, this has nothing to do with our family, this is not what you do, then you can also report to the public security. Let the public security to investigate the truth. What is going on? You just say that the legal person is not you. You don't know anything about it, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the money. Their family is now living a hard life. If the future is even harder than this, what are they going to do? Yun Meng also frowned and said to Lanyu, Mom, I also think that this matter should be uncle and aunt themselves responsible. We do not have the ability to clean up his mess. He made things by himself, he solved it by himself. Grandparents are not right either. How can we hide aunt and uncle? They didn't like us before, why should we sacrifice ourselves to help them? In the past, when their family went to grandma's house, it was fine if they took things. If they didn't, aunt and uncle would look very bad, and they went and mom would help. Anything their siblings liked would be taken by that little brat. They said that grandma just said he was still small. He's almost in elementary school, he's still young. In fact, grandma and grandpa were just biased, favoring their own grandson. Then they were reluctant to go, not realizing that now they had to clean up the mess their family had made. The reaction of the two daughters was not within Lanyu's expectations. She thought they would be heartbroken for her. I also know that this matter, should your great uncle and aunt be responsible, the problem is that your great uncle has been imprisoned, your aunt ran away. Now if mom is not responsible, she will be taken away too. Do you want mom to be taken away? Of course they don't, but they don't want their family to take out all the money to settle this matter. Yunya looked at her mother with a serious heart. Mom, we don't want anything to happen to you, but we can't take this loss for nothing. You let aunt and uncle give money. How can our family have money? Yunjo on the side spoke up. Mom and dad, why don't I go beg grandpa? I'll ask grandpa to send me away so he'll definitely help. Lanyu frowned, disagreeing with this solution. How can that work? At this time, Yunha opened his mouth. This is also fine. Yunjo aggrieved you. No, you are a good child. You heart me and your mother. Your grandfather also said, as long as you are willing to gamble to lose, then he will pay for your two sisters' living expenses and tuition. Don't worry. No way. Lanyu yelled and looked at Yunhee angrily, then looked at Yunhee with cold eyes. Good, I kind of understand. So that's what you've been thinking for a long time, isn't it? You just want to kick my son out, right? And you guys. Blue Moon looked at Yunya and Yun Meng angrily. I'm your mother, you guys don't want to find a way to help me, instead you're over here complaining about me. I also know that your aunt and uncle went too far, but those are my relatives, I can scold them, you guys can't. I'm already very sad and upset, and you're still stabbing me in the heart. Especially you Yunhee. Lanyu looks at Yunhee with a dark face. As a man, you're really useless. Yunhee? Yunya and Yun Meng. Chapter 58, Lowly and Lowly. Yunhee instantly exploded. No, he could understand that Lanyu was in a bad mood right now, but to say that in front of his children, that was a bit much. Blue Moon. In front of the child, what are you doing? You said yourself that our family doesn't have enough money. What's wrong with me helping you out? Isn't it for your own good? In other words, why are you spending all this money? Isn't it because of your mother's family? Did I say no? The moment I said it, it was the three of us, father and daughter, and I didn't do it for you. After Yunhee finished speaking, he looked towards Yunya and Yun Meng. Do you two want to come with me, or do you want to stay here and wait for her to continue calling you white-eyed wolves? Yunya and Yun Meng were also sad. They didn't expect their mom, who had always loved them, to say something like that. They both looked at their dad and then their mom, both sad. Yun Meng looked at her mom and then spoke in a resigned voice. Mom, if you say this, Yunya and I will be very sad. You have always told us to protect our younger brother well, we have all been doing it seriously. Although Yunya was big-headed, but what she said was also the truth. It can't be that uncle and auntie didn't have to do anything after they got into such a big trouble. After she finished speaking, she glanced at dad again. Dad, mom is now angry. Don't be sad, mom's heart is not like this. She's too upset right now, and what she said in her anger hurts, so we don't care, okay? Let's just think about what to do next. After saying that, Blue Moon grunted and didn't say anything else. Yunhee looked at the two of them. I'll go find your grandfather and ask again. After Yunhee left, Yun Meng told Blue Moon about what happened at school, and Blue Moon was even more angry, that Qin Che is a white-eyed wolf. I am his mother, you are his sister, how can you be so cold-blooded? I knew that he was not well-bred, your grandfather, but also treat him as a bead on the eye. In the end, it is your grandfather is excessive. If he is willing to help us, more than 100,000 for him, that is not as simple as a hair? I don't have to stoop so low. Besides, you are his grandchildren, and he doesn't feel any pain at all. Yunya and Yun Meng felt the same way after hearing this. Grandpa is really too much. Blue Moon beckoned towards Yun Zhou and held him in her arms. The three of you are my babies, none of you should be missing. I'll pay back part of it first, and let your dad borrow the rest from your grandpa. School matters, you do not worry, I will handle. Blue Moon called the school, directly to the principal. After the phone was connected, her tone was very bad. Principal, why do you want my two daughters to write a review? You are not letting them not do well. The principal was also very upset when he heard Blue Moon's words. Director Blue, your daughters did something wrong. You should personally educate them. How can you protect their shortcomings? And your problem is very serious. The Education Bureau side wants you to be suspended first to deal with it. Before you deal with it, you don't have to come, that's it. Blue Moon looked at the phone and became even more angry. All bully her, all bully her. Yunhee doesn't dare to go back to his old man. He thinks that Blue Moon should also eat the pain. He'll have to go out and drink a little wine and then say, Blue Moon does not apologize, he will not help. As for the two daughters, Yunhee sighed and hoped that they would not be bullied. The next day Blue Moon began to deal with the car house, but also went to take out the deposit. After paying back the bank loan, it is gone. Next there was the house, and those jewelry bags and whatnot of hers, she couldn't part with it. At the moment she stood in front of the door of the specialized store, the bag is her jewelry. Necklaces, emeralds, gold and diamond bags. She gripped her bag tightly, not willing to let go. She looked at the door not far away, walked 2 steps and came back. No, she still cannot let go. In the end, Blue Moon went back and went to find Yunha. Yunha, hurry up and ask your father, in the end, what it takes to be willing to help. Yunha is watching TV, looking at the blue moon, humming, didn't you say I'm useless? What are you looking for me for now? You handle it yourself. Anyway, you are in charge of all the money in the family, you take it all, I don't care. He now does not care about anything, feel also quite comfortable, every day to go out to drink a little wine, play cards, came back to see the TV, the days of the beautiful drop. If you are hungry, you can eat at home, and if you don't have money, you can sell 2 watches. Chapter 59 You Dislike Me. On the other hand, Yunli had a much better time, and at the end of the class division, he was in the experimental class with Lin Hang, Zhou Hui, and Zhuo Ming. Lin Hang came over to greet them and told Yunli, I will try to surpass you in every exam in the future. Yunli smiles and says, good, cheers. On this day, Yunya and Yun Meng didn't show up, saying that they were on vacation. They were assigned to go to the general class, and Yun Zhou was naturally in the general class as well. Yunzhou thought that the matter of the bet was over. Yunli didn't dare to do anything, but he didn't expect that Yunli blocked him in the toilet where there was no camera. The moment he saw Yunli, he was a little smug. I just won't fulfill the bet, what can you do with me? You are not qualified to force me to leave the school. Looking at his arrogant appearance, Yunli walked towards him. Yunzhou took 2 steps back and fell backward accidentally. Yunli grabbed his sleeve to pull him back and then patted his shoulder. Why are you so careless? The other students see it and think, Yunli is really nice and pulls Yunzhou back. Yunzhou? Yunzhou thought that Yunli couldn't be that kind. The next second, his stomach was sparse, something wanted to rush out, he rushed to the toilet. Yunli clapped his hands and went to wash his hands that had just touched something dirty before he went out. This day Yunzhou had a scanty diarrhea, in the classroom it still clattered, he didn't hold back, instantly a foul smell, several students wanted to vomit. Yunzhou felt that it was Yunli who messed up, and he stopped Yunli and Zhuoming Qinshare who wanted to go back at the entrance of the school. You stop, is it you who messed up? Yunli stopped and walked past him, I don't know what you are talking about. The moment he passed him, he opened his mouth in ventriloquism, yes, it was me who drugged you and made you dilute for a whole day. I'll make you poop more often in the future. The voice was so small that only the 2 of them could hear it. Yunli walked past him. Yunzhou was so angry that he turned around and tried to hit Yunli with his fist. Yunli turned around and easily dodged Yunzhou's fist. He fell hard on the ground, knocked his chin and lost a tooth. Not far away, Zhou Xiaoya rushed down and hurriedly helped him up. Brother Yunzhou, are you alright? The next second Zhou Xiaoya smelled an unpleasant odor. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose and spoke in disgust. What is the smell? It stinks. As soon as these words came out, Yunzhou's face was unsightly. Xin Che also laughed, don't you know? Your brother Yunzhou had diarrhea today, he had diarrhea for a day, and I heard that he even pooped in his pants. Zhou Xiaoya's eyes widened and she took 2 steps back. Yunzhou looked back at her. Do you dislike me? Zhou Xiaoya was embarrassed and hurriedly shook her head, no. But the action of covering her nose did not stop. Yunzhou's face became even darker as he turned to look at Yunli Qinshare. You did this, didn't you? Yunzhou, slandering others is against the law. Yunzhou was furious. I clearly heard you say just now that you were the one who harmed me. Next to him, Zhuoming sneered and said, just now Yunli has not said a word, his mouth did not move, all of us saw it clearly. Yunzhou. Yunzhou clenched his fists. It's you, you're jealous of me getting love from mom and dad. Yunli is really tired of hearing this sentence. Yunzhou, how long are you going to deceive yourself and others? I can't even hate that couple, what do I care about them, but do they really love you? When Yunli said this, that smile made Yunzhou a bit disgusted. You. He wanted to say something else, poof, he pulled again. This time Zhou Xiaoya was stung to the point of running away. Yunli and Zhuoming covered their noses, it really stinks. They hurriedly turned around and went back. They went back and set off with their respective grandfathers. Taking an airplane, 2 hours later, a car picked them up and took them directly to the foot of the mountain. On the way, Zhuoming and Yunli a car. Yunli, back then, after your accident, how come Grandpa didn't check it out first? Yunli didn't hide it from him. Grandpa was not well that year and had some problems, so he went back to his hometown for treatment. Then every year he had to go back to recuperate. A few years ago when Grandpa also some disorder, memory confusion for a period of time, at that time I met Grandpa. Even when he woke up later, it took Grandpa a little while to figure out what was wrong with him. I stayed with Grandpa for more than 2 years, and only then did Grandpa recover, and he thought about helping me find my family. Hearing Yunli's words, Zhuoming also remembered that during that period of time, Grandpa was always worried that something had happened to his old buddy. Grandpa had an accident in his last life, and there is a reason why Yunli was lost, and there is a reason why Grandpa had an accident. Grandpa woke up and saw that his grandson had an accident and must have retaliated. Why was the original owner reborn? Because he was miserable. Of course not, because Grandpa paid some price off, of course, originally these should be in the back, here simply say a mouth, as a small tip good. Chapter 60 Obscure Things. So this is the case, I said, Grandpa Yi loves you so much, how could he let the matter of being switched happen back then? So it is because, Grandpa Yi was not there at that time. Ming heard his grandfather say that back then, some things were very troublesome, but Grandpa Yi finally solved it. Yes, my grandfather was not there at that time, and now that I am back, my grandfather did not hesitate to protect me, and where there is a grandfather is home. Ming looked at Yunli on the side. He is sensible and sober, such a talent is worthy of being his good brother and partner. Yunli, this time your scummy dad and mom are in a lot of trouble, will you help them? I won't. Yunli blurted out without any hesitation. When Ming heard this, he tentatively opened his mouth. Do you have no money, or do you have no money? Yunli glanced at him. So that I treat you as a good brother, I will not tell lies. I just want to help them, it's the same whether I have money or not. They have not treated me as a son, and tried to count on me in every way possible. I only have hate for them, no feelings. I won't help them, even if they beg me, I won't. The enmity from his last life is deep in his bones, and the fact that he didn't explicitly clean up after them in this life is already a sign that he's restrained himself. Of course, it was he who reported the blue soldier. It was also him who gave the police the clue. More so, he was kind enough to let his great-uncle's mom know from others that great-uncle is not expected to come back, even all the money will be frozen. These things, he will not tell others is. Ming was very appreciative and gave him a nod. Then you are not afraid of others saying that you are unfilial. Yunli smiled when he heard this. Since it is other people, what does what they say have anything to do with me? What they say, nothing matters to me. What do I care about them? Will they give me living expenses, or will they give me tuition, or will they let me eat at her house? Neither, so I don't care what those people say. And I'm going to silence everyone. I'm a little kid, or a little kid with nothing. If they have to ask me to help, then I'll just help them with an idea. Let their precious son beg. Ming stretched out his thumb. Not bad, brothers should be like this. I am afraid that you will be soft, you know? Soft-hearted? Yunli smiled. That couple in his last life, he was locked up in the attic and allowed to self-rot. Fear of disgrace, not even allowed to hire a doctor. In the future, desperate also became crippled. He will definitely show them what it means to be a dutiful son. Will not. Ming remembered another thing, that Yunzhou, do you plan to let him go like that? Yunli thinks Yunzhou is fine here now. These last few days, we must make his life unforgettable. Don't you think he's fine here? For example, today, doesn't he stink so much that everyone knows about it? Ming also laughed along with him, thinking of today's events. He felt sick. You really don't say. No, I feel sick just thinking about it. The two talked and laughed, and the car arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yunli got out of the car, took out his canvas bag, and also took a few bamboo poles that will be used later. Ming was puzzled when he saw it. It's not just climbing a mountain. Do you need these things? Wouldn't it be a bit exaggerated for you to take this? Yunli put the bag on his back. And then things to take, you will know in a moment. Yunli went to the two grandfathers and they were ready to go, wearing sneakers and their clothes were sports suits. Their two grandfathers said to their two grandchildren, today, let's compete and see who gets to the place where the mountaintop Taoist master is first. How about it? Yunli and Ming naturally agreed, and the two said, good, Grandpa, we won't let you. You who? Old Yunsi, we can't let the juniors think we are vegetables. Grandpa Yi also laughed. That's not true. Back in the day, the two of us, that can also go up the mountain to fight tigers. Both of them, what? The two grandpas didn't say any more, and directly went towards the mountain. The two grandfathers walked forward majestically, and while walking, they talked about how they had crossed the mountains back then, and how hard they had to start from scratch. They had seen the devastation and followed along to rebuild their homes. Their two families were friends for generations. In those days, the two of them did business while supporting the team and had helped many people, and then they got older and settled down. It was their generation that had really experienced much, much more. Ming and Yunli followed behind and listened attentively. After 2 hours, they slowed down and went to a resting place to sit down. Yunli took out water and bread for them to rest and relax. The back slowly moved forward, letting them each take a bamboo pole. Only then did Ming realize what use those were. Along the way, they also met people going down the mountain and some old people going up the mountain. They just walked and chatted at the same time. The scenery here is very beautiful, the mountains are clear, and the birds and flowers are fragrant. When you take a deep breath, you can feel the fresh air. The sun was about to set at this time, but they weren't in a hurry, just be able to get to the mountain before tonight. On the other side, Yunzhou, back in the neighborhood, ran as fast as he could, his ears all filled with jeers. After going back, he washed himself again and again, and threw everything away, before sitting down. At this time, Zhou Xiaoya called, Brother Yunzhou, don't be angry, I won't mind you ting in your pants. Yunzhou instantly exploded, Zhou Xiaoya, you shut up, I don't even mind that you have such a big scar on your face, it's ugly. Yunzhou, brother, you dislike me, ugh. Zhou Xiaoya cried and hung up the phone. Zhou Xiaoya then went to her grandpa, Grandpa, I'm going to get plastic surgery, I'm going to get rid of this scar, Brother Yunzhou dislikes me, woo woo. Old man Zhou's face changed, what? What? A bastard, how dare he dislike his granddaughter? Old man Zhou immediately called Yunha to scold him. Yunha was speechless, not right Uncle Zhou, where did my son say wrong, your granddaughter does not just have a scar on her face. Besides, you're not my father, who are you to scold me? After saying this, Yunhee hung up the phone. Old man Joe immediately ordered their family company not allowed to let Yunha go to work. No one else is allowed to lend money to the couple. As for Grandpa Yi, he had already ordered it. Originally, Blue Moon was about to borrow money and watched as the man answered a phone call and said, "I'm sorry, I can't lend you any money." The corners of Blue Moon's mouth twitched. "Can I ask why?" "Oh, your family has offended the Zhou family." Blue Moon. It must be Qin Che who offended the Zhou family. What a bad luck thing. Chapter 61, Giving Up on Yunzhou. Lanyu returns home and tells Yunhee that I will bring someone to see the house tomorrow and I will sell this house. Yunhee is lying on the sofa playing games, not feeling a thing. Blue Moon looked at this kind of him even more angry. "Junhee, you in the end have no heart. I am talking to you. Our house if there is no more. The family's money is gone. The day is going to be unbearable. You can still hear as if nothing happened to play the game." Yunhee looked up at her and then continued to play the game. Blue Moon was going crazy and grabbed his gamepad. "I am talking to you. Can you not ignore me?" Yunhee then stood up, then with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, "Didn't you say I don't do anything? Didn't you say I was useless? Then I have to be useless to show you I don't care about anything, I don't do anything, let you know what is really useless." Isn't Yunha sad? He really is not a very capable person, so when all these years, the old man is not here, he can only guard the company, and then those old man arranged uncle, let him do what he did him. But for Blue Moon, he had no shame. When he met Blue Moon, he fell in love with her at first sight, and has been pursuing her ever since. Knowing that her parents prioritize sons over daughters, he gave her everything. Blue Moon to study, he has been waiting for her to go to school. Of course, to pay for her school, you have to make her a large family satisfied, his money are given to the Blue Moon. After they got married, the family was also all made up by Blue Moon. Everyone can say he is incapable, they can say he is useless, but Blue Moon said this hurt his heart. Over the years, Blue Moon has become more and more powerful, and he is also suffocating. It was back when the child was lost, his aunt and grandparents kept talking about it, but the family members who were heartbroken about the child said what happened. She just grabbed this point and did not let go, scolded him for many years. Over the years, he was also very tired, and in the end, she said he was useless. Blue Moon is even more angry. "I just said that to hurry up the conversation, right? Do you have to be so serious? Now our family has reached the point of exhaustion, you must go to your father. No matter how you do it, whether it's a hunger strike or not, you have to get your dad to take out the money. See, as long as there is something to let him find the old man, Blue Moon will never bow down. I told you, my dad's attitude is already there. If we want my dad's help, shouldn't we show our sincerity too? I didn't say to put Yunzhou in how far away, let him go to the suburbs, we should still take care of it, isn't that enough?" Blue Moon heard the reluctance and denied it at first. No matter what, I can't give up Yunzhou. If I give up Yunzhou, I am giving up all my pride and persistence, and I will lose to your father. Besides, she would never give up Yunzhou. Why? Yunhee also didn't understand why you had to protect him so much. Can't you take a step back since you've already described it as being at the end of your rope? Is Yunzhou that important to you? Aren't the two daughters important? Do you know that? My dad has already said that if he doesn't fulfill his promise then from now on, he won't care about his daughter's living expenses and tuition. The two of us are already having such a hard time, what will we do then? Without the old man, there is no way for our daughter to go to her current school. Without good educational resources, what will our daughter do in the future? If the old man was really ruthless, the two daughters' lives would be ruined. He could care less about Qin Che, because Qin Che didn't grow up by his side, but the two daughters were his babies. Chapter 62 Blue Moon, you have no heart. Blue Moon's face even darker, looked at Yunhee and began to yell, "Your father can be really good, other families' grandfather, how good to grandchildren, your families." Yunhee is also not happy, that is his dad okay? Blue Moon, that's my dad. He hasn't been bad to you all these years. How can you have such an attitude? Speaking of which, your parents are the bigger problem. They keep asking for money, and when they do, they give it to their son. His old man is ruthless, but he's been good to her all these years. Blue Moon, I'm good to you, I listen to you in everything, but it doesn't mean you can scold my father. This is how it is now, either you personally go with me to apologize and get my dad to help, or you figure it out on your own. All the money in the family is in your hands, what you do is up to you, I don't care. But those watches of his, he still has to take them himself, it's his happiness for the next period of time. Blue Moon was so angry that she threw another slap on his face. The three in the room have been lying on the door to eavesdrop. They are now also very panicked. Yunzhou also dare not go out to say that he is going to leave, really want to be sent away, that would be the end. This side of the sky has begun to darken. Ming and Yunli followed the two grandfathers to the door of the Taoist temple. This Taoist temple is not very big, but there are quite a lot of people who come here, all from the neighborhood. After coming here, you can first register for a place to rest. All the rooms are the same, but there are 4 rooms and 2 rooms. This need to pay money, after all, quilts and so on, also need money. If you don't have one, you can stay in a big bunk, there will be a fireplace over there, it won't be very cold. If you come to see the Taoist priest, you can go to register, if it is very urgent, you can go first, if there is nothing at the moment, eat first, drink some tea, rest a little bit, the next day according to the card to come. Only if the Taoist master sees if it is suitable to follow the practice, can they practice, because everyone's body is different. Yunli took them to register, then registered for the 4 rooms, and then registered to see a doctor. After going to put things away, he took the 3 to eat. The meals here were all the same with meat and vegetables, and there was also free soup. Of course, you can also see the doctor, grab the medicine to go back to make medicinal meals, or you can just stay over here to slowly adjust. There is still land in the back of this mountain, you can go to the territory, or you can go to rent a yard, so that you can live here and slowly adjust better. The 2 grandfathers looked at the food and were very satisfied. We haven't eaten this meal for years. The food in the mountains is fragrant. The 2 grandpas ate a big bowl of rice, and after eating, they went for a walk together. At night, they also soaked their feet, which felt much more comfortable. Zhuoming and Yunli are making plans. Tomorrow, after seeing the 2 grandfathers' health, we will go to Haicheng. Look at the clothing and electronics. Today's denim clothing is very good, and then look at other things. It is best to be able to visit. They open a clothing factory themselves. But at first, they plan to start doing it with the pocket money in their hands. After determining the time, Zhuoming said to Yunli, "We called last week Hui and his sister Zhou Lin. Now also in the experimental class." Yunli knows Zhou Hui, that is Zhuoming's hairboy, that Zhou Lin. Zhou Hui, you also know, Zhou Lin is an art student. Let's go and look at the clothing over there. It is best to get the design drawings, and then we come back to do it ourselves. Yunli heard, "This is good, that's good." Then you notify them. Now is it too late? What's too late? We just want to see if we can make a career out of it. If we can really do it, this is the starting point of our business. Good. The 2 of them went to bed when the discussion was almost over. Quadruple room is 4 beds together. Zhuoming and Yunli slept soundly, and the 2 grandfathers were very happy to see them. "Old Junah, do you think they can make it?" Grandpa Yi glanced at the 2 children. "How can not, we in their age, not also young and crazy, want to earn big money. No matter what, let them toss it. It's good to have more fun while you're young." I woke up and the sky was already bright. They rushed up to find the Taoist priest. The 2 grandfathers more or less a little problem, but are not serious, as long as the conditioning of the conditioning will be good. They were prepared to stay here for 2 more days and follow and learn the gong methods. The 2 ate lunch and went down the mountain. There is a car at the foot of the mountain to pick them up. Down the mountain, Zhuoming felt that his feet are not his own. Look at Yunli, did not feel anything, stunned. "How do you seem to have no problem at all?" "It's normal, I ran in the mountains every day before, and I still send herbs here. The masters here are very nice and always give me good prices. I'm very thankful to them." When they got into the car, the driver told them that the 2 young masters, the interviews from the school earlier were aired. One of the interviews was about young master Yunli. That reporter's interview from last time was aired. It was about an interview with the rescuer, student Qin Che. In the video, Yunya and Yun Meng's behavior was in everyone's eyes, and they were targeting Qin Che. Immediately after that, there was Qin Che's explanation of their relationship. There was also that reporter's interview in the back. The reporter actually went to the village to interview the villagers, and the villagers said that Qin Che had had a very bad time all these years. Especially the fat aunt, that is crying while saying, "That family are not good things. Winter let a child of 2 or 3 years old, with cold water to wash clothes, carrying a bigger than him, higher than the basket to mow the pig grass, wearing the most worn clothes. Even his shoes were straw shoes made for him by the village people who could not bear to look at them." Others said that the scars on the child's body had never healed, and that he was beaten every day, and that the child had to be beaten for good grades. Their family have told the village that forward, let the child follow him to work in the factory, said that the monthly salary directly to them, so good grades do not let him study. We all think that their family is biased. Later, I realized, where is the favoritism? That is because Qin Che is their stolen children. We learned from the old lady's daughter that they were human traffickers and that Qin Che was their stolen child. During those years, the 2 of them were always out and about, saying they were making a lot of money, and thinking they were really making money. But what they did was to harm the world. No wonder their family was poisoned to death by themselves in the end. Qin Che, this child, to be able to live, that is a great life. All the people who saw the video, all cried out. Immediately after, they saw that the day Yunli and Grandpa came back, no one came to pick up the airplane at all, which means that the family did not welcome Yunli back. What's more, there was also the video of Grandpa Yi telling Lan Yu in advance that Lan Yu didn't want Qin Che to come back for Yun Zhou, as well as the video of the charity dinner, and the video of why their family was kicked out. It was clear to everyone that the reason why these appeared was because of Grandpa Yi. So it was clearly their family that was targeting Yunli and bullying him in all sorts of ways. At the same time this video came out, the reporters from the other families weren't idle. Directly exploded the issue of Blue Moon's brother's factory, as well as the fact that she was the legal person, etc. It can be said that Yunli is on fire and so is the Blue Moon family. After the driver told them everything, Yunli said, "This is good, then I will go to the most crowded square to sell clothes. There will definitely be people buying them." Ming, 6. Blue Moon was still trying to think of a way to borrow money when she realized that there were a lot of people in this cafe, and the friend in front of her came straight to the point of saying, "I've never seen a mom as vicious as you." Blue Moon was a bit confused. "What do you mean? What do you mean? I am very good to my 3 children." The woman heard this and spoke very angrily. "What about your own son Qin Che? Where did you put him? Do you know how much he suffered in those past years? Do you know how much he has suffered? How can you put so much importance on a fake son? And hurt your own son instead? I came to see you today to tell you that I won't lend you any money, and neither will those friends of ours." Those friends of theirs, when they saw the news, they cried so much. That house, the room Qin Che lives in, is a leaky little shabby room. He's had a terrible time, really terrible. He thought he was coming back to have mom and dad, but he didn't expect to come back to face that. Blue Moon, you don't have a heart. Chapter 63, Desperate. Good friends are saying this, but Blue Moon doesn't feel half of it. He's doing this on purpose. He's purposely selling out in front of everyone, purposely making everyone think that I'm a wicked mom. He's the one who's the most vicious. I'm telling you, there's no way I'm going to forgive him. What Blue Moon meant by this was that it was all still Qin Che's fault. My friend looked at Blue Moon as if he was looking at a madman. "You're still unbelievable, people that were forced by you to have no choice. Besides, what did he say wrong? What he said is not the truth. He's the one who's hurt the most. Anyway, I won't lend you any money." The friend got up and left, and Blue Moon was furious. When she went back, she saw the debt collectors. It was some suppliers who hadn't settled their payments, and a lot of workers. They all found their way to the outside of the neighborhood where they now live, and when they saw Blue Moon, they rushed over to stop her. They were also holding banners in their hands that said, "Hurry up and pay back the money. Blue Moon, pay back the money, don't you want to run? Blue Moon, pay back the money, hurry up and pay back the money." Blue Moon was surrounded. "If you don't pay back the money, your whole family will die. Hurry up and pay back the money. Pickpocket Joe." Blue Moon was pushed to the ground. "What are you doing? Give me some time, I'll pay you back, I will." It was hard for Blue Moon to escape home. On the other side, Yunli and Ming had already taken the Zhou siblings to Haichang. When they just arrived, they felt so hot. The temperature difference between this side and their cloud capital was really a bit big. Following the customs, they also went to buy local clothes, wore slippers, and went to find a place to stay. Before they came, they did their homework. The first step was to go to the wholesale market, the second step was to find a factory to compare. Finally choose what they needed and hit the road. They looked for a place to stay in the first place, then went out to shop and find a place to eat. At this time a call came in and Yunli went to the side and answered it. The one who called was Blue Moon, who had finally found Yunli's number. "I am Blue Moon." Yunli hung up the phone and pulled the plug, all in one go. Another call was then dialed and the other party told him. She sold what she could and still couldn't pay back the money, but wasn't willing to go to the old man and bow down, so she called you. She can't hold out for 2 days. Yunli smiled when he heard it, and told the brothers, good people do in the end, how to help those poor people to get paid. Don't have to do it, go to her home, where she works, take the loudspeaker shouting on the line. After the other side heard, directly after the opening, don't worry, no problem, you have to be careful outside. Okay, you also be careful, tell everyone, this month's bonus. The person who answered the phone, that is another good friend of Yunli, a friend of the orphanage, came back and got the beef jerky factory. Yunli asked him to bring a few of his friends from the orphanage and went to the beef jerky factory to help out, while keeping an eye on the Blue Moon family. He was never a good person, and if he wanted revenge, he wouldn't pay lip service to it. Yunli didn't tell his grandfather about this, and his grandfather never asked, he just believed that Yunli would be able to handle his factory. After hanging up the phone, Yunli came back and continued to eat with everyone. After eating, they headed towards the market. After going there, they realized that the clothes here, it was really cheap. And there are so many styles of clothes over here, they were all dazzled. Jolin even brought a camera and started to take pictures. But was stopped, sorry, we cannot take pictures here, you can buy back to shoot. I'm sorry. Jolin was a bit embarrassed. I didn't know we couldn't take pictures. Can I try? Jolin's words came out, they also reacted, yes, they can try it on and buy it back. Yes, they can try it on and buy it back. Yes, but the clothes we have here are sold from 2 pieces. Hearing the boss say this, Jolin smiled, no problem, your side of the clothes are too beautiful, not to mention 2, even 3, 5 I am willing. The styles here are really good, she likes to buy. A few people began to buy. Jolin bought more than 20 sets, just like that and still only shopped in 2 stores. Several boys also bought several sets each, and when they returned to the hotel, they were big bags. They continued to go shopping the next day. Factory that is not one, the last is to choose 10 kinds of styles, and then each kind of wholesale 800 sets back, let people help to send to the train station. So many clothes, the boss is a little worried, did not expect, these children give or cash. They were stunned. Seeing that they were so bold, there were also people who had their eyes on them, but when those people were about to make a move, they realized that there were a lot of people behind them to protect them. Well, it seems like the big young masters and young ladies came out to experience life. When they returned to Yeondu, it was already 5:30 on Monday night. They hurriedly took the bus to the school at the first opportunity. Just as they arrived at the school, they saw a lot of banners at the entrance, all of which were about Blue Moon paying back the money, Blue Moon paying back the money. The school had no choice but to tell them that Blue Moon had resigned. In fact, to say that she resigned, that is to give her face, that is to discourage. Blue Moon was very angry and felt that the school was insensitive. The principal was also very angry. If it wasn't for you, would these people of theirs have come here? How much of a safety hazard would they pose to the children by being in front of the school all the time? And you, what you ran seriously affected the school. It's good that you weren't disciplined. Now it's just a suspension for investigation. Tell people you've resigned and you won't do it? Then what else do you want to do? Blue Moon has nothing to say now, and she doesn't dare to go out. There are all debtors outside. If she goes out, she'll get rotten eggs thrown at her, but as the days go by, it's time for the bank to come to the door. She could only go to the old man. Chapter 64. Enough is enough. When she arrived at the villa area, she realized that she couldn't get in at all. Just in time to see Yunli come out, she didn't think twice to stop Yunli. Stop, take me to see your grandfather. Yunli didn't give her a single look and walked past her. Lanyu hurriedly rushed forward and tried to pull his hand, but he shook it off fiercely. What are you doing, Big Mom? Auntie? Blue Moon was so angry by these two words. I am your mom. I really heard the biggest joke in the world. Who was the one who said that he wouldn't recognize me in this lifetime? What, your whole life, so short? Blue Moon was so angry that she wanted to spit out blood. I am your mother, how can you do this to me? I said you are not. The way Yunli looked at her, it was like looking at an enemy, looking at the Blue Moon heart-shocked. You come up with the evidence, then let me respect you. Let's go do a paternity test. Lanyu did not even think to open her mouth. Instead of begging the old man, why don't you let Chin Che do a paternity test with her? Yunli pushed her far away with one hand. If you ask me to do it, I'll do it. I'm not willing to. If you force me to go, I'll call the police and make you even more humiliated. What's the difference between you now and a lost dog? I really don't understand. What are you so mad about? Isn't everything you have given to you by Yunha? Who gave you your backbone? Blue Moon darkened her face. This was a point she never wanted to admit. She firmly believed that she had today. It was her own efforts. She was just about to open her mouth when Yunli continued to speak. If it wasn't for him being blind and liking you, could you rely on Grandpa's connections to get into the school? With your character, you don't deserve to be a teacher. Just like this, you're still tugging around like you're 250 all day long. It's really ridiculous. Instead of playing the bully here, think about how you're going to pay back the money. After all, now you have become a street rat. Blue Moon couldn't listen any longer, rushed over and slapped Yunli hard on his face. This time Yunli didn't dodge. Blue Moon were frozen. The next second he heard Grandpa Ye's furious voice. Come on people, security, throw her out for me. Hitting my grandson, giving you face. Auntie Wang, give me a beating. I'll take responsibility if you kill her. Auntie Wang, the aunt of the family, rushed out and slapped Lan Yu's face with a few slaps. After the beating, she kicked Lan Yu out. Auntie Wang gave her a blank stare. I've seen you before, a small family, everything has to listen to you. Do not look at what your aesthetic, bullying my young master, looking for a fight. After saying this, Auntie Wang hurriedly went to look at Yunli. Lan Yu's face was on fire. She looked over. Yunli over there also looked over. There was some smugness in his eyes. He did it on purpose. Him? He deliberately provoked me. It was only now that Blue Moon remembered what she was doing, but the old man had already gone back, and even Yunli had left in a car, so she couldn't get in. At this moment, Lan Yu realized that it was so hard for her to see the old master. She just walked out of the confines of the villa area and was caught by the debt collectors. They beat her up again and told her that she must get the money quickly. Her bag and the shoes that looked a little bit valuable were all snatched, and the only thing that was left behind was the phone number, which said that it was for her to come up with the money. Blue Moon, angry to death, desperate to slap the concrete road on the ground. Pain. When Blue Moon went back with a bruised nose, she found a lot of people at the front door shouting to pay back the money. She mechanically opened the door and found 3 children looking at her in fear. Yunya and Yun Meng were really scared. As soon as they went out, people would say that her mom was a bad person, that they were misbehaving and were scheming girls. They also said that their family owed money. Yunya pulled Blue Moon and spoke in despair. Mom, I've had enough. Chapter 65, Yun Meng's Choice. She was fed up with days like this, fed up with not being able to go out, fed up with people slamming on her door in the middle of the night. Those debt collectors were pervasive and didn't know how they got in. She wanted to go out, she wanted to go to school, she wanted to buy whatever she wanted like before, instead of just being stuck at home. Mom, how did our family become like this? Yun Meng is also thinking about what to do in the end. She thinks that Mom should go to see Grandpa. Mom, you go to see Grandpa. Let's give in to a softness, or else like this, there is no way for the 3 of us to go to school. The separation of the class is over, they have not gone yet. Of course Yunmeng actually want to transfer to another school. She really do not want to go to see everyone's face again, also do not want to listen to some of the yin and yang words. Mom had an accident, the school no one can protect them. Blue Moon got angry when she heard this and turned to look at Yunmeng. You think I didn't go? I went and I was kicked out. He even made Auntie Wang beat me up. That grandfather of yours, he doesn't want to help us at all. And Qin She even said something about disowning me, it's really hateful. Yunmeng looked at her mother, who had changed into a different person, and was very helpless. Mom, what do you say? They just should accept the reality, now they don't have the qualification to be capricious. Mom may let Yun Zhou. Before Yunmeng could finish, Lanya threw a slap on her face. The slap made Yunmeng's eyes fill with tears, and her fiery face made her heart go half cold. It was always like this, Mom always protected Yunzhou like this, no matter if it was before or now. What Yunzhou wanted, she couldn't play with. In this family, Yunzhou was her favorite, Yunya was the sweet-mouthed one of them didn't need to say anything, one of them made a scene, and Yunmeng was different. Not only did she have to give in to Yunzhou, even her uncle's family had to give in. Her piano gives way to her favorite toys give way. In the past, she told herself to be good so that mom and dad would like it. Later, she told herself to be smart. Now she realizes that it doesn't work at all. Obviously she said the method, her mom still threw a slap, just like now, her mom hit her, hit and hit, no apology, no reason, just want to hit. Blue Moon blackened her face and looked at her two daughters and opened her mouth. You two sisters go see grandpa, you are his granddaughters, you make her give you the money she promised you. Let your dad take you there, okay? Yunya didn't want to, she didn't feel happy about meeting with her grandfather whom she hated. I don't want to go, I'm on the same page as mom and Yunzhou. Yunmeng was a bit upset when she heard this, then she looked at Yunya. Yunya, what you mean by this is that if I want to go, I'm not on the same page as mom? Then tell me, what should we do? Can you come up with the money, or can you find great aunt? I think great aunt and uncle must have run away already. Hasn't mom? So long ago, casually ran away, since the good behavior they cannot see, then forget it, no one love just love yourself, she has to plan for herself. Blue Moon face changed, heart thumped, suddenly a little panic, cannot be? Blue Moon has been thinking about getting money together for the past 2 days, and has not even gone to the old house to find someone. Sometimes it is like this, Blue Moon just finished, the old lady called. Blue Moon cleaned up the mood to pick up the phone, hello? At this moment, Lanyu's heart is still looking forward to her parents, to be able to tell her sister-in-law's news. Blue Moon, it's not good, your sister-in-law ran away with someone, she took all the money and ran away with someone else. At this moment, the Blue Moon hanging heart finally died. Oh, isn't this normal? It's you guys who gave people a chance. When I asked you guys to tell me about her, you didn't say anything. Now it's good, she ran away, we're all finished, I'm finished with your precious son. Blue Moon was so angry that she smashed her cell phone. The cries of the Blue family's parents were still coming in. Oh, what to do, our pension money is gone. Blue Moon didn't care about anything and looked at Yunmeng. Yunmeng, you take Yunya and your dad and go to your grandpa, I really don't have a choice. If you guys don't go to your grandpa to save us, in 2 days we'll be swept away to live in a bridge hole. I don't have any money left, I can't get a penny out. Yunzhou was dumbfounded now, how come he had to live in a bridge hole? Yunya and Yunmeng were shocked, just as Yunhe came back drunk, and hurriedly asked him to take back to find Grandpa Yi. When they found him, Grandpa Yi was wearing the new clothes Yunli brought him from Hai Chang and looking at the gifts he brought him. Hearing them outside, Grandpa Yi said to Yunli, Ali, let's go and see what's going on. The grandparents and grandchildren went out together outside, just outside the front door, letting them talk outside the door. Seeing Yunli at Grandpa's side, Yunya was very angry, just about to open her mouth, was covered by Yunhe, forbidden to say anything else. Yunya nodded unwillingly, and only then did Yunhe release her. Yunhe knelt down and apologized to his old man. Dad, it was all my fault before, it's me that didn't act as a good father. It was also me, who didn't act as a good son, letting Qin She down and chilling you, please forgive us. Yunya is not willing to speak. Yunmeng followed and opened his mouth. Grandpa, I am also wrong, as a sister, I should not bully Qin She. Grandpa Yi smiled when he saw it. Have you apologized to Ali? Ali is now called Yunli, and has no relationship with the trafficker family, this point you remember. They hurriedly looked at Yunli. Yunya was like a gourd with a sawed-off mouth, not opening his mouth at all. Yunmeng saw the situation and spoke to Yunli. Yunli, I am sorry, I had a bad attitude before, please forgive me. Yunli raised an eyebrow, not forgiven. Yunmeng. Yunya was so angry that she kept trying to open her mouth, but was covered by Yunhe again. Yunhe is also almost out of money in the past 2 days. Dad, we really know that we are wrong, we will treat Yunli well in the future, just let us come back, you also know that a lot of things have happened to us. Grandpa Yi spoke directly, isn't that what you deserve? Yunmeng saw this and followed suit and knelt down. Grandpa, I know, 1,000 mistakes are our fault. It's our fault for not being able to accept Yunli, even Yunya and I worked together to scheme Yunli, wanting everyone to hate him. Yunli, I apologize to you again. Grandpa, please tell me what the hell I have to do now. I was wrong, I admit it, I'll correct it, please don't give up on me. Grandpa Yi looked at Yun Meng, this granddaughter has a bit of brains, I'll send you abroad, from now on you can't contact your mom. In the future, when you come back from your studies, how will you look at your destiny, how? In the end is their own granddaughter, send her abroad, cut off contact with Blue Moon, how the future, depending on her own. Yun Meng did not reject the first time, Grandpa, I want to think about it. Yunya became angry when she heard this, feeling that Yun Meng was betraying them. You are crazy, how can you betray us, betray Mom and Yun Zhou, we are the family. Yun Meng looked up at Yunya, can you stop being so naive? What is the situation now? Can't you see it? In this family, it's Grandpa who has the final say. And Mom only has Yun Zhou in her heart. Obviously she could have apologized to Grandpa, obviously she could have chosen to send Yun Zhou away so that they would have other options, but she didn't want to. Whatever you guys say, it doesn't matter even if you say I'm selfish. I want to live differently. Since Yunya had said that, it wasn't hard for Yun Meng to imagine her mom's answer, but Yun Meng looked at her grandfather, Grandpa, then can you help my mom and dad? Yun Meng, all you can ask for is your own future. Or you can join them. Yun Meng understood. Grandpa, I am willing. I'm willing to leave here and study abroad, but I'm too young now, can I wait 2 years? I know what I should do. She made a choice and she won't regret it. You don't have a choice, you can choose not to come in. Yun Meng came in, and Yunli stepped aside so that she could stand on her grandfather's right. For Yun Meng, Yunli was not surprised that Grandpa would do this. Yun Meng was the only one who would call Grandpa to ask how he was doing, and the only one who brought him food back then, telling him that there was no place for him in this family if he was useless. Telling him that instead of expecting anything else, he should make himself valuable. Yun Meng was the one who was awake, knew what to expect, and watched coldly. Grandpa told him that if these two granddaughters saw the light, he would send them away, give them living expenses and tuition, and that would be the last thing he would do for them as a grandpa, but definitely not let them influence him. He told his grandfather, of course. Even if he wanted to retaliate, he wouldn't contradict his grandfather at this time. And Yun Meng didn't have a deadly grudge against him, but other than that he'd see what happened. Yunya saw Yun Meng go in and was furious, jumping up and cursing kind of, Yun Meng, you are a white-eyed wolf, no wonder Mom likes me more. Yun Meng did not have eyes to see the stupidity of Yunya, you shut up. Yunyi saw that Yun Meng had a result, and followed the opening, Dad, what about me, what about me? Grandpa looked at him, you have hands and feet, you can't die. But if you want me to help you, you can. Let Yunzhou get lost, and let Blue Moon personally come to me and ask me what to do. Either beg for food in the future or come see me. You choose one. Yunhee and Yunya lost their minds and left. Yun Meng was sent straight out of the country. Didn't stay for a moment. Grandpa only prepared the school for her, prepared the tuition living expenses, not a single cent more. Yun Meng could only go on by herself in a strange country. She knew very well that Grandpa wouldn't let her have the qualifications to compete with Yunli, but compared to Yunya, she did have a better future, didn't she? She would have to get on good terms with Yunli in the future, or perhaps one day she would have no more living expenses. When she left, she looked at Yunli Yuan, knowing that you are going to come back, I am also particularly naive, I think you are just from the countryside. Even if Grandpa likes you, how far can it go? I'm a very good person, but now I realize that Grandpa is the absolute controller of this family. Yunli, I won't go against you in the future, really. I still want to be on good terms with you. To be a human being is to look at people's faces, otherwise how to live? Yunli looked at Yun Meng and said, you make yourself more capable and valuable before discussing this sentence with me. Yun Meng walked away, Yunya that is a brainless, later hum. Yun Meng sat alone on the airplane, looking at the clouds outside, looking at the lights of the 10,000 houses underneath, tears, she was afraid, but she could only look forward. But it doesn't matter, there are people who are worse off than her, she wants to see what happened to Yun Zhou, who her mom loved so much. To see if her precious daughter, Yunya, would have a better life than her in the future. As for Yunli can't afford to mess with her, just admit it. The future, what a fear. Chapter 66, I'm going abroad too. Yunhee returned home with Yunya, and after seeing it, Lan Yu hurriedly came to ask about the results. How's it going, did your dad promise to borrow money? The next second, Blue Moon realized that Yun Meng hadn't returned. If it was usual, she really wouldn't have noticed so quickly, Yun Meng doesn't compete in this family and is a marginal existence. But today was different, she was waiting for them to come back with the money. Where is Yun Meng, why didn't she come back with you guys? This instant they heard this, their faces were all unsightly, and Yunya even directly started to complain, Mom, I'm telling you, Yun Meng abandoned us. She chose to listen to Grandpa and went abroad to study. She said she won't contact us again in the future, she's a traitor. Lan Yu froze for a second, then looked at Yunhee angrily, what did Yunya mean by that? Where did Yun Meng run off to? Yunhee now looked at Blue Moon and always felt that she had become very irrational. When he first met Blue Moon it was in college, at that time she was very pretty and witty, and she did a lot of part-time jobs by herself. She said she wanted to break free from her family of origin and have her own bright life. He fell at a glance, began to pursue, although many people say they are two worlds of people, but he does not care, he just like Blue Moon, just wanna be with her. He listens to her in everything, as long as she wants, he helps her to do it. But she was used to ordering him around and never thought of him as a husband. Because he loved her, he didn't mind if she disrespected the old man. Because he loved her, he didn't blame her when Yunli got lost. It wasn't because the two of them had a fight that they lost Yunli in the first place, it was. Later, when he found Yunzhou, he was skeptical, but she said it was that was. He loved Blue Moon to the bone. It's just that when love is humble, it can be tiring, and Blue Moon has always been cold to him. His heart again hot, will also be cold. He was thinking about what Blue Moon cares about the most, think about surprisingly only one Yunzhou. During this time, he also wondered why Yunzhou was so important to her. If it was a projection of her son before, what about now? Obviously Yunli came back, but she disliked Yunli in every way. Yun Meng went abroad. My dad let her go abroad. My dad said to send Yunzhou away so you can apologize to Yunli in person. Only then can there be room for negotiation. This time, Yunzhou was right next to him, and he never said he was willing to leave again. If he left and didn't live together anymore, would mom still love him as much as before? Yunya also looked at Yunzhou. She hurriedly spoke. Yunzhou, didn't you say that as long as grandpa forgives us, you are willing to leave? How about you go and say you want to leave yourself? That way mom and dad won't have to choose, it was you who wanted to leave. We can also go back to our old lives, how nice. Although Yunya hated grandpa, she didn't hate money. Yunzhou's eyes reddened as he looked at Blue Moon, then at his dad and sister. He realized that he was going to be given up. He looked up at his mom, his eyes were full of tears. Mom. Me. Blue Moon was heartbroken at the moment. She looked at Yunzhou with great pain. Yunzhou, mom doesn't want you to leave. Mom really wants to protect you all the time and not let anyone bully you. But now mom has no money. You wait here for mom will go to find your grandfather, and Yunli, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. Mommy won't give up on you, mommy will go talk to your grandfather. Lan Yu pulled Junhee and Yunya and left. Yunzhou also followed at this time. Mom, just let me come along. They once again arrived outside the old man's gate. This time it was getting light. But grandpa didn't open the door until it was dawn. When they saw the car that sent Yunli out leaving, they hurried to stop it. Grandpa came out at the back. If you guys are going to stop my family's alley, I'll have people throw you out. Hearing this, they could only leave. Blue Moon at this moment, dark circles under her eyes are very serious, her hair is messy, and she has long since lost her previous high and mighty appearance. That's right, in the past, even in front of her grandfather, she felt that she was very powerful. She felt that she graduated with a master's degree and was a senior teacher in school. He was much more noble than their family of coppery guys, and she had the bones of a literati. Dad, I'm here. Just tell me how you can help us. This time, I've come to bow down to you, please state your terms, but no matter what, our family will never give up on each other. To me, Yunzhou is my son. I will not give up on him. Grandpa looked at her like this and laughed. It's come to this point, you're still quite dignified, so it seems like I'm still begging you to let me borrow money for you, is that it? You can get out now. Grandpa had them all thrown out. Yunya looked at the big house, aggrieved. When they got home, the bank people came and told them to take away their clothes, they were going to seal the house. Even Lan Yu's account was blocked, along with Yunhee's, who was Lan Yu's husband. This is great, they have no money. They looked towards Yunzhou and Yunya, your two accounts? The money in both of their accounts was also blocked. This is good, their whole body is $500, that is still Yunya's. Yunya was dumbfounded, they could only go and find a place to stay. It turned out that the hotel minimum $688. Those cheap ones, they couldn't look at them. They finally returned to Blue Moon's mother's home. Just arrived in the village, they saw the debt collectors. They turned and ran. They ran, and finally hid under the cave in a sorry state. The few of them looked at me and I looked at you. Yunhee slapped his thighs and looked at Lan Yu. Let us go to my dad, if you don't go I will go, I don't want to live like this for a day. Yunya also regretted, she told Blue Moon, Mom, I am sorry, I also. They came to Grandpa again, and Grandpa looked at them like beggars and raised his eyebrows. This time they didn't dare to have any face and obediently apologized. Yunya and Yunhee even kneeled down. Yunya was the first to speak. Grandpa, I am also willing to go abroad, you send me abroad. Chapter 67 Eating for Life. Lan Yu looked at this daughter angrily. What do you mean by this? Why are you also like Yun Meng? Have you forgotten what I told you? We have to be literate. Your mom, I am a senior teacher, a professor, and a master's graduate. This is something Blue Moon has said countless times, but it's quite ridiculous. Grandpa straight up broke it down. Where did you get those degrees from? Do I have to say it again in front of the kids? Wasn't it that dog Yunha who helped her out? Saying it over and over again, as if this way the fake can become real. Hearing this, Lan Yu's face changed. She looked at her old man in shock. Dad? Grandpa raised his eyebrows. Don't call me dad, if you were my daughter, you would have been thrown out by me with broken legs. Why do you need to make a scene here? Grandpa then looked at Yunya. This granddaughter is stupid and bad, without a bit of brains. And you, when I asked you, you didn't choose, you were hard-headed, now you want to leave the country, it's impossible, get out of my way. Yunya also stared with wide eyes, tears in her eyes. Grandpa, then you just watch me being chased. I don't have enough to eat or wear every day, I don't even have a place to live. How can Grandpa be like this? You can have didn't I say, as long as your parents send Yunjo away, I will lend them money. This time Yunya hurriedly looked at Junjo, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and say to Grandpa that you are willing to leave. Yunya now cannot care about what sister-brother relationship, she will not be able to afford to eat, she still cares about this. Yunjo glanced at his mother and found that Blue Moon had pain in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. He knelt down and looked at his grandfather. Grandpa, I know that I'm not your grandson, and I also know that you don't like me. As long as you are willing to lend money to my parents, I can leave. I'm willing to leave here, I'm willing to go to school by myself, and I'm willing to never go home or contact my parents from now on. As long as you can help them, Grandpa. Blue Moon is a little loosened up. Who said you're just leaving this place? Grandpa Yi sneered and looked at them in disgust. Blue Moon, Yunha, you two listen carefully, in order for me to lend you money, you must let this trafficker's son go back to his old home, go back to that village. You can't give him a penny. You can't give him a phone call, you can't contact him, you have to let him fend for himself in that village. For as long as Miley has lived there and suffered, he will suffer in that place for as long as he can. He was meant to be there, he was meant to be in that place, he deserved it. He had to suffer there. What Yunli suffered back then, he had to suffer, and for the rest of his life. His Ali was so hard, so difficult, what right did Jinzhou have to enjoy happiness? He had to go and suffer too, to the death. When the time comes, Grandpa will arrange something for him, arrange it all over the place, so that he can't die, but he must not live well. What? Blue Moon was reluctant. Yunzhou was dumbfounded and scared. Yunhe was just calm, as for Yunya was bent on only one thing. Grandpa, is it true that if Mom and Dad agree to send him away, we'll be able to go back to the old days? Before? Grandpa was once again angry, calling her stupid was a compliment. You don't have the old days. Yunya, you followed someone else to bully your own brother, stupid and bad, I don't recognize you as my granddaughter. I've done right by you by not letting you follow this Yunzhou and suffer in that village together. Chapter 68, he has to suffer too. Yunya is on the verge of tears. How is Grandpa like this? Grandpa, then I am not thinking that I have been with him for so many years and have feelings. I am afraid that Yunli will bully Yunzhou. Isn't bullying supposed to happen? Grandpa asked her directly in return. Before someone scolded you a sentence, you even ran to beat them up. Who bullied you? You have to bully back 10 times. This Yunzhou enjoyed your own brother, so many years of life, not to mention is bullying, he must also obediently suffer. Grandpa then looked at the family, his eyes became even colder. It's not like I haven't given you guys as a family a chance. I asked you guys to come to the airport to pick up the plane, if you guys came at that time, maybe I wasn't so angry. At a later time, but if you guys had once apologized to my family's Ali, but if you two couples had shown a little bit of guilt, I would have been able to be merciful to you guys. Nay, you guys let me down too much. Yunhee aggrieved, then didn't he listen to Blue Moon? Dad, you can't wrong me like this, I'm quite good to Yunli, I'm just afraid of Blue Moon getting angry. Grandpa kicked over and kicked him far away before he spoke in disgust. Since you chose your wife, what are you telling me? You chose your wife over your son, now I don't want you, isn't that normal? Next to him, Yunya trembled. Grandpa, I was wrong. You are not wrong. Grandpa turned around and looked at her with a smile. Don't you have feelings for Yunzhou? I will fulfill you. You'd better be a good sibling with him for the rest of your life. Your family can either go out and beg for food together, or let Yunzhou go back to his own life. If you want to be good siblings with him, go ahead. As long as you study hard, you can still get out of the mountains and get into a good university in the future. I'm optimistic about you. If Yunya could really go this far, then he would still think highly of her. Yunya was dumbfounded. Grandpa was really cruel. Yunzhou was scared, he was trembling with fear. He had been to that place before. That village was just too shabby, the houses were especially shabby, the village was all dusty, and there were no concrete roads. He didn't want to go to that place. He wanted to follow his mom. Mom, I'm scared. Yunzhou rushed to tell Lanyu, Mom, I'm really scared. I don't dare to go back alone. Lanyu hurriedly hugged Yunzhou. I'm not afraid, Mommy is here. Seeing this situation, Grandpa glanced at Yunha over there. Stupid, see, people mother and son love, you and your daughter count for nothing. Alright, I will give you 3 days, you guys get lost. After 3 days, even if you want to do this, I won't agree. Grandpa once again had them thrown out. No matter what, Grandpa Yi would not let Yunhee and Yunya die, the rest was up to them to choose. Yunhee didn't want to wait any longer and looked at Yunzhou. Didn't you say that you were grateful to me and your mom for raising you to such a great age? Then you should go back to the village. When Yunli was able to survive on his own, then you can too. If his son can do it, why can't Yunzhou do it? When Lanyu heard this, she rushed over like crazy and kept hitting Yunhee's heart. You heartless, how dare you? How dare you leave him behind? We already lost him once in the beginning, how can we leave him behind again? Yunhee was speechless. What are you talking about? It was Yoonli that we lost in the first place. Yoonli is our son. I'd like to ask you, what's your relationship with him? Why do you love him so much? You didn't react so strongly to your own daughters, how can you react so strongly to someone else's child? He's not your illegitimate child, is he? The moment she heard this, Lanya's pupils shrunk, and in the next second she started hitting Yoonhee non-stop. You scum! I'll let you talk nonsense. Yoonhee felt a pain in his heart as he hurriedly grabbed her hand. Enough. Blue Moon, enough. I've done enough for you, even when I was kicked out, I didn't leave you guys behind. Then what did you do? You've chilled me over and over again. I'm telling you, this time you must send him away. There's no way I'm going to let him hold my daughter back. Chapter 69. They die by themselves. Blue Moon pushed Yoonhee away, the corner of her mouth with a crazy smile. Come on, you're just an excuse, you really want to do it for the good of your daughter, why don't you fight for it? Why can't you let your dad give you the company? It's not because you're useless. Splat. Yoonhee raised his hand and gave Blue Moon a slap. With a slap, both of them froze. Yoonhee himself didn't expect that he would one day take action against Blue Moon. You hit me. Blue Moon rushed forward once again and wrestled with Yoonhee. It was at this time that someone suddenly arrived. Egu, you guys are still fighting, come on, continue, how about this, which one of you wins the fight, I won't arrest anyone's child. The two of them stopped to take a look, it turned out to be another debt collector. Before the debt collectors, a moment to block them to throw all kinds of things, of course, will also take away their valuable things, but now they are what is the meaning of this, and it seems to change a group of people? They also stopped fighting and hurriedly protected the two children behind them, and what Blue Moon subconsciously pulled was Yoonjo. When Yunya saw this scene, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't disappointed. She had always protected Yoonjo's, but it didn't mean she could accept that her mom's heart was only Yoonjo. Yunya was protected by Yoonhee. He looked at them, what are you doing? It's broad daylight, what do you guys want to do? The other party laughed when they heard this, so you mean, what can we do in the middle of the night, right? Yoon-ha. They are all fierce looking, at this moment, tell them, you don't have to be in a hurry, we just want to invite you to a place. You guys owe so much money, there has to be a statement, right? Blue Moon's heart cooled by half, you guys are. Pink Lona. Yoonhee was a bit confused, what? And Blue Moon's face became even more ugly. Blue Moon, what have you gotten yourself into? By this time, Blue Moon did not hide it. I was at that time, thinking that your father could not possibly not care about you, so I went elsewhere to borrow a little bit of money, thinking that I would first settle the wages of the workers, and then get the factory back. I borrowed $500,000, thinking that the factory could not be auctioned off, but I did not expect that they were rolling interest so strong. Now they want me to pay back $800,000. Lanyu thought well before, Gong Gong cannot really watch Yoonhee, his son, go to the end of the road. Yoonha instantly exploded with anger. He did not even think of going over to the whole loan shark. You are crazy, I see you, this woman is really crazy. How dare she touch this? Those people laughed along. Now that you know what is going on, come with us. The family was taken to the mountains, the place was very run down, and told to stay right there. A dozen or so little brothers and a big brother with glasses looked at the family. The time to pay back the money, there are still 2 days left. But I see that you have no intention of repaying the money, so let's collect some interest today. Break this woman's hand, for me. And that precious son of hers. Yoonhee wanted to go over, but he was held down by a few people, and Yunya was also gripped tightly. Blue Moon kept shaking her head, don't. Mom. 2 heartbreaking screams later, both of their left hands were broken. Hearing this sound, that big brother laughed, this is the interest, after 2 days without seeing the money, I will sell your family to Africa. Blue Moon. Those of them left. Their family was left here. Yunya was so scared that she sat on the ground. Yoonhee hurriedly pulled her up. Xiaoya, let's go home, come on, let's go home. We apologize to your grandfather, beg him to help us, I'll divorce her, if she wants to die she'll die herself, don't drag us along. This Blue Moon is like crazy, loan sharks dare to borrow, these people are not afraid of things, he wants to divorce Blue Moon. Blue Moon is in pain, looking in the direction of Yoonha, what did you say? You want to divorce me? Yoonha, do you have a conscience? In the beginning it was you who begged and pursued me. If it wasn't for him, how could her parents have separated her from that man? Chapter 70, Continuous Premature Labor. Yoonhee was also angry, yes, at first it was him who pursued her, then you didn't refuse. You want to refuse? I can still keep chasing? You did not refuse, is not the default can continue to chase? I have been treating you badly for so many years? I have loved you for 10 years. Blue Moon squinted at Yoonhee with a look of contempt in her eyes. Love me, then engage in an affair with the secretary. Yoonhee really admitted it, yes, he was ambiguous, what's wrong with that? That's right, I am ambiguous, so what? Then you're like ice every day, don't take me seriously, and don't let me enjoy the feeling of being loved outside. He just wants to feel the feeling of being courted and worshipped, can't he? She is like an iceberg, how can not melt away, then he cannot condemn himself for life. Besides, I am ambiguous, I did not treat you badly. I still listen to you at home, I give you whatever your family wants, you made such a big mess, I also bear with you, I have left you? You said, I and that secretary, no longer have a relationship. Although he is a little bit of heart, but not cheating he is just chatting, can't we eat? He enjoys the feeling of being worshipped, can't he? If he really didn't love, he would have left her alone. If it wasn't for caring about you, I would have divorced you long ago. What do I need to do? Let Yunya suffer with me. I've protected someone else's son as my own. What more do you want? For your sake, I have no feelings for Yunli, I treat Yunjo as my own and defend him at every turn. I even contradicted my father. What more do you want? Blue Moon, you're the one with the cold heart and lungs. No matter what she didn't even think to discuss it with him. Giving her parents money wasn't discussed. Giving the savings to her big brother to clean up the mess didn't say a word. Became a legal person did not say, if that time said, with the old man to explain, find a lawyer will not be so passive. She will always be like this, everything is her say, everything is her call. In the end, it became this step today. Lan Yu only felt that it was all an excuse. Yunhee is a scumbag, a big scumbag. A scumbag is a scumbag, and an ambiguity is cheating. What are you still saying here? Yunhee is tired, his heart is tired, what time is it? Don't discuss whether I cheated or not. Now you just say whether you want to agree with my father's words and let Yunjo go back to that village. That way we can live. Yunjo screamed in pain, Mom, don't leave me behind, the house there is old and shabby, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Yunha was instantly smart at this moment. How do you know it's old and shabby? You've been there, haven't you? I told you to find your grandfather, where did you go? At that time, when the company had an accident, he asked Yunjo to go with the housekeeper to find the old man, but in the end, he followed Zhou Xiaoya of the Zhou family back, saying that Zhou Xiaoya had been asking him to accompany him, and he could not get away. Then where the hell did he go? Yunhee's brain tinkled a bit, as if he understood a lot of things at once. Yunzhou, did you know your identity at that time? Then Yunhee looked at Lan Yu again, what about you? When did you know? My dad said that he told you about this, but you kept saying how important Yunzhou was to you all these years, you don't care about Yunli at all, why? Yunhee's mind started spinning non-stop, what exactly is Yunzhou's relationship with you? Back then, in the beginning, she didn't like him and didn't reject him, and then she even disappeared for several months, and then she came back, and she wasn't as cold to him as she was before. She said that was because she went back to her hometown to experience a lot of things, all of a sudden understand a lot, her family of origin is too bitter, cannot believe marriage. Then they got together and soon had Yunya and Yun Meng. After giving birth to Yunya and Yun Meng prematurely, she was pregnant with Yunli in less than a month. At that time he was heartbroken and did not want to keep Yunli, a quick pregnancy is too harmful to the body, but she insisted on staying. At that time, he felt that his infatuation finally had a reply. But if all this, Yunhee looked at Lan Yu, he reached out his hand and shook her hard, is he your bastard son? Lan Yu struggled and used her other hand to slap him across the face. Do you have a conscience? I continuously give birth to children for you, how am I going to have a bastard? Yunhee also calmed down, it seems so. Then why are you so good to Yunzhou? Why do you ignore everything for Yunzhou? I said, it's because Yunzhou kept me from being blamed, because he stayed with me through those dark times, blood wasn't that important. He cured me of my postpartum depression. Yunhee also remembered that Yunli was born 8 months prematurely, leaving Blue Moon in poor health. She didn't like Yunli much at that time and wasn't close to him. Later, when she lost and regained it, she treated Yunzhou as if he was the apple of her eye. Chapter 71 That Beam of Light. Then Yunhee suddenly did not know what to say, because she, in order to give him 3 children, really ate a lot of suffering. Then you say what to do now? Well, even if all your previous things are. But it is also true that you have been cold to me all these years, right? It's true that you've always disliked me, right? It's also true that you've made such a big deal out of it, isn't it? As you can see, your hands are broken, and without money, who knows what will happen to us? If you're not willing to send him away and let my dad lend us the money, then there's no way I'm going to gamble with my daughter's life. He is quite selfish, but he still has his daughter, he is not a scum, naturally he still cares for her. Yunhee was depressed, facing Blue Moon, he always seemed to be unable to speak to her. Lan Yu hummed, obviously relieved, I won't agree, I won't give up Yunzhou. Good, then there's no more to talk about. Then let's get a divorce, that's your family's debt, it has nothing to do with me, I don't know if you went to borrow from loan sharks. Let's get a divorce and see what the court decides. In how the strong feelings, in her yelling and dislike over the years, slowly wore away. There is no way he can love her as much as he used to. If he can't argue then he won't argue, let's just leave it at that, he'll take his daughter and go kneeling to the old man every day, the old man will soften his heart one day, won't he? As for Blue Moon, since she has to follow that Yunzhou and suffer, she'll go by herself and bless them with a lifetime of mother and child love. Why are you so selfish? Blue Moon is going to be furious, have you forgotten his company all these years? Yunhee snorted coldly and came to say, I remember he's always been in trouble and I've always cleaned up his messes. Blue Moon. Yunha glanced at his daughter, Xiaoya, what do you think, go with me, or with your mom? Yunya was just scared. Those people just took a stick and then hit down towards Mom and Yunjo's hands. She was shaking a little. She grabbed her dad's hand tightly. Dad, I'll go with you. Blue Moon was a little disappointed. She thought that Yunya was different from Yun Meng. Xiaoya, how can you go with your dad? Yunya looked at her mom and was also disappointed. Mom, you have broken a hand, can't you understand? At this time, we have no other way but to let Yunjo go back. Besides, he's only going to the countryside, it's not like he's going to die. But if we don't let her go, we'll die. I don't want to be sold to Africa. Just pretend I'm not a good daughter. Dad, let's go quickly. Mom is always Yunjo. She doesn't think about her as a daughter at all. She's about to become a beggar now. Obviously before, she was the princess in the limelight. She was the same as Zhou Xiaoya, that was also the center of attention in the crowd. He was ready to take his daughter away, then he realized that he didn't recognize this mountain, he didn't know how to go back. Yunya also looked at her dad with a confused face. Dad, do you recognize the road? Of course not, but he spoke with a hard head. No matter, go down. Blue Moon looked at them. Really want to go, also can only help Yunjo down. She looked at Yunjo. Yunjo's eyes are full of tears, the pain is sweating. Mom, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I thought I wasn't afraid, but if I go back alone, I'm afraid I won't survive. Mom, I'm willing to go back, but I'm scared. Blue Moon looked at such Yunjo, as if through him, saw the person at the beginning. That person who would stand in front of her no matter what. That person was the light in her life, the existence that she wanted to chase, but could only stop and watch from afar. She endured the pain of her broken hand, gritted her teeth and told him, don't be afraid, Mom will think of a way. Big deal, Mom will go back with you. Let's go down the mountain first. On the other hand, Yunli followed a few of his buddies over to the market after school. They rented a store, which is now being renovated, and a few of them went to look at the materials and keep an eye on the renovation together. At first, Zhou Hui even said it, wouldn't it be better to just leave it to the others, or Zhou Lin said it, you're the cutie. Since we are starting a business, we have to do it ourselves. Understanding the market now will be good for later. Besides, if we hand everything over to others, we won't even know if we get cheated. Yuli also thought so, but last time the factory renovation knew people, this time also went to the last uncle. That uncle's price is very good, work is also very nimble. A few people run everything by themselves to realize that doing business is not simple at all. For them, in the past, all they had to do was just move their mouths, but now they have to run everything by themselves. Looking at Yun Li, he knows everything, and when he bargains with people, his speed is so fast that they are dumbfounded. Now that they are renovating, a few of them took their clothes over to the market to sell. A few boys are very handsome, one for each of them. Zhou Lin wore the goddess's clothes, and the loudspeakers beside them shouted. For the parents of several families, they can make money is not important, but this experience, for them will always remember. Their children, they don't need to work very hard, but they should never know nothing. Come and pick it out, people. Come and see, the latest dresses. You won't be able to take your eyes off them. We're having a big sale. Clothes start at $5. $5. Chapter 72. Your wife ran away with someone. Everyone come to see. As long as there is a fancy we can ask a question. They brought a lot of styles this time, of course, the price is not equal, first with a low price to let everyone have an interest in understanding, and then is the medium price, and then up. A few people were not bad looking in the first place, and with the clothes, that made them even more spirited. Some people come to ask, there is a second, third, a few children speak especially good, told everyone, we do not make money, we are students part-time. We just want to show everyone how nice this dress looks. Thank you, uncle and auntie. One afternoon, they sold a lot of clothes, of course, this is a small profit, their warehouse, there are still a bunch of it. Almost they pack up things, go back to their warehouse, this day they are full of energy, feel the future can be expected. When Yunli returned home, it was more than 9 o'clock in the evening, Grandpa was very distressed, hurriedly let him eat some snacks. Yunli didn't ask about that family, his good friend came over and said that another group of people went to collect the debt Blue Moon had borrowed from the loan sharks, and they all took it away. But that snack food factory is going to be auctioned off, Qin She wants to take it, and he also discussed it with a few of them. Now the beef jerky factory business is very good, there are already a lot of restaurants, with them long-term cooperation. He is in the hands of money, a few other people, well, that's not to mention. They are all rich and want to make money. Grandpa looked at Yun Li's busy face and told him, Li, no matter what you do, Grandpa will support you, but we have to take care of our health, right? Grandpa, I know. I heard that my mom borrowed from a loan shark? Grandpa laughed when he heard that. He's been waiting for Li to talk about it. Right, I told her that if she wanted my help, she would have to throw Yunjo back to that village and let him fend for himself, or she would find a way on her own. Grandpa wanted to see if she would give up her precious son or not. He is not going to let that Yunjo go, not even Blue Moon. Yunli said after hearing that, she shouldn't. That's her baby bump, she shouldn't give it up, they'll all have to be locked up in the future to make it work. Grandpa also told Yunli about the arrangement for that stupid son. For that useless father of yours, Grandpa won't let him come back either, stupid for half of his life, if he still keeps on being stupid, then he deserves to die of hunger. Yunli thought for a long time, then looked up at his grandfather. Grandpa, I hate them. Yunli's gaze, there is no hiding, just look at Grandpa so seriously, put his hate here clearly. Grandpa, I am not soft, I also have emotions. I always knew that they shouldn't like me very much, I never had any expectations, but they went too far. Time and time again, their family did those little things in front of me, and I hated them. So, I was the one who reported Blue Soldier's factory. I even got someone to press Blue Moon to pay back the money, I just wanted to make her suffer. Grandpa, I'm not a kind person. Even for Yunya, I am disgusted. Yunli knew that Grandpa knew it all, but he didn't want to hide it anymore. Grandpa, I won't be kind to them in the future either, as long as they commit a crime in front of me, I will return it tenfold. Grandpa laughed when he heard that, reached out his hand, touched his head and then said, Grandpa knows it all. Grandpa even hopes that you can retaliate even harder. Ali, in this world, being kind is good, but you can't be too kind, or people will think you are good for bullying. Why did Grandpa have an accident in the first place? It was because there were people behind the scenes who wanted Grandpa to die. Those people knew that Yunho was a waste of space and that he wouldn't be able to keep the company if I died. Those people didn't realize that I was saved by you and that I had my memory back. Lee, you will face many people in the future, don't be too kind. You have to remember that they are the ones who have wronged you. You didn't apologize to them, you didn't do anything wrong. In other words, if they really don't have any problems, you can't report them, can you? Yunli, in a few days, your great-grandpa's family is coming back. When they come back, they're not going to fall in love with us. If they upset you, they'll just blow the table off. Great-grandpa's family? Yunli really didn't know that when he came back in his last life, Yunhi's family had been reduced to the point where they had to rely on marrying their daughters to bring the company back from the dead. That's right, their family used to be out of the country, and recently they are coming back, saying that they want to arrange for your cousins to go to the same school as you. And their son wants to go to the company. This time Yunli remembered, in his past life, that Yunjo was always okay, that family wolves robbed their family's old mansion or something. So, the visitor is not good. Grandpa. As long as Grandpa tells him this, then he'll know what to do. Okay, it's almost time. Go and get some rest. Lee, whatever you want to do, let it go. This time, Yunli understood what Grandpa meant. Grandpa was saying that he would always support him, even if he was packing a scummy dad and mom. Yunli came back and hugged Grandpa. Grandpa, if it wasn't for you, what I did, it definitely wouldn't have gone so well. Without Grandpa, he would have reported it, but Yunhi would have definitely used all his money to save Blue Moon, and the results wouldn't have been as good as they are now. Grandpa patted his head. Ali, Grandpa is still looking into the matter of you getting lost in the first place. If you have time, you can go see Blue Soldier once, he should know a lot of things. This matter of you being lost is not simple, and Yunjo's relationship with Blue Moon is not simple either. Grandpa didn't think that a person could be so kind to someone else's child. That's why he suspected it and sent people to check it out, only to find out that it's difficult. What does that mean? It means that there are many hands in the middle. Grandpa, do you mean that Blue Soldier will tell me? Yunli really hadn't thought about this, he only knew that the trafficker's parents had been arrested, he was thinking of checking it out, but there was no place to start. That person, Prophet is the only thing, as long as you go, say your identity, and then give him a little benefit, he will reveal what you want. Whether it's true or not, we'll be able to find out if we have a direction. Lee, the more we can't find out, the more it means that there's something wrong with this. Okay, Grandpa, I know, I'll go tomorrow. Yunli decided to strike while the iron is hot, then go and figure out what is going on. Yunli decided to strike while the iron is hot, then go and figure out what's going on. Yunli said he would go, and after taking leave from his buddies, he followed the housekeeper to the detention center. Over here, when Blue Soldier heard someone coming, he thought it was Blue Moon, thinking that he would be able to get out right away, but he didn't expect to see that it was an unfamiliar child. Although unfamiliar, he still recognized the person in front of him at once. You are that true son of Yunhee? Yunli was quite similar to both Grandpa and Yunhee, and was even a bit similar to Blue Moon. As long as people who knew about this matter, they could see it at a glance. That's right. That made Blue Soldier feel strange. Then why did you come to see me? Don't tell me you think of me as an uncle. If you really think of me as an uncle, you couldn't have come back for so long without visiting my house once, could you? Mr. Lan Bing has some brains, otherwise he wouldn't have been found out until now. I want to know some news from Mr. Lan. Of course, I will also tell you some news, such as the situation of your family. Blue Bing narrowed his eyes and looked at the child in front of him, who was calm, not flustered, and had no urgency in his eyes. That depends, what are you going to ask? I am a person, right, as long as you can afford the price, I am willing to tell you the truth. Want to know the news from him, can negotiate the prices. But there were some news that he had wanted to sell to Yunhee. Yunli sat down across from him, he likes people like this, open up the sky and talk, lay out the price and let's talk slowly. Since Mr. Blue was so painfully honest, I am also painfully honest, you have succeeded, Blue Moon alone carried all the debt. The corners of Mr. Blue Bing's mouth showed a smile, he knew that his parents were giving it a go, and Blue Moon was sure to carry all the debt, next he was able to get out. The next second Yunli said, "Your wife has run away with someone, taking all your money." Blue Soldier. Chapter 73. A Yellow Hair. Blue Bing's face was ugly. He looked at the brat in front of him and spoke coldly. "I don't believe it. How could my wife run away?" Yunli knew that the Blue Soldier thought that his wife and her was a fake divorce. In fact, people have long run away. You are divorced, why don't people run away? You owe so much money. If you don't run away, you won't be able to keep that money, will you? People are now with their sweethearts away, those money so that you will not worry about food and clothing in the future. How good. Blue Soldier. Blue Soldier gritted his teeth, his hand on the table clenched into a fist. Don't know what you're talking about? You see, Mr. Blue, I was particularly serious and wanted to tell you the truth, but you didn't believe me. Not only that, you want to wait for your sister to come and save you. That's not going to happen. That sister of yours, in order to pay back the money, borrowed from a loan shark, and now she can't pay back the interest. Impossible. Blue Soldiers blurted out. Yunha so loved Blue Moon, it is impossible not to care about her. Your grandfather is so rich, how can he not be able to pay back that little money? Yunli laughed when he heard it. I knew that you were playing this idea. However, my grandfather loves me and he hates human traffickers. He told them that if they don't let Yunjo go back to my old village, they won't help them. I want to know why Blue Moon loves Yunjo so much. Is it because Yunjo is her illegitimate son? In his previous life, Yunli was in a daze and seemed to have heard Blue Moon tell him that she was his real mom. At that time, he thought she was saying, I've been your real mom for a long time over the years, but now that he thinks about it, maybe it's another possibility. Lan Bing smiled now. He looked at Yunli. So you want to know about this matter? I can tell you about what happened before Blue Moon, but you also have to give me a little favor. He had to ask for a little favor before he could. Before he could say anything, Yunli spoke up. If Mr. Lan wants me to get you out, then I can't do it. But it's possible to give your parents a sum of money, otherwise how are they going to support your son? Your wife has even left your son behind. Blue Soldier. He just wants to get out. He doesn't believe this brat's words. He believes his wife wouldn't do that. Seeing that Mr. Blue doesn't want to talk about it, then fine, I can find out for myself. Only when the time comes, I won't be able to help you. Your parents are now with your son in the old country, and from time to time there are debt collectors. Blue Soldier. That debt has nothing to do with my parents. Why would those people go after my parents? Yunli raised an eyebrow and didn't answer this sentence of his. How about this? I don't believe what you say. You ask my parents to come and see me. I want to know what's going on from their mouths. As long as what you say is true. I'll tell you why you were lost in the first place, and I'll also tell you who your mom's first love was. I'll even tell you what's really going on in Cloud Island. Once I relied on these 3 secrets to get your mom to fix my mess for half my life, so you should understand how important it is. Yunli stood up and walked outside. I can get your parents to come, but the price at that time is not up to you. Blue Soldier, why is this kid out of line? Wait, I can tell you one thing, back then your mom was with a yellow hair. That yellow hair is a small punk. Follow some people outside to mix Big Brother, said what do big business will earn big money, let my sister Big Belly. At that time, my sister was selling buns outside that high school, so she met your dad. For the rest, I want you to give my parents a sum of money to meet me after they come here to see me. Hearing this is enough. For the rest, Yunli can take his time to find out. I will notify for you. Yunli had someone notify Blue Soldier's parents and returned home to see his grandfather himself. Just as he reached the front door, he saw the fleeing duo, Junhee and Yunya. They, father and daughter, had come out of the mountains with great difficulty. Along the way that is the car cannot get a ride. People did not meet finally step by step, walked to the main road. And all the money out, which came here, and now they have no dime in their hands. Now they don't have a single dime in their hands, and the phone is out of battery, so they can only come here. Yunli came to their feet and looked at the two of them. Junhee hurriedly pulled Yunli's feet. Yunli, Dad was wrong. It was Dad who was bad in the past, it was Dad who was heartless. Can you forgive Dad? From now on, I promise I won't help that Yunjo once, okay? Just let your grandpa off my back and let me go back to the company. Yunli just stood here, looking down at him like this. Once upon a time, he begged him the same way, begged this dad, to let him go out and see the sun. He said no, that Blue Moon was going to be angry, that people would see the two of them lose face. Their own son had been abused to the point of maggots, and their first reaction was that it would humiliate them. I'm not going to speak for you. Grandpa never did anything to you. You have a degree, and if you do a good job of getting a job, you'll be able to support yourself and your daughter. You're the one who doesn't want to go to work, who doesn't want to stoop to your level, who can you blame? Yunha. What he went to other companies, those companies are dog-eyed. He used to be a general manager, he can't be a company employee. Yunya pulled his father aside. Dad, don't beg him. He can't wait for us to have a bad life, can't wait for Grandpa to leave us alone. He just wants to be alone and hog all of Grandpa's property. After saying this, Yunya's mouth was especially dry, but she still told Yunli, when we make Grandpa feel better, I won't let you be so proud. I am the Grandpa's favorite granddaughter. Yunli looked at her naive look and spoke. Well, Grandpa's favorite granddaughter, so have you called Grandpa? Do you care about him? Did you eat with him and walk with him? You didn't do anything, and you just think that you want Grandpa to spoil you. Why don't you go to heaven? You don't think you can go back to the old days, do you? You too, you're really just as stupid. It's still not like Yun Meng, Yun Hee and Yunya. Why have you come here to apologize? Is it because there's no food to eat? It's a bad feeling to be chased and beaten, isn't it? It's a painful feeling to be hungry, isn't it? Without money, it's hard to move an inch, right? Do you really know you're wrong? No, you're just afraid to continue suffering. Don't you think Grandpa can see that? You think you can't see that? That's why you're still thinking of coming back, huh? You haven't even found the right answer, so you're just being whimsical here. Chapter 74 Gifts Plus. Yunli's last laugh made both their father and daughter angry. Even Yunhee felt that Yunli had gone a bit too far. Yunli, I know that we were indifferent to you in the previous times and it's normal for you to have some opinions. I also know that when your two sisters talked about you like that before, you were not happy in your heart and it's normal for you to hate them. But, now that you're saying this in a gloomy manner, do you think it's deserved? Yunli looked at them and said with a smile. Of course it should be, I can still fall on my sword. You guys believe it or not, if I tell Grandpa that you guys are scolding him here, Grandpa will also believe it. I can also tell Grandpa that you guys said that you are going to beat me to death when you come back. They stared at Yunli with wide eyes. Unbelievably, you are going overboard like this. Looking at them like this, Yunli laughed. Excessive? This is excessive? Then didn't you guys accuse me of the same thing before? Didn't you say I cheated? What? You can do that, but I can't? Yunya was so angry that she wanted to hit someone, but she didn't have the strength. I will definitely expose your true colors in front of Grandpa, for sure. Yunli was indifferent. Instead he looked at Yunhee. Mr. Yun, let me tell you a secret. You know what? I went to see Blue Soldier today, and he told me that my real mom, used to be with a yellow hair, and had a child, and that's how she got to know you. Whose child is Yunjo? Could Yunjo be her real son? At that time, it was clear that we looked different, so why didn't anyone suspect it after we brought him back? Is it because he himself looks like that mom of mine? Then Yunli squatted down, looked at Yunya, looked at her face covered in mud. Do you think you are the most favored? What do you want? Your mom will buy it for you. Did your mom give you money? Did she save up for your education fund? You probably don't know, do you? People save an education fund for Yunjo. That money will never be taken out, no matter if it's bankruptcy or whatever. That means, Yunya, you are not at all your mom's favorite child. What do you want to buy? That's just something unimportant, and naturally, it's bought for you. But think about the actual things. The house, the car were given to you. But what about Yunjo? Yunjo's name, there should be a house, right? Did she take it out this time? People love that son from start to finish. Then the question comes, why does she love it so much? Because it's her son. Yunya's eyes were wide open, and a scene from before kept replaying in her mind. All those things she got, they really weren't much money. She had new dresses, and Yunjo had new clothes too, and they all cost more than hers. The places Yunjo went traveling to were also more upscale than them. And Yunjo already had a few houses. Usually, what mom said was also to take good care of Yunjo, when the older sister is to take good care of the younger brother to be able to do so. She is complacent. She thinks then Yunmeng get mom-like, but then Yunjo? Mom said, that's a boy will inherit the family business in the future. Daughters just need to be beautiful, now to be good to her brother. In the future, her brother will be her dependence, is her bottom line. Their father and daughter, the last trace of blood is gone. It took them 2 days to come back, and during those 2 days, they had also waited for Blue Moon behind them. They persuaded Lanyu to let go, telling her that as long as she was willing, even if they secretly gave money to Yunjo in the future, but people were not willing. People firmly want to protect their son, want to follow their son together. When she met someone, she did not hesitate to choose, please those village people, take them down the mountain, did not even mention the other direction of them. They came over after seeing them, and they had already been rescued. Chapter 75 Timeline. Just thinking about Blue Moon's desperation, and then associating it with what Yunli had just said, they were in agony. Especially Yunya, she couldn't accept that her mom had left her behind. She was her baby girl, wasn't she? Why? Why only choose Yunjo? Didn't she say that she loved her the most? Looking at their father and daughter, Yunli's mouth with a smile, where is this to wear? This can't be accepted. You two love her so much, what's the point? Did she choose you guys in the end? Or is it that you guys are born to suffer? A good husband, a good sister, awesome. Yunli's conspiratorial look made Yunhee very solid. He was very angry now, but he still didn't want to believe it all. Finally he found a perfect reason. Yunjo can't be your mom's child, he's the same age as you. You're in the same year, and your mom, she did not want you in the first place. It's because you were born prematurely and made her almost hemorrhage. She almost died. That's right, the timing doesn't match up, so there's absolutely no way Yunjo is Blue Moon's child. As long as it wasn't, then everything in his past wasn't a joke. He couldn't accept his past as a joke. It seems that the reason why Blue Moon doesn't love Yunli, that's because Yunli made her bleed profusely, and also because she got sick because of postpartum depression. There's a reason for all of this. Yunli would wander off, and it was also because she was sick, so. Yunli laughed when she looked at his self-deluded appearance. Is she saying the same age is the same age? A 2 or 3-year-old can say whatever they want. Then there are people who say that I, now, am only 8 years old. Even that pair of traffickers told me that I am 9 years old, so am I 9 years old? When a child is small, if he eats more and is chubby, people will think he is older, and if he eats less and is thinner, he will think he is younger. At that time it was just 2 or 3 years old, 2 years in between, that's 4 or 5 years old. 4 or 5-year-olds, whatever you want to call them. In their village, there is a child at the age of 5 on 90 pounds, looking at the appearance of 7 or 8 years old. Age this thing, say how much, is not it? Seeing that Jun-hee still didn't understand, Yunli opened his mouth again, breaking all his dreams. Yunya and Yun Meng were born 7 or 8 months prematurely. I was there in her month, also 8 months, that's an 8-month difference between Yunya and me. Further on, if Yunjo was also born 8 months prematurely, then there is a difference of 16 months between me and him, more than a year old. How much difference can there be? You had money back then, right? You had a nutritionist, right? Why was he born 8 months premature? Of course, I've already made it so clear to you, but if you still want to deceive yourself, there's nothing you can do about it. You can also most directly go for a paternity test to see if the two of them are mother and son. Isn't that good? Or are you scared? As for the hemorrhage thing, if his birth was all a reckoning, then the premature birth thing is very problematic. Yun's eyes widened, and there was pain in his eyes. Why do you have to be like this? Why did you have to say this? Why did you have to make me believe? The smile at the corner of Yun Li's mouth got bigger and better. Because I want you to face reality. Because I want you to suffer. To let you know how ridiculous you really are. To let you know how false those words you said really are. If Yunjo is her son, then she gave birth to Yunya for the sake of her son, and gave birth to me later, again for the sake of her son. Even my wandering away turned out to be a calculation. Yunhee closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Does your grandfather know what you really look like? Yunli, it's not good to live in hatred. You shouldn't speculate on others. What you said, that's all speculation. Yunli froze, then gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. If you think like that, I think you are the Ninja Turtle. You and Blue Moon were made for each other. Lock up. Yunhee clenched his fist so tightly that his fingernails had long since dug into his hands. How is it possible to not care? Chapter 76, Eating a Big Meal. Yunli said it so clearly, so understandably, that it made it impossible for him to even think of deceiving himself. He could only tell himself that it was all speculation. Will he go for a paternity test? Of course not. If he does, then. That's not true. Yunhee smiled to himself. He's done it. When they did it with Yunzhou, the old man said earlier that the specimen had been switched. What if Yunzhou and Blue Moon's share hadn't been swapped? He had the heart to kill Blue Moon at the moment. He wanted to rush over and ask why on earth he was doing this to him. Why did you break his heart? Was he not good enough for her? But at this moment, facing Yunli, he would not admit it. How am I? Don't need you to care. We want to see your grandfather. He could only speak stiffly. Yunya, who was at the side, also followed and stood up with difficulty. Instead of looking for grandpa, you guys should look for the house and fund under Yunzhou's name. Seeing as you are my own father, let me remind you. Currently Yunzhou is still your son. Those money is your joint property. Together you can go and get it back. If you do not go to sea, I see that the money you owe in the future will only get more and more. Yunhai is still not willing to believe this, but he is also clear that although Yunli is stirring up trouble, but he is also telling the truth. Borrow some money, give us 200, we will take a taxi. He has to take the account book to the housing authority to find out if there is one. Yunli looked at him with a smile, and when he saw that Yunhee was very angry, he took out 100. Here's 100, remember to pay me back and make a note. Yunli also took out a paper and pen. Yunhee was about to explode with anger. He was his old man, but he still had to write an IOU. Yunhee had no choice but to take it over and start writing. I will teach you the format. Yunli calmly stated that he would teach him the format. Ayunha, Han nationality, male, ID card on September 18th to the cloud away from the loan of 100 yuan, repayment date borrower Yunha, by handprint. Yunhee was so angry that his face was black. How do you want me to press? Yunli calmly took out the seal mud. The moment he saw the seal mud, Yunhee was about to go crazy. How do you still have this? Yunli was calm. Does it have anything to do with you? Hurry up and press it. I won't lend it if you don't. Yunhee could only grit his teeth and pressed the handprint. Then Yunli left. Their father and daughter rushed to the housing authority, only to find out after checking, Yunzhou name has 2 houses, there is a set in the city center, and this time people did not sell at all. Ha ha ha. Yunha all gave angry laugh. Sell these 2 sets of houses, how there are hundreds of thousands of dollars, and not to mention what fund. Of course, now the loan sharks rolled almost, Blue Moon certainly cannot afford to pay. Yunya also went crazy after seeing it. 2 houses. 2 houses. Mom secretly gave Yoonjo 2 houses. Her grandfather gave it to her, and this time Mom sold it all. At that time, she was still thinking, we are all family, we have to share the same pain, she's willing, but now? Who can tell her what's going on now? Dad, stop laughing, let's go find them. Yunya was now itching to go and tear Yoonjo apart. She couldn't stand it for a second. The 2 of them took a taxi to where the house was located, and when they arrived they went to knock on the door. The one who opened the door was Yoonjo. His hand was bandaged and in a plaster cast around his neck. When Yunya saw it, she was furious and red-eyed, and rushed in to scratch his face for a while. Sister, what are you doing? Blue Moon hears the commotion and rushes over. And Yunhee and Yunya went over to take a look. People are having a big meal, chicken, duck, fish and meat. Chapter 77, Fighting with you guys. Well, they said that the family will share the same suffering, as long as they are together, they will always pass. But what happened? As a result, only the 2 of them suffered. They mother and son do eat and drink spicy. Now Yunya is suspecting that during this past time, on the surface they ate chaff together, but in reality they secretly ate outside. I'll fight you guys. 1 second saying so, the next second Yunya rushed over and spat towards each of the vegetables. Blue Moon looked at it in disgust. Yunya's body was covered in mud, her hair was a mess, her shoes were covered in yellow mud, and now she was spitting when she was dirty. Yunhee also rushed over. Father and daughter decided to eat and then settle the score with them. They took big gulps towards their mouths. Yummy, yummy. They stuffed their mouths full and looked at that mother and son pair over there whose faces were hateful. After eating it, they will fight them. Blue Moon looked at them in disgust. You too, what's this look? Is it shameful? Yunya, the etiquette I asked you to learn, you've forgotten all of it, haven't you? And how did you guys find this place? This place should be very secretive, she didn't even tell them. Then Blue Moon thought of something and hurriedly went out to look. Luckily she didn't find anyone following her. If the debt collectors found this place it would be over. The 2 people over here ate their fill and didn't wipe their hands, looked at each other and went towards Yoonjo. Yunhee kicked his stomach, and Yunya hit his hands. Yoonjo was pressed to the ground. Yunhee punched and kicked, and Yunya only kicked at the hands. What are you doing? Blue Moon reacted and was about to defend, but was pushed to the ground by Yunhee. Blue Moon was about to get up when she saw Yunya. Those red bloodshot eyes were filled with hate. She was stunned. Shoya, why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and stop your dad, he's beating your brother. Brother? Yunya softly voiced out, then with dislike, is he my brother? Mom, let me ask you something, do you love me? She was trying to figure out, in this mom's heart, what does she really count for? Yunya had always been complacent. She felt that compared to Yun Meng, her mom loved her more. In front of her mom, she could be capricious and be herself. But now, looking back, she felt ridiculous. Blue Moon frowned. What kind of question is this? Of course I love you, can you get out of the way, I'm going to save your brother? Yunha, let go of me. If you hit my son one more time, do you believe I will divorce you? In the past, as long as Lanyu said these words, Yunhee would be very panicked and would apologize to her, coaxing her to keep apologizing. But this time, Yunhee looked back at her with the same hatred in his eyes. Fine, divorce, I can't wait. Don't worry, I have already found a lawyer, our accounts should also be properly settled. This time Blue Moon a little panicked. This dog man, even really want a divorce? That cannot, absolutely cannot let him take the initiative. Good now you finally say it, right? You are looking for a mistress outside, and now you want to divorce me. Blue Moon's ability to backpedal was great, but this time, Yunhee wouldn't fall for it. Yunya even jumped the gun and spoke up. Mom, can you stop beating around the bush? My dad doesn't have a mistress outside at all. Besides, this time, isn't it your problem? You had to meddle in your uncle's family's affairs and ended up getting yourself into debt. Dad and I didn't say anything, did we? We were very supportive of you, and what happened? The result is, you're out there borrowing from loan sharks, but you gave all the money in the house to Yoonjo. Mom! Yunya shouted in despair, how could you do this to me? I'm your daughter too, you sold all the houses in my name, you told me that we're a family, we're going to get through this together. What about Yoonjo? Why didn't he sell his? Why did you, in private, secretly buy him a house and an education fund? Why did you do that? Why are you being biased? All this time, they've been dodging debts, running away all the time, not getting enough to eat, and what's the result? They ate big fish and meat as a mother and son, and when they didn't know about it, they were able to run here and blow the air conditioning. Even if Yunya wanted to deceive herself, she couldn't do it. She was willing to accompany her as a mom to suffer, and as a result, her mom went behind her back and lived a good life with Yoonjo. She, along with dad, didn't blame her for harming their family. But she only has Yoonjo in her heart. You said you wanted me to protect this brother, you said that even if he wasn't your own, we still had so many years of affection. But now what you've done makes me very sick. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him more than I hate Yunli. She hated Yunli because she felt that Yunli was from the countryside and didn't deserve to be her brother. Thinking that Yunli would bully Yunzhou, but now, she hates Yunzhou even more. Yunzhou can't possibly not know anything. Their mother and son are guarding against her and dad, treating them like second little cuties. To cheat. Yunya's outburst made Lan Yu confused for a moment. But she didn't feel any more guilty. You guys. She looked at the father and daughter, and then at her son, who was beaten to death on the ground, and hurriedly ran over to help him up. You two, it's just too much, you're like two thugs. Who told you guys to come to the door and beat people up? Now get the hell out of here, this is not your house. Yunha went straight over to the sofa and sat down. Not my house? Yunhee sneered, looked at the house, and then opened his mouth. This house was bought with our family's money, right? Was it with my money or my dad's money? If it was with my dad's, the money must be returned. If it's with my money, it's joint property, half of it is mine. And that so-called education fund, take it out for me too. Blue Moon, I'm telling you, I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you. This money, you must give them half. No way. Blue Moon refused without any hesitation. This is the guarantee she gave her son, even if the sky falls, she absolutely cannot move it. If it is touched, her son will have no way back in the future. Her son's things could never be touched, and she would not let her son suffer. If you dare to touch my son's things, I will fight you. Chapter 78 You are not worthy. Egu, Junhee wanted to laugh, it has come to this point, she is still so hard-headed, really think he has no temper. I am not discussing with you, Blue Moon, I love you when I hold you up to the sky, myself humble to the mud, but does not mean that you can always be so trampled on my love. Is trampling. For him, because of love, he can give everything for her. He can bump into the old man for her and ignore his own son. But he can't stand her betrayal, can't stand, she did all this is treating him like a little cutie. Ah. In Lan Yu's eyes, there was only Yunzhou, her son, that was not even giving Yunhee a glance, not putting Yunhee in her eyes. After Yunhee saw that, his face became even darker, even Yunya was very angry, the two of them, father and daughter, were going to be furious. Lan Yu even said, you two have eaten your meal, hurry up and leave, this place has nothing to do with you. Yunzhou is still ouchy at this moment. Mom, I'm in pain, let's go to the hospital, okay? Blue Moon hurriedly took Yunzhou to the hospital, so that the two of them go to find Grandpa Yi by themselves. You two go by yourselves, don't force me to kick people out. Your family, you wanna harm my son and make him go to the countryside to suffer. I'm telling you, this is absolutely impossible. Lan Yu took Yunzhou out. Yunhee is like a lion in full fury, he looks at the place and is so angry that he smashes the place. Finally he looks at Yunya, Xiaoya, I want her to pay the price. Yunya nodded along, Dad, I'm going to make that Yunzhou go pick up trash in the countryside, let's go find Grandpa. No need. Yunhee gritted his teeth, Blue Moon played him like a monkey, how could he just let it go? I'm going to tell those loan sharks what's going on here. Yunya? Yunya looked at her own father, a little confused, Dad, are you crazy? If you do this, won't they break our arms and legs? They won't, why did they only break your mom's and Yunzhou's hands? Because they know our relationship with your grandfather. So, don't be afraid, these houses and money, I just don't want them, and I won't leave a cent for her. Yunhee directly called those people from the loan sharks and told them about this house, and the other house, and told them that this money from the loan sharks had nothing to do with him. The loan sharks' ruthless people are also very snappy. Okay, we are not looking for you now. Yunha went to find a lawyer to divorce Blue Moon. Even Yunha was smart enough to find their toothbrushes in the house and go for a paternity test. After doing all this, they then went to find Grandpa. And at this moment, Grandpa was following Yunli for dinner. Yunli said what he knew and talked to Grandpa about this matter. There's only one Blue Moon that can't do this. There must be someone to help in order to take you away, and the trafficker's side would have to cooperate obediently. Yunli also feels that this is the case, so that yellow hair would be that ink. Grandpa, do you think it could be that dead human trafficker? For that family, Chi and Che didn't have any feelings, and they didn't deserve to be called foster parents. What are foster parents? Those are some great couples who go to the orphanage to adopt those homeless children. Those who buy and sell children, and those who abduct children, are human traffickers. So what if they're nice to those kids? Don't they have parents? Can't they love themselves? Do they need them? That's funny. What do you think? Grandpa looked at his grandson and asked. I don't think so. Yunli also blurted out, that person drinking and playing cards all come, if really capable, would not be in that village, mixed into that way. So, that yellow hair is definitely not him. But their family is so selfish, how would they help others? Either they give more, or they are related to their family. Grandpa, I'm going to see Blue Soldier again, I think, that yellow hair must still be hiding in the dark. I also want to go back and meet that old lady. From her mouth, it's also possible to know something. If that yellow hair is the one behind this and has been hiding for so many years, then I think I still have to investigate. If there really is such a person, then this person must have stolen more than just one of his children. Chapter 79 Black Coal Mine. Grandpa Yi looked at his grandson to say so, very satisfied. Of course we have to investigate. The person who harmed you in the first place, none of them can be spared. Ali, you can do whatever you want to do. Yunli had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Grandpa would support him. Good, thank you Grandpa. Since he knows that there is more than one enemy, he has to find them all and clean them up one by one. He had suffered in his previous life, so it was time for someone else to suffer in this life. It was also at this time that the housekeeper came over to tell Grandpa that Yunhee and Yunya had come. Grandpa didn't even lift his eyes and ask them what was the matter. The 3 days had passed and they were late. Yunhee was confused when the housekeeper went out to say so. No, isn't there still a few hours left? Uncle Wang, I'm the one you've watched grow up, you can't leave me alone. You tell my father that I'm divorcing Blue Moon right now. She lied to me. He's so miserable. The old man's anger, it should have died down. The housekeeper came back again to tell him, Mr. Yunha, the old man said, when you've dealt with it, he'll greet people and make them treat you better, and allow you to pay in installments with IOUs, so you can go look for a job now. Also, remember to pay back the money owed to our young master, or you will call the police. Master said, how good is this society today? You have hands and feet, you can't starve. Yunha. Yunya? Yunya hurriedly asked the housekeeper, couldn't wait to ask what Grandpa had arranged for her. What about me? What about me? Did Grandpa say anything about sending me abroad? She doesn't mind going abroad too far now. Going abroad is quite good, at least the clothes and food are free. The housekeeper said very politely with a smile, sorry, Miss Yunya, the master said you were Yunhee's daughter. It's not his, he has no obligation or responsibility towards you. Yunya? What? Why Didn't Grandpa say before that he would help us as long as we cut ties with Yunjo? So this is playing with them? The housekeeper was calm and then told them, Miss Yunya, isn't keeping you from being chased for debts helping you? Yunya. Yunha. On the other side, Lanyu with her son just arrived at the hospital and was taken away by those people from the loan sharks. Both of their hands and feet were broken and picked up again, very roughly picked up. We have no money. Blue Moon dying, I really have no money. Blue Moon does not understand why it became like this. It is not my fault, it is my big brother who owes money. You go to him. At this moment, Blue Moon hated that big brother of Blue Bing, causing her to lose everything, and now she is even more forced to this point by these people from the loan sharks. They stepped on Blue Moon's hand. Originally we had already shown mercy to you, and gave you a few days, but you just wanted to lie to us. You said you were desperate, how come you still have a house and a fund? Blue Moon instantly widened her eyes. Yunhee, it must be Yunhee. Yunhee actually told them. Since you're so disobedient, don't ask for your arms and legs, just come with us. We'll take you where you need to go. Blue Moon and Yunjo were dragged away to their homes, and the house fund is gone. At the same time, they were dragged away. Yunjo went to the black coal mine to sell hard labor, and Blue Moon went to serve people where they should go. When they were dragged away, Blue Moon was still begging hard not to, let me go, let my son go, I have a way to get money, I have a way out. Unfortunately, this time, the loan sharks, these people, will not give them a chance. Blue Moon watched as her son was thrown in the black coal mine and she was locked in the house. The others went down the shaft, not enough work, then beat half to death, eat rancid vegetable soup. Blue Moon was tortured by those men, one after another, and there was no light left in Blue Moon's eyes. She stared stonily at the wooden planks above her head. What if she gave up Yunjo, wouldn't it be like this? She turned her head with difficulty and glanced at Yunjo who was not far away. He seemed to be sluggish as well, and there was no light in his eyes either, as if he didn't see all of this. This night, they came to hell. Someone came. Blue Moon hurriedly opened his mouth. I can bring you more money. Let me go. The man listened and nodded. Yunjo also looked over, a light in his eyes. Okay, as long as you guys can bring back $1 million, then I will let you guys go. Can. Lanyu's eyes were on fire. If I can't, I'll sell my son and daughter to you, you can sell their organs. She hates it, it's all because of Yunhee and Yunli that she has become like this, she wants to die with them. On the other hand, Yunhee took Yunya to look for a job, they were like refugees, no one wanted them at all. Finally he went to a construction site. To move bricks. Food and shelter included. Yunhee never thought that one day he would do this kind of hard labor. After half a day of work, the father and daughter had a full meal, and then they were driven away, working too slowly, eating too much, no one wanted them. Finally they slept in the park. Yunha looked at his daughter and said, Daughter, you say, I can go to refund your tuition fees not? It is several thousand. Yunya's eyes also brightened. Dad, I go back to school tomorrow. I remember that time to pay the living expenses. I want to go back to study hard. I live in school to go. Yunya thought she was too smart. She was eating and drinking this semester. Yunhee? Yunhee looked at his daughter in shock. Not daughter, aren't we going to share the same pain? Yunya looked at her old dad with tears in her eyes. Dad, I'm sorry. I've suffered too much excitement lately, I can't carry on. You cheer up, don't worry about me, and remember to earn my living expenses for next semester. Yunha? Yunya got up when she said so. Dad, I'm going now. Yunhee? Yunya went directly towards the school. After going there, the teacher said that there is no dormitory. How long has it been since school started? Yoon-ya. Father and daughter can only find another place to live. Yoon-ya let Yoon-ha call with friends. Yoon has said a long time ago to play, are not willing to help. There is a little bit of money, but still have to pay back the cloudliet. Daughter, do not learn your father in the future. Do not disregard everything for a person, it will be miserable. Chapter 80 Crying. In the past, he was a rich second generation, he ate and drank without worrying, and he was also the general manager. Daughter, feelings of that thing is useless, in addition to sad, you are in the future or to get good money. So that we have food to eat Yoon-ya. Yoon-ya's heart is also very tired, not long ago, she is still a young lady, and now she is. Dad, do you think we can turn back time? If she could, she wouldn't have followed her mom. It's just Yoon-lee, so she's back. Yoon-hee would like to turn back time too. Daughter, if I could turn back time, I'd rather marry into the family, but your grandpa said I'm not worth it and told me to do whatever I want. Yoon-ha is in tears when he thinks about it. The old man said, you have to be valuable to get married, otherwise why would people look at you? Your grandpa used to ask me to wait for death, but your mom made us both bums. How could she be so cruel? Yoon-ha couldn't help it and cried with a wow. Yoon-ya? Dad, don't cry. Yoon-hee? What if the park security guards kick us both out? Yoon-ha heard, quite reasonable, then began to cry in a small voice. I'm especially good to your mom, knowing that she can't afford to study, I'm looking for a relationship so that she can have a degree. The latter let people give her remedial lessons. She cared for her mother's family, I kept giving her money, I thought I like her this one in my life, she can spend as much as she wants. She wasn't enthusiastic about me, and I thought that was her character. I'll buy whatever she wants, it's just money, we have plenty of it. But she still doesn't love me. Whoops. Daughter, I'd been so good to her, why does she still lie to me? She gave birth to you for her son. When you were daughters, her face changed and she said she wanted a son, and she had Yoon-lee within 30 days of giving birth. At that time, I thought she loved me. Why did I think I was a cutie? How about that? How could she do this to me? She said she couldn't upset Yoonjo, so we wouldn't pick up Yoon-lee. She said she wanted Yoonjo to feel safe, so I didn't talk to Yoon-lee. She said she'd help your uncle with money, so I gave her all my money. When she said we'd share the same pain, I didn't admit defeat at all. What happened? They ended up eating big fish and meat behind our backs. That big elbow, I still think it smells so good. Woohoo! Yoon-ha that really broke her defenses and felt her life shattered. I don't have any big ambitions, I do whatever she tells me to do, and she ends up treating me like a little cutie. I hate it so much, I really hate it. Yoon-ya didn't speak anymore, she hated it too. She now hated Yoonjo and hated Blue Moon. Dad, can you stop crying and think about what we're going to do after tomorrow? You hurry up and find a job, or else the two of us will have to live in the park every day. And don't cry, it's annoying. Yoon-ha. Wait, Yoon has suddenly remembered, we seem to have luggage, in the previous house side, people sees the house, but the box is still we hurry to get. Inside there are clothes and so on. So they went over there again, saw the door of the 3 boxes, they father and daughter too rushed over to take, and went to find the cheapest hotel. It was really too cold in the park. After finding it and sleeping, the next day Yoon-ya went to school. She was going to school to eat more, living expenses were paid. Yoon-ya's appearance shocked everyone. Everyone thought that Yoon-ya wouldn't show up, after all, she wanted to save face the most. Unexpectedly, she not only came, but also low-key. Chapter 81 I am also a child. Of course, Yoon-ha also did not forget to ask if the tuition and living expenses can be refunded, even if it is a little less refunded 7, 8, 900,000 or something? Teacher you see how my family Yoonjo and Yoon-mang are not in this side of the study, that tuition is not able to refund The teacher looked at Yoon-ha with a puzzled expression. Mr. Yoon, don't you know? Mr. Yoon, don't you know that Yoon-meng's withdrawal from school has already been taken care of? As for Yoonjo, this side has also been dealt with. Mr. Yoon-hee? Grass. Then is Yoon-ya able to live in school now? The homeroom teacher looked at the situation of living in the school and said, I'll see if I can arrange it from my side. If you can't, please understand, after all, it's been a long time since school started, and your child hasn't come to school for a long time. Yoon-ha. Yoon-ha lost his mind and walked out of the school, and then went to the clubhouse where he often drank and caught his friend. After catching him, he dragged him here. Tell me, what's going on? Didn't you say you had no money to lend him? Didn't you say there was nothing you could do? Why are you at the club now? My friend looked at him with a difficult face, and then opened his mouth awkwardly. I can't do anything about it, and I really want to help you. But your dad told everyone that he's not allowed to help you. It's better to go and find a job, that Blue Moon doesn't love you at all, don't make your dad unhappy for her anymore. Otherwise, you'll be in deep. The friends, all felt that Blue Moon had no conscience. Yoon-ha. Give me $500. Yoon-hee took the money from his friend's side and went back to the school entrance, and after seeing Yoon-lee, he returned the money he borrowed from him. Then took Yoon-ya to the city center village and rented a house there. Looking at the house, Yunya was a bit disgusted. It was a bungalow, the toilet had to go to the public restroom outside, 2 houses, a kitchen, it was their home. After Yunhee looked at it, he said, "Daughter, this is good." Yunya looked at her old dad like this, and still felt a little puzzled. "Dad, you." Yunha looked at his daughter, there is a kind of sadness to see through everything. "Xiaoya, we are now like this is not bad. In the future, I will find a job, and next semester, I will give you a new school." This time Yunya was even more puzzled. "Dad, why?" "As long as you work hard and make Grandpa forgive you, we can still be." Yunhee also listened to his friend's words, and that's when he figured it out. The things he did in the past were ridiculous, disregarding his father's thoughts over and over again for the sake of Blue Moon, which made Yunhee hate him even more. "My friend said that as long as you are peaceful now and find a job to support yourself in the future, your father will not do anything to you. What is your family like? Don't you know? Can't we rely on a fool like you? What does a big family like ours care about? It's the bloodline. What makes you think the old man would accept an outsider as his grandson? The old master had no expectations of you in the first place. But you, as a son, don't care about the old man. What makes you think that he will still love you all the time? The old master still has a trace of affection for you. In the future, as long as you don't act like a demon, you'll still be able to live well, but it's impossible for you to go back to the old days. For the sake of being a friend, I'm reminding you of this. In the future, don't even think about going back to the beginning." Yunha heard and understood, and knew what to do. Thinking about the days he had lived during this period of time, he suddenly felt that it was quite good to be able to have such a place to stay. "Your grandfather won't forgive us, he's a man of his word. If we pass that deadline, your grandpa won't give us another chance. Luckily I found a friend to take some money and now we're renting this courtyard. You have to work hard. If you can get a scholarship, you'll continue studying there next semester. If you can't get it, then you have to think about preparing for transferring to another school next semester." Yunya. On this side, Yunhee accepted everything. On the other side, Yunli and their business was not good or bad. They were all quite embarrassed. They thought they could make a big deal out of it, but they didn't realize that it wasn't good or bad. They all wondered why, and later realized that it was because there wasn't enough publicity. The cost is too high. A few of them together go home to find family help, ask if there is no other way. At first they do not want to help the family to come. I did not expect now. It's not that it's not profitable, it's just a far cry from what they thought. Yunli just arrived home. He saw a lot of cars parked in front of the house. After going in, the housekeeper told him, "Young master, there are guests coming." The master said, "You are free to play." As soon as Yunli heard it, he knew that this was the uncle who came from the family that grandpa said came and wanted to place someone in the company. As soon as Yunli went in, he saw an old master looking towards him. "This is your grandson who got back from the countryside, right? I don't know how well he's doing. If you choose him as your successor, will the company go bankrupt in the future?" Yunli laughed coldly and spoke directly. "Who are you? To other people's homes as a guest, but also talk bad, really funny. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure if you know what you're talking about." That grandpa's face was ugly, and he looked at Grandpa Yi. Grandpa Yi raised his eyebrows, then this said, "Yunli didn't know your identity, that's why he told the truth." Opponent? The truth? At this time, a person next to him took the antiques of the family and said, "Grandpa, I see this thing, put it in my room. By the way, where do we live? These good things I want. Egu, this is where the bear child." Yunli spoke again, "Can give money, I will sell you. Remember to give cash, I do not accept pending accounts." The old man was furious. A family still needs money. He's a little kid, what's wrong with asking your family for a little gift? Oh, that's right. Yunli laughed, "This grandpa, I've got my eye on your bank card and real estate, I'm a little kid, so just give it to me. Why do you have such a big face? Money comes with the wind. What about the antiques you picked up for me? I'm from the countryside, I'm a person with one advantage, that is, stingy, my things, who dares to take I'll send whoever to eat in jail." The old man. That old man was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes. He looked to Grandpa Yi. "You just watched him bully me like that, right? I'm living well abroad, I wouldn't even want to come back if it wasn't for you." Yunli pointed directly to the gate and scolded that you go. "The gate is over there, slowly go not send. What you say to my grandfather, who are you Hey, he just doesn't know them, just want them to get out." Grandpa didn't say who they were, did he? Chapter 82. This is not the truth. The old man was shaking with anger, pointing at Grandpa Yi. "This is your good grandson." Grandpa Yi raised his eyebrows and then spoke, "My grandson is right. This grandson of yours opens his mouth for antiques and acts like he wants to move my house away. Do you think it's appropriate?" Yunli also came to Grandpa's side and looked at Grandpa seemingly puzzled and asked, "Grandpa, whose shameless grandpa is this?" "Grandpa." The old man was so angry that he was trembling, and kept pestle and mortar cane. Asshole, I am your great-grandfather, is your grandfather's brother. The house you are living in now, that is also my old house." "Ha!" Yunli looked at him in shock after hearing this. No, you are the grandpa who sold his ancestral home in order to go abroad. In order to run out, you sold everything you could in the house and left nothing for my grandfather. Now how can you have the nerve to say it's your family's? Are you treating my grandfather like a little cutie by looking at him and not saying anything? Grandpa? The old man became even more angry and looked at Grandpa Yi angrily. You still don't care? The corner of Grandpa Yi's mouth was still with a smile. When he looked at this big brother, his gaze was cold for a few minutes. Where did my grandson say anything wrong? At that time, you sold everything in order to go abroad. Obviously should we brothers two equal share, but you do not give me a point to stay. If it wasn't for the fact that I later bought this place back, would you still be able to see the ancestral home as it is? Grandpa Yi looked at the family and pointed to the gate. Since you came to see me, now you've seen it too, you can leave. Where is the gate? You should know it is. I will not send, and do not come to the door in the future is. I don't have a good feeling about your family. In Yunli's heart, he gave a thumbs up towards his grandfather. That's how it should be, just don't let them go wild. For this kind of extreme family members, let them stay wherever they are cool. The grandfather was even more angry, pointing at the grandfather's hand. It was shaking. I'm your brother. How can you do this to me? We are relatives. Grandpa laughed when he heard it. This is really the first time he has seen such a relative. Kinsman? A relative who left me with nothing? Or is it a relative who wants to come back to pick peaches because he can't make it abroad? What kind of idea do you have? You think I don't know? You guys are nothing but a monkey show for me. Moncler Outlet Online. You. Grandpa found out long ago that Moncler Outlet Store, after leaving the country because of poor management, recently mixed up. Also came back once over the years, and left again soon afterward. Grandpa found out that when he would be counted, this big brother had a lot to do with it. So, when he said he wanted to come back, Grandpa replied that it was okay. What would happen to them when they came back was not up to them. The family was thrown out. Grandpa was out there cursing and was eventually evicted from the property. As soon as they came back, they thought of living in their ancestral home, but they didn't realize that they were suddenly thrown out and had to go stay in a hotel. Yunli was worried that Grandpa would be upset and personally made noodles for him. Grandpa had just finished eating. Yunli hurriedly poured a cup of water for him, and that level of thoughtfulness made Grandpa think that he was half unsatisfied. Ali, I am not sad. Yunli? Grandpa smiled when he saw his grandson's worried look. Really not sad. When he sold everything in the house and ran away, afraid that I would drag him down, and even more so, he cheated me out of it. Then years of no contact, I naturally do not have much affection for him. Before told me to come back, but also into the company. For such a relative, do you think it can be called a relative? Yunli hurriedly nodded his head, just afraid that Grandpa will backtrack. Grandpa, you are right, such people don't need to be cared about. And they say how good they are living outside, that's all a lie, right? After arriving at other people's homes, what they see in their eyes are all antiques and valuable things. The grandson is still smart, but it's not that they can't get along anymore, that's why they came back. That's right, they ran out of money a long time ago. It's not easy to make a living outside, that's why they thought of coming back. His two sons, offended outside, all the money in the family lost, now come back, that is a refuge. This time Yunli did not quite understand. Then why did Grandpa agree? Let them come to the house. Grandpa, why did you let them come to the house? A few years ago, they came back once, and that was also when I had an accident. Lee, Grandpa must admit one thing, that is that time, Grandpa was careless. Grandpa felt like he saw your grandmother. Yunli. What? Yunli's brain was confused. Grandpa, didn't you say that something happened to Grandma, that's why you go there every year? How come? Yunli, yeah. Grandpa smiled to himself. I clearly saw your grandmother's accident with my own eyes, but at that time, I felt that I saw your grandmother, and went over there regardless, wanting to find your grandmother. Your grandmother and I met over there, so I go every year. Yunli felt, now the brain is a little dizzy. Grandpa, you mean grandmother borrowed the body to return to the soul? Grandpa. The corners of Grandpa's mouth twitched. This grandson's imagination, it seems to be a little too rich. No, it was someone who drugged me and made me hallucinate. Grandpa looked towards Yunli. The first time he told Yunli about those things, at that time, someone had laid hands on me. So all these years behind, I have been recuperating over at the nursing home, and also dealing with those people in secret. Nowadays, Grandpa is letting you see all of this to let you know that there are many dangers that are right beside you. Your grandpa and the others are back, and whatever they want to do, we have to watch. Maybe they'll be the bait? I'm done with my moment, tell me about yours. Grandpa took a sip of tea before looking at his grandson. That store of theirs is not doing too well, I think. Grandpa, our business is a bit flat. It's not like we're not making money, but it's not what a few of us expected. We thought, well, Zhou Hui and Zhou Lin were in charge of the design, Zhuoming and I were in charge of the decoration, and then we started selling big. However, the truth is that the ones at the beginning were too cheap, and the ones at the back everyone thought should be cheaper, plus that location. Didn't lose money, but it was a little tough to get away from the very lucrative they wanted to be and start running factories and whatnot. So do you guys know what the problem is? We are summarizing. Grandpa looked at this grandson and then said, a few of us have found teachers for you guys, so go to class after school these days. It's time for you guys to study hard. Yunli? A few grandfathers found a specialized teacher to give a few of them lessons. Finance, market analysis, and then other mandatory classes. You guys will go to class starting tomorrow afternoon. After a week, you guys will think about what to do. Yunli obediently agreed. Okay, Grandpa, I know. I want to go back to my hometown in a couple of days. I feel like something isn't right. For example, the time my aunt said, and also if Yunjo contacted the old lady at that time, then it means that Yunjo also thought he was the son of the trafficker's family. What's going on in between is also something to figure out. Chapter 83 has no morals. Grandpa naturally wouldn't object. If his grandson wanted to investigate, then go ahead and investigate. He would leave everything in the family to him and watch him grow up. Go ahead, all the power of the family will be given to you. You can have the housekeeper with you. Leave from now on, you're going to be exposed to this slowly. Don't think that you are still young. Danger and calculation will not be heartbroken to stop when you are still young. What you have to do now is to make yourself stronger and stronger. Back then, is not the heartache Yunha brain is not enough, thinking not to give him pressure, and finally, what, he is happy also become a little cute. I understand, Grandpa. Grandpa, I understand. In his last life, it was enough for him to understand that because he wasn't strong enough, because he was weak, because he was worthless, he deserved to die, and no one cared. In this life, he was going to go so far that no one could ignore him. What he hadn't learned, then he would begin to learn, and squeeze all the time he could out of it and he would have it. At this time, the butler walked in, the lord, the young master, Blue Moon and Yunjo appeared outside. That was thrown down by a van. It was the loan sharks. How long has this been going on, and they're actually back? Grandpa didn't intervene in this matter, he just put out the word that he only cares that nothing happens to Yunhee and Yunya. Lee, let's go and see what choices the mother and son made that made those people bring them back. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and pie doesn't fall from the sky, and the fact that they appeared here, that means they have value. So where did this value come from? From their side. Grandpa smiled at the thought. This is another person who has put the idea on him. Very good then, this is quite good, he likes it very much. I didn't realize they had a lot of courage. What the grandparents and grandchildren saw when they went out was that all the clothes on Blue Moon were torn and tattered, her hair was a mess, Yunjo was even more bruised and swollen, and even Blue Moon's exposed hands and feet had a lot of bruises. Seeing her grandfather come out, Lanya moved the corner of her mouth with difficulty. Dad, I agree to your conditions, let Yunjo go back to his hometown, but you have to give me money. Yunjo. Yunjo stared at her with wide eyes, shocked. Mom actually gave up on him? You're willing now, it's too late. Grandpa looked at her on the ground and spoke icily. The time has expired, it doesn't matter what decision you make. The you of today has nothing to do with my son, why should I care about you and the son of a trafficker? Blue Moon hates it, this old man obviously knows everything, but he just doesn't say anything, just as at the heart dad, She can't believe that the old man didn't check, maybe he has already found out the identity of Yunjo. Dad, you said that as long as I agree to let Yunjo go to the countryside, you will lend me money. Having a daughter-in-law who is being hunted by loan sharks is not a good reputation for you, is it? Yo, start threatening. I'm a person who doesn't care about reputation. Blue Moon choked, then she looked at Yunli who was on the side. You don't care, what about him? Also don't care that I, his own mother, personally tore him apart? Because he drove his parents into bankruptcy and was chased by loan sharks, what kind of good reputation can he have in the future? Can he still be your heir? Since it's not good for her and Yunjo to live, this Yunli also goes to hell together. Because of Yunli, she had a hemorrhage and almost didn't slow down. Because of Yunli, her son went to live in that trafficker's house for 2 years to suffer and suffer. Because of the cloud away she became dust, all because of this cloud away, he was born to grams her. Yunli heard her naming her, naturally he couldn't pretend he didn't hear it, he squatted down and looked at Blue Moon lying on the ground, looking really miserable. But you will become so miserable, it's you who deserved it. Who made you love your Yunjo so much? Who made you protect your big brother? But if you were smart enough to cut ties with your family, you wouldn't be so miserable. As for reputation, Yunli is smiling happily now. What do I need fame for? I don't have any morals, don't even think about kidnapping me. I don't have any mother and son relationship with you, my good uncle has said it was you who threw me away in the first place, you designed all this. By the way, if you don't want to be hunted down by the loan sharks, you have another way. Blue Moon? Blue Moon was very angry and didn't look up, but her ears were still listening carefully. That is to turn yourself in, you were the one who intentionally threw me away in the first place. As long as you go in, those loan sharks won't dare to come after you. How's that? Isn't that a good idea? Chapter 84, The Wicked Curse. What kind of good solution is this? This is clearly a vicious curse. But in her eyes, she flashed her heart. You're not talking nonsense here, when you were lost that was an accident. Accident? Yunli revealed a smile. By now, still want to deceive yourself and others. You know what? That good father of mine took the toothbrushes of both you mother and son, and took them for a paternity test. It was those words that made Blue Moon go crazy. She looked up and grabbed Yunli's sleeve. Why did you show up? Why did you show up in front of me? You should have spent your whole life in that ravine, you should have spent your whole life in that place, as a poor person. You should have stayed in that place all your life, planting the land all your life. They obviously promised me that they wouldn't let you go to school, that they wouldn't let you get out. Why, you'll still be found out. The moment Blue Moon roared out those words, she regretted it. She hurriedly lowered her head and pretended that she didn't say anything. Grandpa heard her, he rushed over, looked at the garbage on the ground and said, "What in the world is going on? This was really designed by you, wasn't it?" Grandpa turned his head to the housekeeper. "Call the police, call with Yunxi, I'm not comfortable with all the others." Yunxi is likewise the nephew of the old man, just not the eldest uncle's family. It was Yi Grandpa's sisters, only that year the sister had an accident, leaving such a child, and Grandpa took charge of everything for him. Grandpa helped this child, but did not want to bring him home, nor did he want to be like Yunha, he just provided him with resources and went to see him more often. This child also understands, even better, today's position is very good, usually nothing, Grandpa Yi will not call him. Don't want to bring him trouble, of course, grandfather also brought Yunli to see him. The housekeeper knew that calling young Master Yunxi meant that the old master that was really angry. Yes. The housekeeper immediately called, soon after the phone was connected. Grandpa brought the phone over, "Yunxi, uncle asked you for something." Back then, because of some things, Yunxi's father's side cut off relations with them, and when Grandpa found them, they were miserable, mother and son. "Uncle, just say it." Grandpa said the situation, Yunxi replied, "Uncle, you should have told me earlier, I will arrive in half an hour." Blue Moon was scared this time, climbed up and wanted to take Yunzhou away. It's just that they can't climb up at all in their current situation, they can't even stand up. Yunli also above her head then spoke, "I certainly can't stay in that place. I'm going to come and watch you all get your comeuppance. I'm going to make all your hopes despair, I'm going to make you mother and son the same as me. I'm going to make you both as desperate, as miserable, as maggot-ridden as I am. Look at you now, you are really pitiful, there is not a single piece of good flesh on your body, right? I have medicine for injuries on my side, why don't I give you a little bit of it in my mercy?" Blue Moon only felt very humiliated at this moment. "You get lost, I don't want your stuff, I don't want it." Yunli took out a hanky from her bag and threw it on her hand. Another one was taken out and thrown to Yunzhou. Yunzhou was also dumbfounded at this moment, his mind was buzzing, what was going on? Didn't he say that he was that family's child? For this reason, the old lady of that family even called over to ask him for money, talking about his eldest grandson in one breath. The reason he went over there that time was to go and threaten them, not to call in the future, not to delay his future. But now, they were saying that he was actually a mommy's boy, so who was lying? He looked at his mom, who was so flustered that she wanted to run away, and had a guess in his heart. That was that what they said might be true, or else mom wouldn't have this look on her face. Then why did mom still want to send him back to that village? He threw Yunli's paddles away and looked at mom in despair and asked, "Mom, please tell me what's going on here, okay? During this period of time, I've been under a lot of mental pressure. I feel like I'm going crazy, and I also want to know what the truth really is. Whose child is he really?" He didn't take it to heart, at first. In his mind, as long as his parents were on his side, a country bumpkin, a loser who didn't know anything, was nothing to be afraid of. No matter who it was, they would like the one who was excellent, as long as mom and dad's heart was toward him, he would be able to trample that country bumpkin into the mud at any time. But then, everything was different from what he thought. Because of Grandpa's interference, the family was kicked out of the house. Because of his great uncle, the family became poor, not to mention being hunted down by those lone sharks. It was all like a nightmare. He desperately hoped that the nightmare would wake up when they were made to go to the black coal mine. He thought it was all because when he wasn't his mom's biological, now he was being told that he was biological again. Blue Moon was in pain, she couldn't talk about it, she couldn't say anything. The things that happened back then would just have to be buried and rot in her heart for the rest of her life. She couldn't say anything, so she couldn't reply to her son. She could only tell the old man, "Dad, all these years, I haven't made you lose face. I've been praised by people, and I'm full of peaches and plums. For the sake of all this, can't you help me out?" Grandpa now looked at Blue Moon and felt disgusted. The housekeeper next to her came out to help her and added, "If your so-called education falsification, stealing other people's honors, and letting other people help you with your lessons are your strengths, then indeed they are." Blue Moon's hand pinched tightly into her palm. They really don't give her any hope at all. Chapter 85, I hate you so much. They just took her situation and said it in front of the children. Blue Moon gritted her teeth and looked up at the old man. "Dad, if you do this, aren't you afraid that the children will hate you in the future? This is really funny, how could they hate him? The ones who should hate him the most, aren't they the parents? Because of their dereliction of duty, everything has come to this day. You mom, you're not even afraid that your two daughters will hate you? What am I afraid of? In your heart, besides this bastard, who else is there? Your two daughters don't matter, your own son doesn't matter. All is unimportant. If I were to hate, it would be you first. Blue Moon, all those things you've done will be clearly investigated. You should thank me. Now you don't have to worry about being hunted by those lone sharks. Their hands can't reach that place. Yunli also opened her mouth at this time, tearing through her last bubble. In fact, your family will become like this, it's all because of you. When your big brother's factory was in trouble, as long as you behave yourself and stay out of the way, as long as you tell the police that it has nothing to do with you, that signature was forged by them, then the money won't fall on your head. As long as you obediently wait for the investigation, do not go to borrow loan sharks, it will not be rolled over to this point. The money you have in your hands is enough for you to live a good life. Ordinary people can't earn that much money in their whole life, can they? It's you who must be in charge of your elder brother. It's you who think you can get that kind of money. Do your 2 daughters and son know about these things? Shouldn't know, right? Because in your mouth, it's always someone else's fault. And you are the pathetic victim. Yunzhou. Yunzhou instantly widened his eyes. The 3 of them, the siblings, didn't know about this at all. They still thought that all of this was Grandpa's mess. Mom, is he telling the truth? It's just that Yunli, this dog, questioned her. How come even her son didn't believe her and questioned her? This makes Blue Moon a little sad. Son, how can you trust others? All of them are bad people, all of them are stirring up trouble. Yunzhou's eyes flickered, not wanting to see his mom's face, because in his mind, what lingered was the image of that night. It was that dirty, that sinful, that painful. He was now injured all over his body. There wasn't a good bone or piece of flesh in his body, all because of those loan sharks. He wanted to hate the old man, hate Yunli. As a result, now he knew that it was all because of this mom's compassion. Mom, at that time, the 2 sisters told you to leave great uncle alone. Why do you still care? Now the 2 of us have become crippled. Are you happy? If I'm really your son, why did you do all this? Why did you bring things to this state? Do you know I hate you so much? Those are the words. It was these words that broke her down. It was the last straw that crushed Blue Moon. You hate me? Her voice drifted a bit, as if she couldn't believe those words. Everyone could blame her and resent her, but not Yunzhou? Yunzhou, how can you blame Mom? All that Mom did was for you. No matter what Mom does, the ultimate goal is for you. She can give up everything. She really could. I don't believe it. Yunzhou's one sentence blocked her words back. Really, if this is the case, why would you put our family into this situation? Why did you make everything like this? Yunzhou started yelling towards her. Chapter 86. What have you done? Mom, I just don't understand. Why do you have to protect your great uncle? He is the one who talks big and does things by his mouth. You've been around for so many years. Why can't you see it? And they're not nice to you. They treat you like an ingrate. They know how to suck your blood. Why in the world are you doing this? Blue Moon heard these words, did not say a word. Of course she also knows, she also hate. But there are some things that can't be explained in a few words. She looked up at her son in front of her. Her eyes were filled with tears, her voice choked, her eyes with despair. Yunzhou, Mom really did it all for you. Yunzhou has not yet spoken. A sight of Yunli helped her to say, well, you are all for him. That's why you borrowed money from loan sharks and let him break his arms and legs. Yunzhou's face became even darker. He was more than breaking his hands and feet, he now felt, his heart was full of holes. You shut up, ah. Lanyu kept waving her hand towards Yunli, wanting to hit Yunli, but Yunli only took a step back. She could only keep flailing in place, like an old mother hen. Yunli looked at such a Blue Moon, only to feel free. He squatted down, once again close to her ear, with a voice that only 2 people heard, told her, that snack factory problem, I reported it. It was at this moment that Blue Moon exploded all her strength and came towards Yunli, strangling Yunli's neck. I'll strangle you, I'll strangle you. And while Yunli looked like he was going to push her away, he was actually getting the medicinal powder that he had prepared long ago, on her body. From now on, snakes, insects, rats and ants will love her, and those wounds won't heal, they will also rot and maggot like him. This is his gift to this mom. Of course, Yunzhou can't be less, isn't it? This medicine is his specially formulated, 2 lifetimes of the formula, just for them specially developed. 2 kinds of medicine is not the same time to use, and so on both are used, in their body will also have the effect. The last time it was used, it was when they came to say they were borrowing money. When the people from Yunchi arrived, they pulled Blue Moon away. They dragged Blue Moon away. Blue Moon kept shouting, it's him, he's the one who reported my brother's snack factory. You guys arrest him, arrest him. Yunli smiled aggressively. Ms. Blue is really strange. I reported that it was for the people to get rid of harm, isn't it wrong? Lanyu was dragged away. Yunzhou saw this scared. He knows very well that without this mom, he can't actually do anything. Mom, you guys let go of my mom. He struggled over and tried to grab onto Blue Moon. Blue Moon was a bit touched, just about to open her mouth when she heard Yunzhou say, Mom, you're going to go away. What should I do? You quickly tell me, do you still have any private money? Blue Moon's heart cooled some more, so her son was not at all concerned about her health. She moved her lips and looked at her son Yunzhou. Do you really hate me? Yunzhou looked at such a mom. He knew that he should say that he did not hate, but on what grounds? Yes, I hate you. I hate you for making me into this ghostly state. Lanyu closed her eyes in pain and despair. You won't understand. She is like being pierced by a million arrows at the moment. Yunli is so cruel. Reporting the snack food factory has turned her into what she is today. She looked back at Yunli. What else have you done? She did not believe that this was all Yunli had done. Of course it was the police. Knowing that place broke the law, I had to tell the police uncle. I also found someone to scare the workers, find someone to talk to them, and ask for wages with them. And hacked their computers, got their books, and gave them to the police. All he did were small and insignificant things, but small things can slowly destroy all she has. For finding out they were caught gave him time to hack the computer, prepare the evidence, and go talk to the workers. Then asking her grandfather for help, sanctioning them with him, and figuring out what she could do without him when she couldn't pay them back. And of course, it seems to have told that great aunt and uncle that they were in jail and divorced early to protect the money. By the way, I saw the great aunt's sweetheart, not married, that's all. Chapter 87 Throwing Out the Waste. Well said. Yunshi smiled and looked at this little nephew. Seeing things that break the law is to call the police. Yunshi then glanced at the others and took this Blue Moon back for investigation. Blue Moon is not convinced. What right do they have to take her away? What right do you have to take me away? Yunshi raised an eyebrow and came to say, I suspect you have something to do with the confidential case, take away. They handcuffed Blue Moon and took her away, but left Yunjo behind. Yunjo was in the same place, staring blankly at them leaving. Grandpa saw this and said, what a farce, Ali, throw the other things out, I'm going back to sleep. Okay, Grandpa. Yunli obediently watched Grandpa go in, and only then did he look at Yunjo on the ground. Yunli hadn't said anything yet. Ah! Yunjo wailed. I didn't touch you, you want to touch the porcelain. Yunjo's whole body was in pain, he was beaten all over. Let me in. I'll die here. You can't leave me alone. If Mom comes back and sees me in trouble, she won't let you go. Does Yunjo hate Yunli? Of course he does. If Yunli hadn't shown up, then he would still be the eldest young master. Yunli took out his phone and called the property. Property? Throw this person away, it affects the mood here. Okay, we'll be right over. Yunjo heard this and became even angrier. Yunli, I am telling you, did you hear me? Believe it or not, if I die, she will not let you go. Let's not even talk about whether she can come out or not. Let's just say that I hate her the way she is. Do you think I would care, whether she hates me or not? Yunjo, you have been just one sentence. I'm willing to leave, I'm willing to do everything for everyone. A guy talks so bad, what? You're bent off. Girls aren't as pretentious as you. If you want to leave, leave. If you want to stay, stay. What do you want? Just say it straight out. Like you. You don't think you're retreating to advance, do you? Yunjo's face is ugly. What does he mean by that? Those flowery thoughts of yours, everyone can see clearly, only that mom of yours believes you just. But all that counts for nothing in front of your own interests. Now, hasn't your mom given up on you too? Originally you all didn't have to be like this. As long as she left her big brother alone, your house, your education fund are all still there, aren't they? Even as long as you guys don't run away and listen to Grandpa obediently, you can go back to your old home. Live a good life over there, instead of being a waste like you are now. Yunli's gaze, above his hands and feet, your hands and feet should be ruined, right? Yunjo subconsciously retracted his hand. There is still a hand and a foot that can move. Those people did not really let him completely become a waste. He does not know whether he should be happy or sad. Yunjo, I know that when I just came back, you are especially proud. You want to see my jokes, you want me to be like a little cute. The same, praying for them to give me a little bit of affection. You wanted to find a sense of superiority from me, and wanted me to feel inferior, didn't you? Yunli's smile was even bigger at the moment, looking at his hands and feet in disgust, and wondering, who the hell is the waste now? In the end, who is in charge of the family, cannot see, no wonder your family ended up in this situation. Don't worry, I said I will never break you up, your family must love each other forever. You must go to hell together. Now the people from the property will be coming soon, good luck finding a place to pick up the trash in the future. Yunli turned around and left after saying that. When the property people came, they moved him out of the way. They got a paper box, put him into the paper box, and then dragged the paper box out of the villa a long way, but also kindly helped him to call the rescue station. After the rescue station came, found that he had disappeared. The property owner called and told Yunli about this. Yunli opened his computer and found the surveillance there, and found that it didn't take long for a car to show up and take him away. Yunli looked at it and it was the uncle who had followed great-grandpa here earlier. It seemed that great-grandpa had really made preparations to come back this time. Yunli told Grandpa about this and Grandpa said not to worry. Don't worry, wait and see, what are they going to do? Grandpa, shouldn't we check in advance, what exactly do they want to do, great-grandpa? He's here for the genealogy. Yunli? The family tree? Hadn't he already sold all of his family's belongings away in the first place? Now even his nationality is not Yunghua, how can he ask for the genealogy of his family? Yunli knew that Grandpa and the others attached great importance to the genealogy. Every time there was a New Year's festival it was very grand. Of course this side of the world was like this. Yes, at first he ran away, and now he is back again. Really think our family want to go away, want to stay can stay it. It's just a piece of trash. If he wants to take it away, let him take it away. Let him take something away. How do we know what drugs they are selling? Okay, Grandpa, I know. Grandpa, I want a copy of the paternity test results of Blue Moon and Yoonjo. Back then, that couple, but really had a son, so where did that child go? On the other side, there was also a guest on Yoonhee's side. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Yoonhee was still a bit strange, this place, who would come over in the middle of the night. The moment he opened the door, he saw an old man, with a walking stick, wearing a red tang suit, while the man on the side, covered his nose with a hanky, as if he disliked this place. Chapter 88 Brainless Yoonha? Looking at them like this, they just dislike this place. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? The person who came is naturally Grandpa Ye's elder brother Yoonhee. He came here to fight Yoonhee over. Yoonha, I am your elder brother. Child, you are aggrieved. How come your father drove you to this kind of place? Tomorrow I will go and talk to your father. Let your father take you back. Are Yoon family's child? How can you stray? Yoonhee? Yoonhee had never seen this elder uncle, but still knew that there was such a person. How do you prove that you are my uncle? That big uncle of mine, but he had already run away to a foreign country a long time ago. The family sold everything and ran away. Although the old man didn't say it all the time, a few uncles and uncles, that's quite opinionated, because this bastard sold the ancestral hall. Just like not afraid of the ancestors to go to him in the middle of the night to chat, I heard that later were the old man and a few desperately dry, which is the ancestral hall back to buy back. Look at my face, there is no need to prove how much I look like your father. The old man pointed to his face. Yoonhee took a closer look, it was quite a resemblance. Then how did you know I was here? They've only just moved here. If they've been stalking, then why didn't they show up earlier, when he needed help? What's the point of running out now? Yoonhee's face was a bit ugly, and the one next to him who covered his nose hurriedly opened his mouth. I am your cousin, big brother is like this. My dad and I just came back, and we heard that you had a falling out with your second uncle and were kicked out by him. That's how we managed to find you. This place is small, old, and shabby. It's really not suitable for you to live in. How about you come with us to stay in a hotel? How about that? Yoonhee glanced at them and saw him smiling towards him, that smile bar a bit fake. He is a person, although he is not very smart, but, his father said, the sky will not drop pies, only knives. So if you don't have a brain, don't get together with them. This house, I just rented it not long ago. Unless you guys keep following me, you won't know. If you guys really want to help me, then you should have done so before this, instead of disturbing people's dreams in the middle of the night like this. Since you say you are my uncle and want to help me, fine, give money. What I am most in need of now is money. Good guy, whereas Yoonhee seen such shameless, the expression on his face, cannot maintain, a little cracked. He could only take out his wallet, and then the cash inside, all give out. There were more than 3,000 in total. Yoonhee looked at it, Uncle, you are a bit poor, how come the cash is only more than 3,000? At this moment, Yoonhee, in his heart, wanted to hit someone. Damn, he still thinks he is poor. He could only squeeze a few words out of his teeth. Big uncle just came back from abroad. He doesn't have much cash yet. What he does have are US dollars. The next second, Yoonhee said, it's fine, I don't mind, I can exchange it myself. You give me some of your dollars, too. How can I give 4 or 5,000? Otherwise it will look like uncle is petty, no? Yoonhee. His hand is getting a little stupid. Give it to him. The man on the side took out $5,000, a little needy when he took it out. After Yoonhee took it over, he took out Yoonhee's camera and started point and shoot. Come on, you guys talk about it, this money is what you guys want to give to me, it's not me forcing you to take it. The corner of Yoonhee's mouth twitched, trying desperately to make himself hold back his anger. Yoonhee, what do you mean by that? Are you not trusting us? Yoonhee said bluntly, that's right, I just don't trust you guys. What if you say later that I forced you to give the money? This is something we still have to say clearly, it is your own willingness to gift money to me. Thinking of the purpose of their visit today, the two still held back. Well, we shoot. After waiting to shoot the video, Yoonhee said, now you can come with me, right? This place is really too small and stinky. Yoonhee put the money away and then said, that's not possible, I can't go with you. This house, I paid money to rent, small half a year it, I cannot go. Oh, if you have something to say, just say it, why don't you say it tomorrow? It's quite late now, I'm going to sleep, goodbye. After saying this, Yoonhee snapped, closed the door, shutting them both out. Chapter 89 The Big Cake is Poisonous. Looking at this money, Yoonhee revealed his big white teeth. How nice for the wrongdoer to send money to his door. It's not like he's a little cutie. Yoonhee is not a little cutie, but he knows better than anyone which side he's on when it comes to a great uncle he's never met and his own father who is capable of fixing him at any time, okay? Front changed to Yoonhee's camera. Yoonhee took the money and went in, telling his daughter, who was struggling with her books, daughter, we have money. Yoonhee took a look and her eyes widened. Yoonhee's eyes widen as she looks at her daughter. Yoonhee glanced at his daughter and then revealed an aggrieved expression. Do you think I dare to see your father? Yoonhee glanced at her own father's abashed look. You don't dare, then it can't fall from the sky, right? No, it was given by an ingrate. Speaking of which, Yoonhee told his daughter, daughter, today dad will teach you one thing. These 2 days there may be a person who claims to be your great-grandfather appeared. If you see them give you money, take it, don't take it for nothing. But don't get involved with them, the cake they draw for you is not edible, it's poisonous. Your grandpa is a vindictive man. If we get involved with your grandpa, we'll probably have to roll out of the capital. Unless you want us to go back to your grandmother's hometown, that mountain cranny, otherwise you don't believe it. Yunya listened to her father's words and then realized what was going on. Understood, it's that money can be taken, but things can't be trusted, right? Well, smart, I'll call your grandpa to take credit. Yunhee turned his head and called his grandfather. The one who answered the phone was the housekeeper. Mr. Yun, what can I do for you? You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? It's rest time, what about you disturbing my rest like this? Uncle Wang, just now a man who said he was my eldest uncle came to see me and gave me several $1,000s in cash and dollars. You tell my dad that my heart is always on his side, I will never betray him, that's all. Grandpa looked at Uncle Wang's hung-up phone and came to say, do you think he has suddenly grown a brain, or is he afraid that I will clean him up? Uncle Wang thought about it, probably the latter. After all, growing a brain seems a bit unlikely. Grandpa also thinks so. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yunya pulled her dad Yunhee and went to have breakfast. She wanted to eat something delicious. Father and daughter had a beautiful breakfast and took a taxi to school. Yunhee was very atmospheric and took out $100 and gave it to Yunya for your pocket money. Yunya received it can be happy. After watching his daughter go in, Yunhee turned around and prepared to go back, and when he turned around, he found an enlarged face, and Yunhee didn't even think about it and smashed his fist over. Yun Xian covered his eyes, holding back his anger to talk to this stupid thing in front of him. Cousin, my father would like to invite you to dinner, to talk to you, together to open a company thing. Open a company? Yunhee felt that they were trying to dig a hole for him. The previous one that turned into someone's legal entity, all of their families were broken. It was not easy for him to have a place to stay with his daughter, and as long as he behaved himself, he might be able to have a job someday. But now, they were trying to make him make a mistake. Watching Yunhee's face change, Yun Xian smiled, their plan would definitely work. Pops is right, today's Yunhee is at his low point, that belongs to the time when he is being held down on the ground, all they have to do is to draw a little pie and his ass will come. Yes cousin, we just came back and we don't have the citizenship of Yunhua. It's not convenient to open a company here, so we want to cooperate with you, and you'll be the boss of the company. In the future, you will be the boss of the new company, there is no need for you to do anything, you can get money just by lying down, do you see that you are willing to go and talk to me? Yunhee's first reaction is to hit someone, and his second reaction is to go and take a look, in case he can hear a little something. And we have a surprise for you on our side. Good. Then go and take a look, maybe even take something. This side Yunli also arrived at the school, a few of them, after completing the school's learning tasks every day, they will change places to continue learning. The learning progress will be adjusted, will not let them very easy, but also will not be too painful is. Those teachers who gave the lessons were all very powerful existences in the industry, and the few kids listened very attentively, and in a few words, they found out what their problems were. Their biggest problem is that they want to leave the family to prove themselves. In fact, they were originally a part of the family, using the family's resources to make their own business to the next level. To achieve a win-win situation is the best choice. They are like a sponge, constantly absorbing knowledge. When Yunzhou over here woke up, he found himself in the hospital. At this moment, he thought he had met a good Samaritan. When he opened his eyes, he saw an old man who looked a bit like his grandfather. Old man Yunhai put his hands on his crutches and looked at him and said, "Do you want to take revenge? I can give you that chance." Want to take revenge? Of course I do. Want. Although he didn't know who was in front of him, he wanted to. Wants to get every one of them killed. So, tell me what's going on with you. Chapter 90. Register now. Yunzhou looked at him warily. The current Yunzhou would not trust anyone anymore. Who are you? Why are you asking me this? What do you want to do? Yunhai didn't expect that this Yunzhou was still a bit wary. I share the same goal as you, both want something to happen to that brother of mine. By the way, that brother of mine was originally called Yunsu, as for what his name is now, I don't know. This name Yunzhou knew, that was one of the pseudonyms of his grandfather, it was just his status and position, nowadays no one called him directly by his name. This person dared to call so. You are the great-grandfather who went abroad back then? He heard that the old man has a big brother. When he left the family, sold the family property, and even sold the ancestral hall and ran away, causing the old man to pay off the debt for several years to come. What is the big grandfather's goal? Yunzhou wouldn't dare to say what his goal is, he is incapable of doing so now, and he used to think that he was a little bit of a young master. Now that he's been hit by reality, he knows he can't just say it. Just his eyes, really not very good at hiding things is. Yunhai's gaze turned a lot colder. Just say if you want to be with me or not, you don't need much. If you are willing, then I will immediately arrange a visit for you. The content of the interview is that brother of mine, regardless of the son and daughter-in-law who owed loan sharks. He even expelled his grandson from the house, and the grandson was seriously injured. And I, the elder brother, met the seriously injured you on the road and picked you up to take good care of you. At the family assembly in a few days, I'm going to make him apologize to you in public. Yoon-jo? Can it really be like this? He really didn't quite believe it. How? Want to give it a try? If not, I will throw you out. Yoon-jo looked at his body wrapped into a dumpling. I am willing. Just, how come he's still in so much pain even after coming to the hospital, and he feels itchy all over his body right now, and every place where he's hurt, it feels like there are ants nibbling on his wounds. Others were crawling around inside his body, and he didn't know if it was his illusion, but when he closed his eyes, he could even feel the sound of being nibbled. He was in so much pain, so itchy, so agonizing. Big Grandpa, can you call a doctor for me? I'm in so much pain. The doctor came soon, and after checking, he said, we didn't find anything abnormal, your body has different degrees of ulceration. Under such circumstances, it is normal for you to feel that way, we have already taken care of it for you, just bear with it. Yoon-jo. It was also at this time that Yoon-hee was brought over. Yoon-shin pointed to Yoon-jo on the hospital bed, look, isn't it a surprise, we helped you bring Yoon-jo to the hospital. Second uncle is also too much, although Yoon-jo is not your child, but after so many years together, you must have feelings. The corners of Yoon-hee's mouth twitched, his face was unsightly. He gritted his teeth to calm himself down. Emotions with a bastard child, he had a load of feelings. This Yoon-jo's existence, that was a constant reminder that he was betrayed, that he was lied to, that he was a joke with his head in the green grass. The moment Yoon-jo saw Yoon-hee, his face did not look good either, this father was not useful at all, and in the end, he even didn't care about them. Looking at them all without words, Yoon-hee spoke up. I know you father and son, this recent period of time a little misunderstanding, but next, we are a family now. Yoon-hee, Yoon-shin told you, I came back this time, I want to open a company in China. I have the money, the ability, and the connections, but our accounts are not here. So we want to open a company in your name, don't worry, you are not only the legal person, you are also the real chairman of the company, you have shares. As long as you are willing, let's go and register today, what do you think? Yoon-jo? Yoon-ha did not expect, they are quite anxious, uncle, you do not rush you have to tell me what is the company, right? And where are you going to open? Have you found an address? Have you prepared all the application materials? Show me everything. They don't really think that he's a two-bit cutie who doesn't know anything. He now knows very well that as long as he knows more, then the more rewards he will get when he tells Pops. No matter what, Pops couldn't watch something really happen to him. Chapter 91 Worthwhile News. Yoon-xian laughed a little and took out a bunch of documents from his file bag and just placed them in front of Yoon-hee. This time Yoon-hee was dumbfounded, the preparation was quite complete. He took it over and started to look at it, there was really everything? Is it hard to believe that they are serious? On the other hand, Yoon-lee separated from his friends after they got out of class, he was going to meet that uncle. While the others just left the school, they saw Yoon-hee waiting at that place, her gaze went to Jo-hui and Lin-hang. Lin-hang had joined them, Lin-hang that was a hexagonal warrior, he was good at everything. Yoon-hee looked at the two of them, her gaze was a bit aggravated, the two of them had a puzzled look on their faces and walked past her. Lin-hang, Jo-hui. Yoon-hee called out to them and the two turned back in confusion. Yoon-hee spoke for half a day and came to the sentence, I won't go against Yoon-lee anymore, can I be friends with you? Jo-hui and Lin-hang are both her cup of tea. Both? Sorry, we are classmates, that's all. Jo-hui directly refused. Jo-lin on the side stepped forward and gave her a look, Yoon-hee, what kind of reputation are you yourself now, don't you know? You still want to get in front of my brother and Lin-hang, have some face, okay? You're such a psycho, stay away from them. Yoon-hee was very aggrieved, she didn't understand why Jo-lin had such a problem with her. Jo-lin, the two of us, it seems like we don't have any faults. Even in the past, I didn't bully you in any way. What? Jo-lin rubbed her ears, it's hard to believe that you have to bully me in order for me to hate you? Who wouldn't say a disgusting word about the things you did? For an impostor who took advantage of your own brother, counting on your own brother that much, what's wrong with you? It's that impostor that took up your brother's identity, eh? If it's not that impostor, then the one who accompanies you is Yoon-lee. The one you love and the one you take care of would also be Yoon-lee. That's fine, it's fine that you don't like Yoon-lee, but what do you want to do to your own brother and harm his reputation? You two are siblings, family members, you should fight side by side in the future, don't you know that? All the things you're going through right now, you deserve it. It's all deserved. Stay away from my brother, disgusting. Jo-lin pulled the two of them and left. Yoon-hee could only grit her teeth and watch them leave. Yoon-hee angrily stomped her foot, all this time, everyone was talking about her behind her back, saying that she went overboard, but who knows the pain in her heart? Want to, let's make them pay together? Yoon-hee turned back to look at the person who had spoken. Yoon-lee had left long ago, and by this time, he had already seen the person. Blue soldiers not long ago met his old mother, which realized that the woman really ran away, not only ran away, but also all the money in the family, stole. Now his parents were eating chaff and his precious son was starving and thin. So this time, when he saw Yoon-lee, he had a very good attitude, no longer so cold and sure that he could go out last time. He even didn't expect that Lanyu was so wasteful that he borrowed from loan sharks and couldn't afford to pay it back. It seems that what Yunli said wasn't wrong. As long as he wasn't willing to do so, the old man of the Yun family wouldn't be able to help. Yunli, what do you want to know today? Uncle, I know, will tell you. Yunli sat down and looked at him. It depends on your news, how much it is worth. If it is really worth money, I will arrange a job for your parents. In this way, their life of taking care of your child in the future will definitely be guaranteed. At this price, it was obvious that he wasn't satisfied, and the ingratiating smile on his face stopped. Yunli, this price is a bit low. After all, I know the information. Yunli looked at him, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. What do you know? The matter that Yunzhou is Lan Yu's son? Or that she deliberately dropped me off in the first place, or that Yunzhou is the son of that yellow hair? I know all of these. Yunli spread his hands. These few pieces of information, there's no use for them. Blue Soldier? Blue Soldier was dumbfounded. He was a bit shocked. How did you know? He didn't say anything last time, did he? He just mentioned it. How do I know? That's my business. If there's no new news, then I'll leave. Yunli finished and stood up to leave. Wait. You have to know how your mom did it in the first place. How did she manage to throw you away? And send you to that place again? Yunli sat down again, then looked at him lightly and said, Actually, I am not interested in this. I just need to know the result. Of course you can tell the police, because now this matter has been filed. As long as you tell the police, you can make a merit. Chapter 92, Yellow Hair's Face. Blue Soldier? Good guy, the police know, then this matter is not unsellable. Thinking of this, Blue Bing gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. I will tell you everything, help me, and I also know a very powerful secret. Yunli still looked like he didn't really care and lazily looked at him and said. Then tell me, when did she decide to throw me away? Lan Bing sighed. He didn't realize that he had no way of lassoing a child, and now he was even being counter-lassoed. She wanted to do this since before you were even born. At that time, we knew that Yunha was pursuing her, so we let her divorce that yellow hair. My parents did it for her own good. They raised her until she was this old so that she could find a good family in the future, but she found a good-for-nothing Huang Mao. But she found a good guy who had nothing. He ate, drank, whored, and gambled, but she was so stupid that she thought he was good for everything, and when she was locked up in the house, he ran away. Although they all thought that they would use her to exchange some money for the bride price, but obviously there is a second generation of rich people do not choose a yellow hair, accompanied by him to suffer and suffer. This is not sick? As long as married to a rich second generation, their whole family will live a good life. It is not beautiful. When he thought of this, he was angry and continued to open his mouth. Yellow hair ran away. She found out that she was pregnant, and my mom let her beat it. If Yunha found out, it would be the end, but how she did not want to, ran to the countryside alone. When she was 7 or 8 months old, my mom went to look for her, and she gave birth prematurely, at her home in the countryside. Yunli heard and understood. 8 months premature birth gave birth to Yun Zhou, then a quick pregnancy to give birth to Yunya and Yun Meng, then him. This is do not want to die. Yellow hair is gone, how she cannot find, just think of giving the child a good life. It just so happens, that half a year Yunha also did not come over to look for her, said that his father was pressured to go to lock up the training. That child, my parents do not want to raise, so they left in the countryside to hire someone to raise. Since then, she was willing to accept Yunha, waiting for Yunha to appear, the next day, hand in hand back. We naturally begged for more. She got pregnant quickly and gave birth to twins at 7 months. If we hadn't stopped her, she would have wanted to give birth even at 6 months. The time she gave birth, she asked our entire family to help her, and she had to give birth before Yunha came. As long as she had a son, she would be able to achieve her goal. In her mind, it was Yunha who broke them up, so she hated Yunha. She wanted something to happen to Yunhi's child, and when she realized that the twins were both daughters, she was a bit upset. Unexpectedly, she got Yunha drunk again before she even left the womb and got pregnant again. My mom had a big fight with her that time, saying she didn't want to die. She didn't care, and then you were born. When you were born, things were different. Your grandfather's people watched. You were born safely and raised until you were 2 years old. That child, only in the country. In the middle of those 2 years, she disliked you very much and didn't give you a good look. Seriously, your father was really good to her, and in my opinion, a lot of what your mom is doing now is what he's used to. Then came the time when you were 2 years old and were lost. Although they didn't tell me exactly, I know that they were picked up and watched. Yunli stated, I know all of what you said, it's not much use, what I need to know is, how did they do it? In the middle of this incident, there are 3 children, me, Yunzhou, and the trafficker's child. Where is the trafficker's child? And how did they do it? Is there someone behind this to take over? Is it that yellow hair person? Also, I want to draw a picture here. Help me see if this person is yellow hair? Yunli asked the staff to bring a pen and paper. Originally this case was being investigated, and now that there were clues, they naturally wanted to follow up. After 10 minutes, Yunli drew the faces of the human traffickers, the Mo family couple, and the old lady's face. Take a look at these 3 people. Do you recognize them? Is it yellow hair? Blue Soldier took it over and looked at it, shook his head. No, but this old lady and this man are a bit similar to Yellow Hair. Then you say his features, I'll start drawing. Yunli picked up the drawing board again, and Blue Soldier also started to recall Yellow Hair's looks. When the drawing came out, Yunli also felt that it was a bit similar to the old lady, so it seems that he has to go and ask his aunt, as well as the old lady. The drawing board was put away. Yunli continued to ask, you haven't said it yet. Blue Bing glanced at Yunli, and then glanced at the staff next to him, and gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. When you were 2 years old, Huang Mao came back, said he earned a lot of money. It is a big money. A big book of money? There is no such business in this world, unless it is a criminal offense. Chapter 93, Yellow Hair was killed. Something illegal and criminal, right? Yunli said so. The Blue Soldier subconsciously looked at the police next to him. The police also sat down and smiled towards him. Come on, talk about it. Blue Soldier. He patted his mouth. This mouth, ah really? He looked at Yunli, a little aggravated. You said it, help my old man arrange a job. If you can help me get that woman back, I will tell you another secret. He was going to make that woman pay. Yunli told him with a smile on his lips. Then this is your fault, people go with their true love. Blue Soldier. How is it normal? What do you know? This is cheating, this is shameless, this is red apricot out of the window. Blue Soldier screamed excitedly. Yunli kindly reminded that it was red apricot out of the wall. Scummy man and cheating on me. Lousy worked hard to earn the money. The police officer next to him coughed and coughed twice. He just barely calmed down, but when he thought about it, he was still very angry and furious. Anyway, don't worry, as long as you can find her and help me get the money back, I will tell you another secret. Yunli said to this, you continue to finish what you just said first. Only then did the Blue Soldier open his mouth. I will find the two of them getting together, or because I found her, those 2 days were very wrong. I then secretly followed. I still have a picture of the two of them here. I used a camera to capture it all. With this photo, I even made her give me a sum of money. The two of them discussed losing you and getting you out for 2 years, so that they could trade for 2 children. Hearing this, Yunli grasped the point. Yunzhou that year, in the end, did not go with me to that village. Of course not, when all of you in the deep mountains of our old home, you several children are, so that you can let Yunzhou know these things. That village, I have also been there once. That place is in the deep mountains, there are a dozen families. In that place, they were all growing big tobacco, but I wasn't found by them. I escaped back, and that Yellow Hair wanted to kill me. You should also remember, that time, you were taken away actually have 5 years old. Yunli is really no memory of that time. In the past, he thought that when he was 4 or 5 years old, it was normal to have no memory, but now he felt that he should not have no memory at all. No, I don't have any memories of that time. My memory is being brought back to the village, and their family started beating me and scolding me. Their youngest son said I was a wild seed. As long as he can remember, they beat him, they scolded him, they made him work. He was a fast worker. He could do all those jobs. I remember quite clearly. That Yellow Hair even tried to kill me. Luckily, something happened to him and he was arrested. Your mom reported him. Your mom even killed him herself. Blue Soldier said here, then laughed. I also took pictures. I just hold the secret, so that she cannot turn over in this life. Yunli. No way, Blue Moon acted so much in love with Yellow Hair, how could she have killed him? It's impossible, right? Didn't she say that she was willing to die for that Yellow Hair? The police are also serious when they hear this. They tell Yunli to go see Blue Moon and then they personally try Blue Soldier. Now Blue Soldier was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Didn't I say everything? Why are you guys still trying me? What's wrong with him? I only took pictures, I wasn't involved. I don't have the guts, and I'm not as cruel as Blue Moon. You're not reporting what you know, and you're blackmailing me. Now hurry up and talk. If you don't, you're not cooperating. Then later, you will face the it is true that giving birth to a child is different from not giving birth to a child, but is it normal to say that you were pregnant directly after a month of being drunk in the dark, and then giving birth a few months later, and then letting Yunha look at the stretch marks at that time? Chapter 94 Self-Deception. Before Yunli came to see Lanyu, he had no bottom in his heart. Uncle, I have no certainty that I will be able to make her say anything. She has always loathed me. When the police comrade heard this, he nodded. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you didn't say anything, just stimulate the situation and we'll see if we can find a break. Classmate, thank you for your cooperation. Now this case, the involvement is quite deep. I don't know if you mind, let our doctor take a look at you. See if you've been hypnotized, or if you've taken any drugs. Because generally speaking, at the age of 5, you do have a memory. Or maybe, hopefully, you and Blue Soldier together, take us to that mountain to have a look? Blue Soldier said is not the truth. They want to verify. If it is true, then this case, involved in the place that is much, they must be early to find out before. No problem, as long as I can do it, I will do it. Yunchi also came over and patted Yunli's shoulder. Don't panic, there is little uncle with you, no need to be afraid. Good. Yunli nodded his head vigorously. In his last life, he had seen this little uncle once. The little uncle said that he brought him to be cured, but behind the little uncle, it seems that he was injured due to omission and was unconscious. Before going in, Yoonli made some preparations. Yoonli and Yunshi went in together, and Blue Moon just sat on the seat, not even looking up. Blue Moon had no strength left. For the past 2 days her body had been rotting and stinking. No matter how much the doctor treated it, it was useless. Those wounds of hers were rotting very quickly. Maggots started to grow in some places. It was very disgusting. Pain all over her body, excruciating pain, every second hurt, it didn't stop. She kept hitting herself, pinching herself, wanting to die, but they kept her under control and wouldn't let her kill herself. In the back, she realized that she just didn't even have the strength to kill herself. She was so miserable to be alive. Blue Moon, someone is here to see you. Hearing the voice, Blue Moon didn't want to look up. Ms. Blue. Until she heard a cold Ms. Blue, she looked up and saw Yoonli with a smile on his face. Yoonli. She squeezes out these 2 words from between her teeth. These 2 words carry endless hatred. That's right, it's me. I feel much relieved to see you living so poorly. I guess you must be eager to know the news of your son. No, I'm here to tell you, he's picking up garbage under the flyover at this time, and going begging. If he doesn't get enough money every day, he'll be beaten half to death. You say, his life now, do you like it? Blue Moon snapped her head up and looked at Yoonli angrily. This is all your fault, why don't you go and die? Because it's not me who deserves to die. Yoonli looked at her with a cold face. I heard a news. You killed your favorite yellow hair, right? Why? Was it because he asked you for money or made you do something? It seems that your so-called love is not that genuine. Blue Moon's face changed, looking up at Yoonli in shock. Who told you that? It was your big brother. Your big brother also said that he took a lot of pictures, and now the evidence has been obtained. Congratulations, you can be here for the rest of your life. You can all live well here and not have to worry about not having food to eat. However, you may not know that yellow hair is not dead yet. He should be coming back soon to take revenge on you. In the case of not being able to find you, will not take revenge on your son. After all, right now, people, they are a loving couple, with a son and daughter. Blue Moon instantly collapsed. The hate in those eyes are about to overflow. She suddenly grabbed Yoonli's clothes. You nonsense. Yoonli took out the drawing paper and placed it in front of him. Take a look. This is his wedding photo. There is also a photo of their family of 4. Look, is it not a son and daughter? Before Yoonli came, he drew a few pictures. The one on top was the wedding photo of yellow hair and another woman. The other one was a picture of 2 children with the shadow of those 2 people. The police officer next to him was stunned when he saw this scene at that time. If he hadn't seen Yoonli draw it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was real. Impossible. Blue Moon tore all those paintings to pieces, tearing them with more force than one at a time. It's impossible, he's dead. How could he be alive? He loved me, he couldn't have married another woman. Yoonli looked indifferent. You can tear there are many pictures, just not good to bring in. Blue Moon was even more jealous. He's alive, he's even alive. He's alive but he didn't come back to her, and he has children. I didn't kill him, how could I possibly be willing to kill him? Lanyu looked up at Yoonli. I hate Yoonhee. If it wasn't for Yoonhee, my parents wouldn't have split us up. I would have gone home with him, I would have gotten married and had children, and our family would have lived happily ever after. Impossible. Yoonli directly broke her fantasy. You can only deceive yourself, right? This is nothing but your self-deception. If you wanted to reject Yoonhee from the start, why did you accept those things he gave you? Chapter 95, Pawn and Stand Again. For a man, this woman accepting things, not explicitly rejecting them, and also willing to go out to play together and eat together, isn't this having a tacit understanding that I'm willing to be with you in? If you don't want, you should refuse. You don't refuse, don't agree, and collect things, and go to the banquet together, is a person will feel you are willing to continue with him. You are like this, is not because you cannot afford to let go of the money he brought you designer bags, jewelry? Obviously you yourself want to have that all, but also want to put the hat on other people's head, again win and stand, really ridiculous. That's it, still playing the victim, sick in the head. Me. Lanyu wanted to retort, you don't understand at all, those are what he himself wants to give me, he is just using money to hit me. Yoonli looked down on her even more, by now, still looking for these ridiculous excuses here. Then you don't pick up you yourself rushed up to be smashed, you say nothing. Even if he forces you to be good, as long as you say a word to Grandpa. Grandpa can't even let him force you to get married. Isn't it because that yellow hair ran away and you want to live a good life, that's why you're with Yoonha? Blue Moon. This asshole, where on earth did he know all this from? You say you love yellow hair, so why don't you keep him in mourning? Police. Kid, what era is this? Blue Moon is also in a state of flux. Yellow hair just left, and you can't wait to be with another man. You don't seem to have any true love. You're pretending to be in love, my ass. You said it's for the sake of your child, to be with your son. You left him in the countryside for so long, but you didn't bring him back. You left him in the countryside for so long, but you didn't bring him back, and you left him there for 2 years. If you say that you have a child, Yoonha love brain to that kind, maybe accept it? Before Yoonha did not accept it. Why did you make such a big circle? You're hemorrhaging money and you're making me take the blame. Really shameless. Blue Moon. Blue Moon gritted her teeth, endured the pain and spoke angrily, I am your mother. My mom is dead. Yunli blurted out, then looked at her with a smile, dead from the moment she conceived me. Blue Moon. What the hell are you doing here, to piss me off? What the hell is he up to? Yeah, I'm here to piss you off, I'm here to see what's going to happen to you, and by the way, let me tell you, Yellow Hair has a successful career, he has children, and you are a complete joke. You're a complete joke. The fact that you killed someone in the first place is already known, you're finished. Now that you're in there, those loan sharks will only come after your son, Yunjo. I'm really curious about what happens to him next, are you curious? Blue Moon. Yunli stands up and prepares to leave. Blue Moon is going crazy, she grits her teeth and finally speaks. You help him, he's your own big brother. You help him, you go to Huang Jun, tell him about Yunjo and ask him to save him. Yunli looked back at her. I wish you well in the future, to repent every day. By the way, you are quite smelly, are you rotten? Yunli covered his nose, just like she once disliked him, you're disgusting. Blue Moon collapsed, she stinks? How could she possibly stink? Damn Yunli. After going out, Yunli told Jinshi about his judgment, I think, I drew it wrong. Yellow Hair doesn't look like this now, she looks agitated, but doesn't care at all in the back. But a person's 5 senses, how can they not change too much, the bottom is here. Yunshi heard it and laughed, touched Yunli's head Melon, who said, a few years of time a person may grow fat, but also may become thin, more likely to plastic surgery. This Yellow Hair, we will definitely find it, you have done a good job. Is it okay to go with me to see the doctor now? When Yunshi was waiting for Yunli, he had already called Grandpa Yi and talked about this matter. What Grandpa said was to let Yunli make his own choice, if Yunli didn't want to, they couldn't force him. Good, let's go. Yunli also wanted to figure out if he had forgotten anything. As for Blue Moon here, the next thing to deliver, those photos and videos that were taken, what was going on? In the photos, you can see that at first Blue Moon did seem to have killed someone. Say it seems like there are only photos of burying things, not killing people. It could be seen that Blue Soldier was also hiding something. Yunli was taken to the psychological counseling room, where he saw 2 kind-looking old grandpas. On the other hand, Junhee was following Yun Xian and the others, eating hot pot, or the most expensive one, king crab, big lobster, eastern star spot, and all kinds of fresh beef. What's expensive to eat, the main point by price. Yunhai father and son shivering with anger, this could say what he laughs, and then ask is to consider, and then force a hand is the need to look at the factory, look at the production line. Finished eating people also packed a copy, said to go back to her daughter to eat. Back at home, Yunha saw his daughter crying, and asked what happened. Daughter, Dad brought you good food, what's wrong with you? Dad, they all ignored me, said I was a bad person, I like him, what should I do? Yunha didn't know when he heard it, if it was in the past, Dad would have told you to smash the money. He does not like you, it must be smashing money is not enough, but now Yunha thought about it for a while to change people like it, we do not have money. Yunya. After coaxing his daughter, Yunha called his old man again. Dad, I was able to recognize their conspiracy at once. Dad, he even took Yunjo away, saying he wants to expose the evil truth about our family, what should we do? Yunha's worry is this on his mouth, he even felt in his heart that it would be good if Pops also went bankrupt, and he would be balanced if we all ate the chaff together. Chapter 96 Dream. After hearing this, Grandpa directly came with a sentence, I heard you quite happy, I didn't hear you worrying. Yunha hurriedly covered his mouth, did his tone sound happy? He hurriedly spoke dryly, which is not true Dad, I am really worried about you. That elder brother still thinks I'm a little cutie. But, how could I think that a legal person is a good thing? That's the top pot, just like Blue Moon, the thought of Blue Moon made his heart ache. The only woman he loved in his life, the first time he saw her, it was like being pierced through the heart by an arrow, his heart thumping about to jump out, and from then on his heart, he couldn't tolerate anyone else. It's a pity that she is not worthy of his favorite, put him a sincere heart trampled on the ground, and now the thought of it is heartbreaking. What is his company like and what does it do? When I heard this, Yunha was in the spirit, I looked, it seems to be a cosmetics company, and perfume company, said that they have a secret recipe to come. They said that they have secret recipes, that they can sell a lot, and that as long as I help them register, they will be able to make money in a month's time. Dad, you're my real dad. That uncle came out of nowhere, which I still understand. He also said that he's going to get a press conference to let everyone know that you kicked us out. Dad, what do you think I should do? Grandpa didn't look any different when he heard that. Whatever you want, say whatever you want, I won't care about his press conference. Why? Yunha doesn't understand, shouldn't it be explained clearly at a time like this? That's it, you can go find a job. Yanha. What the old man meant by that is that his job search won't be affected, great. Finished, he didn't say anything about the money given by the eldest uncle, it doesn't matter, he made a video. At this moment, in the room, Yunli was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed. There was a faint sandalwood scent next to him. Yunshi was sitting next to him. The old gentleman's voice was ringing in Yun Li's ears, and it seemed like it was far away in the sky. It was a normal afternoon, the weather was nice, the breeze was blowing gently across your ears, and you were going out. Yun Li just lay there, he did not wake up, but he spoke. Planting, we're going out and planting, we're going to plant flowers. They say it's called poppies, it's the most beautiful flower, it brings them lots and lots of money. Yun Shi. Sure enough, the moment Yun Shi saw that, Yun Li's drawing, he recognized it, that was one of the drug dealers they were chasing back then, it was just a minion then, so what about now? In the picture taken by the blue soldiers, he was killed, but Blue Moon loved him so much, would she kill him? No way. Over the years, Blue Moon was the winner of life in everyone's eyes. She has an excellent job herself, an obedient husband, and 3 well-behaved and cute children. She seemed to be living a good, happy life, as if everything was fake in the first place. But the way Blue Moon acted just now, it wasn't like that. Perhaps the Jun Huan was definitely not dead. Perhaps the outer appearance had changed. Then how can they let him know the news of Blue Moon? What will you do when you plant it? I don't know, not allowed to go out, will be beaten, only 2 small children will go out, will be hugged and coaxed. Yun Li was like having a long, long dream, and when he woke up, he was dizzy, and some of the images were clear and some were a little fuzzy. Yun Shi watched him wake up and handed him a cup of tea, take a breather and rest. Yun Li hurriedly shook his head, little uncle, give me a paper and pen, I will draw down the clear images in my head now. Yun Li shook his head, little uncle, give me paper and pen. Yun Li hurriedly let someone bring a pen and paper. The old gentleman turned on the light and Yun Li started to draw the picture. This drawing was 5 hours, in the middle of it, he didn't stop, Grandpa had called several times. Grandpa wanted to ask why he hadn't come home yet. Yun Shi went out and answered the phone, and assured him that he was surely behind, and sent him home safely. Yun Li's hands were sore, but he couldn't stop. He was able to remember very little, but must draw it all. By the time he stopped, it was already 4:30 a.m. In order to be able to see clearly what he could mark, he marked. This was also thanks to his current memory, if it was before, it was a no-brainer. After stopping, Yun Li looked at his little uncle, let's set off, let's go to Blue Moon's hometown, it just so happens that I have to meet with Blue Soldier's parents as well. Let's go and have a look first, what do you say? Good. Chapter 97, you help him pay back the money. Yun Shi of course agreed, they quickly go, in order to determine whether it is that place is not. Yun Shi drove the car and took Yun Li there overnight, and the 2 of them bought some food and drinks. The people under Yun Shi's command followed not far away. When they arrived at the village, Yun Li looked at this place, he remembered that in his last life, he also came here once, they brought him here and left him to the village chief, saying that as long as they don't let him die. The village chief couldn't look at him and helped him find someone to look at his injuries, and later thought of prescribing medicine, but in the end, because this was known by Yun Zhou, he told Lan Yu that he wanted him to go to the hospital, or else in the village, people would think they were abusive. On the surface, he was speaking for him, but in reality, meh. But Blue Moon isn't any good as all, no matter if what Yun Zhou said was true, or not, the final decision, that was hers to make, wasn't it? After arriving at the place, the 2 of them asked where the Blue Soldier's house was, and based on the village people pointing out the way, they quickly found it. The 2 husband and wife who were high up in their last life and hadn't looked at him with a straight eye, at this moment, one person had a hoe and was standing under the sun, hoeing the ground. Yun Shi opened his mouth towards where they were, old Mr. Lan, old Mrs. Lan. The moment they looked up, they saw Yun Shi. You guys are? I am Yun Shi, this is my nephew Yun Li. Yun Shi's name was known to them, and Yun Li was also known to them, and when they heard this name, their faces were a little unsightly. What are you guys doing here? If it wasn't for their Yun family, their family wouldn't be in this situation now. We were sent here by Lan Bing to help introduce you 2 to jobs, are you willing to be sanitation workers? When the 2 heard that, sanitation worker? What kind of sanitation worker? Isn't that just sweeping garbage? No, we won't do it. We won't do it. What do you have in mind when you ask us to sweep the garbage? They'd rather die of poverty and hunger than pick up garbage. Okay, we'll go then. Yun Li and Yun Shi turned around and left, which left the 2 of them confused. What was this? What's going on? Wait, didn't the Blue Soldiers ask you to say anything? Did he say to get us some money or anything? His money, it's all been frozen. Old man, old lady. Yun Shi and the others were just here to go through the motions and left decisively. It didn't take long for them to realize that this village is not small, it's quite big, and there are still people guarding the backside of the mountain. The 2 can only go out of the village, from the other side to start climbing the mountain, from here they instead see, Yun Li memory of the place, to hear Yun Shi stopped, take Yun Li back, they will have a special person, to deal with this matter. Yun Shi is ready to take Yun Li back, received a phone call from his grandfather, let them to the company downstairs, Yun Hai began to hold a conference. People are directly with the media door to door to find Grandpa, along with a there are wrapped into a dumpling Yun Zhou. Of course, Yun He also followed along. Yun Hai first made a self-introduction, everyone, I am Yun Hai, is the big brother of the chairman of this Yun group. I brought my family, has been living in foreign countries, this is not just back to think of family reunion, but no, my brother did such a ridiculous thing. Originally thought to talk to him in private, but he did not listen, I can only in front of everyone, ask him a few questions. Grandpa and his assistant came from the crowd, a faint smile on their lips as they watched this big show of theirs. Yunhai walks over, hands on his cane, looking up at this oldest too, second brother, I will ask you one thing, why are you so cruel to Yunjo, this child? Grandpa looked at it, and the dumplings over there asked, who is that? Naturally your grandson, I know that although he is not your own grandson, but you have lived together for so many years, but also have feelings. One more person, one more pair of chopsticks thing, why can't you tolerate him? He used to be an obedient child. You should, take good care of him. He looked at Grandpa bitterly, as if he was the cruel one. Grandpa laughed, then looked at him and said, then wouldn't it be better for you to take care of it? You let him be your grandson. He and his mom owe hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars outside, why don't you help him pay it off? Chapter 98, You Are Not Kind-Hearted. Yunhai instantly gas explosion, hundreds of thousands, millions? He also really dared to say Yunhai was found, the second family, all are shameless goods. That Yunhai is also, just no want money, angry dead. Yun Shen blurted out from the side, second uncle, you are too shameless, why should my father help him to pay back the money Grandpa laughed after hearing this, and Yun Li also came at this time. Yun Li, who came from the crowd, smiled and spoke. Egu, this uncle, then you are quite shameless, who are you to let my grandfather save that thing? His parents abducted me, switched me, abused me, and hurt me. Their family, and we are enemies. How can you let my grandpa save him? Besides, saving a gambler, what's wrong with you? You're saving people or hurting them, the more you save, the more you gamble, don't you know? Do you know what the biggest help for a gambler is? It's not giving him money, letting him be desperate, letting him know that if he goes back to gambling, he'll die, he'll break his arms and legs. Whether it's borrowing money, or gambling, or anything like that, all of it is theirs to go to. Why should the blame be divided on others? They should be made to pay for it themselves. It's okay to break their arms and legs, if they don't die. Deserve to die. That's the last sentence, of course. Reporters. Everyone looked at Yun Li, curious about Yun Li's identity. Yun Li pulled out a smile. Hello everyone, sorry, I'm a bit sociopathic. Regarding my love-hate relationship with their family, please look at the news some time ago and those reports. I was in the trafficker's house, suffered inhuman treatment, and after I managed to come back, I was framed by Yun Zhou and his two good sisters. In such a situation, where did my grandfather put me if he helped them? My grandfather loved each and every one of us very much, so what he didn't say or do, isn't that enough? Or do you think that your children, who were abducted by traffickers, were then abused, beaten, scolded, and almost killed in the trafficker's house? Now that your child has come back with great difficulty, everyone tells you that you have to be nice to the trafficker's child because you have bonded over the years. If you really feel that way, well, good luck to all of you in situations like this. Instantly, everyone in the room was silent. Grandpa smiled at that moment, looking at his grandson with great pride. My family Ali is right. In my eyes, that Yunjo is not worthy of being Yuna's child. An enemy's son, standing in my grandson's position, enjoying so many years of love, and still thinking of comparing himself to my grandson, is he worthy? I am a person who hates the house he, Yunjo, has long been driven out of my home. Even with some blind things, also by me to drive out of the house. Last time, I remember I explained this matter, how everyone does not remember. I don't even recognize my son. What does that son's fake son have to do with me? Of course, this big brother of mine is different, very kind. Then big brother you help him well. Yun Hai. Reporters. Good lord, why do they think these two grandchildren are making an appointment? They really can't refute this statement. Yun He looked, this can no longer be a mute, he gritted his teeth and slapped a few slaps to his face. Dad, I was cheated by Yun Joa. This bastard, with the human trafficker family has long been connected. Chapter 99 To sow discord. Reporters. Yun now does not care about Yunjo at all, as long as he can brush his favor in front of his old man, of course he has to say it all. This Yunjo is not a thing, long ago knew that it is not my son, knew that it is the child of traffickers, mouth said what willing to go back, willing to leave, in fact, hide the news. Yunjo is the son of the Blue Moon this matter, no outsider knows, he will never admit, now the Blue Moon are arrested, he will always be the son of the traffickers. Yun Hai was dumbfounded, completely not expecting Yun He to turn against him. He hurriedly opened his mouth, great nephew, you didn't say anything about this before, it's hard to believe that it's someone who made you. This is not good for you, you and Yunjo have been father and son for many years. Bah! Who the hell is father and son with him? That's a bastard. That's a bastard. That's a damn shame. He hid the truth so I couldn't find my son, and then he sowed discord so I wouldn't have a relationship with my son, so he wasn't my son. I'll never recognize him in my life. If you want to, let him be your godson. You've been acting like an asshole ever since you came back. You don't think about my dad at all. You even said you want me to be your company's legal representative. You're looking for a scapegoat, aren't you? What's the point of setting up a company? What do you want me to take the blame for? It won't be something illegal. I am not very clear, but I am not willing to do it. I won't get involved in this, and don't get me involved with Yoonjo. I don't recognize him. We're just enemies. And I'm divorced from Blue Moon. I'm single. Thank you all. When he said that last sentence, he was gritting his teeth. It still took a bit of courage to say that. Grandpa and Yoonli raised their eyebrows, their eyes synchronized. Unexpectedly, this Yoonhee would do this, and it had to be said that without a love brain, there was still salvation for his IQ. What is this called? Not taking the road of love, all roads are open. To this Yoonhee said, from now on, please call him a desperate lover. What's the use of love? It will grow love brain and become a cutie. He doesn't want it. The reporters were dumbfounded. This was quite a reversal today. Soon a reporter came back to his senses. So may I ask old Mr. Yoonhee, how did you meet Yoonjo? How did he become like this? At the moment Yoonjo is wrapped up in a dumpling. Yoonhee. Can he say that he specifically guarded the gate and took him away when he saw him being thrown out? Just met. The reporter looked at Yoonjo again. Yoonjo, when did you know that you are not a child of the Yoon family? Who contacted you? Why didn't you tell your parents? Yoonjo, are you afraid of losing your honor and fortune? Yoonjo, you are betraying your adoptive parents by doing this. If you tell them, they won't leave you behind. Reporters questions one after another, into the dumplings, and every moment, feel the pain of Yoonjo, simply cannot answer. I don't know, it's true that the family called me, said very true. Those 2 years, their 3 children, that is together, and the traffickers couple personally raised, on their own, and Yoonjo very good. After all, the person behind it told them that Yoonjo would be a child of a big family in the future, and their children, after becoming children of a rich family, would also be able to get help. Yoonli, on the other hand, that's what's being beaten, just don't beat it. After all, Yoonli was still needed for the paternity test. Chapter 100 Suitable for begging. Now Yoonjo is nothing more than a small child, was asked so, no one to help, will only tell the truth. Since you have been called and you know about this matter, why don't you tell your parents? No matter if it's true or not, a small child should be scared when they know, right? Why didn't you tell your mom and dad? How did you know for sure about this? Is it that they still exist in your memory? So you're pretty sure that they're telling the truth. Where exactly was the place where you were abducted and sold in the first place? Have you always remembered it? Yoonjo didn't speak anymore. He clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. His eyes were filled with heartbreak. A clear-eyed person would know that there is something fishy. Little friend, you don't speak. Is it because you're vain, you're afraid? Little friend, why did you come here today? Is it because this old grandpa brought you here? With their gazes, they looked in the direction of old Master Yoonhee. Yoonjo gritted his teeth and nodded his head with his eyes closed. That's right, he said, to ask me if I hate it. If you want revenge, listen to him. Let me come over and memorize as they taught me. He said that he wanted to make my grandfather all evil and be scorned. He also said that if he succeeded, he would give me a large sum of money in the future. When Yoonjo finished saying this, Yoonhee couldn't help himself and hit him with a cane. At this time, someone hurriedly stopped. Old master, what are you doing? Yoonhee was so angry that he was shaking, pointing at Yoonjo and yelling, he's talking nonsense. He is talking nonsense. Grandpa let out a bitter smile and looked helplessly at this big brother. Big brother, what are you doing? Back then, you turned your back on the family and sold everything in the family. Even the ancestral hall was sold to run away to another country. For this reason, you betrayed your motherland and became a citizen of another country. Now as soon as you returned, you couldn't wait to set me up. What exactly do you want? Speaking of this, Grandpa's face was disheveled, with sadness in his eyes. We are brothers. What do you want to tell me directly? If it is not some excessive request, how can I possibly sit back and do nothing? Of course, you want me to help you do something against your principles. That is also impossible. As soon as you came back, you made all this, you made my heart go wow. It's just like back then, when you turned your back on us and left is the same Yoonhee. Yoonhee's face was black and white and red, very ugly. I didn't. Yoonhee squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I just don't want to see you bullying the juniors, no matter what, it's all family. I'm not family with the bullying white-eyed wolf. Yoonhee. It always felt like this junior was talking about him, but he had no proof. Well, it's me who misunderstood and was tricked by a little kid. By now what else can I do but say that I was tricked? Big brother, you're really stupid, to be fooled by a child. Yoonhee was shaking with anger. Let's go. They went away like that. Big brother, take away this person or you are. Yoonhee gritted his teeth and took away. They took Yoonjo away again, just to the outskirts, and threw it away. Yoonli's people followed behind, took pictures and left. It didn't take long for someone to hear that there was a dumpling here, and that if he went to the train station to beg for food, he'd be able to make money. So Yoon Chao was taken away. A few days later, at a train station, there was a man with a broken arm and leg, covered in pus and maggots, and with a rotting face, begging for food. Chapter 101 Cannot Forget. The grandfather over here, after they left, cheerfully asked those reporters not to leave, stayed, and invited them to eat, and also gave each of them a red envelope. Afterwards, he brought Yunli back to his office. For Yunli's performance, Grandpa is a bit surprised. Just look at the dark circles under his grandson's eyes. Grandpa is very distressed. This child is a night without sleep. Your little uncle didn't let you sleep? Yunli naturally want to explain, but the little uncle said, the village secret cannot be said. Grandpa, don't worry, I slept. I let the little uncle took me to see the blue moon. The heart is a little uncomfortable, which did not sleep well. Grandpa heard it, half believe it. In that case, then you go back to rest first. I will let old Wang Wang butler help you to ask for half a day off. In the afternoon, you go to the class of you few. Grandpa, do you need my help on the big grandpa's side? He's a bit shameless. Grandpa smiled at him and said that it wasn't even a problem. It's okay, he's a bit shameless today. We'll see what he wants to do next. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. You go study hard, and you guys go for it. Good. Yunli then went back to rest. His grandson left the office and his grandfather's face changed. That big brother wants to come back? Hee, after today, his reputation don't want it is. Yunli went downstairs and the housekeeper sent him back to rest. Yunli went back, took out those pictures, looked at them again and again, and finally called his aunt. Auntie. Receiving Yunli's phone call, Aunt is a bit incredible. How come you remembered to call me? What's the matter? Yunli also did not beat around the bush, directly told the truth. Auntie, I would like to ask, when I came back with them, do you still remember the past? No, I don't remember. They said that you got sick and woke up with a fever, then you don't remember anything. Yunli, if you want to find out what happened back then, you still have to start from the old lady's side. Yunli just likes Auntie to be like this, open-minded. Auntie, besides him, do you have any other siblings? Is there anyone who might know what happened back then? After hearing this, the aunt told Yunli that there was, but that person got lost when he was very young. Below me there was a younger brother who just wandered off at a very early age and never came back. But I don't think, it's not lost. Auntie thought of that brother, and she distinctly remembered that at that time the old lady had said that one of their two sons, one of them, was going to be very rich. At that time they said, we have an uncle who has no son, to adopt a relative's son. Within a few days, the man was given away. For Auntie, she was willing to tell Yunli anything that could upset the old lady. Ali, I'm telling you all this in the hope that you can make the old lady suffer some more. She's having too good a time now, why should she? How can she be so dashing when she's being taken care of in a nursing home? Good. Yunli smiled when he heard that. I will come back to visit on the weekend. Good. The aunt hung up the phone. At this time, someone came in and saw her look a little helpless. It's been so many years, she is your mom after all, why can't you let go? That Yunli has found his family, so don't contact him anymore. Auntie cold face, looking at him with great anger, how to go over? You tell me how to get past it. She gave me to a piece of trash like that. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be dead. I can't get past it, not in this lifetime. Chapter 102, Never Empathize. The man sighed, sat down beside her and took her shoulders. It's all in the past. Nowadays your mom is alone in a nursing home and had a stroke, not easy. You see our family reunion, but her side is cold and miserable. The aunt shook off his hand and looked at him with cold eyes. You went to see her? What did she tell you? Did she confess to you? Or did she tell you that she shouldn't have favored sons over daughters? Ha! Auntie laughed coldly, then looked at him with a strong sense of disappointment. You won't believe it, will you? She's so good at talking, she can make you believe in a few words. But what about me? What about me? What about all the suffering I've endured? I could have studied, but she cut me off. I could have learned a trade, but she broke my hand, afraid I'd get strong and fly out of her control. She gave me away to a bad old man, leaving me in pain and in a million pieces. You're telling me to put it down? You, how dare you? Those days and nights of hurt, her smug smile. She said, you're just an ant in my hand, a maiden, and you want to run away? You should have given everything for your brother. You always say I'm good to my daughter, buying her all kinds of things. Do you know that I am not spoiling? I'm making up for the lack of my childhood? I want hairpins. I want little dresses. I want new shoes. I want a book. I want to read. I want to see a movie. I want a snack. I want to love my childhood self more. I want to show everyone that girls deserve to be loved too. How dare you ask me to forgive when you haven't experienced my pain? In this world, there's never empathy, you'll never know how much I hurt. I hope you won't visit her again, or I'll divorce you. The aunt pushed him away and went straight out the door. The man stood in place, looking at her back as she stumbled away. She was so desperate, as if her faith had collapsed. Had he done wrong? Yun Hai on this side, after returning to the hotel, smashed several cups. So good, so good. Didn't you say that Yun Hee has no brain? Now what's going on? Why is he suddenly seared in front of the media today, thanks to which she also gave him so many benefits? Yun Xian doesn't dare to speak at this time. Dad, what do you think? We came back this time, but for the sake of... Yun Hai glared at Yun Xian. Don't you know the walls have ears? You don't know how to speak a little louder. Yun Xian's heart is aggrieved. Why is he so loud? And this is not a hotel? There are no outsiders. It's. Yun Hai coldly grunted. How are those companies applying? It doesn't matter if they didn't find a scapegoat, it's still easy to set up a company these days. Only, they need to find another scapegoat. Already applied for more than a dozen subsidiaries, just waiting for the time to be ripe to blossom. Dad, please don't worry, my son has prepared everything, he definitely won't fail. And at this moment, in the middle of the dense forest, there is a team of people who have found the place as shown in the diagram. No one had expected that in the deep rolling mountains, there was a large wave of people who were planting poppies as well. Those people had smiles on their faces, as if the plants in front of them could bring them happiness. This was a village, with roughly over 100 families, large and small, all busy in the village. Yunshi's face was grave, letting some of the people turn back. They had to bring enough people this time, this place had to be dealt with. Chapter 103 A Traitor. Yunshi's people came and went, it only took one night's time. When the sky was slightly bright and the village started to have smoke curling up, the special forces had already taken care of those who were guarding the place. They went in and took everyone in this village away. All the plants in this place were photographed for evidence, and finally all of them were pulled and taken away. On the other side, Yun has started to look for a job. This time he thought he could apply for the general manager of the company. He didn't expect to be kicked out again and again and again. He was in a collapsed mood. He was depressed and called his old man. Father, you are too unkind, I'm all reformed. All severed relations, call me ye old man. Yun Ha. No, Dad, you are crossing the river to break the bridge, I have helped you before. Yun has said his heart aches, it's almost snowing in June. How did I cross the bridge? Grandpa sneered. What did you help me with? What you said, aren't you the one who atoned for your sins? You're the one who's sorry for your son. Besides, do you have what it takes to be a general manager? Get lost. Although Yunhee has been acting like a human being for the past 2 days, he really doesn't have any ability to say cut off the relationship, then cut off the relationship. It's hard for him to think that he can change everything just by saying a few words. What a joke. Yunli, they are still in class. Through the class, they are more aware of their own problems. This is not the plan or redone. They have money, background, resources directly dry up. They took the money to invest in a movie. The actors in it all wear their clothes. Spend money to hire designers. The factory took down directly to start. Also got a lot of posters, invited models, all kinds of publicity ready to get up. Yunhee also saw it. He can only obediently go to find a job now. In the blink of an eye, it was the day that Yunhai asked everyone to come to the shrine. He had gotten a lot of people, all from the clan. The last time the ancestral hall was opened, it was Grandpa who brought Yunli to change the genealogy of the clan, and since then, Yunzhou was scratched out and Yunli's name was written on it. Now, what did he want to do by coming here? Grandpa walked to his seat and sat down. Yunli obediently stood behind Grandpa and looked at Yunhai and Yunxian. Grandpa looked at Yunhai and opened his mouth. Big brother, what do you want to do by having everyone here? The other elders also sat down. The ancestral hall was in the old town, where there were Yun family elders guarding the place, while this place was all owned by the Yun family. They are here in the old town, ancient and nowadays, it is also a scenic spot, but here in the ancestral hall, tourists are not allowed to come in. Yunhai looked at this younger brother with a scrutinizing gaze. Before, it was him who had underestimated this younger brother, now he couldn't afford to be belittling. Second brother, when our family went abroad, that's why I went down the genealogy. Over the years, I have missed the motherland and home more and more. Now that we have returned as well, I hope that you can agree to one thing. That is, to hand over the genealogy to me for safekeeping. Grandfather and elders? The elders and them all laughed in exasperation. He's trying to fart eat. Grandpa even spoke directly. You, a foreigner, wanting to keep the genealogy of our family, what kind of daydream are you having? A foreigner wants to keep our family tree, what kind of daydream are you having? A person from another country wants their family tree, why doesn't he go to heaven? The elder even looked at him and opened his mouth. The one who turned his back on his ancestors in the first place is you, and now you want the genealogy. Do you think that our Yun family is something that you can leave whenever you want and come whenever you want? Yunhai also thought of perfunctory them a bit, saying that he would get his nationality back again, but he was not willing to do so. It was not easy for him to get a green card, he was not willing to be a cloud countryman. But at this time, one can't say that. In the past few years, I've often dreamed of my dad, and he said he wanted me to come back. I want to come back too, but doesn't it take time? In the past, I was the head of the clan, and this genealogy has always been in my custody. Now that I'm back, it should be mine to keep as well. Throw this dog thing, throw it out for me. An old voice appeared and everyone turned around to look. Everyone turned around to see that it was the oldest Thai uncle now. Uncle! Grandpa and the others all stood up and rushed to support. The old granduncle trembled as he pointed at Yunhai and kicked the family out. I don't allow traitors to come in. The corner of Yunhai's mouth twitched, somewhat unhappy. Uncle, how am I a traitor? I just went to settle abroad. If you don't recognize your own ancestors and don't want your motherland, what is it if you're not a traitor? Get out. A few of them were thrown out. Grandpa didn't even have time to make a move. Grandpa helped the great uncle sit down, and then looked at the several elders present, as well as a few cousins. Everyone tell us who organized this with him. When he first left, he had even sold the ancestral hall. At that time, we, the brothers, how hard it was to buy the shrine back. There were even a lot of twists and turns in the process, and that was only after they had made a lot of meritorious achievements to get it back. How many favors did that good big brother of mine give you guys? So that you guys can forget about this matter. I am his younger brother. I can't even forgive. You guys are so close to him. That big brother of his, he can't afford to be unprofitable. In the same way, he believes that there are people in the middle who like money, otherwise he couldn't do this today. Yunhai's plan, Grandpa probably knows something. The conference let everyone know that he does not care about Yunzhou, and then continue to make trouble today. He probably didn't expect that the conference would turn out like that, and today even more so, no one bought his account. Chapter 104, No Need for All That Fame. As soon as Grandpa opened his mouth, the faces of the others were also ugly. They also wanted to know who it was. Who is it? Come forward yourself. In the beginning he, Yunhai, gave up the family, now he is dead shamelessly running back. There is no way we can accept it. That's right, whoever is with him is not a member of our family. If I am to know who is colluding with him, I will get them killed. Now, one of them couldn't help himself and stood out on his own. The truth is that the brother who just spoke is his own brother. When he hit him, that is to hit him hard, that is really to the death. That is the grandfather's youngest cousin, usually nothing to do. His son is also mixed up, just rely on the family of a store life, living not good or bad. I didn't mean it. He told me that he regretted it, and that he was very sad, and that he would do it for the good of our family in the future. He also said that he would not compete with everyone for anything, but just want to take the genealogy to the family name to add the name of their family. I think the genealogy is not to write everyone's name? This. In his opinion, the genealogy didn't really serve much of a purpose, and he wondered why they cared so much about it. As soon as he finished saying this, he was beaten up by his brother, or beaten to death. He was beaten everywhere. Don't hit, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Are a handful of years old, there are juniors, brother, you give me some face off. Yunli. Several juniors silently lowered their heads, they cannot see. Yunhai, that is the beginning to get a green card, the back do not know what happened, and then got the nationality. That is to say, he really betrayed the countries and betrayed the family. Such a person would never be accepted in their place. The great uncle gave another beating, and later told everyone that they were not allowed to agree to this matter, and the genealogy of the family tree the great uncle handed over to the grandfather's hands. For them, nowadays grandpa's ability is the greatest, naturally, he will take it, and the later revision, the other grandpa will be responsible for. There is also a genealogy over there, in duplicate. They also ate over there before returning home. After returning home, Yunli asked the doubt in his heart, Grandpa, do you think great-grandpa went through all the trouble and made so many things just for the genealogy? The genealogy is very important, but why do they still need it when they have removed it? Back then, this genealogy was in his hands. The importance of the genealogy was self-evident, but hadn't great-grandpa overemphasized it? In the middle of this, what kind of secret was there? Grandpa's eyes flashed a light. He definitely has a secret. As to what it is, I'm not too sure. Yunli. Well, he thought that Grandpa would know it, but it turned out that Grandpa came with a sentence that was not too clear. No, not too clear, is still a little direction? Grandpa, then do you have any direction? Yes. Grandpa took out the family tree and showed it to Yunli. Some people say that within this genealogy of ours, there are secrets. Yunli? Yunli was confused, a whole lot of names of people, what's the secret? Yunli also followed his grandfather to look at the first page, that was the name of their old ancestor and his life story. Immediately after that was his sons and daughters, and then it was passed down from one generation to the next. The genealogy was already in a box, and those with outstanding performance in each generation would be written out separately. One of the books was taken out by Grandpa and placed in front of Yunli. Yunli looked over in confusion. It turned out that what was recorded on it was one of their old ancestors. At that time, he was working as an official, and then there was a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels that were placed in his tomb, only it was not written where his tomb was. So they were convinced of this? What if people distributed it to their sons? Besides, if it were true, wouldn't that great-grandfather have found it long ago? Distributed a piece of the treasure map to each of his 3 sons. But when they said they didn't have it and that the genealogy was a fake, everyone didn't believe them either. They came back this time because they couldn't make it outside, that's why they came back. They need this sum of money to rise again in the East, or Grandpa's eyes flashed with a dark aura, or they came back with a purpose in mind. Ali, let's go and check what else is in those burial goods. Yunli? But can we find it? Didn't they say that the 3 brothers split up? We are the offspring of one of the 3 brothers. Yunli, 6. Leave this matter to Grandpa, go back home in peace. Good. On Friday afternoon, Yunli took a plane back to his hometown with butler Wang. Just after arriving at the door of his aunt's house in town, he heard a quarrel inside. Fart. I don't need all that fame. Yunli heard it, it was his aunt's voice. You have to think about me too. It was the aunt's voice. Chapter 105. Do you have a place to go? Yunli walked up and knocked on the door. Hearing the sound, someone soon came to open the door. The one who opened the door was his aunt. The moment he saw Yunli, he frowned. Ali is back. You're back just in time. I want to ask you something. Why did you leave your grandmother in the nursing home? Do you know what the people outside are saying? Saying that you and your aunt are unfilial. Said you are white-eyed wolves. Now is the critical period of my career. Can you take your grandmother back? Aunt that is also a little anxious, said this. The face does not look good, not to mention, there is a little bit of command. Aunt's heart cold half. She rushed over and pulled her aunt over and slapped him in the face. I gave you a face, didn't I? You're all capable of running around babbling in front of little kids now, aren't you? If you care about her so much and want to be a good son-in-law so badly, then you pick her up and serve her well, and I'll definitely not stop you. Or now you go and divorce me. After the divorce you will not be her son-in-law, then no one will talk nonsense in front of you. Is this not good? The aunt looked at this man. Her heart was disappointed. Once he was like a beam of warm sunshine, shining into her dark and cold heart. He was her salvation. He was gentle, attentive, and considerate, pulling her out of the muck and giving her a home. Then the two of them had children, and he was a good father. But I don't know since when, he is extraordinarily concerned about, outside the gossip. He always cared about what people outside said, and would mope around because of those people's words, and would also have a cold war with her. She thought, it's okay, he just can't get over it. But over the past 2 years, he's gotten worse. This time, he even stepped on her bottom line and bounced. Auntie acted as if she didn't understand, and was still telling Yunli, I heard that you found your real parents now, and your real parents' family is also very rich, isn't it? Then you just take some money out, take your grandmother to cure, or find an aunt to take care of, to receive you around is not better? You're the grandson. If you keep on like this, people will think you're heartless. I'm doing this for your own good. It was these words that completely made the aunt angry. She rushed over and blocked Yunli's face. Tianyi. Don't go too far. What are you doing embarrassing a child? What does this have to do with him? It's not like he's my mom's grandson. If it wasn't for their family, he wouldn't have suffered for so many years. It's them who have wronged him. And since you said it's my family's business, why are you talking so much? Are you so afraid I'll get you into trouble? I'll leave now. Tian Knight is also angry, also shaking with anger. Always like this, always like this. You're always like this. Whenever you talk about your mother's family, you blow up. As if those things just can't get over it for the rest of your life. No matter what, that was your mom who gave birth to you and raised you to such a big age. Maybe at that time, did a lot of things to make you sad, but so many years have passed, you should also let go. Knowing full well how important this time is to me, I'm going to rely on this time to get promoted. I'm still not for our family, I'm still not for the future can be better. You can't just say divorce, you can't just say go, then you go. After you go out, do you have a place to live? Where can you go? In your heart, don't you have no mother's home anymore? Boom! Something exploded in the aunt's mind all at once. These few words were like a knife that pierced right into her heart. The final place that left her drenched in blood. It even tore apart all those pains that had been there, one by one, and spread them out in front of her. Chapter 106 should be grateful. Thinking of this, the aunt took a step forward and looked at him, coldly opening her mouth to ask, what do you mean I didn't have a mother's family in the first place? What do you mean I have no place to go when I go out? Is this what you see? So over the years, it has become more and more excessive? Oh, Aunt suddenly understood why he had become more and more arrogant and perfunctory to her over the past 2 years. Even a little bit of small things can shout with her. The original is because, know that she has no mother's family, no one to support. Yunli also at this time, walked out and stood in front of his aunt. The teenager raised his head, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. His gaze was icy cold, looking indifferently at the aunt in front of him. Auntie, you're not right, I'm still here. How come my aunt doesn't have a mother's family? I am my aunt's nephew, I am her maternal family, her bottom line. Is this the first day you met my aunt? Do you know my aunt's character? Is that so? My aunt was like this back then. Back then she was this straightforward. Back then she was this direct. Did she hide a trace of her original character? It was you who wanted to marry my aunt. My aunt didn't lie to you, did she? At first this person, but begged my aunt to marry him. Those years look like a good husband, now. Now he cares about gossip, so what's the point? Tian Knight frowned. He did not expect this Ali will be out of the head, to know not long ago, he is still a hit the autumn wind of the ragged house. Yes, at first he liked her, so he married her. He also knows that she is the perfect body, but when she was her mother, married to the old man this matter, many people know, many people say that he married a broken shoes, these years he bear the psychological pressure, no one at all know. He glared at Yunli and then spoke. You are just a little kid, what can you do, do you have a say? Will your family agree? You wouldn't think that if you go back to your biological parents' home, you're awesome. Will they recognize your aunt? They'll just think she's a ragtag housewife. Besides, don't you know your aunt's reputation? That's a broken woman who married an old man. The moment Yunli heard this, his pupils shrank, and in the next second, he rushed over, slammed his fist on his chin, and kicked him out. Auntie's face was pale at the moment, without a trace of blood. Tian Knight really knew what she cared about the most, and was able to accurately poke her where it hurt. Sure enough, there are some things that just can't be said, even by the pillow. In the beginning, Tian Knight swore that he wouldn't care about the past, wouldn't care about that incident, and that it wasn't her who was at fault. He also said that he wouldn't care and would only feel sorry for her. But why did everyone know about that incident in the first place? His relatives and friends, where did they know? Obviously at that time, she escaped in the first place and only told him. Now, Auntie suspected that the reason why other people knew in the first place was perhaps because he had told them. As for the people in the village, they wouldn't mind their own business. The affectionate lover back then is now ruthlessly stabbing her heart. The man got up from the ground. Yunli threw out $50, medical expenses. The man looked at them with cold eyes. Well, all to my house to beat people. You guys get out, you guys get out. Your aunt had such a bad reputation in the beginning, and I still married her. You two don't know how to be grateful for the things. Get lost. The aunt looked at him just then. That incident back then, was it my fault? It wasn't my fault. Why should I be thankful? You knew about it before the two of you got married. It was you who knelt in front of me and told me that you didn't care about this matter, that you would only feel sorry for me. And now, you're using this thing as a knife to hurt me. You're so good, you're so good. If you care so much about this matter, why do you still let me bring the old lady back? You're not sick. And even if I don't have a place to go, I'm done with you. I don't want you anymore. We both divorced, and both kids are with me. Because their quarrel was so loud, the people who had been pretending not to hear it also came out, along with the two children, who looked timidly at their parents. Two children, one 8 and one 7 years old. The boy was wearing new pajamas and was being held in the old woman's arms, and the little girl, whose clothes were all pom-poms, was looking worriedly at her aunt at the moment. Chapter 107 Are My Sons. After the old lady came out, Blackface yelled with them. What's all the commotion in the middle of the night? So loud, everyone heard, noisy others how to do? What's the matter, can't we go in and talk about it? And you? The old lady glared hard at her aunt. Your man is out, busy working all day. When you come home, you don't want your man to have a good rest, but you are still quarreling here. Are you crazy? When the aunt heard this, she felt ridiculous. Yes, it's all her fault, their family feels so. The aunt's gaze looked at the two children. Mom is going to divorce your father. Which one of you two would like to follow me? The old lady didn't expect that after the words had been said to this point, her daughter-in-law would continue to make a scene. What are you still making a scene for? Hurry up and apologize to your man and let this nephew of yours go. We don't need others to worry about our family's affairs. As for those rumors you have outside, you settle them yourself. Don't drag my son into this. When my son married you, I didn't agree. If it wasn't for you, my son should have married. Auntie couldn't listen anymore and directly interrupted her. Yes, your son should have married another woman and should have had a capable father-in-law. If it wasn't for me, your son wouldn't have been just a small clerk for so many years. He would have been a small leader. These words, I have heard calluses, you can change some fresh words? Formerly stupid always feel that all this, as if with their own really have something to do, really because of their own reputation, even dragged down the husband. But now. If you don't have the ability, just say you don't have the ability, dump the pot on a woman, really ing not something. The aunt then looked at the two children. I am serious, are you willing to follow me? The boy clutched the old woman's hand, how he was unwilling to let go, while the little girl slowly walked over. Came to her side and took her hand. Mom, I am willing to follow you. The aunt squatted down and held her daughter tightly in her arms. Good, mommy will take you. The aunt took her daughter and went to pack her things. The man wanted to go in. Yunli and the housekeeper blocked him. The man thought of, just now, being kicked in the face. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth. What are you doing? This is my home. Isn't it normal for us, husband and wife, to quarrel? You are also involved. You are not afraid of not being a good person inside or outside in the future. Yunli doesn't care about this, directly said. I don't care so much, I only know one thing. Now my aunt, want to go pack up things to leave. Then I will accompany my aunt to leave. If you make my aunt sad, you are no good. The gossip that you said, I will definitely check it out, and look at the spread of this lively energy, who in the end spread rumors and slander others, as if there is a price to pay, right? You still seem to be a public official. What do you think will happen in the end if I go to your leader? The man's face changed, dark and scary. You. He never thought that one day he would be threatened by a small child. The thing between me and your aunt, you don't understand at all. When your aunt was married to an old man by your father and your grandmother, Yunli slammed his fist again. Try saying another word. Do you believe me or not? I will cripple you and pay for your medical bills. Tian Knight's face became even more ugly. The killing aura in this teenager's eyes, it didn't look like it was fake. It made him not dare to bet. If he really... Tian Knight, you have to remember one thing. In the beginning, it was you who came to the door and begged to marry my aunt. It was you who said you liked my aunt. It was you who said you wanted to give my aunt happiness. How long has it been? Have you forgotten? What's so important about the gossip out there? What do those people say that can affect your life? Will those people give you money, or will they get you a promotion, or will they give you more food? T-on-E. You are my aunt, the closest person. You know what my aunt cares the most? You also know what is the most painful wound in my aunt's heart. Because of her love for you, my aunt told you everything and trusted you unconditionally. But now, you are using her most painful wound to stab her heart. Your love, it's ridiculous. You are a cowardly man, you are selfish. You don't have the means to get promoted, so you blame my aunt for all your faults. It's so damn disgusting. Tian Knight was poked and prodded, his face was all sinister at the moment, reaching out his hand to hit Yunli. The next second, was the housekeeper grabbed the hand, the housekeeper gently force, he wailed in pain, gently, don't force, it hurts me to death. The housekeeper looked at him begging for mercy, and only then let go of him. And the aunt also packed up things, came out, the old lady the same black face, you have to think carefully, today out of this door, we will not let you come back. Now you even have no mother's home, it's hard to believe that you still have a place to go. Besides, it's for your own good that my son is thinking of asking your nephew to take your mom back. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person, but I'm a good person, and I'm not a good person. When the aunt heard this, she thought it was ridiculous. What were they thinking? Isn't it just that they hope she will send the old lady away, so that no one will gossip? Since you're worried about my mom, that she'll be gossiped about, I'll bring my mom here. How can that be? This is my son's home. Your mom is not allowed here. You don't control your mom either. Your money, it's my son's. Chapter 108, you guys are pretending. This time the aunt is completely angry laugh, so you guys this is again want fame, but do not want to contribute money and effort, how do you think so beautiful? For the sake of reputation, he can't divorce now, otherwise, he would have already divorced her, right? The old lady heard this, that is even more unhappy, looking at this daughter-in-law, that is how to look at how not good, you married my son for so many years, what have you done for him? What have you done for him? Have you brought any help to his career? And because I married you, people are laughing at me. I'm telling you, hurry up and take care of your mom's business, or I'll make you look good. Tian Knight also followed the opening of the mouth, my mom is for our good. I also do not pursue, just to hit me things, but you must, to deal with your mom's things. If you really don't want to take care of your mom, you can just put on a show, okay? In front of other people to say a little, you love your mom, you still have no way, you talk about the difficulties of our family. Let everyone know that it's not that you don't care, you're incapable of caring. Then let Lee say that he will definitely take care of your mom in the future, so this matter, isn't it a perfect solution? You don't have to pay a penny, you don't have to contribute, just go out and explain, say a few words, can't you? Tian Knight said here, that are very aggrieved themselves. The methods have all been told to them, as long as they say a few words, go and perform a show, this matter will be over. This is good, just tomorrow, I will find a few people, then help you to take a few pictures, you just buy some food, buy some drinks to go with the old lady, pretend not finished? And you, Lee, just say that it's not that you don't want to take care of it, it's just that you're still a kid who needs to study. As for your aunt, just say you're going to go to work every day. You too, it is best to say these also with hot tears, to let everyone see your tears, to see you pay. He has made the method clear to them, and if they still don't cooperate, then it really can't be justified, right? If this was the case and they still didn't agree, then he would really have to turn his back on them. Not to mention Auntie, even Yunli was on fire when he heard that. Hee, that's a nice thing to say, it's all for our sake, just let us go and pretend. Then your kind is not cheating? And did you ask for our permission to cheat? Are we willing to accompany you to cheat? They hate the old lady with all their hearts. They'll go to the well, but don't even think about acting. What's not to like? Tian Yi doesn't get it. What the hell are they up to? Is this necessary? I didn't even bother with what you guys said just now, which was so outrageous. Now I'm just asking you guys to help me out, can't I? He then looked at his aunt, you are my wife, shouldn't you think about me? Can't. The aunt didn't have any hesitation and blurted out. It is impossible for me and her to reconcile in this lifetime. You don't have to waste your time. If you really love me and treat me as a family, you should understand how I feel, and you'll be sympathetic and won't make me do things that will cause me pain. Divorce. At the point where he said, she was the laughing stock of him. At the time he blamed her for having a bad past. At the point where he said she was a white wolf. The two of them can never go back. Good. If you're leaving, don't come back. The aunt did not hesitate and took her daughter and Yunli out the door together. The moment they went out the door, they could all still hear the inside, furious voice. Don't you come back and beg me. The aunt didn't hesitate and didn't even look back, she would never regret it. After coming out, Yunli and the housekeeper found a hotel and let them stay in first. Yunli was a little sorry. Auntie, is it because I came to the door in the middle of the night that you guys got into a fight? Just now I really couldn't hold back, I am sorry. Auntie looked at Yunli, her gaze was gentle, her eyes glistening with tears. What do I blame you for? Blame you for also standing by my side without hesitation, saying you want to be my bottom? Yunli, I am touched. I used to think that he is the one who understands me the most. He knows how I think and understands all my hurts. I used to think that couples should be honest with each other. I put all my everything, all spread out in front of him, my weakness, my pain, all tell him. I thought so, we two people's feelings will go farther. I thought that when he accepted this matter, after the future will not be mentioned again. But in the end, it was all just what I thought. He where is not care, only deep in the bottom of the heart. Then at such a time, hard to give me a fatal blow. Tian Knight is really great, he this knife, stabbing very perfect, stabbing to her most painful point. Chapter 109, Mother's Mercy and Daughter's Piety. This, Yunli looked at his aunt, somewhat unsure how to say it. Auntie, he probably really didn't care at that time, back then he really liked you and just wanted to be with you. Later on, the people around him said more, his heart naturally a little idea. Not everyone, do not care about gossip, this is no excuse. Let's just say that the two of them ended up getting farther and farther apart in the process. He cared, he could say so instead of being cold and violent. Auntie looked at Yunli with cold eyes. I am glad that you stood in front of me and helped me. Why did you suddenly come? If he directly said that he cared, then she could still think highly of him, say it everyone goes their own way. He cared, didn't she? That's her enemy, she'll never forgive or let go in her life, let her apologize, let her pretend to be a mother and daughter, go. Pretend my ass. She didn't care what those people said. So what if they say she's a white-eyed wolf? She doesn't care. If she was told to go motherly and filial for the sake of that bit of fame, that would be truly disgusting. Yunli looked at her aunt's appearance. She didn't want to talk about this topic, so she took out the drawing paper and showed the paintings to her aunt. The aunt took it over and looked at it. Isn't it Lao San? Yunli was a little surprised. Aunt really recognized he is the oldest of whose family? Who's he from? The eldest uncle, or the third uncle's family? Aunt pointed to the painting of the man's mole. This is the old lady's third son. I did not tell you, that is lost, in fact, not, that is sent to the rich family, to others as a son. The family said they wanted the right birth date. He was just right, and the old thing got a sum of money. With that money, the family's life is much better, but it has nothing to do with me. For them, the daughter that is a money loser, is the family's subordinate. Only at that time to sell the child, in the end is not good to hear, so the old lady said the child lost. Later those years, the old lady often ran out, said to look for children, but in the end what, who knows it? If I hadn't seen this mole on this painting, and it looked exactly like Lao Er, I wouldn't have remembered. He never came back. He didn't come back much, so he did. Auntie, do you remember when he came back? What year was it? The aunt thought carefully and said 2 years. When Yunli heard that, wasn't that the year he was born, and the year he was lost later? In other words, that's when Blue Moon had contact with him? Yunli, why did you think of asking about him? Have you seen him before? Yunli shook his head. I haven't seen him, but this person, he is related to the person who lost me in the first place. Moreover, I suspect that Yunzhou is not the old lady's grandson. Rather, it's someone else's grandson, and their family was cheated. Her precious grandson is gone, and the current Yunzhou is the illegitimate son of that real mom of mine. Of course if Huang Mao was really the old lady's son, nothing had changed, but why did he say this? When the aunt heard, she was very surprised. Egu, this is really good news, you must go and tell her ah. Let her be well pleased and happy only. And don't get her a doctor or a new place, she deserves to be there, she deserves to suffer for the rest of her life. I want her to live a few more years, so she can suffer a few more years. Those people, they talk a good game, moral abduction all the time, but whoever has experienced those pains, who would know her despair? Auntie, do you want to go together? Since Auntie wants us to perform, let's let everyone know what kind of person the old lady is, and whether she deserves sympathy or not. You should let everyone know that you're not at fault, Auntie. Since there is no fault, why should we admit it? Since there is no fault, why should we feel guilty? You even give her pension money every month. There is no more filial piety than you. Hearing this, my aunt's eyes lit up, not to mention, this method is not bad. In the past, she always felt that there was no need to talk about the past. But now Yunli was right, it wasn't her fault, so why did she not dare to say it? The ones who should be afraid are those people, the one who can't see is the old lady, not her. Okay, we'll go tomorrow and talk to the old lady. We will also go to the media. Yunli waved his hand. Aunt really don't need, Grandpa Wang has already found out, Aunt has found a few reporters, tomorrow is ready to interview. People want to be 24 filial piety good son-in-law. There is another issue that you might be more angry about. Aunt? Aunt looks up at him, what? He cheated on his wife and had an illegitimate child? Yunli's eyes widened in some disbelief. Auntie, how did you guess so accurately? Chapter 110 A White-Eyed Wolf. Auntie gave him a blank look. He just acted so obviously, it would be weird if he couldn't guess. Besides, she can feel it. I know very well what it is like for him to like me. So when he doesn't like me anymore, I know better than anyone. In the past when he liked me, I was right in everything I said, and when other people said a word about me, he could rush over and beat them up and curse them twice. But now, he is the first to take the lead and poke my heart. Even more than who poked hard, because he knows what I care about most, he knows how, can make me the most pain. So, Yoonli, when you don't like a girl, directly say, don't try to use cold violence to hurt a girl. In fact, what kind of heart you are, people understand. Yoonli? Yoonli was a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Auntie, don't worry, I definitely won't hurt anyone, I'm a good boy. He then saw his aunt, that smiling but not laughing eyes. Yoonli? Auntie doesn't believe it. What happens in the future, who knows? How did you guys find out so fast? Auntie is a bit curious, are rich people so powerful? Butler Wang spoke up at this time. After hearing what Mr. Tian said just now, I called the media over here and it was easy to find out. There are a total of 3 media outlets that will be there, but they are all local to you. It just so happens that someone knows that he cheated on his wife. That girl is the intern of the company he runs. Just out of college, looks a little simple, still a little stupid, no scruples. It's just that someone saw something. Wait, an intern just out of college? Auntie's face is a bit ugly at the moment. Why does it sound so familiar to her? That intern, it wouldn't be called Han Xiaodi, would it? Housekeeper Wang nodded. Yes, it was this name that was reported. The aunt's face was completely dark. This made Yoonli a little curious. Aunt, do you know this Han Xiaodi? The aunt nodded her head with a black face. You say it's not ridiculous, this girl, or the person I subsidized. You should also know, she is the daughter of the Han family behind the village. Because she was once caught in the rain herself, she wants to hold an umbrella for those who are as miserable as she is. Han Xiaodi in the village is such a poor person. She has 3 sisters above her, Xiaodi, Pan Di, Lai Di, and she, Han Xiaodi. Her family wouldn't let her study, so she thought of sponsoring her. She is a hard-working child, and when she found out she couldn't bear it, she thought she would help this girl, pay her tuition and give her some living expenses every month. She always thanked the couple and often sent things from home and would buy her gifts on the side. After graduation, she didn't find a good job and came back here, and she asked Tian Knight to help her arrange a job again. Occasionally she would come to the house for dinner. It's ridiculous, helping a white wolf. I subsidized her schooling, and she said she was grateful to me, so grateful that she became a mistress. How nice. Auntie was very disappointed. How could she be a mistress? What about her pride? What about her persistence? What about her dreams? Sending her to school just so she can be a mistress? You know what? What pisses me off the most is not that she's Tianya's mistress, but that I sent her to school and she chose to be someone else's mistress. At first she stood firmly in front of me, told me that she wanted to get out of the mountains like me, wanted to study hard and fight for a future that belonged to her. Want to rely on their own efforts towards a better life. I saw her perseverance, I saw her dream. But now, she chose such a road, left me very disappointed. Of course, I'm also very angry that Tian Knight is looking for a mistress. Yoonli heard it and thought, Aunt is quite unlucky, met are not good things. Thinking about what he did in his last life, he was no better. Aunt this person, knife-mouth tofu heart. In the past, he went to pick up garbage, collect paper shells. As long as he went to the aunt's unit, there can always be a large pile, if not the aunt said, people who would like to purposely give him to stay up. That's why he went straight to his aunt at that time, he knew she would help. Auntie, should we talk about this tomorrow, too? Chapter 111 Let's Rot and Stink. Auntie's mouth with a cold smile. If she wants to come tomorrow, I am bound to impress them. After saying that, the aunt looked at Butler Wang. Uncle Wan, please trouble you with one thing, can you? Please contact a lawyer for me. Although she also knows one, but it's midnight, people don't necessarily come over. Good, no problem. Butler Wang quickly contacted the lawyer, and the lawyer came over. Their first time, they discussed what to do, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, they went to play the bank flow, which was the aunt's transfer record to the girl. Afterwards, she and Yoonli went to the nursing home together. A period of time did not come. This place is not the same as before. This place grandfather donated a lot of money, repair that is getting better and better. They had just arrived at the old lady's downstairs when they saw Tianyi pushing the old lady in the sun. He just squatted on the ground and said very gently to the old lady, Mom, just tell me what you want to eat. Although you have a misunderstanding with Grass, Aunt's nickname, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come to see you, I am treating you as my own mother. Old Mrs. Mo glanced at him and knew that this son-in-law, what was in his heart, she sneered, since you know that she is not filial, you should bring her here now, so that she can properly atone for her sins. It was at this time that the reporter came over. Auntie, hello, I am a reporter from the county TV station, can I interview you? Han Xiaodi, who came along with Tian Knight, hurried over. Auntie, not ready yet, why don't we wait first? The old lady Mo looked at the reporter and smiled. I am willing to interview, of course I am willing, you do not know, I heart bit her off. They left me here alone, leaving me unattended. Tian Knight was furious, how could this old lady not keep her word, they had clearly negotiated the conditions just now. For old Mrs. M.O., the conditions that are to be negotiated at any time, she has now raised the price. I'm so pitiful, I'm an old lady with a child and a daughter, but no one cares, they left me alone in this nursing home. I'm poor, no one cares. The reporters, seeing that this is a hot topic, hurriedly asked, Auntie, can you tell us what's going on? Seeing this, Tianyi hurriedly spoke up. Mom, Grasshopper, and I want to take care of you. How can I not see that? You don't have to cover up anything for your wife either. Your wife hates me as a mom, not for a day or two. Doesn't she think that not letting her study back then was holding her back? Speaking of which, the old woman's tears came down. Tell me, in those days, how could they afford to send them to school? They didn't even have enough to eat, so how could they afford to go to school? There was nothing I could do. I have several children at home, and I've got an old man and a young man, so am I going to be sold? Are you going to sell me? Are you going to sell my meat? When the reporter heard this, he thought it made sense. Auntie, doesn't your daughter know? She should understand, right? Yes, of course she does. Doesn't she think I'm biased? I can't help it, my daughter is a wretch, whatever I say is wrong. Now I'm left all alone, with no one to care if I rot. Tianyi is sweating, this is not what he wants. Mom, what are you talking about? We've hired a caregiver for you every month. We both have to work, so we can't come to see you, but Grasshopper has you in her heart, and yesterday she said she wanted to apologize to you. It's all Grass's fault for what happened in the past, so please forgive Grass, it's not easy for her either, don't you think? Han Xiaodi also followed the opening. Auntie, I believe that sister is also aware of their own mistakes, she is also a good person. How do I not know that I am at fault? It was at this time that Auntie and Yunli came, and Yunli was still holding Auntie's little girl. The little girl was obediently held by her brother. And beside the aunt, on the left was the lawyer, on the right was Butler Wang, and the leaders of two of the reporters. The other reporters, seeing their aunt coming, hurried over. Hello, you are the aunt's daughter, aren't you? Is it true that Auntie said that you don't care about her? Have you really never visited her? The aunt smiled when she heard it, and her eyes glanced at the old lady before she spoke. I would like to leave her alone, but the law does not allow it. A person who wants to sell her daughter to an old bachelor. How can you say that your daughter is unfilial? It's not enough to sell her once, but twice. If I hadn't been so lucky, I'd have died in the ravine, wouldn't I? My old mother. Said the aunt took out 2 pieces of paper, written on them are deeds, that is on the year, the old lady sold her evidence. The first time, I ran away on my own and dug ginseng in the mountains to pay back the money. The second time I ran away, fell into the river and almost drowned, and finally went to the police station, so she didn't dare to sell me. Just like that, she beat me half to death every day, wishing she could beat me to death. Do you want such a mom? Would your mom tie you up in the hands of human traffickers? Would your mom break your legs and throw you into a kennel? Hiss. Their faces were a little embarrassed. Your mom, would she lock you guys up and keep you out of high school when you got into high school and its tuition-free and subsidized living expenses? Would your mom lock you up, hang you up and beat you? If not, what do you say to me about forgiveness? The reporters fell silent, and the old lady over there blackened her face. What are you saying this for? No matter what, I am your mom, and that will never change. Auntie laughed when she heard it. Yes, it won't change, but I hate you for the rest of my life, and it won't change. You tried to ruin me over and over again, and later tried to ruin Lee. You human trafficker. Together with your son, you stole Ali, and then all kinds of abuse, even with your own grandson. Wanna kill Ali is not it? It's just that, God can't stand to see you guys sinning. Ali has found her family, and you deserve nothing more than to rot and stink in this place. Chapter 112. Why can't you let go? Reporters, this person is talking really hard. Tian Knight was not happy to hear this. It's okay to say these things at home, how can you say this outside? He frowned and looked at his aunt and said, you can't be like this, what happened back then has already passed, it's been so many years, why can't you let go of it? Mom has not been easy all these years, you should also be sympathetic to sympathize with it. Understand? This is a really funny thing to say, do not persuade others to be good without the suffering of others, such a simple reason, he does not know? Auntie has not yet spoken, a side of Han Xiaodi ran out, stood at the side of the Tian Knight, the same seriousness of speech. Sister Grasshopper, knowing those memories from the past made you very sad. Now that so many years have passed, time should be able to make everything fade away. Back then, I believe there was a misunderstanding, as long as we clear up the misunderstanding, everything can start over. Auntie smiled when she saw Han Xiaodi, originally thinking to clean her up in a while, but she didn't expect to crash over now. She looked back at those reporters, how about I send you another big dog blood news? This Han Xiaodi, before with me is a village, and her parents are the same patriarchal, do not let her study, thinking of marrying her out to collect the bride price. When Han Xiaodi heard this, she had tears in her eyes, very sad, and took several steps back, but stubbornly didn't let her tears fall. Tian Knight frowned and glared unhappily at her aunt, talking about you, why are you talking about others? The aunt laughed again, oh, talking about your sweetheart, you're not happy. What are you in a hurry for? Do you think I will let you go? The aunt took out the evidence, which was a photo of the two of them together. The two of them didn't even think of having any scruples. So many people have taken photos where they work, and even in the restaurants near them, many bosses have seen them. Take a look, the photos in here aren't very clear, but you guys should be familiar with them. Your co-workers took it. You two are really close. I say co-workers, but I should actually say Tianya's nemesis, who took the photos specifically to prepare to clean up Tianyi and prevent him from succeeding in his promotion. When Tian Knight saw those photos, he was all flustered and looked up at his aunt. "You're investigating me." He was very angry when he said this, and even wanted to make a move. The aunt backhanded him with a slap that made him dizzy. "Scum, stay away from my mother, I am disgusted. I don't need to investigate you. This is what I brought from your nemesis. People have already got your evidence long ago. You cheated on your wife, you're a bad judge of character, and I heard that Han Xiaodi is pregnant, right? You two also screwed around in the company, taking kickbacks and embezzling public funds. You two really aren't afraid. That's not covered up at all, is it? These two really don't have the intention of avoiding people at all." The aunt Escalating once again looked at Han Xiaodi. "I haven't finished yet. Your family does not let you study. Your mother beat you to sell you. You ran to my house to kneel down and beg me, hoping that I can help you. You said that you want to study. You said that you want to fight for a different future. You said you would be a very good person in the future. You told me that you had your ideals. There is a record there of me paying your living expenses every month, as well as giving you tuition. I subsidized you and gave you a different future. And you ended up being a mistress to someone. You really did right by me." Chapter 113. Love is stronger than gold. Reporters. It's wonderful. They hurriedly turned the camera on Han Xiaodi, who was a little pale at the moment. She gritted her teeth and looked up at her aunt. "Sister, it's not like that. The people who have been sponsoring me all along are you and Big Brother. I know you've been good to me, and I know I'm sorry for doing this to you. But this kind of thing, feelings, can't be controlled at all, don't you think so? The two of us just love each other, just can't help it. We." Yunli at this time stepped forward. "Sorry to interrupt. On the sentence you said, I feel the need to say a word to everyone. We all say that this human and animals are easy to not be able to help themselves. But what is the difference between us and animals? We can control our animal behavior. We know what not to do, but also know what is sensible. If you cannot help it with 4 words, you can violate the law, destroy other people's families, then is not the future. You can also go to do other illegal things. Anyway, with your words, it is love cannot help it." Reporter. "This brother Bola." Han Xiaodi's face is even more ugly. "How can you be so insulting?" Yunli laughed when he heard it, then stepped forward and looked at her eyes and opened his mouth. "How is it an insult? Am I not telling the truth? You know that he has a family, you know that he is someone else's husband. You still go and destroy someone's relationship, isn't that your problem? Don't you tell me that the two of them don't have feelings for each other, or that their marriage is broken or something. Let me tell you, as long as the two of them, one day not divorced, you are destroying other people's family, you are the mistress. You dare to do such a thing, you should have such a realization. Besides, you are different from other mistresses in that you are still the one who was sponsored by my aunt. Without my aunt, you wouldn't be here today. My aunt thought that you were a self-reliant, self-loving girl, and that's why she chose to sponsor you, hoping that you could get out of the mountains and live a different life. But you turned your head and betrayed my aunt. My aunt was very disappointed in you, and the biggest disappointment was that you knew how hard it was to walk out of that place. But you walked out, but you didn't think about sticking to your ideals all the way. Instead, you chose to be someone else's mistress. You are just too ridiculous and pathetic. What's the difference between someone like you and a white-eyed wolf? The scum man is detestable, but the one who turns his back on his benefactor like you is even less of a thing. In the middle of this, that scummy man, a few times, wanted to walk over and interrupt, but was stopped by Butler Wang and the others. When Han Xiaodi heard this, she burst into tears. No, it's the unloved ones who are the mistresses. The two of them, they don't have feelings anymore, and your aunt, she doesn't have the ability to help Tian Knight at all. She is nothing but a laughingstock to Tian Knight. I'm different, I'm able to help him at work, I understand his pain and despair in life, and I'm the most compatible person with him. Tian Knight frowned and glanced at Han Xiaodi. Stop it, the two of us have no relationship. At this moment, the scum still wants to deny the relationship. He's still thinking about getting a promotion. Han Xiaodi was also dumbfounded this time. She didn't expect Tian Knight to be reluctant. After all, what he said before was that he would find a way to get Grass to file for divorce. As long as he kept being cold and violent and kept bringing up the things that happened before, according to Grass's character, he would definitely get a divorce. But what about now? What did he mean by this now? Han Xiaodi couldn't see clearly anymore, and she looked at Tianyi painfully. What are you saying? Now that everyone already knows about our relationship, what are you still running away from? Didn't you say so? You dislike her very much. You don't like that she's being talked about because of her. You don't like it. People say you pick up broken shoes. You don't like it. Shut up. Tianyi yelled towards Han Xiaodi. You stop it. I didn't say those things. I also didn't think that I wanted to be with you, much less like you. There's only one person I like, always, and that's grass. During this time, the two of us just quarreled and disagreed a bit on certain concepts. I just wish she could be nicer to her mom. The way the two of them dog-eat-dog stunned everyone. Good lord, this scummy man and woman actually had a falling out. Auntie all laughed, and thought the two of them had more love than gold. Chapter 114, The Young You. Han Xiaoti's eyes widened as she looked at him with hurt. You, how could you say that? Are you trying to push me out alone? Han Xiaoti instantly realized that Tian Yi was sacrificing her. Tian Knight, brother Tian Knight, I'll give you a chance, what if you think about it again? Han Xiaoti's face was cold and tearful, and her eyes were more than a little cold and determined. Seeing such eyes, Tian Knight also realized something. Aye. Tian Knight looked to the aunt and reporters on the side. Grass, I didn't apologize to you, I talked to her. I just saw you when you were young. She's like you back then, young, smart, driven. And proud and brave, and not afraid to lose. I just saw you back then in a trance. Auntie gave him a blank stare. What young girl, just say straight. Say what, see young me, discussed who? Tian Knight, back then, I did tell you everything. I told you my scars, I told you my pain. I told you that I was sold by my mom, to an old man, and I jumped into the river to save myself. You said you loved me, so you didn't care about that. Even your heart ached for me. But nowadays, huh? It just so happens that a reporter is here today, and what I want to tell you is that it's not my fault for being hurt. It's not my fault to be abused. It's not my fault to be sold. Rather, it was this mom of mine. I've been sold by her over and over again, so for the rest of my life I hate her and will never forgive. Auntie then looked at Tian Yi. I'm thankful to you for coming to my side back then when I was in pain. You became that light in my life, telling me that it wasn't my fault that I was hurt, telling me that I was capable of having happiness. But it doesn't mean that this gratitude can make you hurt me. I don't regret marrying you back then. But today, I want to divorce you. You say you care about gossip, I understand. But I'm not wrong. Those people who discuss other people's past behind their backs are the ones with the problem. If a girl is hurt and they talk about it over and over again, it's their fault. I, on the other hand, am not at fault. And the two of us who had come to this point, I don't feel that I'm at fault. Maybe you feel that it's because I've been working outside the home. Maybe it's because I didn't listen to your mom about everything. Or maybe it's because I'm better at my job than you are. Tian Knight's face changed, it was ugly. After testing my bottom line over and over again and realizing that I kept backing down, you became even more aggressive. Knowing that it was impossible for me to forgive her, you still ran over here behind my back, saying that I wanted to apologize to her. Auntie took a deep breath and raised her hand for a slap. Tian Knight, I'm the one who gave you face, right? That's why you are so arrogant. Tian Knight's face was also not looking good. What's wrong with this grass? In front of so many people, and the face of the reporter to say so, what words we cannot say in private? Didn't you tell me that you've already put it down? You said you don't care about that anymore. You said that. I didn't. Auntie threw another slap over. You cheated on me, get a divorce, the kids belong to me. This farce today, it's okay if you want to continue. I can still go to your workplace to continue the interview, what do you say? The old lady Mo, who has not said anything, opened her mouth at this time. You really don't care about me? Do you believe that I will sue you for not caring about my old lady? The aunt heard it and laughed. You go chanting. By the way, my lawyer is also here. Need my lawyer to help you popularize it? The lawyer cleared his throat, also came out and took out his own documents, to the reporters present to see. Everyone, I am Ms. Mo's lawyer. Reporters. Mama, so powerful, people go out directly with lawyers. Oh. Those few reporters hurriedly glanced at the leader. No wonder the leader shook his head towards them just now, forbidding them to ask those sharp questions. The lawyer came to the front of Tian Knight. Output, said Tian Knight cannot say a word, and then said a lot to the old lady. In the end, my client pays a monthly fee to the nursing home so that you can live here, is there to support the elderly. Old Mrs. M.O. Old Mrs. M.O. blackened her face and began to splash around. So what, she didn't give me money, didn't serve me, just didn't support me. I've got a cold. I'm taking the day off. Only one chapter. Chapter 115, how come you're still alive? Everyone didn't expect that old lady M.O. would be so shameless. After all, they all heard it just now. They all heard how old lady M.O. treated Grass as her daughter. The aunt was not surprised by this. Instead she looked at her with a smile and said, oh, then you sue me. I'll just wait for the court summons. Afterwards, the aunt looked at the reporters. I had someone order some tea and pastries across the street. Why don't we all go over there and have a seat together? You guys should also be eager to know about my past and the love-hate relationship with the old lady. Of course there is also my family in Lee's. Today we, aunt and nephew, will tell all of you. Seeing that this situation has turned out like this, Tian Knight hurriedly went to pull Grasshopper's hand, and was shrugged off by Grasshopper. Tian Knight hurriedly opened his mouth. You listen to my explanation, Auntie smiled, her gaze was cold to the core. Don't let me look down on you. What is going on? You know it yourself? For me, it is not important what the reason is, what is important is that I see the result. That is, you cheated on me, you want cold violence, let me file for divorce myself. Nowadays, divorce is fine. But the party at fault is you. Tian Knight stumbled and fell to the ground, and Grass turned away without even looking back. Then Grass looked at Han Xiaodi. I'll find out how much money he spent on you, you better be ready to pay it back. Han Xiaodi's face changed, she was scared now. No, you can't tell those people about me, you can't tell those people. You said you would help me out of the darkness, how can you knock me back now? Sister Grasshopper, please cherish me a little bit, okay? I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't be with your husband, don't ruin me, okay? It was not easy for her to get out of the mountains. If she was really ruined, she didn't know what would happen to her. Thinking of this, Han Xiaodi hurriedly spoke up, Sister Grasshopper, I can't help it. That family is like bloodsuckers, they ask me for a lot of money every month, and that little salary just isn't enough. I know I'm wrong, as you can see, Tian Knight is no good. He lied to me about my feelings, said he would divorce you, said he would be with me, but now in front of so many people, he denies it all. Sister Grass, please forgive me, will you forgive me? The aunt looked at her, her eyes even colder. At this point in time, she wanted to forgive, it was ridiculous. The aunt didn't say anything. Han Xiaodi thought there was still hope, she thought of playing the emotional card. If he hadn't lied to me, I wouldn't be like this. And you know, just out of school, I don't have much of a heart, I'm very simple and stupid, very easy to be cheated. You've told me that many men can't be trusted, but I think he's very good. I don't know, how did the two of us get together, but sister, I really can't be ruined. Auntie shook off her hand again, what does all this have to do with me? I gave you a chance, who do you blame if you want to go down this road yourself? They ask you for money, and you just give it? You're not the little kid they controlled back then. Hearing this, Han Xiaodi's face changed and came to say, I'm not like you, I'm not that cold-blooded and heartless. I know they were sorry for me back then, but back then, they were also in a difficult situation. I still want to help them. The reporter who didn't leave? Yunli laughed when he heard it, what are you condescending over here? It was you who wanted to be morally kidnapped by them, it was you who wanted this so-called kinship. Now you come to tell my aunt that you were forced. You're really ridiculous. Desperately wanting to get out of the family of origin, after getting out, and then over there ridiculously wanting affection, wanting everything, deserve to become like this. Han Xiaodi is furious, they don't understand anything at all. You won't understand, I just want a little affection, I just want family. As long as it's something I can do, I want to do something for them, can't I? Yunli and Auntie nodded. Yes, of course I can, then don't be aggravated. Han Xiaodi. Aunt looked at the two of them and opened her mouth. In fact, you do not need to say this to me, and do not need me to forgive you. Let's go next, just take the procedure to go. Is it? I divorced with this scum man, to recover all the money he gave you, this mistress. After our divorce, it doesn't matter how you two get together. One more thing, Han Xiaodi, I am very disappointed in you and I will never forgive you. I don't understand your behavior either. As for you guys saying that I'm cold-blooded and heartless, well, I am. Auntie turned to leave and told Yunli, I'll leave this side to you, I'll go have a good chat with the reporters. Okay, Aunt. Seeing that Grass is gone, Tian Knight hurriedly chased after her. Seeing this, Han Xiaodi gritted her teeth and also went with her, even if she went to sell her misery. In any case, this matter of her being a mistress must not be known by others. Everyone else left, leaving only Yunli and the housekeeper, as well as that old lady Mo. Old Mrs. Mo looked at Yunli, her face darkened, her eyes quenched with poison. Why aren't you dead outside? Yunli laughed when he heard that. Look at what you said, you old lady is not dead, how can I die? I've come to give you good news today. There's just too much news, so I don't know which one you want to know. Chapter 116, He Hates You. Old Mrs. Mo blackened her face. Now Qin Shi, this wild seed, was able to talk to her like this. Qin Shi, I should have strangled you in the first place. That way you wouldn't have gotten in the way of my grandson. At first, she said that she wanted to kill Qin Shi, this dog, only then is really, no worries. But they are all afraid of this and that, they just don't want to, and now they have become like this. What is their purpose in leaving me behind? Don't you know? You agreed, didn't you? Your family has done a lot of bad things, and that's why it's now. You should say, you've done more than your share. Old madam, let me tell you a piece of news, Yunzhou is indeed not my real father's child, but… Old Mrs. Mo's heart tightened. What is this dog trying to say? What is this dog trying to say? Is it possible that he wants to sow discord? But, he is the child of my real mom and a yellow hair, that yellow hair and her childhood friend. The two of them, in order to switch their illegitimate child with me, they found a trafficker. That is, your son and daughter-in-law, which should have found your other son in between, right? Qin Shi said this, what he said that was all true, but the identity of that yellow hair was not said. Impossible, my son and daughter-in-law are watching, they cannot possibly succeed. Old Mrs. Mo told herself not to believe this dog stirring up trouble. But in her heart, she still suspects, she herself is a very suspicious person, so this time will naturally suspect. When they took away two people, did your son and daughter-in-law not know? After taking away those two small children, whose child will actually become Yunzhou, can you be sure? After all, anyone would want their son to be honored and prosperous, wouldn't they? Not to mention that the other person you all believe in is the son that you personally sold to someone else back then. When you sent him away, can you be sure that he doesn't have the slightest bit of resentment towards you? Old Mrs. Mo's face became even more ugly. These words were directly putting her on the spot. That's right, in the beginning that matter, the youngest son was not entirely without complaints. Later on, when we met, the son said that you have already thrown me away. Didn't you already make your choice a long time ago? And now you come to see me again, pretending to do what? When you need me, come here to see me and perform with me, mother and son. You tell me that you're doing this for my own good, to give me a better life, but have you asked me? Have you ever asked if this is what I want? Then later, that son came back to scold her and said, "Didn't you say you wanted me to have a better life? Then do you know that that family are liars? There's no such thing as a better life. I live like a dog every day. I hate you. I've hated you all my life." Then it was about wanting to change children, when that son suddenly came to the door, saying he had found a good way out for them. This time it's true, there's a rich man's son who got lost. As long as you guys are willing, bring this child over and spend 2 years with that rich man's son. Then your child will be able to replace him as the son of the tycoon. From then on, she'll really be able to get out of this place and become a rich kid. This is not like the scammer mom found back then. I'm only able to help because I have some connections. How about you guys are willing? Fearing that it was all a fake, the old lady and the couple, who also took the child to see the richness of the Yun family and everything they had, agreed. The human trafficker couple took the child to the mountains. 2 years later, brought back to Yunzhou. Chapter 117 No Jun. And the human trafficker couple brought back Yunli, saying that Yunli was their family from then on. For so many years, the old lady hadn't really suspected this matter. She thought that her son and daughter-in-law were not little cuties. Can't be mistaken, can they? Xin She, I know, you want to sow discord now. Let me tell you, your plot will not succeed. Yunli was not in a hurry and took out the identification report. Then placed it in front of the old lady. With a smile on her face, she slowly opened her mouth. That good grandson of yours, he should have contacted you, right? He should have told you that my own mother especially loves him. Even after knowing the truth, she still treats him very well and treats him as her own son. That's right. The old lady didn't quite understand why Qin She said all this. Was she jealous of her grandson? Or was it because of some other reason? Yunli looked at her and asked, "Could you possibly treat me as your own child?" Old Mrs. Mo did not speak. That was bound to be impossible. A wild seed was simply not worthy of much attention from her. Although the old lady did not answer, Yunli naturally knew the answer as he then spoke. By the same token, you should understand it. Back then, that good son of yours, in order to get back at you, had long ago replaced that grandson of your family. Replaced with another child. That child is naturally my own mom's illegitimate son. That mom of mine gave him a large sum of money to get plastic surgery. You know this, right? Old Mrs. Mo's eyes didn't have any obvious changes just now, but at this moment, her pupils changed. It seems that she knows about this matter. In other words, that yellow hair really did get a facelift. Your old lady looked at him and wanted to ask something, but didn't ask in the end. You look at this report? Said Yunli came. Oops, I forgot, you are paralyzed, cannot look at it again. In this way, I am generous, open it for you to see. Yunli opened the document, opened the contents and showed it to the old lady. Afterwards, he also took out a picture of Yunzhou and Lanyu. Come on, take a look, don't the two of them resemble each other? Old Mrs. Mo's face darkened. He couldn't believe that it could be like this. Impossible, this is fake. It's fine if you want to think so. Yunli puts the things away and then pushes her wheelchair back. Mrs. Mo was a bit strange. Why was he suddenly so nice? She always felt that there was something wrong in the middle. Why are you pushing me back? Are you trying to harm me? Yunli looked at the old lady and laughed. Yes, I am trying to harm you. I want to poison you and make you rot and turn into pus in the future. I will also make you, from now on, have nightmares. In your dreams, many people will come to ask for your life. Your son, your daughter-in-law, and your precious grandson, all died because of you. And your grandson back then, also because of you. I believe that your son, who was sold by you, was victimized. He hated your abandonment and made you cut off your grandchildren. Old Mrs. Mo's face became even more ugly. That son back then really said this. Is it hard to believe? Yunli took out many more things. Those things looked like very expensive maintenance products. These are the things I brought for you, but they are all poisonous inside. Do you dare to eat them? Mrs. Mo hurriedly called out and told those people that this person is trying to harm me. This person is trying to harm me. Yunli looked at the staff helplessly. Auntie, hello, sorry to bother you. What about these things I brought for the old lady? The old lady thinks they are poisonous and doesn't want them. Please help me dispose of them as garbage, thank you. Everyone, these are all very expensive nutrients. I don't believe it, all of them are poisonous. You guys hurry up and send someone to check it out. At the old lady's strong request, those things were sent for inspection, and the inspection found that all of them were normal. The old lady was still unwilling to believe it. Yunli then said, although I can't forgive the old lady's family for hurting me. But I'm not to the point of killing people. Since I'm not treated so well, I'll leave first. Yunli left, and as he left, he even looked back at the old lady. After he went out, Yunli asked his people to keep an eye on this place, as well as to pay attention to who the old lady had called. He believed that they must still be in contact. Sure enough, after Yunli left, the old lady let someone check and gave her a once-over and found that there was no problem. The staff then said, Auntie, you misunderstood the people, Yunli really just came to see you, those things are normal, and there is nothing wrong with you. The old lady still does not believe it. Shin-che the dog, how could he have done nothing, must have done these people did not find out, yes, that is it. Impossible, it must be that you did not check clearly, we must check again. He must have done something. The staff was rendered helpless by her. Later she added that she was going to make a phone call. The moment the old lady's phone was connected, Yun-shi and their people also listened in synchronously. I'm looking for Jun. The voice on the other side was a little impatient, looking for the wrong person, there is no Jun here. Impossible, this is the phone number my son left for me, saying that if I have something to do, I can call this number. I want my son. I have something to ask him. Chapter 118, We Are Not the Same. Mrs. Mo was a little impatient, she wanted to make sure of that matter right away, whether it was true or not. The person on the other side was also annoyed. I have said that you have called the wrong number, are you annoyed? This phone is our new installation. The opposite party hung up the phone. Mrs. Mo looked at the phone and fell into deep thought. The phone doesn't work, that phone is not her son's, then her grandson, where the hell is he? She wanted to see Shin-che, desperately wanted to see Shin-che, she began to yell. Come on, someone from you. The staff came quickly and asked her what was the matter. Auntie, do you need anything? The duty of their staff is to ask these old people if they need any help and then to clean and take care of their physical state. As long as they have no physical problems, it doesn't matter. I want to see Shin-che, I want to see that Shin-che, you guys contact him, I want to see him. The staff spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, we don't have the other party's contact information yet. On the other side, the reporters had already listened to what the aunt had said about the past. All those years, she worked so hard to earn money to try to study, only to have her hopes shattered again and again by her own mother, and in the end, she even sold her twice. After 2 escapes, she met the light, she thought it was the light, thought to catch the light will be able to be happy. But she didn't expect that the person she once said she liked, the one who said she didn't care about gossip, would be cold and violent over and over again, thinking that it was her fault, and would make her apologize to the person who harmed her. I can actually understand that he cares about other people's gossip. After all, when you live in this world, you hear different voices. I also don't regret being with him, after all, at that time, I really met the light and caught the light. We were happy and joyful at that time. He really loved me, and I really felt happy and really had happiness. It's just that. He shouldn't have asked me to apologize. It shouldn't have been cold and violent, he could have just said honestly and openly told me that he cared about the gossip and could have said that he didn't love me anymore. He could have even told me that he cared what people said. She obviously cares, but has to pretend she doesn't. He cheated on me, but has to maintain the deep love persona. He wanted a promotion and had to sacrifice me to apologize. Even in the midst of all these years, he felt like he had suffered a lot for me, so I should just back off again and again and minimize the bottom line. My backing down made him feel that he could get an inch, so there was what he called today, me wanting to apologize. The corners of my aunt's mouth rose, her gaze firm. I never apologize. Don't talk to me about mother-daughter bonding, and don't tell me that time will fade everything. I don't believe in those things. I will only remember forever, if I didn't run away with my life in the first place. If I hadn't jumped into the river, I wouldn't be here now. Don't moralize me. I don't have any morals. I haven't wronged anyone, that person has wronged me. I've been paying my pension every month. I'm not at fault. Reporters, after hearing this, all cried. They feel that the aunt in front of them, it is not easy, they want to do a special interview. Yes, let's have an exclusive interview. Aunt looked at them, smiled again, began to answer their questions. The interview went very smoothly. Han Xiaodi, who had followed, had tears in her eyes, and had been waiting. She knew it, knew that Grass was true to her word and would really destroy her. She wanted to ask her for forgiveness and give her a way out. The reporters left, and Han Xiaodi hurried over. She knelt down in front of her aunt. Sister Grasshopper, please, can you give me another chance? I just got out of school, if you expel me and tell those things, I won't be able to find a job in the future. You know how hard it was for me to come this far. I came out of the swamp just like you. I don't want to turn back. Han Xiaodi thought that her aunt would be soft, that she would turn back, that she would help her. But didn't. Auntie looked at her coldly, so what? No one will always give you a chance. Auntie looked at Han Xiaodi and once saw the light in her eyes, wanting to escape that place. That's why she stepped in to help. She hoped for a good outcome for those who wanted to escape as much as she did, who tried. But she didn't expect it. They were not the same at all. There was nothing wrong with her wanting to leave the village in the first place, but she hadn't wanted to rely on herself. What she wanted seemed to be to find someone she could rely on. Han Xiaodi, you shouldn't have begged me. It's yourself you should be begging. When these words came out, Han Xiaodi froze. How could she? As long as you don't pursue this, I'll be able to have hope. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked at the wrong person. Me. Chapter 119. Love the way you are. Auntie looked at her like this and laughed again. You're wrong again. I mean, you've been doing it wrong all along. You should be begging for yourself, not a man, and it doesn't matter who that man is. As you can see, in your eyes he's good to me, he loves me very much, but it's not as if his heart is in the right place when you're hooking up. It shows that men can't be relied on at all. When you put your hope on another person, you have no initiative, your future in someone else's body, you will not be uneasy? When that person hurts you and betrays you, what are you going to do? In the beginning, what she wanted to help was the self-reliant Han Xiaodi, the Han Xiaodi who wanted to get out of the sky on her own. Instead of wanting to help such a, at any time and place want to find a man for themselves, can be the backbone of the Han Xiaodi. Whether it's a man or a woman, when you put your future on someone else's body, it's the most unreliable. When you can only rely on others, that person will not care about you, you are finished. Han Xiaodi froze, she looked at the person in front of her in shock. Why? She thought about it a bit, but she still spoke with a stiff upper lip. But, a girl like me who just came out, I only have that little bit of money a month, and after my parents come and take it away, I don't have anything left. I'm not like you can do nothing, you can really cut off relations with that family, but I cannot. I can't watch them run out of food and leave them alone. I can't help it, watching my mom cry to me. They come to me and ask me for money every month. What am I going to do if I don't find someone to help me? I used to want to be like you, the moon in the sky. But this road is too tiring, I need to keep working, I need to keep giving, I can't stop at all. And the shackles behind me are too heavy, I have no way to continue, I just want to take it easy, I just want someone can help me carry a little. I don't want to be a big woman like you, I want to be a small woman. I want someone to rely on, I want someone to love me, I want someone to understand my sadness and sadness. I want to meet a favorite person, with him together white head never leave each other. I want to wash and cook for him, be a good wife and mother, am I wrong? That's right, this is what she really thinks, she wants to meet a favorite person and never leave each other. She wants to be with the person she likes, wants to have a future with the person she likes, she is not wrong. She doesn't want to work hard on her own, she thinks that someone can help her, she thinks that she can make herself comfortable, she doesn't want to work hard on her own, can't she? Sister, I'm grateful that you helped me back then so that I could have a good future. But what you said is your choice, not the choice I want. You can't force me to do what I don't want to do, don't you think so? Only she did not expect, Tian Knight will be so unreliable, actually in this kind of time, put all the fault, pushed on her alone, without a little bit of a man's bearing. Good guy, Han Xiaodi, this means, Grass cannot force her to make a choice, she is not wrong, she is still aggrieved that. Good, well said. Aunt are angry and laugh, people have their own will, in that case, then let's say the second thing. You became my husband's mistress, now I ask you, to return the money spent on my husband, what's the problem? What's wrong with me saying you're destroying our family? Han Xiaodi, you're a bad person. I funded you, I'm the one you should be thanking, but you're hooking up with my husband, being a mistress, you're selfish, you're avenging me. I pulled you out of the abyss, but you failed me. You're a white-eyed wolf. Destroying someone's family as a mistress, you have no morals. What kind of forgiveness, what kind of understanding are you talking to me about? There was a moment just now when Auntie wanted to scold Han Xiaodi for waking up. It doesn't matter who Tian Knight's mistress is. From the moment he cheated on her, my aunt sentenced him to death, not to mention all the things that happened before. Han Xiaodi, moreover, was a great disappointment to her aunt, who felt that she was a white-eyed wolf, failing her in all sorts of ways to help her. There's no need for that now, and she deserves whatever happens to her in the future. Han Xiaodi is now dumbfounded. But I have a hard time, my parents have been sucking my blood, they want me to give money, what if I don't? Is it hard for me to watch them starve to death? She couldn't be that heartless, there was no way she could just ignore everything. Auntie interrupted her, it's your business, it's your choice, it has nothing to do with me. My lawyer will contact you, or wait to receive a summons from the court. Han Xiaodi was completely dumbfounded now. She was still thinking about getting Grass to forgive her. And Tian Knight hurriedly looked at her aunt, reaching out her hand, trying to take her hand, when she shrugged it off. Don't disgust me. Tian Knight looked around and made sure that there were no more reporters before she opened her mouth. I didn't think about divorcing you. I betrayed everyone and gave up everything to marry you in the first place, and now you're saying divorce? How many people told him not to be with Grass in the beginning? In the beginning, whether it was my parents, or my friends told me that you have that kind of past, everyone will be pointing fingers behind your back. I can't be with you, or else I'll be pointed at and laughed at in the future too. At that time, did I hesitate? Without any hesitation, I walked to your side and firmly held your hand, Yes. Aunt also followed the opening, looking at the person in front of me, puzzled and bewildered opening, when that person who gave everything for me and put me on the tip of his heart, where did he go? I obviously like him so much, we obviously so happy, we obviously think about the future. Why, in the end, did it change? At that time, you can break through all the barriers, can ignore everything, cannot care, those gossip, why now you changed? On night, when you again and again, to touch my bottom line when, to test I will back down to what point when, you have thought about my mood. It was because at first, having seen how he liked himself, that it was even more painful. At that time, she has been very uneasy, he will always be with her, will tell him, it is the two of us to live our lives, not those people with us, as if all of them are farting well. They don't know how good you are, they just get distracted by what they hear, they're stupid, they're stupid. When she's sad, he's the first to come back. When she was pregnant, he was more worried than anyone else and asked the doctor for pages of precautions. When his mom said a word about her, he would go and have a big fight, and when he won, he would come back to her and say, look, wife, I won the fight. The first love, too hot, so later his coldness, also became so clear. When did you realize that he had changed? Probably once will follow her to scold those people, but later said, you don't bother with those people, what they say is not all unreasonable. Later, when his mom was being weird, he said, Mom and Dad are doing this for our own good, and for the good of the child. It wasn't easy for my parents to raise me, and now that I have a child, I realize how hard it was for them. You are my wife, and you have to work with me to be filial to them, and to make life easier for them, so that the children will be able to be filial to us in the future. You should respect them, it wasn't easy for them to raise me. At that time, my aunt thought it was ridiculous that he was the one they worked so hard to raise, so why did the filial piety become hers? Just look at him so hard, a lot of words in the end did not directly say out. Then later, he began to keep testing the bottom line, until this recent period, to let her go to apologize to that old woman. He clearly knew that that was her lifelong hurt and pain, she could never forget or forgive, but he just said that. He could see that she was backing down, so he kept on giving her an inch. People are always like this, always so outrageous, always so ridiculous, always think she should have to pay everything. Tianyi froze, there were so many things in Grass's eyes, there was disappointment, and determination. It made his heart empty, there is a place in particular pain, always feel that place, there is something to lose. He was a little disbelieving, it couldn't be, could it? She already had no place to go, even with this nephew, but what could she do as a small child? Grass had no place to go, no mother's house, and with her daughter, she would never get a divorce. He won't lose her. He won't. Looking at you, you should be certain that I don't have a mother's home, and that it's inconvenient for me to be a woman with a child. Everyone in your family thinks that even if I knew about you, I wouldn't get a divorce. Right? Yes, that's what he thinks. But a lot of things, it's not like that either. Chapter 120 Half a Caddy. I don't think that way, I want to live with you for the rest of my life. You can't sentence me to death just because I made one mistake. I won't have anything to do with her in the future. You also tell the reporter that it's all a misunderstanding, she's your sister, you asked me to take care of her, okay? As long as Grass explains it herself, then everything will make sense. In this way, those reporters will not write nonsense. He hurriedly squatted down and looked at Grass. Grass, it was just too depressing at that time, I heard those gossips outside, I was very sad, but when I came back to tell you, you told me not to care about those things. My heart is very hard, but at this time, Han Xiaodi came, she began to seduce me, which is why I made a mistake. And at first I refused, then I don't know how I drank, and the two of us got together, just that one time. You forgive me, okay? Tian Knight humbly looked at Grass, hoping that Grass can give him a chance. People say that the prodigal son returns to gold. As long as you forgive me, from now on, Grasshopper threw a slap on his face, I said, don't disgust me. If you don't say this, I'll just assume that after so many years, you and I are at the end of our relationship. If you want to say this, it will only make me sick, thinking that I was blind back then, and that I shouldn't have loved you. Tian Knight fell to the ground at once, he did not expect Grass to say this, how can you say this? Otherwise? Grass coldly laughed, it's hard not to think that you still want me to forgive you? Are you dreaming? The likes and feelings back then were real, now the cheating and heart cold are also real, we two get together and leave. Don't use me as a raft, and I won't fall on you. This is the end of the line for the two of us. Grass doesn't want to become an enemy either. They can't be a couple anymore, so let's be strangers, that's all. You are crazy. Tian Yi was instantly stunned. After divorcing me, how will you live? Where will you live? Your salary is high, but how much will you have left besides expenses? You don't care about the two kids? Don't you want a family in the future? Didn't you say that what you want most is a home? Hearing that, Grass smiled, the kind of smile that was determined. See, he actually understood everything, but he still personally destroyed their home. Now that she's leaving, he's starting to regret and stay. How ridiculous is that? Yes, I want a home, but the current one is not mine. And, if you think you can tie me down with children, you're wrong. There's no way I'm going to condemn myself for life just for two kids. I love them, and I will in the future, and I'll do my duty as a mom, but I'm not going to continue to be with you for them and then condemn myself for the rest of my life. Tian Knight. You two, you can roll now, otherwise I don't know what other things will be said next, maybe I will even go to the reporter and do another interview. Grass left from their side and came to Yunli and his daughter's side. The first thing after going back, the aunt asked the lawyer to send the divorce agreement over. She wanted to take away the 2 children. At the same time, Grass was ready to leave this place. She had a good job opportunity to go to another city. She had been hesitant before, but now she had made up her mind. After that, she only needed to do the handover, and during this time, she could also deal with the divorce. After seeing them leave, Tian Knight glared fiercely at Han Xiaodi. Are you crazy? Why did you admit this? Do you know that this makes the 2 of us, scummy men and women? By then, the newspapers and the news will be all about us. You're making it impossible for me to get a promotion. Han Xiaodi also laughed. She looked at this man who now knew to blame her, and only felt that her eyes were indeed quite blind. How else could she have looked at such a thing? Tian Knight, I'm also blind for liking something like you that doesn't have any commitment. When you were with me, you coaxed me with all kinds of sweet words. Now you put all the blame on me. Let me tell you, I don't have the money to pay you back, you figure it out yourself. If you let anything happen to me, I'll drag you as my back. You know, I know a lot of your secrets. Han Xiaodi now also understands that a man's mouth can't really be trusted. Fortunately, although she believes Tian Knight also want to marry Tian Knight, but a lot of things that also left evidence. Otherwise, she now. Tian Knight's face became even more ugly. Are you threatening me? Han Xiaodi also laughed, or else. Tian Knight, you don't think that because I love you so much that I don't have a brain, do you? The 2 of us, what were we together for in the beginning? It was you who said you could give me happiness. And later I also did not help you a lot, right? You are not at all sister's eyes, that simple person, is not it? You are not a good person, we too, half a catty 8 tails, who do not say who. And don't think I don't know why you chased after my sister in the first place. If you piss me off, I'll go and tell my sister what it's all about. Since I've been with you, I really know a lot about you. To tell you the truth, I may have wronged my sister. But I definitely haven't apologized to you. Chapter 121 Liar. For this man, she didn't half apologize to him? Tian Knight was very unhappy to hear this. This was originally Han Xiaodi's fault, okay. If she hadn't shown something, how could he have talked to her? How is it that he didn't apologize to me? It's clearly you who seduced me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have done such outrageous things. Naturally, I wouldn't have apologized to Grass. In short, it's all this woman's problem. It's this woman who seduced him, which made him make a big mistake. When Han Xiaodi heard it, she was all pissed off and laughed. Okay? Hee, do all you men make this excuse? How did I seduce you? I'm just showing weakness. How come others aren't with me and you are? Didn't you already have this in mind? Don't try to shake it off. You're just a thief, and you saw me showing weakness and came over. Besides, if you don't want to, can I force you? Can she force him? He must have taken the initiative, needless to say. Dog thing. Tian Knight's face became even uglier. Han Xiaodi looked at him like this and despised him. Gutless thing. If you just said that you'd moved on, that you like me, I'd have been able to look up to you. As a result, you're putting all the blame on me, which makes me look down on you. Look at my sister, she admits that she loves you and that she's blind. What about you? Tian Knight was so angry that she rushed over and was about to make a move towards Han Xiaodi, but Han Xiaodi grabbed her hand. Tian Knight, you are not qualified to condemn me. If you can protect me, if you tell everyone that you like me and can't help it, then I can still act out 2 loves with you. In fact, my sister has a sentence wrong. She did not go the wrong way, just the 2 of them chose a different road. She chose to rely on men, but she does not go. Now this child in the belly cannot be wanted. Of course, Han Xiaodi had also thought about severing her relationship with her family, but she wasn't able to make up her mind in the end. She wasn't able to be that heartless after all. Therefore, she did not have the means to become a sister. She did not have the perseverance, not willing to suffer and not willing to pay. All her life, she thought about finding a man to make things easier for herself. Want to have a dependence, so there is nothing wrong, is not it? Sister is now also able to see this man. This is a good thing, isn't it? When Grass went back to pack her things, it was Yunli and the housekeeper who accompanied her. Her son, looking at his mother packing things, very angry over to look at her. Mom, you have not messed up enough? Can't you be like other moms and take care of me and my sister at home and drive us to and from school? Can't you stop? Why do you have to show your face outside? As soon as these words came out of her mouth, Grasshopper knew that her mother-in-law had taught her these words. This mother-in-law is patriarchal, to the son of all kinds of spoil, but also always say what all the family is this kind of words, said the daughter Shoya, should be for him to pay for this brother. Grass every time will tell him, not so, Lele will understand, he is a good boy, can understand. Lele, mom also has her own job and her own life, if I am just your mom, then I will be in pain. Do you want mommy to be miserable? The little boy was a little confused, but still began to memorize what Grandma had said. Grandma had said, only then, mommy won't divorce, don't want to, but do you want a divorce? You want us to be motherless children? You want us to be made fun of? It's hard enough for dad to make money outside, how can you be so unreasonable? If you divorce dad, I'll disown you, I won't care about you in the future, I'll leave you unattended in your hospital bed. When he said this, his expression became very angry. I will tell other people, I don't have a mom, my mom is selfish and ran away with someone. Grass watched him vent and didn't stop. In fact, when a small child says this, it is fear, it is uneasy. Grass reached out and hugged him. Mom and your father divorced, just a conversion of my relationship with him. Mom is still your mom. I will still be with you in the future. Are you willing to go with mommy? You and your sister, both go with mommy, okay? Lele froze, his struggling hands stopped. You will take me away? Didn't you not want me anymore? You just took sister. Seeing her son calm down, Grass began to explain to him. I took my sister away because at that time, it was too hasty, and you were pulled by your grandmother. Lele, when mommy leaves, she is taking you and your sister with her. In the future, mommy will pick you up and drop you off, and will grow up with you. But mommy doesn't want to be unhappy all the time, miserable all the time, hysterical all the time, fighting with your dad and grandma, not to mention yelling at you. Do you want that? Lele thought about it for a while. Mom is scary when she's angry, and grandma yells at them too. Then I'll go with mom. He just wanted to make sure that he wasn't the one left behind. Yunli was happy for his aunt when he saw it all. It would be best if his cousin could understand. The aunt took them to the rented house. The old lady ran out and blocked them. No go, Lele is our grandson, you are not allowed to take him away. Grass looked at her and spoke directly. You leave Lele, how are you going to take him? Take him to a mahjong parlor? Or take him to play cards at home, or take him to square dancing? If you really want to do it for his good, don't stop it. What's more, now that Junior is also pregnant, you'll have to take care of, in the future, the other grandchildren she'll give you. If you want us to go, I'll let them come to see you later when you miss them, won't that be fine? You used to hate me and think I'm a disgrace to you, so shouldn't you be happy that I'm divorcing him? The old lady was dumbfounded. She was ready for a big fight. She didn't expect this Grass to reason with her about facts. You. Grass is still continuing to speak. Later you will have a daughter-in-law. You are satisfied? This is not good? When the old lady heard it, it seems to be quite good, but it's not good either. You still have to give me money every month as before. Give me living expenses to be able to do so. When Yunli heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. This old lady is also quite shameless. If the aunt didn't like that man, how could she have endured until today, favoring that man, but not knowing enough? It always feels like it's the aunt's fault, and that's why everything happened today, right? Are you kidding me? I'm not your daughter-in-law anymore, so naturally I won't give living expenses. Even if you're here, it's useless to stop us. I can file a lawsuit with your son. It's a fact that your son cheated on his wife and got the mistress pregnant. When the time comes, it would be bad if your son is left with a clean slate, don't you think so? We bought this house together after we got married. If you give it all to me, then I can't have it. No, absolutely not. This house belongs to my son. I can't give it to you. Please give way. We'll talk about it later. Grass took away his things and 2 children. Along the way, Yunli said, Aunt, you are emotionally stable and can still reason with the old lady. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to, and I'd want to curse at her directly. Auntie laughed when she heard it. Do you think I don't want to? But if I did, I'd swear at the old lady or make a move. The old lady can just lie on the ground and cry and hang herself. Why don't you just tell the old lady what's at stake? The old lady is smart. As for Tian Knight, directly to the court is. I also want to be hysterical, but there is no need. He is nothing in me. I will not waste my emotions for him. I've got a busy schedule ahead of me, with work and school for my 2 kids, and I can't afford to waste my time with him. By the way, have you asked the old lady yet? I remembered something. All these years, someone would send packages to the old lady, and that address kept changing. Do you want to take a look at those parcel lists? Yunli was surprised. Auntie, how do you know? Because the other party wrote my name, and I was the one who sent it to the old lady every time. I told her many times that she was not allowed to write my name, but she just did not listen. Yunli was pleasantly surprised. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Auntie, I suspect that Yellow Hair changed his name and got a facelift. Auntie listened and told him, you really don't say, the old lady really has such a relative as a plastic surgeon, but that person, it is a liar. Chapter 122, The Temple of Seeking Children. Aunt will remember that person, or he was because he cheated people, was chased to the house, the old lady fought with people. 1 year, he cheated people, was chased to the house, the old lady with a machete, fighting with people, if not the village people pull, would have been an accident. I heard later, he went out to read people's fortunes as a master to go. Yunli, 6. Then Aunt, do you know the address of this person? I want to go to see. Aunt thought for a moment, and then spoke, is the back of the mountain inside the broken temple side, quite a lot of people to go, you have not been there? I heard that later, that temple is quite famous. Of course, Yunli knew that there was a small temple over there, but he didn't know that there were so many things in it. That temple was very famous, and the people around it believed in it very much. Yunli now remembered something, he would fall into the pit, wasn't it not far from that place? Now that he thought about it, that Zhou Xiaoya, and why would he go to that place, also for that temple? Auntie looked at Yunli thinking about things and hurriedly told him, I tell you, just go over there and take a look. The man said he could change his body and his life, but it's all a lie, right? If you become him, say the same thing for more than 10 years, study a book, you can become that powerful. Don't take him for granted. He's just pretending, okay? Auntie is afraid that when this nephew goes, he'll be fooled by that guy. Okay, Auntie, I know, I talked to Grandpa Butler and helped you find a courtyard, why don't you guys live over there first? Auntie froze for a moment and glanced at Yunli. Where did you go to find a courtyard? I bought it, and it's just right, so I bought it, or Auntie will give me the rent. Of course, Yunli knew that the aunt would not live for free, so she said in advance. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Aunt also did not pretend. At this time, someone to help is good, then Aunt will not be polite with you. In fact, Aunt really does not have much money now, and it is not easy to find a house you can help. Aunt is very happy. To tell you the truth, I don't think I've helped you much before, but I'm grateful for what I've seen. Grass is telling the truth, before the time, also did not help him much. Now Yunli didn't hesitate to choose to help her, which made her heart very grateful. After arriving at the place, it was found that everything here was ready. It could be seen that Yunli that was before had already prepared this place. This place is very good, I like this place very much. Yunli, thank you. When Yunli heard this, he laughed. Auntie, have you forgotten? In the past, you said with your mouth that you wouldn't help me, but then you asked the people in your unit to put paper shells and bottles and stuff in one place for me. Auntie, I have always known that you have secretly helped me a lot. The reason why you do this is that you don't want me to develop a tendency to rely on others for everything, and you want me to rely on my own ability to change my life, don't you? Grass is very relieved to hear. Yes, I can indeed help you, can also let you go to school, but if that is the case, you will feel that it is all taken for granted, only let you work hard, you will know that it is not easy to make money. And there is no reason in this world that anyone should do anything for anyone, don't you think so? Yunli nodded after hearing this. Yes, that's right, in this world, there shouldn't be anyone sacrificing for anyone, one's own life should be one's own responsibility. Auntie, you guys just rest over here first, I will go back first. Aunt nodded her head towards him and didn't forget to tell him. Go on, after you're done tomorrow, come and find me over here and I'll give you the rent. If you don't come, I'll take them and move out. She did what she said. Okay, no problem. Yunli went back and contacted Yunxi. They had been keeping an eye out to see if anyone had contacted Blue Moon, and it turned out that they hadn't. When Yunli said that there was a bit of a clue over here, Yunxi brought someone over, and someone else took over the village people they had taken back over there. This time they brought back a lot of poppy seedlings. Those village people are also very smart. People said that they don't recognize it, but also thought that it was used as a medicinal herb, used for hot pot. It can be seen that someone has long taught them what to say. They were taken back, really find out a lot of things, from which you can determine one thing, that is, this so-called yellow hair. Certainly with this matter, there is a great relationship. Yunxi, in the first time he received the call, he rushed over. He wants to follow Yunli to figure out this mountain temple. After Yunxi came, the two of them in the morning, less than 500 looks, has taken the car to the village. After returning to the village, they prepared quite a few things and then went up the mountain. When they were halfway up the mountain, Yunli took Yunxi and went over to the trap in the beginning. The time before, this is where I fell into the trap. From this place, if you go further up the mountain, about 2 hours or so, you can see the mountain road that goes to the temple. In our place, this temple is quite famous, and many people go there, whether they are seeking children or wealth. The most famous thing is that if you go to this temple, you will be able to get pregnant. Yunxi was surprised, a little shocked. No, cannot get pregnant, should not go to the doctor? How come you still come to pray to the Buddha? This is a psychological effect, right? Yunli heard it and then said, I don't know. Anyway, the reason why this temple is famous is because after coming here, the child seekers are able to succeed. I heard that they can even change their lives. There are 2 children in the village who came here to beg. The husband and wife of that family tried many ways, but could not get pregnant, and even went to surgery, but did not succeed, and then went to beg for a child, and succeeded. Of course, some people say it is a surgery to come. They are the 8 villages, the first to do surgery to have a child. This incident is still quite sensational. People also said it, the family's child is getting darker and darker, not at all like the couple. It is not allowed to not that man's child it. Chapter 123, to live together as husband and wife. Since this is the case, that means, this temple does have something. Yunli laughed when he heard it, then told his little uncle what his aunt said about the way he deceived people. Little uncle, then you don't know, my aunt said he is a liar, only read so many years of books, have a set of words to cheat people. Come to this place, is nothing more than to seek children, or feel that they are a little unclean, encountered some evil and so on, as long as the direction of this said quasi no problem. Similarly, as long as you say that you have a nobleman, then the person who followed that person together is a nobleman. That person will certainly not admit that he is not. Often, it's all psychological, just give some talisman or something, burn it and drink it and you'll be fine. If that's the case and it doesn't get better, they'll be told that what you're having is a disease, or that it hasn't taken effect yet. Seeking money is even better, say a lot of good, no matter who likes to listen to this kind of words. When Yunxi heard it, he really did not say that this is the truth. Then we have to go and take a good look. Yunli, however, feels that there is no need to rush, just go slowly, there may be unexpected gains. We don't have to rush, we'll just go up slowly and quietly and see if there's any problem in that place. There is only one temple owner over here, he is the only one, there is no one else. They went up the path, and along the way, they saw a lot of people. Going up from the path, there were a few women, as well as couples and old ladies. Yunshi was puzzled, was this place so famous? Why are there so many people today? Yunshi thought for a while and remembered what day it was today. There was an event today. It seemed like there was a fixed day every month that was used for the event. On this day, everyone in the neighborhood would go to offer incense. That made sense, and they followed along to the mountain. It was a small temple in the mountains, many years old, and the walls of the temple were bearing the marks of age. At this time, there were already many people inside. Yunli took Yunshi over and took out $20 and reported his name on the bookkeeping side. The bookkeeper was an uncle in the village who was surprised to see Yunli come back. Yes, uncle, this uncle of mine has not had a child for so many years. I was not thinking of bringing him here to seek a child. Yunshi, what? What the hell? He's been single for so many years, why does he need a child? However, the moment he saw Yunli's eyes, he understood and chose to cooperate. Okay, he was here to beg for a son. That's right, I'm here to beg for a son. When uncle heard that, he said, Ali, don't you know? You have to come as a couple, and you have to stay here for 2 days before you can go back? If your uncle's wife didn't come, the effect might be greatly reduced. Good guy, there is this kind of argument, how do they feel? This makes it even more strange. Yunli hurriedly opened his mouth. Uncle, you talk to the temple master uncle, let us try. That aunt of mine is in the imperial capital, and cannot come over immediately. Yunli finished, Yunshi took out a 100 yuan bill and put it in the hands of the uncle. Brother, do me a favor, my parents rushed, my wife does not believe in this, I really have no choice but to come and try. Look at me, the first time to walk the mountain road, all the body is mud off, for the sake of my so pious, help me and the temple master to say a word, okay? The uncle saw the money, put it away and said, okay, I still have a few friendships with him, you will stay for a while. By the way, today there are 9 big bowls, you go to pay for dinner, eat and then stay, I will arrange a room for you later. Yunli was especially happy to hear this. Thank you uncle. Uncle smiled when he saw Yunli, who doesn't know now, this Chin Chea changed his name to Yunli. His grandfather thanked everyone for taking care of Yunli before and is going to help their village. It's us who thank you, your grandfather is going to invest in our village, in the future we will all be planting flowers, and they are also recycling it, every family is going to build us a new house. Chapter 124 Men are fainting. This is what Yunli didn't expect, except for that family, the people in the village are really quite nice. He hadn't even thought of this layer, while Grandpa thought of everything for him. It's everyone who has been helping me, and Grandpa also thinks that the uncles and aunts in the village are all good people, and that's why he's doing this. You are all good, go quickly. The two of them went to the eating place, the village uncles and aunts are cooking. 9 big bowls are the specialties of the banquet here, 9 bowls of cold dishes, and 9 bowls of hot dishes, in which there is 1 soup for cold dishes and 1 soup for hot dishes. Yunshi looked surprised, he hadn't seen this kind of 9 big bowls, but so many meat dishes. Is the temple able to eat meat? Yunli heard and told him, this is a fundraiser for the temple, and also do activities, of course you can eat 9 big bowls, and the village people will come, no wonder there are so many people today. Little uncle, you watch it, a lot of people in a while, later you follow me to help go. Yunshi? Yunli took Yunshi, followed by the village's big boys to the end of the plate, until the end of the day, they only then eat together. Yunli pulled him and sat down, then ate with the people here. He also let him follow the village people to drink together. The wine is grain wine, look at nothing, but drink into the mouth, only to realize that the aftertaste is very big. It didn't take long for him to get dizzy. This time, there were 3 other couples who stayed, and they would all stay here for 3 days. Of course, during these 3 days, they would have to cook for themselves and live on their own over here as well. What was different was that there were also Yunli and Yunshi. The temple owner originally didn't want to keep them here, but looking at the money they gave, it was just too much, which made him agree. Just told the 2 of them, if they want to stay, life is their own responsibility, and because there is only 1 person, how is the effect of this, there is no guarantee. On the first day, there were a lot less people, but there were still people coming to tell fortunes. Yunli and Yunshi were outside in the field picking vegetables. At this time, there were still eggplant peppers over here. Both of them had good hearing and were able to hear the voices inside, and sure enough, it was just like what Yunli had said, talking about the same thing. It wasn't anything special compared to other scammers. In the afternoon, the men began to go to the chanting of the scriptures, saying that this will enable them to get rid of all the red dust breath, they will be able to get pregnant. Yunli was a small child, didn't need to go, so he stayed in his room, he was bored so he went to the kitchen to cook. When the temple master came, he saw Yunli cooking. Yunli, good cooking skills, but no need to be busy, the next few days, they are going to be lighter, there are ants to cook, these meals you eat with me will be fine. Good, thank you Uncle Temple Master. In the end, the meals that Yunli made were eaten by the 2 of them. Yunshi then went to eat the meal they ate, it was really all wild vegetables, not a bit of meat, ate his eyes a little wanna vomit. Yunli also took a look. They were all vegetarian dishes, and there was a slight fragrance inside. The last thing was the soup, which Yunli and the temple master also had. This soup also had this fresh flavor in it. Yunli drank it. Everyone went to sleep at night. Yunli woke up, pushed Yunxi, did not wake up. Yunli took out a silver needle, stabbed him several times, then gave him a little pill. He woke up. Yunxi was puzzled. What's wrong with me? Why is his head still dizzy? Yunli told him what was going on. What you guys ate had ecstasy in it, but it's okay, I helped you out. Now let's go and see what's going on. All you men can't wake up. Yunxi? None of the males can wake up? What about the women? I don't know. Go and see if you don't know. Chapter 125 will be a little. The women must have woken up. They were taken to a room at the moment, and the temple owner was talking to them. Today we will formally come to help you to seek a son. In this process, you have to listen to us well. Just now you have already listened for so long. Do you believe us? Believe, we believe. Master, please help us to seek a son as soon as possible. Master, we have been begging for a long time, and we have been to many hospitals, but we have not been able to become a mom or a dad. Now please give us a chance, Master. Yes, please Master, give us a chance. Soon, they heard the temple master's voice. Good, since you are so devout, let's close our eyes now and feel the gods blessing us. They obediently closed their eyes, and immediately afterward, they smelled the scent of some plant inside, and the scent was very strong. It wasn't long before the two people outside heard the sound of falling down. It was followed by the voice of the temple owner, talking to the other man. The temple owner said to the other man, hurry up, carry these three down, everyone is waiting. As the two men moved, the other one spoke. Why are there only three this time? Next time, publicize a little more. 5. The temple owner frowned and looked at him speechlessly. You think it is easy to publicize? I don't know why, there are only these three recently, hurry up and do it, everyone is waiting. This time Yunxi outside was shocked, he was able to understand what this meant. Immediately after that, there were other voices inside, and then there were no more voices. The two of them then gently pushed the door open, and realized that in this room, there was no one left for a long time. They must have a mechanism somewhere, we have to go in to make sure we catch them all. Yunli nodded, should we call the others? A housekeeper was uneasy and brought people, Yunxi also brought people. 2. Yunxi took out his walkie-talkie and told everyone to come over. And the two of them first looked for the organs over here. This room they also came here, they carefully looked, what is different from the daytime? After searching for a long time but finding nothing, it was at this time that both of their gazes, at the same time, looked towards the Buddha statue. At the location of the Buddha statue, that ear place, it seems that something is not quite right. Yunli, don't you feel that the location of that ear, it seems to be a bit smooth? Yes, and the location, there is also a slight change, it's not the same as during the day. There were only some slight changes in the location, but it was still discovered by Yunli. The two hurriedly climbed up and touched the earlobe, realizing that with a gentle push, the position of that earlobe would change. Right at this time, over the futon underneath them, there was an entrance. The entrance was large enough for two people to enter. They found it. The two looked at each other as the others arrived as well, and they walked down together. But before they left, Yunli took out pills. Everyone quickly take one each, this is an antidote to the poison, it won't make you dizzy from the medicine. But save a little my master is no longer in the village, eat a less one. They hurriedly ate it and then went down, and after they went down, they heard those male voices. This time these three, do not look good too ugly it. Yeah, we can't even be interested in looking at them, so hurry up and find some more good looking ones. Bosses, don't worry, it's not that there weren't many people in the past 2 days, but there will be many next time, so why don't you guys make do with what you've got? Chapter 126 I'm going to sue you. Then we heard those people's voices, so this time we'll make do, but next time if it's still like this, we won't give you any money. You have made so much money over the years, don't drift, understand? This time, Yunxi understood what was going on with them, what they said about seeking children, that was all fake, that was all a lie. They just tricked those couples to come over, mesmerized those men, and then brought the women here. Thinking of this, the two of them walked over. They found that in this place, there are 5 or 6 fat-headed people. 2 of them Yunxi also recognized, is the management of this county. This time Yunxi blackened his face and walked out when they did it. What are you guys doing? Yunli was then in charge of taking pictures. Yunxi came with tools in order to videotape the whole thing. They were also shocked to see Yunxi. How do you? Yunli walked over and zapped those women awake. They opened their eyes and looked at everything here a little confused. What is going on? Where is this? They subconsciously looked at the master temple owner. Master, how is this going back? Didn't you say you were going to help us seek a son? Those two people also opened their mouths at this time. Yunxi, look, since you have come, so, we together chant? In fact, we're doing it for the good of these people. They've been praying to the Buddha for years, but they don't have children. But as long as they are with us, they will definitely have children, and those who have succeeded in the past are examples. Afterwards, they looked at the women and said, don't worry, don't be afraid, we are here to help you. You guys, because you don't have children, you should normally have been subjected to people's blank stares all the time, right? Isn't that feeling very painful and unpleasant? Your families, your relatives and friends, what do they say about you? The girls who were about to go crazy fell silent. If they were not desperate, why would they come to this place? If they were not desperate, why would they come to this place? If they were not desperate, who would want to pray to God? They have traveled to many places, seen many diseases, used many local remedies, and taken many medicines. But in the end, they still couldn't conceive a child, and people around them pointed their fingers and said they were hens that didn't lay eggs. Some people even said to their faces, if you really can't have a child, do you want to inherit one from your relatives, so that at least someone can take care of them in the future? They don't want to remember any more unpleasant words. What they are most afraid of is to see other people's families bring their children home during the New Year holidays. They are even more afraid of relatives and friends asking them if they are pregnant. Do you have a child? Have you ever thought about having a child? Even if people in the in-laws family say so, people in the mother's family are also saying that if there is no child, the man's side will definitely say so and so. Those gossips were like a sharp knife, piercing their hearts. At this moment, the original anger also instantly turned into silence. Of course, one of the girls spoke with a cold face. We came here, indeed, hoping to seek a child, but not in this way, right? What are we doing now? Drug us, knock us out, and then try to charm and force us? You are breaking the law, do you know that? Those few men were very upset after hearing this. Especially the temple master said with a black face. What are you talking about? What do you mean by breaking the law? Aren't we here to fulfill your wishes? The reason why you came here is that you are desperate, but as long as we, the men, help you, you will definitely be able to conceive a child. As for those men out there, you should have tried everything, but not being able to conceive means that there is no way they will ever find out. They will only think that it is a divine manifestation. As long as you guys don't tell anyone, who would know about this place and what is happening? The other two women, who had obviously had their hearts set on it, didn't want to hear the gossip or see the looks anymore. I am willing. I am also willing, but this matter absolutely cannot be known by anyone. As long as you keep it secret, then we are willing. The master is right, they have tried everything. If they still can't get pregnant, then they only have one way to get a divorce. A divorced woman, how can she live? If they divorced, not to mention the people around them, look down on them, even their mother's home, they cannot go back. It would be better to find a way here. At least after having a child, they can still have another future. It was their husbands who accompanied them here. As long as they were hidden, they wouldn't be discovered. That woman was confused. What was wrong with these two? They're going out of their way for the baby? It's against the law. They're cheating. They're strong. You guys are crazy. You can totally get those men checked out. The fact that you don't have a problem means it's their problem. The reason I came here is just to see this place, whether it's spiritual or not. It doesn't mean that I want to be here to be. These men are committing crimes, they are lying to you, they are fooling you. She was very anxious. After seeing this, Yunshi also spoke up. There is nothing wrong, all of them are lying to you, they just want to do forced things to you. You can't be like this. The men laughed out loud, especially the temple master. See? They did it of their own free will, we didn't force them. You can say that we are messing around, but you can't say that we are forcing it. Seeing this, another woman said, I'll sue you guys, you're just committing a crime, bringing us to this place with the intention of misbehaving with me. I will sue you. Chapter 127. We didn't. She was never going to compromise. Everyone here laughed. Yunli and Yunshi didn't speak, so they naturally took the two as being with them. You're alone, there are so many of us, how can you run out? Besides, what will you be able to say after you go out? Even if you go out and tell everyone, no one will believe you. The woman's face changed when she heard this, but she remained firm. So what? I don't need others to believe me, I only need the police to believe me. Unless you guys get me killed here today, otherwise, I'm bound to make these things about you, public. The other two women, with wide eyes, stopped her. No, absolutely not. If you go out and say it, then what about us? What about our reputation? At that time, whether we are pregnant or not, we will be condemned. As long as you don't say anything, the people outside won't know what's going on. You can't just care about yourself and not care about us, If we don't have a child now, we're screwed. Women don't understand why these two people would be so stupid. Do you think that if you don't say anything, no one will know? In the future, if the child is born and doesn't look like them, won't they be found out? To put it more directly, if you guys do this, you'll keep them as beasts. I will definitely not allow this to happen. Yunli and Yunshi looked at the lady and gave a thumbs up. This auntie is not wrong, you guys are cheating and committing a crime by doing this. Yunli looked at the temple owner. Uncle, everyone came here to seek a son because they trusted you. All these years, everyone has been honoring you and believing in you. It's not good for you to let down everyone's trust in you like this, is it? The temple master blackened his face and looked at Yunli. Yunli, don't think that just because you, now, are a child of a rich family, we wouldn't dare to touch you. If you are good and obedient today, then we will let you go, otherwise this is where you will be buried. The others also looked at Yunshi. Captain Yun, as long as you are willing to press this matter down, then we will definitely give you rich rewards. Yunshi laughed when he heard it. He rubbed his ears and continued to stall for time. What did I hear? You guys are actually talking about giving me money in front of me. Am I someone who lacks money? Now that they knew that these two were not making sense, they started to touch the things around them. Yunli also pulled those women over. The other two, when they saw those weapons of theirs, were scared to death. They kept saying, "Don't make a scene, just listen to them, okay? We don't want to die. We're willing to stay." It is not just to accompany these people, as long as there are children, let them do anything. The woman looked at the two of them and was speechless. Can you wake up? Do you think they'll leave us alone? After we know these ugly things about them, we will never be spared in the future. Even the husbands of the two of you are in danger. The most important thing for us now is to escape from here and call the police. How can there be such stupidity? Such a naive person. That's right, even if a few of them agreed now, the fate that awaits them is to be killed when they are defenseless. Those people here will never trust them, even if they are stoic, they are just pretending. Us. They looked towards those people, only to see that those people had already taken their weapons out. At this time, Yunshi made a move, and their people rushed in. Yunli retreated with the three of them, and Yunshi covered. Luckily those people were very familiar with this place and were confident that there were very few weapons here. Most of them were sticks, iron rods, and whatnot, and soon they were captured. The three were also rescued back into the room. With such a big commotion, those few men naturally woke up. They hurriedly asked what happened. The three women were particularly worried. They shook their heads towards Yunshi. This matter must not be known by their husbands. However, that woman then said, "This place is not a master at all, this place is a magic cave. The purpose of those people is to mesmerize all of us, and then bring the women there to be strong. That way there's a chance of getting pregnant. The reason why we were asked to fill out those questionnaires when we were there before was to see when we ovulated. There's no mistake, before they came here, they actually filled out questionnaires in order to know exactly when they ovulated." All three husbands were stunned, and two of them asked very angrily, "Well, have you been?" No, someone saved us. And there were lots of police, we're fine. Chapter 128 Gossip. Yes, the police came just in time, we're fine. And there are these two here. They hurriedly pointed at Yunli and Yunshi. The husband of the young lady who had been resisting hurriedly pulled her and asked, "Mengran, are you alright, are you hurt?" Mengran shook her head, "I'm fine, the police came in time." Mengran shook her head, "I'm fine, the police came in time, this Captain Yun has been stalling for time, we're really fine." She also did not say what happened at that time, it was not easy for them in the first place. That is good, that is good. The other two men, still looking at them with skepticism. "What are you two doing again?" Yunshi walked over and told them, "I am here to investigate what happened here, nothing really happened to the few of them, now please go back with us and make a statement, can you?" Those two men's faces changed, they didn't want to go. "No, this kind of thing, how humiliating, we have to go over, in the future relatives and friends ask how to say?" Then they looked at their wives with disgust. "I told you not to believe in feudal superstitions, but you didn't listen. What kind of Thai place did you find? If people hear that we've come to this place in the future, will they think nonsense about it? It's really a shame." "Right." Mengran was very angry to hear this. "What are you guys talking about? Is this what we want to meet? We don't want this either, we don't want to meet trash, we don't want to be lied to. If it wasn't for the sake of giving you guys a child, do we need to come to this Thai place and suffer this? Besides, who found this place? Wasn't it you who found it? Isn't it disgusting that you're talking about this now?" The three of them originally know each other, or three brothers, only the other two and Meng Ran's husband is a cousin. Meng Ran's husband, in fact, there is no hurry, there are children without children, for them, are not so important, but the parents have been saying, "This place is very famous, what also came? If it is not your mom, has been over there nagging, has been over there to say this place how good, what, we will believe it?" Mengran looked at them and continued to output. "Don't forget, we didn't find this place, it's your good mom who found it. If there's a problem, you should look for your mom." The more Mengran said, the more angry she got. What kind of eyes did they just have? Smug what? What qualifications do they have to be smug? You have to be clear, we came to this place for you. We came to this place because of you. We came to give birth to your children, and now I think it's your problem. Otherwise, why are the two younger siblings still not pregnant after so long? People have done all the tests they should have done. Those two people's faces were ugly, they didn't expect the sister-in-law to say this. "Sister-in-law, it's wrong for you to say so, we are just telling the truth, but in the future, people will know that we came to this place, and we don't even have a face. How can we have a problem? If you can't have a child, of course it's a woman's problem. Besides, you were taken away for so long, who knows if anything happened to you?" Mengran's husband couldn't listen any longer and gave a fist to one of them. "Shut up you two, your own wife is being bullied, what you should do is to protect her and comfort her. Look what you guys look like." Those two younger siblings cried their eyes out. "No, we didn't, we really weren't bullied." Yunli on the side sighed and spoke, "The two ants are not in trouble, don't you see it by looking at their clothes? And the police uncle, they've been standing by outside the whole time. They are coming very fast, you guys have to trust your wives." He didn't understand why these two would think this way. What were they carrying in their heads, what were they? As husbands, shouldn't they protect their wives? At a time like this, shouldn't one reflect on his own problems? Those two people heard a humming sound. I'll say it first, you can't tell the people outside about this matter, nor can you let others know what is happening here. Otherwise, we are going to file a complaint against you. We can't afford to lose this person. They said this to Yunshi. Yunshi blackened her face after hearing this. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us, otherwise we will have to forcefully take you there. In the end, they all went down for the night, and there were people guarding the place. At the same time, they invited a master to come over and sit in order to explain to everyone and say that the previous temple master had gone to study. As for where to go to study, of course, it is the standard 8 rooms. At the same time, they also found a few pregnant women who were locked up in this place. Yunshi and the others realized that this place, surprisingly, was still a transit station, and they saved some more girls, while in each of their eyes, there was a fat brother's existence. Those 3 couples were all taken back, and when they were making statements, those 2 men kept asking if it was true that nothing had happened to them. No matter how many people told them nothing had happened, they didn't believe them. The 2 women cried their hearts out, pulling Meng Ran and saying, Sister-in-law, what should we do? What should we do? Meng Ran looked at them and told them that we were not at fault. If they don't think it's our fault, then divorce them. The 2 women were confused. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Divorce? That won't do. After the divorce, we'll have nowhere to go. Our mother's family will dislike us. We'll be criticized by 1,000 people. Then get out of here, go to another place, go to your heart's desire. You have hands and feet, you can live anyhow. You can go to my city, I'll help you find a factory, and you'll live on your own from now on. Isn't that good? The 2 agreed, but did not divorce. They went out to work. Meng Ran also dragged her husband to do a checkup, which realized that their family has a genetic problem, difficult to get pregnant. The 2 younger siblings know, and then cried. They have since broken into a butterfly to get a new life. And those 2 men, on the other hand, said that they couldn't tell anyone about it, but in fact, they turned around and told everyone about it at the card table. You guys don't know, those women who got pregnant in that temple, all of them were forced by people. This time, that's a first-hand experience. The men fainted, and the women were dragged away. Of course we didn't. We didn't faint. Right. Chapter 129, A Dozen Identities. The poker player then asked, didn't you guys just say that the men were all mesmerized? Then your wives. Hey, isn't it because of that, your wives, that's why you were kicked out of the house? Although they wanted to talk about it, they didn't want to be told that they were being cuckolded, so they hurriedly opened their mouths. Yes, but there were police watching then. When they were taken down, the police also went down and directly arrested all of them. But the ones before them, then. Now those people laughed, so that means that the reason why those women before them, the reason why they got pregnant, were all someone else's seed? That's not true, those people are really pitiful. The people in their village laughed out loud. And 3 of the people in their village who got pregnant and gave birth to children have since been kicked out of their homes. Those 2 men even publicized it everywhere. Those women, one by one, were in pain, and brought their children to do the paternity test. Without exception, they were not the village man's. When this matter came to Yunshi was also very helpless. And Yunli also knew about this matter. Little uncle, I found out that they in this village will be difficult to get pregnant, but why? What is it, exactly, that affects their genes? Yunshi felt that there was something. He reasoned to a little line, and now it is still a little fuzzy. He signaled Yunli to continue. Yunli hurriedly spoke out his thoughts. Little uncle, how could they know that so many women asked for a son? To know that there are people in this temple, but a few years, it just so happens to be a few years before our thing. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Also, the person we saved, said the fat brother, I drew out. Yunli will draw to Yunshi to see that picture. Yunshi looked and felt a little familiar, some familiar. Yunli modified a few places, and Yellow Hair's face instantly appeared on this. Yellow Hair. Yunshi blurted out. That's right. Yunli nodded, just a few changes and it became Yellow Hair. Yunshi slapped his thigh. Damn it, this matter had become so big, Yellow Hair must have known about it. Originally, they had already said that they were not allowed to discuss this matter after they returned. I didn't expect that this is only one day, everyone knows about it. Yunli also thinks it is so, it is too late to stop it now. Let's look for clues again. Yunshi got even more angry and had those 2 brought back and educated them severely. Yunli, on the other hand, went to see the temple master, and together with him, there was also his aunt. Uncle, I came to bring you some food. Aunt, it has stabilized now, and the lawyer has gone to deliver the divorce agreement. Tian Knight is still not willing to divorce, but Auntie can afford to wait. Auntie came along to see the temple master. When the temple master saw the aunt, he froze for a moment. Grass, why did you come with him? The aunt looked at him and knew that he had forgotten about Yunli. Then she reminded, you forgot, he is Qin Che, the child you switched back then. The temple owner once again looked at Yunli for a few moments and instantly understood what was going on. So that's what happened. So you are here to get back at me? He did participate in that incident back then, so now he has come to take revenge? Yunli looked at him. Uncle, you're overthinking it. I'm really just a little bit curious. Is that you're begging for a son really work? Who knows something will happen, right? Of course, I am also curious about one thing, that is, a few months ago, why there were so many traps in that place halfway up the mountain. This question, which seems like it's not important, is actually very important. The temple owner's face, too, became a bit stiff at that time. There were many fierce beasts. Wasn't it normal to make some traps or something? Wasn't it to prepare for someone's heroic rescue? Or maybe in order to divert those people you deceived? Those who were deceived to the little girl said, "These people are very hateful. They thought they were out to work, did not expect to be brought to this place. They were asked to give birth to children. Some of them just went and did it. Others are plastic surgery to look like others, in order to better help them to seduce others. Behind this, the industry chain is very big, some important positions in many cities, but not so high up, always meet some Cinderella. They are deep in the muck but stubborn and strong, always insisting on their innocence, thus not being liked. In the end they saved those girls, but they didn't realize that they fell into another abyss, and from then on they could only be subjected to others. If they were to disobey, then what awaited them was something even more terrible, to be left with nothing, to be ruined." Yun Shi and the others saw the people involved. Their faces were very ugly. The detective must find yellow hair, and the people behind him. The temple master smiled. "I do not know what you are talking about, and I do not know why you want to arrest me. I just want to help those girls. I don't know anything else." Yunli looked at the temple master and told him, "Uncle, you failed in your mission, and this matter, it has been made known to everyone. You know those two men on that day, right? When they went back to play cards, they had already made this matter known to everyone. You say in this case, the back of those things is not spread faster. Wouldn't the people above you think that you did all this?" Temple master. The temple master's face was very unpleasant, and he spoke angrily, "You're just making things up. I don't know what you're talking about." The ant looked at him from the sidelines and then said, "I know that you once did plastic surgery for Huang Jun. Don't say you didn't." The temple owner was silent. After a long time he looked up at Grass. "Grass, what do you want to know?" "If you say, I'll tell you. Anyway, he's already like this now, so he can't get out without saying anything." Grasshopper froze for a moment, then spoke, "I want to know what Huang Jun looks like now. Back then, they stepped on my head to live a good life. I always need to know what he looks like now. I want his contact information, I want his address. I want his ID card." The ant said several kinds at once. He looked at her, looked and finally said, "Okay, I can give you all of them." Yunli? OMG, why does this person listen to his ant so much? His gaze, which was running between the two of them. A cold look from the ant goes over and he obediently shuts up. Well, this person's agitation method didn't work to get the ant on. "Okay, I'll tell you everything, but he has a lot of IDs, more than a dozen. Which one do you want to know?" Yunli? Ant? Yunshi now knows why every time they find the place, they end up with nothing. The ant came to say, "All of them. I want to find him, I want to see him pay. I'll only be happy if all the sons the old lady loves so much have to have a bad life. What about you? Do you have any evidence of him? If so, give it to me. I want it all. And that fat brother, who is that? Is that Huang Jun?" Auntie spoke through clenched teeth with hate in her eyes. Back then it was Huang Jun who said that the family didn't have any money, so he sold his sister off. It was this one sentence that turned her already miserable life into a direct tragedy. The temple owner revealed a bitter smile. "I'm sorry." "Who wants your sorry? I want proof." The ant did not have a good face for him at the moment. "You know, back then, I believed in you. I thought, you are a good person. I thought I have a family." Chapter 130 White-Eyed Wolf. Back then, she had really believed in this person, believed that he could be her family, but then people still chose to benefit. It's normal, and they're not brother and sister. It's not like that. The temple master wanted to explain. The ant interrupted him. "You don't have to say anything else, just say if you are willing to tell me." The ant directly showed her cards. "I am not going to beat around the bush with you, let alone tell you anything else. Let's all be direct. I want revenge. I want them to pay the price. I even hate them to die. Just say it. Do you want to help me?" The temple master looked hard at Kusakusa. "But if I say so, I also." Auntie smiled when she heard this. "That means you don't want to do it. Fine, then I will think of something on my own. From now on, you are also my enemy, and I also want you to die. To me, if you stand with them, then you are my enemy." Auntie turned to look at Yunli. "Go, take me to that temple. For this person to hide something, she will definitely be able to find it." However, before leaving, she turned back to look at him. "Xia, I never thought that the person who gave him plastic surgery, fortune-telling and cheating was you. I thought it was another person before, until I saw it today. I used to think that you were just scared by them and that's why you stayed away from me. I didn't realize that you were in league with them. You're awesome." It was that one sentence that made the temple master break his defenses, and so on. He wasn't afraid of anything. He wasn't afraid of them interrogating him. He wasn't afraid of them investigating him. He wasn't afraid of dying. But at this moment, looking at the disappointment and determination in Grass's eyes. "Wait." He called out to Grasshopper. "I said, will you forgive me?" "No," Ant also said directly, "but I was able to take revenge." Yes, this is what Grass, not to be defeated, and at the same time will not forgive the person who betrayed her. Back then, Grass was having a hard time herself, yet she still had to pull him along, sharing food with him and taking him to earn money. She said that as long as they worked hard, they would definitely get out of this place, and they would definitely be able to change their fate. But then, he followed them into the same crowd. I'm sorry, at that time I wanted to earn money, I wanted to protect you. The ant interrupted him. Although I want to know things from you, it doesn't mean I have to listen to you talk about the old days. After all, those things from the past are quite disgusting in my heart. After all, I trusted a person like that, don't you think so? Temple Master. The ant continued to speak with a dark face. If you say it now, that's also you atoning for your sins, not that you've done anything good. Temple Master. I say, you let those policemen come. Yunxi and their men came over, and the Temple Master began to say everything he knew. And the ant, taking Yunli and Yunxi towards the mountains. I really didn't think it was him before. I thought it was someone else. He is a cousin of sorts. When I was little, my eldest uncle's family was all gone. He was quite miserable, no food, no drink, no clothes. I gave him half of my own food, which was not much. When I went to the mountains to cut wood to earn money, I even took him with me, but as a result, he was gone. All these years, I thought he should be to find their own life. After all, we are not siblings, but only together to struggle for a few years, so people leave behind is quite normal. I did not expect he did not leave, is with those people into a gang. You say ridiculous? That's true. Yunxi didn't dare to speak. After all, at this time, it's not appropriate to say anything, it's better not to say anything at all. Yunli nodded his head right at this time, it was ridiculous. Auntie laughed when she heard it and gave him a look. Okay, didn't hurt you for nothing. Let's go to see if he hit anything. You guys really find that Huang Jun, be sure to tell me. By the way, she may have a facelift, or she may become fat or thin, but there is one thing, his feet are 6 fingers, even if he cuts one you should be able to tell. Also, on his buttocks, there's a big red birthmark. The old lady took her to the doctor once, and the doctor said that there was no way to deal with that it wasn't a birthmark, it seemed to be some kind of disease. Sort of gives you guys a little clue. Yunxi was very thankful after hearing that was a very important clue for them. This clue is very important to us, thank you. Auntie looked at him and smiled. I didn't lie to her just now. I'm so happy to see Huang Jun in bad luck. The old lady had always loved her sons, and I was a tool to make her sons better. When I was young, I was their babysitter, the old yellow cow, who had to do everything. When I got older, it was a tool for them to make money. Sold me twice. Then I cut ties with her, and she told everyone that I had no conscience, that I was a white wolf. Chapter 131 Divorced. When I said this, my aunt laughed. I used to think that I had already let go and didn't care about these things. In fact, there is no I just let go of my own the past suffer those injuries, as well as those to spare, has always been in my heart, never forgotten. Now it's not easy to have the opportunity to see that son of the old lady eat his own evil. I am very happy in my heart. As for that Temple Master. At one time, the two of us, we agreed to become each other's family members, to rely on each other from now on, and never to betray. But in the end, he still betrayed. I wouldn't trust too much of such trash. The information he gave you guys check it out. In my aunt's opinion, those things may be true, but they may also be false, and someone who could betray back then, how trustworthy can he be now? After hearing this, Yunxi hurriedly nodded. That is natural, thank you for your cooperation and help. They originally did not bring help, after all, that kind of person certainly will not be so easy to cooperate, did not expect in the end will be in this way, get some clues, already very good. The aunt was a bit embarrassed now, she was also more than just helping, more for herself. I'm not helping you guys either, I'm just helping myself. I can't see the old lady's son, living so well, doing so many bad things, and still getting away with it. It just so happens that I was able to get Impostor to talk, and I'm happy about it. I won't hide it from you, I'd love to hear that you guys caught him, and then I'll go in front of the old lady and say, you're two good sons, one was poisoned by you and the other was caught, they can be really proud of you. Yunxi didn't open her mouth. Next to her, Yunli couldn't help but hurry to say, Auntie, when the time comes, you must let me come along, I also want to see the old lady's expression at that time, what is it like? Aunt patted his head, very generous, line, no problem, I will then must call on you. When I arrived at the temple, I found that there are many people over here, there are people who used to come here to worship God. There were also a lot of women with their children who didn't believe in all this and wanted to find justice. The staff here, they explained to them and told them to go and make a statement, and they went back. Now they don't dare to admit that they came here. As long as they admit it, someone will suspect that their children's origins are in question. The aunt searched for a long time, and indeed in the temple owner's room, she found a box with a lot of things in it, all the evidence of those of them coming and going, and those men, coming here to do things, as well as the evidence of their corruption and bribery. Seeing the evidence, Yunxi was very happy. This is very useful, thank you. The aunt waved her hand and said, as long as it's useful, let's go, I still have to meet my prospective ex-husband's mistress today. After they went down the mountain, the aunt went back first. Yunli and Yunshi went to the village where Grandma Meng ran and the others were. This village, the atmosphere right now, is also very heavy. Everyone is starting to doubt their daughter-in-law. All felt that the child was not theirs, and many had already gone to do a paternity test. The results had left them all devastated, and they wanted a divorce, but at this time, the village chief told them to go for genetic testing, saying that there should be a reason why the village people hadn't had many children over the years. The new children born in the village, or because of those brides, just married over not long ago, a little longer are not pregnant. Yunshi in their village, digging a lot of mud, plants, and so on. See, the village chief is very incomprehensible. Sorry, we are here to help you look at the genetic problems of this place. Those few men in the village were taken for a genetic test, and it was found that they had defects in their genes. So, Junshi and the others are now here again. There were supposed to be relevant staff coming over, but they were stuck in traffic, so they let Junshi come to their village and collect all sorts of things. We'll take these soil samples and bring them back for inspection afterward, to see if the surrounding environment has any effect on you guys. You guys should have already gone to the county and had a genetic checkup, right? Their entire village was notified to go for this test. Most of them went, but of course some of them didn't want to go, thinking that going to the hospital was costing them money, even though they had been told that it wouldn't cost them anymore. In the end, it was only when their village cadres intervened that they were persuaded to go. When the results came out, we were especially anxious to know what was going on. How is it that the men in their village, there are still genetic problems? Yunshi told them. When the results come out, the experts will tell you. Let us go back first, okay? Yunshi had to go back to deal with things. Yunli was sent to, according to the description of those people, painting Fat Brother and Huang Jun. He was especially serious. He also wanted to find Huang Mao quickly and end this. After sending all the samples to the specialized staff, he then continued to go investigate. On the other hand, when the aunt returned home, she saw Han Xiaodi waiting at this place. She wore a tight dress today, her hands on her belly and back waist, just afraid that people would not see that she was pregnant. The aunt walked over to her, as if she didn't exist. Sister! Han Xiaodi couldn't help but open her mouth. The aunt looked at her with cold eyes, and Han Xiaodi hurriedly spoke. Sister, I call you sister because you'll always be my grassy sister. Sister, even if that person isn't me, it'll be someone else, won't it? You can't defend yourself against a man when he has an outside interest. Auntie laughed when she heard this. She looked at Han Xiaodi in front of her. What are you talking to me about this for? Do you think that I will care about a scummy man, or that I will not get a divorce? Yes, a man can't be prevented from having an affair, but that person, it can't be her. It can't be Han Xiaodi, who she protects. It can't be the Han Xiaodi that she treats as her sister. Auntie thought, you can't find yourself a family member in the future. You found one twice, but you've ended up betraying him twice. Yes, I know that my sister will definitely get a divorce. Sister can afford to let go. No matter when or where, sister is the person I respect the most. Sister, I want to help you get a divorce. In my hand, I have some evidence of him. He must listen to me. I will make him divorce you tomorrow, and all the money in the house will be given to you, okay? Grass looks at Han Xiaodi and just thinks she's a little strange. Give it all to me. What about you? How are you going to support your parents' family with him? Didn't you say you wanted to find someone to rely on? Why now, and want to help me divorce? You are really different all the time. Han Xiaodi is a little hard to bear. She knows very well that nowadays, no matter what she says, her sister does not believe. Sister, I'll get him to agree to divorce you. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. This is all I can do for you. I'm sorry for failing you. But I do, indeed, have no way to rely on myself all the time. Grass reached out her hand to interrupt her words. The Civil Affairs Bureau is not yet closed today. Let's do it now. Since you can get him divorced, the sooner the better. Han Xiaodi hurriedly nodded her head after hearing this. Good. Han Xiaodi turned around and prepared to go to Tian Night. After taking a few steps, she turned back to her aunt. Sister, will you forgive me? Won't. Han Xiaodi turned around and closed her eyes, and at this moment, tears flowed. She was just about to leave when her aunt's voice came. I guess you were curious to know my expression when you were with him. You don't want to be like me, but you want to make people like me break their defenses. You'd love to see the look on my face that breaks my defenses the moment I learn the truth. If it's true, as you said, that you respect me very much and treat me as your most important sister, then you wouldn't have chosen Tian Yi. After all, in the unit, there is someone more suitable than Tian Knight. Han Xiaodi's deepest, most secret bit of selfishness was instantly punctured. That's right, even if she wanted to find someone to rely on, she could actually find someone else, but at that time, she didn't know what was going on. She just wanted to compare herself to her sister, to see if she could be better than her sister, and if she could make Tian Yi like her. Sister, at that time, I did have this kind of mind. I want to prove that I am the same as my sister. I wanted to prove that he could like me as well, but nowadays, I realize that it doesn't matter if it's me or someone else. It's not that I beat my sister, it's that he's a scumbag. Auntie came straight to the point. Hurry up, I'm quite busy, don't delay me. Han Xiaodi. Instantly felt a little solid. Han Xiaodi can only nod. Good, I will go now. Sister, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and wait for me. Aha! The aunt went to get all her things and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She thought it would be perfect to just take the divorce license and go pick up the two kids. Tian Knight was dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Han Xiaodi threatened him, if you don't divorce your sister and don't share a little more money with her, then I'll tell the whole story about all the things you've done. Tian Knight. Chapter 132, The So-Called Romance. Tian Knight looked at Han Xiaodi in front of him, very angry. You women, you are really desperate. 1 second you can be in love with me, the next second you can betray me. Betrayal? Han Xiaodi felt quite ridiculous. What does it mean to betray? How does he have the nerve to say this? What the hell is he? Doesn't he have a point in his heart? Han Xiaodi is now looking at Tian Knight, that is how to see, how not good eye. To be honest, when he and his sister left, he has nothing, and she has already found a good next home. Why I was with you in the first place, is not to try you to my sister's heart, sincere or not. I didn't expect you to give me a signal and you'd come here, you're no good. If you want to rely on others, you must have some skills. She's got one thing going for her, she's a good helmsman. Right now, for example, she's found herself a good underling. Heh, how good can you be? Why were you able to stay with your sister? Isn't it because of stealing other people's merits, that's how you can go to your sister's inner heart? You say, if sister knew that the one who silently accompanied her back then, was another person, what would have happened to you? Han Xiaodi also in, Tian Knight after drunk, only know. The reason why Tian Knight was able to be with her sister, Grass, was because of Tian Ye's attentive companionship. The two of them are twins. Before they were together, Tian Ye was just a silent companion, and Tian Knight stole the credit for Tian Ye's appearance. Tian Ye, however, stayed at that time forever. Han Xiaodi thought, perhaps when her sister was divorced, she would have to tell her sister about this. That teenager back then, the sincere love, should not be buried so. How did you know? Tian Knight froze, a little panicked. He did not understand Han Xiaodi. How could she know about this? Obviously Big Brother is dead. Han Xiaodi turned towards him, revealing a meaningful smile. To think that people don't know, unless they don't do it, the saying, don't you know? I know all of those disgusting things you've done, so you better not mess with me. If I'm going to get upset, the two of us will die together. Tian Knight's face changed, and finally looked at Han Xiaodi tenderly. Xiaodi, what are you talking about? Look at the two of us, we both have children, I'm naturally toward you. Divorce, I am definitely divorced, I am going to divorce. Tian Knight then followed to the Civil Affairs Bureau, agreed to be divorced. The two walked in with all the formalities and the two children. The two entered and gave all the formalities to the staff. The staff looked at them. The two of you have been married for several years and have two children, do you really not think about it? Children should still have their parents with them. Grass didn't answer, the two children obediently stood behind her, while there was no one around Tian Yi. Tian Knight paused and looked toward Grass. Grass, actually we. Han Xiaodi hurriedly walked in, then looked at the staff aggressively and opened her mouth. I'm sorry, please move faster, okay? I'm still waiting to get married to him. Han Xiaodi said while gently looking at Tian Yi. The staff instantly understood what was going on. It turned out to be a scummy man. The staff was very angry, quickly completed the formalities, pressed the steel seal, one person a green book. After the aunt took it, she took the two children out. Tian Knight looked at their backs for a long time. After a long time, he wanted to talk to Han Xiaodi, turned his head and didn't see Han Xiaodi anymore. Han Xiaodi had already gone out, and she looked at her sister and said, Sister, I want to have a cup of tea with you. After this time, I will never appear in front of my sister again, okay? Grass looked back at her and finally nodded, okay? They went to a tea house, where they asked for a private room and some small snacks. The two children were eating the snacks right next to each other. Grass looked at her and spoke faintly. Say it, what do you want to say? Time to hurry up, I'll only give you half an hour. Han Xiaodi looked at her sister with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Sister, I am really grateful to you. I also really love you. But, people in the shade like me always want to grab the sunlight, and even selfishly, I want to pull you into contact with the shade. At that time, I was really approaching Tian Yue with some small-mindedness. Grass frowned and interrupted her. If you're going to say this, then you don't have to say it, I don't want to hear it. Han Xiaodi's mouth was tinged with a little bitterness. She knew that her sister would say this. What to do, she knew it, but she still wanted to say it. That's how she is. Sister, I know, but can you hear me out? I have a particularly important message here. Grass looks at the somewhat anxious Han Xiaodi. What news? I'm very busy, I don't have time to listen to you about something not so important. Han Xiaodi of course knows. She hurriedly opened, is about the beginning, in the end, who has been silently accompany you. That person back then was not Tian Knight. The Ty he left behind was not Tian Knight, it was Tian Yi. Grass? Grass looks at her in shock. What do you mean? In the beginning there was someone who had been silently accompanying you and protecting you behind the scenes. That person was Tian Yi, Tian Knight's brother Tian Yi. He lied to you. Han Xiaodi spoke the words urgently. She thought her sister would be shocked and in pain. She didn't expect her to look calm, as if she had known about this for a long time. Sister, you don't seem surprised at all? Because, I already knew it, and who told you that he was silently guarding me? He and I are ordinary classmates. He's not guarding, he's pestering. A guy who stands in your way every day, who has to give you things, who makes everyone think you figure he's got money, is into you? A person who writes you a lot of love letters, tells the teacher that you are his person, forbids me to write homework, forbids me to make an effort is like? He made it known that I was talking to him. And behind my back, he changes my volunteering, saying he's doing me a favor. Is that a favorite? You don't still believe that he died for me, do you? He got into an accident fighting with other people back then. As for those proofs of his love for me, and those diaries, and all those proofs that everyone said that I liked him, all of them are fake. It can't be that Tianyi told you, right? If that's the case, then Grass would really thank God. There's nothing wrong with liking, but entangling more than that is a nuisance, especially the kind that Tanya is, the kind that wants to ruin her future, her everything. Suffocating fondness was entanglement. His so-called deep feelings were all talk, all told to others. Everyone thinks she's the heroine of the story without asking if she wants it, such a so-called romance. Chapter 133, I want you to lose your reputation. Han Xiaodi did not expect it to be like this, she nodded, he told me drunk. He said that the two of you had a shady start, so all along, he was afraid that this matter would be known by you, thus getting further and further away from you. Later on, he deliberately looked for all kinds of bad things with you and cared about the gossip. Grass, after hearing, looking at Han Xiaodi, only feel ridiculous, she looked seriously, in front of Han Xiaodi slowly opened her mouth. Everyone says, Tianyi loves me very much, they say those things are very romantic, but for me it is not. I want to study, I want the future, maybe some people think this is romantic. For romantic love, one can do anything. Think this kind of love, plain life is happiness. But for me, I want to study, is the future. For different people, different views. Men and women's views, but also different, perhaps for Tianyi, he paid a lot of me, and I am not willing to agree, perhaps also think I want to love it. So I can't possibly pay for anyone's ego thoughts. I didn't realize that Field Knight cared about that. I also didn't realize that Tianyi would think that I was with him because of Tianyi. And that Tianyi would die because he got into a fight with someone from another school. And not because of me? I didn't need anyone to heroically save me. I was able to save myself. What really touched me was Tianyi's companionship, our efforts to have a home together, the storms we went through together. But now those, too, are in the past and unimportant. I don't deny my fondness for Tianyi, but I won't forgive him for his betrayal either. But also thank you for helping me get him divorced. I'm still happy that he was able to agree to a divorce so quickly. From now on, the two of us should not contact each other anymore. After Grass finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. Han Xiaodi called out to Grasshopper again, Sister, if I deal with him, will you? Han Xiaodi turned back and looked at her coldly and opened her mouth. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Let's not meet again from now on. Grass leaves with her 2 children, from now on, she will not meet Han Xiaodi again, they are strangers, in her case betrayer, never forgive. Han Xiaodi knows that they won't meet again, about what happened today, she won't tell Tian Knight a single word, Tian Knight doesn't deserve to know. No, he should know that he misunderstood his sister. Han Xiaodi hurriedly called Tian Knight. Tian Knight originally did not want to pick up, but finally picked up, just this tone, very nonchalant is it? What's the matter? Why did you say that just now at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Do you know that everyone is looking at me in a strange way? As if I'm a scum, as if we cheated on each other within marriage. Isn't that so? Han Xiaodi asked directly back, he was already cheating within marriage, what is he pretending now? Tian Knight gritted his teeth and squeezed a few words out of his teeth that can't be known by outsiders. Even if this is the truth, it should be covered up. You're really ridiculous, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it, aren't you? Doing shameless things, but afraid of people knowing. Han Xiaodi speak also nonchalant, now she does not care about this man, to call you, is a thing, to tell you. Sister back then did not like your brother at all, and even felt that your brother's entanglement, very excessive. You thought that you became your brother's double, you thought that you were taking credit for your brother's work, but actually it wasn't. My sister just likes you. What's ridiculous is that you took this matter and made it an obsession, and ended up going to the abyss of doom. Tian Knight, you're really ridiculous. My sister likes him, not because of anyone else, and has wronged herself a lot because she likes him. You always think, in this relationship to pay is you, aggrieved is you, but in fact sister also for you, pay a lot of things. Just you have always been entangled in the past has been very low self-esteem, so as not to see, sister to you to pay in love. Sister and you divorce, do really right, you really do not deserve sister, you do not have this qualification. Tian Knight. Tian Knight was instantly confused, he hurriedly asked, what did you say? Tian Knight wanted to ask again, but Han Xiaodi had already hung up the phone, unwilling to say anymore. He called again, and was already blacked out, no longer able to get through. The next time, Tian Knight's heart is particularly anxious, he is very curious to know, in the end, what is going on. He went to the place where Han Xiaodi rented a house to look for her, and found that she came down from the car with a pale face. What's wrong with you? He rushed over to help. No matter what, the two of them still had some feelings. He wouldn't let anything happen to Han Xiaodi. Nothing, just went to get the baby aborted. Since she chose to separate from Tian Knight, she wouldn't leave this child behind. Tian Knight. Tian Knight is going crazy, this woman. How can you be so vicious? How can you be so vicious? That's our child. How can you say abort it? Just abort it. Doesn't it hurt you at all? Tian Knight's mind was in a mess right now, feeling that there were a lot of things that were different from what he thought. He desperately wanted to know the truth, and at the same time felt that the woman in front of him was very vicious. That was their child, that was a little life. How could she just abort it and act so cloudy? Han Xiaodi looked at him and smiled. I do feel quite heartbroken. After all, for you, I paid too much, betrayed my sister, and now my sister is going to cut ties with me. From now on, my sister and I will never be sisters again. I can't wait to beat you to death now. But so what, I still have to get along with you, I still have to look at you, disgusting to the core. Tian Knight, I don't want you either, you piece of trash. In the beginning, if you were able to be a little firmer, if you were able to firmly choose your sister, I wouldn't have stayed with you. In the beginning, I just wanted to test it out, your loyalty to your sister. Tian Knight? Tian Yi is also angry. You don't seduce me, I won't be with you either. I didn't even blame you, how dare you say that? The two of us are half-assed, alright. Because of you, I hurt my body, and now you're still here cursing me. You're really something, get lost. She won't let Tian Knight off the hook. Tian Knight looked at Han Xiaodi like this, cold snort and left. He called his aunt, but found that he could not get through long ago. What can make him collapse is that early the next morning, the police were at the company, and the company sued him for misappropriation of public funds, and some other things. Tian Knight was shocked. I didn't, it's slander, I was framed. Was it a frame-up? You come back with us first and cooperate with the investigation. Tian Yi was taken away just like that. Grass didn't feel much when she heard the news. When a person takes one wrong step, his or her life is ruined. She glanced at Yunli, who was having a hard time. These 2 days have been tiring, haven't they, and you're going to stay here for a few more days? Yunli smiled towards his aunt. He is going back tomorrow, he took a few days off, it's time to go back to school. Chapter 134. Where did the female ghost come from? Grass didn't expect that he would be leaving so soon. Did the things he said work? Can it? The rest of the words, Grass did not say. Yunli shook his head. Auntie, I don't know, but if there is a result, I will inform you first. Auntie, you have to take good care of yourself in the future. Grasshopper smiled when she saw him like this. Don't worry, your auntie, I never condescend myself, no matter what, it's the same. Good. Yunli went back to the hotel, called his grandfather and told him about going back, and called a few of his buddies. They tell Yunli every day, the teacher left homework, Yunli will complete one by one and take pictures to go back. Early in the morning, Grass sent Yunli to the airport, and when she came back, she saw the old lady of the Tian family. She didn't have the overbearing look she had at the beginning, her hair was messy, her face was pale and haggard. Grasshopper, you're back? Seeing Grasshopper, she was like seeing light, hurriedly came over, grasping Grasshopper's hand, her hand was trembling. Grasshopper, you quickly saved Tian Knight, Yesterday, the old lady was still dreaming of having a new grandson, and thought that this daughter-in-law, how could she be better than this Grass? From now on, no one will say her son married a broken shoe. In fact, the old lady herself told the truth about this matter. What she said was that her son was especially aggrieved to marry someone who had married before, but she knew everything. But she just wants to talk nonsense, just not willing to make the whole thing clear. Must say that it is Grass is sorry for her son, let her son be gossiped about. Grass shook off her hand and looked at her indifferently. First of all, I don't know what your son has committed. Secondly, since your son has committed something, he should be punished. I won't help, and I don't have the means to help. I also think that your son is really a waste. If he is really sentenced, then in the future he will be a burden to my son and daughter. Can't he clean himself up? Can't he be a good person? How can he be such a drag? Useless thing. When Grass said this, her eyes were filled with disgust and loathing. The old lady instantly exploded, trembling with anger, reaching out her hand to hit Grasshopper, but Grasshopper grabbed her hand. Old lady, you want to hit people at will, when can you change? You're breaking the law, don't you know? Which of my words is not the truth? Isn't that what you said about me back then? How come you're not happy now that I'm talking about your son like this? The old lady's face is very ugly, the emotion is very excited. One night husband and wife, 100 days of kindness, you cannot help him? In the old lady's opinion, this Grass, really hard-hearted, their feelings for so many years, she actually does not care at all. Grasshopper sneered, ridiculously looked at the old lady and asked, what do you want me to help him? Help him commit a crime, or help him break the law? When the time comes, are you going to put all the sins on my head? When your son came out, my child was left without a mother. It won't be long before your son marries another one and has his own kids again, and my 2 kids, they'll be little wretches with no one to take care of them. Old lady, do you think I'd be that stupid? If you don't want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. If he didn't break the law will do him justice and he'll be released, but if he's not a thing in his own right and breaks the law, then he deserves what he gets. As long as she helped, the two of them, mother and son, would not hesitate to push her out to take the heat. That dog thing will also remarry his wife, have a stepmother as a stepfather, at that time her two children, how to do? Grass indifferent look, let the old lady very angry, you wait for me, when my son comes out, I have to let my son to clean you up. I am really blind, I thought you have some conscience. I didn't expect that you are a heartless white-eyed wolf. All these years, my son treated you so well, have you forgotten? Now Grass feels even more ridiculous. How is he good to me? As a husband, it's his duty to be good to his wife, and it's his duty as a father to be patient with his children. Aren't these all proper? Even he went against our marriage. Why should I help him when I can't even hate him for cheating on me within our marriage? As a father and husband, isn't it right to be good to your children and wife? When did this thing that should be done become an advantage instead? The old woman had no choice but to turn away and go to Hardship. You're pregnant with my son's child, if something happens to my son, then you won't have a good life either. How can you live as a woman with a child? But as long as you get my son out, then I'll help you with the baby from now on. I'll treat you like my own daughter. Hardship laughed when she heard it, as if she'd heard some joke. Old lady, are you kidding me? Wasn't my sister good to you? She took care of you as if you were her own mother. And what did you do for my sister? You've been picking on her, complaining, and talking to others. Even after learning that your son cheated on you, you said it was the right thing to do, that your son deserved it, to have the company of someone better. Old lady, a snake-hearted mother-in-law like you is wicked to death. I forgot to tell you, I'm the one who took the evidence to report your son. Do you think I would have saved him? She's the one who did it, and this old lady is a monster, she's no good, she's not a cutie. Won't believe it. The old lady was so angry she collapsed and wanted to beat Hardship, so Hardship shouted towards the outside, somebody, help, someone's going to kill someone, this person is Tion Knight's mom, she's going to get me to change my statement. And she knows where the money that Tion Knight misappropriated is. Now, plainclothes from outside came in and took the old lady away. Yes, Tion Knight embezzled a large amount of money, but they couldn't find out where. Hardship only knows that the old lady put it there. This Tion Knight said love Grass, but cheating, even embezzled money, that is not a penny to Grass. Not for her good, only think she cannot be trusted. The old lady naturally refused to tell the truth, and people sat on their asses and cried. They finally went to ask Grass, and Grass was stunned that he had the audacity to embezzle that much money. That's right, do you think it's possible for them, mother and son, to put all this stolen money, somewhere? Grasshopper thought carefully and finally came up with a possibility. The place where we live is not much money, but the old lady has a pigsty in her old house, and a toilet, the old-fashioned kind in the village. If you go over there and look for it, the old lady can hide things, she likes to hide in the tiles of the toilet, the bricks, and so on. In that toilet, she hid her personal money. With this clue, the staff quickly found the stolen money. This is good, they mother and son, in which the family reunion. As for Hardship, she's already found a new man, and she's getting out of here. Her sister was right, she's going to live for herself, and as for those bloodsuckers in her mother's family, she's going to say goodbye. She was about to leave when public security stopped her. It turned out that Tion Knight had pulled her down, and her hands weren't clean. The moment she was taken away, Hardship's heart relaxed instead, and she smiled to herself, is this her evil? Or the price of betrayal? She told the staff that all her money to her mother's family, and her mother's elder brother and sucking parents also know, also together with the. Since they are going to hell, they should be together, so they won't be alone, right? Yunli returned to the imperial capital and returned home. Just saw the uninvited guests. The person who came was Zhou Xiaoya, who hadn't seen her for a long time, and her face was strange, just like she had taken some kind of injection, very stiff, and looked a little bit cold at the back. If this was night, and she wore a white dress and cloaked her hair, she would definitely be able to scare people to death. Grandpa Yi waved towards his grandson, back, look, do you still recognize who this is? Yunli looks at his grandfather with some surprise, then says, Grandpa, where did this come from? It's scary, this is a female ghost, right? Zhou Xiaoya. Zhou Xiaoya was so angry that when she cried, her face was very stiff, and she didn't even have an expression, it was even more oozing. What did you say? I am Zhou Xiaoya, Zhou Xiaoya. Chapter 135 My grandson is awesome. Yunli took a step back, it was so scary. Yunli's expression made Zhou Xiaoya very angry. Pointing at Yunli, she started stomping her feet. Yunli, what kind of expression is that? What do you mean? You tell me clearly. I was scared by you, just like a female ghost. Zhou Xiaoya became even more angry, pointing at Yunli and started cursing. You've gone too far. Yunli rubbed his ears, there was no damage value at all, you are too good at arguing, other than these few sentences, is there anything new? Zhou Xiaoya was so angry that she wanted to make a move. Yunli grabbed her hand. What, you want to fight? Old man Zhou over there rushed over, frowning, he wanted to teach Yunli a lesson. Yunli, you as a brother, how can you be able to compete with your sister? Yunli smiled faintly and looked up at old man Joe with cold eyes. Don't talk nonsense, I don't have a sister. When someone else hits me, of course I have to grab her hand, stupidly standing still to be hit. That is a little cutie. That's just for cuties. Old man Joe was so angry that he kept pestling the ground with his cane. You are older than her, what's wrong with letting her be? Yuli smiled and disliked back. Then you are still older than me, why don't you let me? She hit me, I still have to let her hit? Your brain circuit is really strange, not backhanded slap over, that is I have connotation, okay? What do you think? Old man Joe got even angrier. I'll let your grandfather discipline you. Just after he finished speaking, Grandpa came out, and Grandpa spoke directly to him. Old man Joe, I think it's better to forget about the cooperation between our two families. The person who makes my grandson unhappy, I don't like it either, send him away. Old man Joe? Old man Joe looked at his grandfather in shock. Is there any mistake? The two of us have been friends for so many years. Friendship? Do they have it? There may have been before, but not anymore. What friendship? You've been doing a lot of dirty work behind the scenes all these years, haven't you? We've known each other for so many years, it's nice to make money together, but you're no fun when you're playing tricks behind our backs. Seeing that we have been together for so many years, I also turn a blind eye, but it doesn't mean that I can tolerate you to look down on my grandson again and again. For Grandpa, that little bit of profit, he doesn't put it in his eyes, but to look down on his grandson, get lost. Why did old man Joe come here this time? It is not their family business, a problem? Looking for help and still so arrogant, really funny. Old man Joe was so angry, this is to be in the past, has long been whisked away, but now he can only endure, aggrieved his own granddaughter. Xiaoya, apologize to your brother Yunli. Joe Xiaoya also stared at old man Joe with wide eyes, very aggrieved. Grandpa, I don't want to apologize, he's the one who has been saying that I look like a ghost. It was him who bullied me. Of course old man Joe knew that, but now it was brother's fault. Yunli sneered and started to dislike him. I am not wrong, your granddaughter is looking at it now, isn't it just like a ghost? That face scares the hell out of people. I don't let people tell the truth anymore, do I? At first, your granddaughter's so-called truth, but also a lot of awe? What's wrong with that? Why can't anyone else tell the truth but you? Grandpa Joe, my grandpa said he's sending off the guests. It's not good for you to be here. Since Grandpa said send off, that's telling him not to be a wimp and to dislike him as much as he wants. Old man Joe was so angry that he couldn't speak. Yunli then spoke. What did you say when you came to my house last time? You said you would never come again. How long has it been? Why are you here again? Is it possible that your family's business is in trouble? Do you want to ask my grandfather for help? Oh my god, asking for help or this attitude, it's really ridiculous. Old man Joe really wants to sew up Yunli's mouth. I came to apologize, I have something to say to your grandfather. But my grandfather sent his guests away. Yunli spoke indifferently. Old man Joe held back the anger in his heart and then spoke. Your grandfather and I have been good friends for many years. My grandfather said to send off the guests. Old man Joe. I am now talking to your grandfather again. My grandfather said send off. Joe old man a little collapse. Aside from the grandfather with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his own grandson is excellent. The butler next to him also had a smile on his lips. Young master is awesome. Joe Xiaoya on the side couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled her grandfather's clothes. Grandpa, let's go. People have said so, let's not be here. They've already kicked them out, so why should we stay here and take the heat? But before we go, Joe Xiaoya wants to ask a question. Yunli, I ask you, where is brother Yunzhou? Where did you drive him to? You've really gone too far. Before you came back, she was the one who accompanied her aunt and uncle. As soon as you came back, you kicked him out. You're mine, it's just too evil. Grandpa heard this and blackened his face. Old Joe, hurry up and leave. The housekeeper sends off the guests. I will see you in the business world in the future. We are not friends anymore. Old man Joe? Old man Joe is now angry. What does this mean? No, what do you mean? Just because I said those few words about you, you're going to cut me off? That's right. I told you my attitude last time. My grandson is the most important thing to me, but you don't seem to understand. This time your granddaughter comes and you have this attitude again, isn't it because you didn't teach her? Chapter 136 Your brother Yunzhou. Grandpa had made it clear to him last time, and his attitude was also clear. However, they still didn't put their grandson Yunli in their eyes when they came this time, which showed that they had no intention of changing. Since this was the case, how could Grandpa be kind to them? Old man Joe's face was very unsightly. Just for the sake of a Yunli, old man Yin even said this, he really didn't treat him as a friend. Then in the future, he will definitely not be merciful. I'm an elder, what's wrong with him understanding me? Do you want me to apologize to him? Old Yun, we've known each other for how many years, do you think this is appropriate? Grandpa didn't talk nonsense with him, he directly said, you don't put my family Ali in your eyes, then you don't put me in your eyes. Okay, there's no point in talking more, you hurry up and go. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Grandpa drove people away again. This time, old man Joe could not even leave without leaving. He coldly snorted, "Well, from now on, the two of us are cut off. Xiaoya, let us go." He didn't believe it, he couldn't find anyone else to work with? When the time comes, he will make old man Yun pay. Zhou Xiaoya, however, kept looking at Yunli. That look was as if she wanted to eat Yunli up. "I ask you, where exactly did you drive my brother Yunzhou to?" Yunli looked at her anxious look and smiled. "It seems that you care about him. Then why don't you care about the social news?" Yunli had someone bring over a newspaper, then Yunli gave it to Zhou Xiaoya. "Find it from here." Yunli was curious as to what Zhou Xiaoya, who liked Yunzhou so much, would do after seeing today's Yunzhou. Zhou Xiaoya hurriedly grabbed it as old man Zhou pulled Zhou Xiaoya to leave. Zhou Xiaoya, however, stopped. She told old man Zhou that she had to figure it out before she left. "Grandpa, you wait, let me find out where brother Yunzhou is." She looked through it for a long time, but she did not see any information about Yunzhou brother, which made her very angry, and she glared fiercely at Yunli. "Yunli, you fooled me." She threw the newspaper over and threw it at Yunli. There was no information about Yunzhou's brother on it at all. If there was, she would have been able to see it at a glance. Now there was nothing on it. Yunli laughed when she heard it and then told her, "How can there be nothing? You take a good look at what is written on it." Yunli pointed to a black and white photo in the corner. On it there were a few homeless people fighting, and there were two homeless people in the park who had a big fight. There's a raggedy kid next to him, watching intently. It seems that you are not that fond of him, otherwise, how can you not recognize that one of the homeless children is your brother Yunzhou? Zhou Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. She hurriedly snatched it, then looked at it several times. "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible." She looked at the newspaper carefully. It said that there was a park where there were a few homeless people and they fought over a chair. "You lied to me, my brother Yunzhou is such a good person, how could he turn into a homeless kid?" Zhou Xiaoya cried and ran out. Zhou old man saw it, hurriedly followed and ran out. He wanted to go after his granddaughter. After old man Zhou chased out, Grandpa numbly asked people to close the door and told them that they were not allowed to let people in again. "Good, Grandpa." Grandpa nodded his head in satisfaction and hurriedly looked at his grandson. "Ali, let's go, let's hurry home." He had been looking forward to his grandson's return for days. Yunli hurriedly went over and held his grandfather's hand. "Grandpa, let's go home. Wherever there is a grandfather, that is his home." When the two grandchildren returned home together, Grandpa hurriedly asked Yunli about the situation in his hometown during this period of time. Yunli also told Grandpa about his aunt's things, and his little uncle said that he didn't say what he couldn't say, so Grandpa wouldn't ask too much. "Grandpa, I want to go see in a while whether Zhou Xiaoya will help Yunzhou or not. If he wants to help, then he should fulfill her. The two of them, they should have to be locked up together and not go to the trouble of other people." Grandpa laughed when he heard that. "No, old man Zhou, that person's most important thing is profit. In the beginning, do you think he really liked Yunzhou before he let him become good friends with Zhou Xiaoya? Of course not, it's just that at that time, he started to want to cooperate with us a little more deeply. As long as Yunzhou and Zhou Xiaoya's relationship is there, the two companies won't fall apart. He thought that your stupid father was already in charge of this family, so he chose to side with Yunzhou. Grandpa is not afraid to get tired, so slowly, bit by bit, break open and tell his grandson clearly. It doesn't matter if he learns late, he learns slowly, he strives to live longer, so that his grandson has time to grow slowly." Yunli was a bit nauseous after hearing this, because he thought of a possibility. "Grandpa, he didn't come here today, wanting Zhou Xiaoya to be friends with me, right?" Yunli felt quite ridiculous. How could that old man Zhou think so beautifully? Why doesn't he go to heaven? "Grandpa, I find them so ridiculous, when they used to look down on me, not putting me in their eyes. Always thinking, I'm a poor boy from the countryside. Even with your shelter, it's impossible for me to grow up. In their opinion, my dad is young and will definitely be in charge of the company. And they love Yunzhou even more, that's why he continued to let Zhou Xiaoya be friends with Yunzhou at that time." That's right. Grandpa proudly looked at his own grandson, not to mention he understood, even if he didn't, that was still his good grandson. "Grandpa, then I'm even more curious if Zhou Xiaoya will go to Yunzhou now?" "No, old man Zhou knows that's true and won't let Zhou Xiaoya go. Wanna know, let someone keep an eye on it, that's all. You're already tired, rest and relax first, we'll talk about the rest tomorrow." "Okay, Grandpa." After Zhou Xiaoya left the Yun family, she wanted to go to the park and cry once and for all. She didn't believe that brother Yunzhou was in that place, she wanted to confirm this in person. Old man Zhou naturally disagreed. A bastard whose real father doesn't even know who he is he worthy of playing with his granddaughter? "Xiaoya, can't go home with Grandpa." Zhou Xiaoya struggled for a long time to go. So the next morning, she thought about going to the park, but she didn't expect to be caught by her family. She didn't give up either, and when she got to school, she ran out again. She took a cab to the park and looked for the address on the top of the newspaper. She saw a little beggar lying on the ground next to a trash can. The little kid's hair was messy, especially oily, it was disgusting to look at, his clothes and pants were especially torn and dirty, that face wasn't revealed, but Zhou Xiaoya couldn't look at it anymore. She couldn't accept it, her favorite brother Yunzhou became like this, too horrible, really too horrible. How could there be such a disgusting person? Yunjo, who was next to the garbage, seemed to sense something and hurriedly looked over and saw Zhou Xiaoya. Xiaoya. I'm your Yunjo brother ah. Hearing the voice, Zhou Xiaoya was dumbfounded. She turned around and saw Yunjo's face. Yunjo's face, right now, was also covered in pimples, and many parts of it were pus-filled, and Zhou Xiaoya wanted to vomit when she saw it. Chapter 137, Save Me. She turned around and wanted to run. How could such a disgusting person be her Yunjo brother? She didn't believe it. Xiaoya, save me. Yunjo's voice sounded behind her. The moment she heard this voice, there was no way for Zhou Xiaoya to pretend that she didn't know. She turned around and ran over to him, looking at him with tears streaming down her face. How did you become like this? Brother Yunjo, what is going on here? You quickly tell me what's going on. Of course, even though she went over in that direction, the person didn't come closer. They were just far away, with a little bit of dislike in their eyes. Yunjo was also very agitated when he saw Zhou Xiaoya come, and he hurriedly said, I was victimized by Yunli. They, as a family, have caused me to be in this state. I know that the way I am now is ugly and very disgusting. But Xiaoya, I have no choice. Now in this place, I have no relatives, no friends. I'm just like a piece of trash, being left here. Can you, please, save me? Zhou Xiaoya looked at him like this. Her heart was not feeling good. Zhou Xiaoya called for an ambulance and then took Yunjo to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, I realized that his hands and feet have been broken, and now must be hospitalized. Zhou Xiaoya paid the bill. Zhou Xiaoya just wanted to ask what happened, when old man Zhou came and pulled her aside. Looking at this granddaughter, so unintelligent, he was very angry. Xiaoya, you don't even listen to grandpa's words now, do you? Didn't I tell you not to be allowed to look into this matter? Why did you bring this beggar to the hospital? Do you know that if this matter is known to the Yun family, our two families will never be able to work together again? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoya's temper also came up. Originally she was still a bit afraid of her grandfather. She immediately opened her mouth. Grandpa, what are you doing? In the past, brother Yunjo saved me. I was supposed to repay him. If it wasn't for brother Yunjo, I would have been abducted by others. And last time, when I had an accident, brother Yunjo rushed to find me. Grandpa, we can't forget that. Besides, it's all because of Yunli that brother Yunjo is like this. I believe that Grandpa Yi was confused by Yunli. We must let Grandpa Yi see his true colors. Only in this way can we let Grandpa Yi know the truth. Brother Yunjo is very good. Didn't you always praise him before? You even asked me to study under him. Have you forgotten? The past is the past, and the present is the present. Old man Zhou sighed and looked at this granddaughter in front of him, who had been given up by the Yun family. And everyone knows that he is a child of unknown origin. Before you went to the hospital, you didn't know about their family. A lot of things happened. He is Blue Moon's illegitimate son. Moreover, old man Yun had already kicked them out of the house a long time ago. He has no use for him. What's the point of saving him? What can he help you with? What can he bring you? Xiaoya, do you understand? Old man Zhou wanted his granddaughter to understand that this Yunjo had no use for him. A person who had his arms and legs broken, what use was there for such a person? Not to mention that he has been abandoned by the Yun family. No, I should say that if I help him, he will be hated by others. Grandpa, you can't say that. You can't only consider benefits in everything ah. Zhou Xiaoya looked at her grandfather accusingly. What about my friendship with brother Yunjo? I know all of you think he's bad, all of you think he has no use for him anymore. But he's always been the one who helped me and accompanied me in my heart. That's all I wanted was a little companion, that's all I wanted was to help him. Grandpa, I beg you, I just want to help him. From now on, I'll do whatever you want me to do, okay? Moreover, brother Yunjo has been in the Yun family for so long, he should know a lot of information, right? Doesn't Grandpa want to know Grandpa Ye's weakness? Zhou Xiaoya knew very well what her grandfather's obsession was, so she still knew now what she had to say to make him agree. When old man Zhou heard this, he sighed. Okay, but you can't be too good to him, and you can't be affectionate with him. You go back first, I will go to see this kid. Good. You're not allowed to bully him. Got it, I definitely won't. Old man Zhou looked at his granddaughter helplessly. Only then did Zhou Xiaoya follow the others. After walking out, Zhou Xiaoya's expression was also grave. She would keep thinking of how he looked when she first saw him. It would remind her of all the pus on his face, it would remind her of the disgusting look. Zhou Xiaoya didn't know why she looked like this. But she just had a hard time. She was also a little nauseous. Old man Zhou arrived at Yunjo's hospital room. Yunjo hurriedly looked up, and the moment he saw old man Zhou, he was also nervous in his heart. He wasn't sure what he would hear next. Grandpa Zhou. Old man Zhou stretched out his hand and interrupted him. There is no need to call me that, just directly call me old Mr. Zhou. Yunjo, you this period of time, have been in that place, as a wandering child, right? If I say in fact with the beggar there is no difference, right? How did you end up like this? Your hands and feet, and how was it broken? Yunjo. Yunjo was still thinking about recovering, so he said it all one by one. Old man Joe didn't expect this. That is to say, not only do you have no one to take care of you, but you also owe a lot of debt and are being thrown in that place by those who are chasing the debt to beg for food? Yunjo felt stifled, with a feeling of humiliation. But at this moment, he couldn't show this feeling at all. Yes, they just want to make us beg for money. If we don't beg a sufficient amount every day, they will also take action against us. Grandpa Joe, I'm really grateful to you and Xiaoya for saving me. I don't even know how I should repay you. That's quite a ridiculous thing to say, old man Joe that doesn't believe it at all. If you felt embarrassed, then you wouldn't have called Xiaoya. Yunjo is a little aggravated. I really have no choice, Grandpa Joe. This kind of day is really too painful. I am enduring the pain every moment. I can't bear it anymore. I even want to die, but I don't have the courage to die. When I saw Xiaoya, I instinctively called out to her. I wanted to live. I wanted to live well. I wanted revenge. Grandpa Joe, I beg you, keep me. I can tell you the secret of my dad's company. I'm useful. I beg you to keep me. Old man Joe looked at this little kid. If it was really useful, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. If he wants to cheat him, he doesn't have enough Taoist skills. You can rest here first. As for the follow-up, or what will you do? Wait for me to think about it. Chapter 138 Did the Repair. Yunjo was still a bit apprehensive after hearing this. Grandpa Joe, I'm really useful. Old man Joe left. Yunjo lay on the bed, gripping the sheets tightly. On the other hand, after Joe Xiaoya returned home, she called the Yun family, but she couldn't get through. Early the next morning, Joe Xiaoya went to Yun Li's door and waited. Yun Li saw her when he came out to school. What are you doing here? Yun Li's tone was very bad, very much like he didn't want to see her. This made Joe Xiaoya very unhappy. Joe Xiaoya stopped in front of Yun Li. I'm asking you, why did you do that to Yunjo's brother? Do you know what he has become now? You guys are too vicious. She didn't want to remember what Yunjo's brother looked like until now. Yun Li laughed when she heard this, then looked at her and spoke. Then do you know why he is like this? Because he and his mom are loan sharks. Want to save him, then you help him pay back. What are you looking for me for? How much? Joe Xiaoya thought for a moment. Her pocket money is still a lot. Yunjo brother should not owe much money. How should I know? Ask him. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Joe Xiaoya was so angry that she stomped her feet. While stomping her feet she screamed, You are too much. How can you talk about me like that? Yun Li raised an eyebrow. After all is said and done, just these few sentences, can't you change your words? Are you letting me or not? The way Yun Li's face was blackened made it so that she could only get out of the way. Joe Xiaoya yells from behind, You are just jealous of brother Yunjo. The way Yun Li looked back at her was like looking at a retard. What are you talking about? What does he have that I should be jealous of? Is it the fact that he is a beggar in the park, or that he owes money? Joe Xiaoya was trembling with anger. Yun Li, you. Yun Li skimmed his mouth really stupid. Yun Li then left the car next to her to go to school. Joe Xiaoya stared at the back for a long time. Arriving at the school, Joe Xiaoya rushed to find Yunya. In her heart, Yunya would definitely help. When she arrived at school, she realized that Yunya was very different from before. She seemed to have changed a lot, and there weren't many people around anymore. Even that hair card, it wasn't the latest model anymore. Everyone wore school uniforms nowadays and were not allowed to wear their own clothes anymore. Joe Xiaoya hurriedly walked over to Yunya, and she opened her mouth very angrily. Yunya is going to school well here, but Yunjo's brother is suffering all the time. Yunya frowned and looked back, a look of shock. Who are you? The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. Who are you? Why did you come to our class? Today's Yunya is in the ordinary class. The previous classmates, there are also a few here, and the ones who used to follow her are in other classes, people that are out of the country route. Today's Yunya also counted. Understand, she ought either desperately a bit of achievement, or the next semester tuition do not know where, rely on her father's unlikely. That what big grandpa how not come to buy her? It really makes people anxious. Seeing Joe Xiaoya was like seeing a ghost. The corner of Joe Xiaoya's mouth twitched, very depressed. Sister Yunya, don't you remember me? I'm Xiaoya, Joe Xiaoya. Yunya. Yunya looked at her in shock. That was up and down, left, right and left. You are Joe Xiaoya? You this is your faces? Plastic surgery? Joe Xiaoya. I was repairing my face a bit. Chapter 139 Creating Ugly Bastards. Repair? Everyone winced. Gosh, this isn't called repairing, this is creating an ugly monster. When they saw Joe Xiaoya in this state, they no longer dared to go for plastic surgery. There were also classmates. People spoke directly. The way you look now, there is no difference with a ghost. Looking at it makes people feel sick. That's right, it's disgusting to look at, it's so scary. Can you not come out to scare people? You go back quickly? Of course, the other students were also very upset when they heard it, frowning, looking at those two people and opening their mouths. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, we are all classmates, we are all good kids, we can't just go around criticizing other people's behaviors and appearances, it's not right. They were also saying that those two classmates were wrong. Jo Shoya was very angry and furious at the same time. You guys dare to talk about me like that? Do you believe me? I'll make it impossible for you to study here. I'm going to tell my grandfather to get you all out of this school. When everyone saw this look on her face, they hated her even more. It made them remember how excessive Jo Shoya had been before. And how brutal and authoritarian they were. But it's different now, their school, it's different from before. They kindly told Jo Shoya, just forget about it, it's not the same as before. Our school is no longer something you can just make up your mind about. Our school now uniformly wears uniforms, and we don't compare ourselves, so all those behaviors you used to do, they can't possibly happen. Jo Shoya? Jo Shoya was a bit confused. She had only left for how long? How come the school had changed? How were they even united? Jo Shoya had no choice but to look at Yunya. Yunya, I want to say something to you. Yunya glanced at her, still a little bit of fear. You this face, you are not afraid of yourself? You want to walk out the door at night, the place where you are, that is the Yellow Springs Road, right? That is really looking, let a person afraid to the point of madness. Jo Shoya. Jo Shoya is very aggrieved. How can she say that? How can you say that? Weren't we good friends before? I'm very sad that you're like this. I'm just now because I've just gotten over it, all of it, I haven't recovered yet. In the future, my scars, I won't be able to see them. Yunya looked at her optimistic look and didn't say anything. It's really impossible to say, who knows what it will be like in the end. Then I wish you good luck, what are you going to say to me? Yunya actually didn't really want to say anything to Jo Shoya, and she didn't even want to remember anything from before. Jo Shoya gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, pulling her along to the stairwell. When she arrived, she looked at Yunya very angrily and asked, Yunya sister, how could you do that to Yunjo brother? Yunya? Yunya really hadn't heard that name in a long time, and now that she thought about it, she still felt sick. She once thought that she was her mother's favorite child, but it turned out that it was all a lie. You also said it was once, that white-eyed wolf doesn't deserve to be my brother, in my life, I will never forgive him. Jo Shoya is very puzzled, at the same time very painful. Yunya, now how can you be like this? You do this, Yunjo brother should be how sad you in the end thought about it. You are his sister, the one he thought would never abandon him. But now, what are you doing? You quickly come with me to find him, he's having a bad time right now, you come with me. Jo Shoya tried to pull Yunya's hand, but Yunya shook it off fiercely. Chapter 140 Becoming Friends with Yun Li. Yunya coldly looked at Jo Shoya before speaking indifferently, what do you know? He is my mom's illegitimate son with another man, tell me, how do you want me to forgive him? And you know what? Because of him, my grandfather doesn't care about us anymore. And he's acting like it's nothing. He thinks it's not his fault. What makes me sick is that my dad and I suffered with them, and they went behind our backs. Do you know how much I hated it when I saw that scene? Even you yourself know that I treated him very well, I treated him as my own brother, I was afraid that he would suffer a little bit. After Yun Li came back, I was even more protective of him all the time, I was afraid that his mind would be fragile, I was afraid that he would be unhappy. What happened? And her mom, how ruthless, how smart. With so much debt, she was still able to protect Yunjo and save all the money for her. She wonders every time, are they stealing food every day, are they eating meat every day? I think about it more and more, really more and more, I'm getting more and more upset, I'm getting more and more miserable. It was them who had wronged me, it was them who had hurt me. All of this, that's their fault, you know? I hate him. Yunya at this moment wanted to say all her hate, all her pain, all of it. I'm not hating that he's not my real brother, or that he didn't tell everyone the truth. What I hate is that they never treated me as one of their own. What I hated was that they ate and drank behind my back. What I hated was that he kept everything from me. He treats me like a little cutie. Watched me charge ahead for him, but watched me, like a little cutie. Like that. Jo Shoya, you don't know anything and you're accusing me here, just as ridiculous. Let me tell you, Yunjo is selfish and unscrupulous. He only has himself in his heart. If you help him, you'll only hurt yourself. He and I don't share the same fate. You can get lost. She has to rely on herself for everything nowadays, and all of this wouldn't be this way if it wasn't for Yunjo. She hated Yunjo too much, how could she help him? This life is impossible. She couldn't wait for Yunjo to disappear from this world and never exist. The moment she heard this, Jo Shoya froze. It shouldn't be like this, Sister Yunjo, you shouldn't be like this, you should be a very good person. You should be helping him, protecting him. Now he only has you as his sister, you can't be like this. Yunya looked at Jo Shoya and thought that she could be very clucky, since you care so much about her, then you should help him yourself, what are you still coming to me for? What's the point of looking for me? You can handle it yourself. Jo Shoya lowered her head, what was she going to say? Grandpa didn't want to help him at all now, and Grandpa had said, I want to help him, but right now I do have a compelling reason, so? Then you tell me how much money is owed, can it? She didn't ask for anything else, she just wanted to know how much money Yunjo actually owed, so that's always fine, right? Hearing this, Yunya laughed, then looked at her and said, you really want to pay him back? Are you stupid? After saying this, Yunya regretted it, because at first she was also quite stupid. This is not for you to worry about, you just tell me how much money on the line, the rest I think of my own way on the line. Jo Xiaoya had thought about it, no matter what, she was going to help Yunjo's brother. Yunjo is very good, she cannot ignore. I don't know, but it still owes hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can ask him. Hundreds of thousands? Jo Xiaoya was shocked, although her family is rich, but grandpa will not let her take hundreds of thousands of dollars to brother Yunjo. How could brother Yunjo owe so much money? Did you say it wrong? Brother Yunjo doesn't do anything. How could he? You have to ask him, not me. I don't know about him and I don't want to know. Now that we've broken off our favor, there's no more relationship in the future. Yunya turned around and went back. Jo Xiaoya stomped her feet in place and went to the hospital. She didn't ask for leave, let alone notify her teacher. When the teacher called her, she didn't care at all. Yes, I'm not here, I don't want to come to school, can I? Don't call me. I'm busy. Are you annoyed? After saying that, she hung up the phone. Jo Xiaoya returned to the hospital room and looked at the still pale Yunjo. Brother Yunjo, how much money do you really owe? Can you tell me? Yunjo glanced at Jo Xiaoya, sighed, and spoke helplessly. I actually don't owe any money, can you believe it? It is my mother, in order to help my uncle, owes a large sum of money. Finally the house car, all sold, or not enough, she went to borrow loan sharks. The interest rolled up later, and she owed more and more money. After my mom's accident, they found me. I have always been the innocent person. But there was nothing I could do. What could I do? I'm a little kid, I can't do anything, I can only be bullied by them. When he said this, his eyes were tinged with pain and despair. I also tried to get my grandfather to help, I tried to get my sister and my dad to help. But they didn't say anything when they saw me being bullied. Maybe I was too much for their liking. It could be that I have a bad personality, or it could be that. The thing about blood is that it's really amazing, so maybe they cared so much that there was no way they could be nice to me. I actually understand it, so other than that, I don't know what to say. Xiaoya. Yunjo painfully looked at Jo Xiaoya. In fact, I know very well, I let you help me, is a very selfish performance. The two of us, we don't have any relationship, how can I let you help me so much just based on the fact that I saved you? It's not good. Yunjo's voice is more desperate. Xiaoya, all is my fault, I should not involve you into this matter, I simply should not call you. I that time, really cannot live, I am too painful. So, I called out to you. Send me back to that place, and let me die there. Will you leave me alone? From now on, whatever I become, it's none of your business, just leave me alone. When Yunjo said that, of course Jo Xiaoya wouldn't agree. She hurriedly grabbed Yunjo's hand. Brother Yunjo, I won't leave you alone, I will definitely think of a way to make my grandpa agree to help you, don't worry about it. Hearing Jo Xiaoya say that, Yunjo had a light in his eyes when she didn't see it. Xiaoya, you know, I am very reluctant to make things difficult for you. No matter what, I want you to be well, I want you to be happy and joyful. Xiaoya, leave me alone, really leave me alone. It's not worth it. The more Yunjo said this, the more heartbroken Jo Xiaoya became. How is it not worth it? In the past it was you who saved me, now it's my turn to help you. Brother Yunjo, you said you would always be good friends with me, have you forgotten? Yunjo was touched when he heard that. Of course I remember, but I don't want you to make your grandfather unhappy because of me. And I know that it's a lot of money. How can I let you do that for me? Don't you think so? Jo Xiaoya gritted her teeth and thought to herself, Brother Yunjo is so good to her, how can she let Brother Yunjo be okay? No, this matter I will just decide on my own, you don't need to care anymore, it's me who wants to care for you, it's me who forced you to accept it. Even if Grandpa blames me, that is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Just don't admit it. Yunjo looked at her with difficulty and heartache. Fool, why do you have to be like this? Don't be like this, I will be heartbroken. Yunjo brother, in the beginning, you in order to save me, ran to such a countryside, the back has even let your friends to save me. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead. So, it's only right that I do whatever I can for you. She heard that place was very spiritual and could answer any request, so she hid it from her grandfather and her family and ran to that place. Later, if it wasn't for Yunjo brother's friend, she would have died in that place, and Yunjo brother found her in the first place. The moment she saw brother Yunjo, it was as if she saw Prince Charming. This is the Prince Charming in her heart. Brother Yunjo, you were so good to me at that time. I should be good to you too. Jo Xiaoya spoke to him for a long time, then turned around and went out. Just as she went out, she saw old man Zhou. Grandpa. Jo Xiaoya knelt down without even thinking. I beg you, please help brother Yunjo, okay? As long as you promise me this, from now on, I will listen to you in everything. Whatever you say, I'll be friends with whoever you want me to be friends with. From now on, I will not be capricious, and I will not make you angry, okay? Jo Xiaoya said with a handful of snot and tears, which was heartbreaking to watch. Old man Zhou sighed, looking at her like this, his heart is very bad, you first get up, just for a Yunjo, you do not need to be like this. Zhou old man's heart is difficult, granddaughter for so a thing, so begged himself, it is not worth it at all. How could it be? Brother Yunjo is very important to me, he has always protected me, no matter what, he has never disliked me. Grandpa, I will really be obedient in the future. Old man Joe looked at his granddaughter, you let me think about it. Joe Xiaoya was happy when she heard this, thank you Grandpa. But there is one thing, you are not allowed to see him again. Old man Joe directly said the requirements, I will send him for treatment and let him study, but you must listen to my arrangements. From now on, you are not allowed to see him or contact him. Joe Xiaoya glanced at that ward and finally nodded, okay, I agree, as long as you are willing to help Brother Yunjo, I am willing anyway. As long as it is for the good of Brother Yunjo, nothing else matters, she is willing. Even if she couldn't meet in the future, it didn't matter, when she grew up, she would be able to meet. She believed that Grandpa would not lie to her. You have to become friends with Yunli, no matter how much he hates you. Chapter 141, Money is the Hard Way. Joe Xiaoya was aggrieved after hearing this, but she glanced at Yunjo's hospital room over there, and finally chose to nod her head, alright, I'm willing, as long as you can help Brother Yunli, Grandpa, I'm willing. Old man Joe listened and assured her, this, you can also rest assured, I will definitely help him. But you have to honor your agreement with me, otherwise Grandpa will not be happy either, understand? Joe Xiaoya was very aggrieved and heartbroken, she told herself in her heart that she was only temporarily separated from her brother Yunjo, she would still play and study together in the future. Good, I will definitely comply, don't worry Grandpa. Old man Joe was satisfied with his granddaughter's cooperation. That's good, then you go ahead. I'll take care of things on this side. I'll take good care of him. Only then did Joe Xiaoya take 3 steps and walk away. And would old man Joe really take care of Yunjo? Of course not. He came to Yunjo and told him, I can give you a way out, do you want to choose? Yes. No matter what life path it is, he is willing to choose, although he doesn't know what he has to do, but as long as it is not to go back to be a beggar, he is willing. It's very simple, I'm going to send you to a place where you can be trained. If you can stay alive, when you come out, making a name for yourself and killing your enemies hand to hand will not be a problem. How? Good, I'm willing. Yunjo agreed without hesitation. Don't be in a hurry, you can think about it. Old man Joe was ready to throw him into that kind of dead people and give him a little bit of controlled poison, and he will become the most powerful knife in his hands in the future. If you die, you die. If you don't die, you've earned it. Grandpa Joe, I don't have to think about it, I'm willing. Staying as a beggar, agreeing to maybe there is a way to live, he is not a little cute. Knows how to choose. That night Yunjo was taken away. And this news, Grandpa also received. Grandpa looked at that place and then called a few other old partners, their family. These children should also be sent in the militarized training for a period of time. Let Yunchi to find a place, Han family villa vacation weekend and so on, have to be arranged, let them make money to do business that is just a game. Time to go back to the afternoon. Joe Xiaoya came to school at noon, just came to Yun Li's classroom to find Yun Li. Yun Li. Yun Li looked at her with cold eyes, what, you want to be scolded? I want to be friends with you, I will listen to you from now on. When Joe Xiaoya said that, the expression on her face was still that of a very reluctant one, and one could tell at a glance that she was actually unwilling to come. What, did your grandfather force you to come? Joe Xiaoya nodded, that's right, I'm not like you guys, I'm not as cold-blooded as you guys. Let me tell you, I will do anything for Brother Yunjo. I'm willing to be friends with you, I'm willing to commit myself. Yun Li? Joe Xiaoya was very sad when she said, I'm telling you, since I promised my grandpa that I would be friends with you, I will do what I said. Yun Li was all pissed off and laughed, do you think too highly of yourself? You want to be friends with me, but I am very sick of you. Leave our class immediately. We're about to start class and don't have time to play games with you here. Joe Xiaoya is furious. What's wrong with class? If I don't want to go to class, I won't. Why do you listen to those people so much? My grandpa said, money is hard. Chapter 142 Moneybags. Others? This person how to still put this word directly to say out? Some words would be fine in the heart, saying them out wouldn't be a mess. Although we all know, they before what virtue, but why they are still so arrogant now. School this period of time, not always in the rectification? Especially their middle school division. It was also at this time that a teacher came over and found Joe Xiaoya. Student Joe Xiaoya, now please come with us to the faculty office. Your parents will also come over to pick you up. Joe Xiaoya was a bit confused, then blackened her face. I'm not going, why do I have to go to the faculty office? I'm very busy, I don't have time to go to that place with you guys. The teacher explained to everyone and at the same time told her. You have violated the school rules, come with us. Joe Xiaoya was taken away, and by the time she got to the faculty office, Old Man Joe was already there. Old Man Joe that was also unimpressed, didn't think there was any big deal about it. What do you guys say about my granddaughter? The school leader looked at them and told them about the school's rules and regulations and the parts that his granddaughter had violated. Not only is your granddaughter violating the school rules, but now she is threatening her classmates, saying that she is able to make other students unable to study in our school. Old Man Joe didn't see anything wrong with that. What's wrong with that? School leader? What do you mean what's wrong with it? No wonder it's so arrogant, so the parents are so arrogant. Of course not. Our school won't allow such behavior. Jo Xiaoya has been violating discipline, now she has a major demerit and a serious warning, if this continues. Then we will withdraw her from school. Old man Joe? Old man Joe was instantly enraged. What are you guys doing? Do you want me to step in and find someone? Old man Joe, you can go to anyone. In the end, Jo Xiaoya got a major demerit and a warning. The principal also told everyone about the school's rules and how the school was a sacred and solemn place that would never let anyone threaten the students. This was well received by everyone and they felt that the school was really getting into everyone's heart. Jo Xiaoya felt ashamed and ran home. Joe Old Man also learned at this time, their company recently not good place, angry he smashed several cups. Yunli, a few of them, were sent to a weekend training camp, they needed to learn some self-defense. They found their time, squeezing it in, all that knowledge and whatnot, they could cram it in if they tried hard enough. When it was time for a break, it was already past 12 when Yunxi came to find Yunli. The moment he saw his little uncle, Yunli was also excited. Did you find it? Little uncle smiled and nodded, yes, caught it. What that temple owner said is true, yellow hair does have many IDs. Even every identity has been married and had children, he has about 17 or 18 children. And people are very smart, every place, with the identity of the investor appeared, open and above board in that place to get married and have children, in another place as well. Because of the different IDs, he even got a lot of marriage licenses. Thanks to your aunt this time. Yunli was very happy to hear that. Little uncle, can I go and meet them? Yes, but for him, in fact, Blue Moon is not important at all, even the most useless. Yunli smiled when he heard it, that Blue Moon still keeps remembering, this deep white moonlight? Between them, isn't there always a connection? Yunxi laughed when she heard it and then told Yunli. Yes, of course there is Blue Moon is his money bag. Yunli's eyes also bright, so, not what deep love does not change, that is for the money well, that she before pretending to be that way. Speaking of this, Yunxi also laughed, said quite funny, his attitude towards the Blue Moon of that, is not very good, and even some disdain, some disgust, some hatred in the body. He also said that at the beginning of the time, to the Blue Moon that is also very excessive. In the beginning to her that was also all kinds of yelling, perhaps she suited, others to her very unfriendly right? Yunli snorted and laughed. Little uncle, I'll go meet him. Then go meet Blue Moon properly. Good. Yunli went to meet that yellow hair that night. The moment he saw it, he didn't see the sign of the fat brother from before, so he wasn't the fat brother either. Yunxi also found this and they all continued to look for signs of that fat brother, trying to figure out who that fat brother really was. Chapter 143 People are Family. Yunli also told his little uncle about his discovery, so Yunxi said, don't worry, leave this matter to us. You remember to tell your aunt that she provided the help that allowed us to capture yellow hair, our side will help her apply for a reward. Yunli was a bit surprised. There's a reward? Do I have one? Yunxi looked at Yunli like this and laughed, this is still a little money fan, of course there is, don't worry, we all remember it. Don't worry, we'll keep track of it. We won't let you down, for sure. Yunli is happy, then I can still go to see Blue Moon? These good news, of course we have to tell Blue Moon. Otherwise, what a pity. Yes, we can, we'll arrange for you to go there. When Yunxi arrived, it was already very late, Blue Moon was brought over at this time was worried. After all, during this period of time here, she had become much more honest and had become particularly well behaved. When she saw Yunli, she was only surprised for a moment, her eyes flashed with disgust before she obediently sat down. If this was in the past, she would have already started to break out in curses. Now she was even able to sit calmly before looking at Yunli indifferently and asking. Seeing me like this makes you happy, right? What do you want to do this time around? Yunli looked at her like this and sighed that it was still the country that would educate people, and this person now looked much more pleasant. I heard that back then, you had a lot of self-respect. But then you stayed with my father. Did you do it for your illegitimate son, Yunzhou, or that yellow hair? Blue Moon darkened her face and looked at Yunli with hate in her eyes. Your mouth, it's still as annoying as before. The corner of Yunli's mouth revealed a smile, then looked at her and said, I actually admire you for giving up everything for a yellow hair like that. The good life is not over, but to be a money bag for him. You also endure the nausea, with my father together, is it just to give him the whole money off? Obviously the two of you have quite a lot of money, but you just can't save it, why is that? Because you give money to your beloved Harry every month, don't you? Do you know what people do with that money? When Lan Yu heard these words and then saw Yunli's expression, she knew that Yunli definitely didn't have good intentions. She told herself in her heart that she could never believe that he was stirring up trouble. I don't know what you are talking about. Yunli looked at her like this and said, did he tell you that he is doing business outside and as soon as he succeeds, he will come back to you? By then, you three, as a family, will be able to live a good life together. Tell you, you now do all the everything, he is in his heart, all know you are for his good. He also knows that you are very aggrieved, so you must work hard for your future. Also said that in the future, to give you a unique wedding, the wedding only your family. At that time, your family of 3 will have everything. Blue Moon's face became more and more ugly. She didn't quite understand why Yunli would know so clearly, as if she had seen with her own eyes, those things that happened between the two of them. How did you know these things? You shouldn't know these things. Blue Moon looked at him with a different face. It's simple, I met that white moonlight in your heart, that yellow hair. Yunli watched her face change and change. Impossible, how could you possibly see him? Yunli looked at her unbelievable, but also with the appearance of fear opened. Can not only you a white moonlight, even in his heart, you are just give him money. Even he very much looked down on you. Also for men, cannot chase as the favorite, like you this kind, rush to the hot face to others cold ass, naturally is not liked, you say right? Blue Moon instantly collapsed, all of a sudden stood up. You nonsense, the feelings of the two of us, not you 2 words, can be denied. Indeed it is not something I can deny, but let me introduce you to these people. Yunli took out the photo. There are a lot of people in it, there are big ones, there are small ones, and there are just 1 or 2 years old ones, all of them are being held by a man. Their photos, smiling happily on them. And that man, Blue Moon recognized at once, that was the man she thought about day and night. That man, right next to these people, they looked very close. What exactly was their relationship? This caused Blue Moon to be devastated, while desperately wanting to know who these people really were. Who exactly were these people? Why were they with him? Tell me quickly what the hell is going on here. She had to know. Can't you tell? Isn't it obvious that they're related to yellow hair? They're quite similar. What, you really can't tell? They're all his sons and daughters. You know what? Every time he goes to a county, he marries with an ID card, not only his sons and daughters, but a lot of women too, and each of these kids, each one of them feels that they're their father's favorite child. That is to say, he gave these women respect, gave these children all the love, so what did he give you? What has he ever given you besides asking for money? At this moment, Blue Moon broke down. She wanted to say no, it couldn't be. But looking at the faces of these people, she couldn't say it at all. They were so much alike that even if she deceived herself, it was useless. How did you know all this? Yunli looked at her with a smile and said, because, I saw him, he has been captured. You don't care about your son Yunzhou for such a man. Do you know what happened to him now? Yunzhou is now, in the park as a beggar. Blue Moon broke down again. No way. Him. He what? You don't think my father would keep him, do you? What are you thinking? A bastard, how could my dad care? Don't you dream about it, okay? He's begging in the park right now, and if he doesn't make enough money every day, it's over, he's going to get beaten up, beaten to death kind of thing. Chapter 144 You Dare to Dislike Me. Every word of Yunli's was like a knife, ruthlessly piercing into her heart, piercing her to the core. She looked at Yunli painfully. Impossible, you are talking nonsense. He couldn't have betrayed me, and Yunzhou wouldn't be in the park. Although Yunhe is of little use, he is a soft-hearted person. He wouldn't stand by and watch something happen to Yunzhou, no. Huang Jun won't leave her behind either, he just doesn't know what happened on her side. Huang Jun will definitely come to save them when he knows, he will. Yunli watched her deceive herself, of course, to help her recognize reality. The photos you have seen, but also to deceive themselves and others, really ridiculous. Originally, as long as you live a good life with my father, not to mention other things, great wealth and prosperity is inevitable, right? My dad is a soft-hearted man, but he's no cutie pie. You've hurt him so much, you've trampled on his face, you think he'll still love you? You don't want a husband or a daughter for that one thing. You eat good food yourselves, they eat chaff. Do you think they don't have a heart? Or do you think they won't be sad or hurt? Now, all of your downfalls are deserved by you. Blue Moon was in pain, her body even carried a rotten smell, her body had been developing sores and pus, no matter how much medicine was used, it was useless. It hurt like hell, and on the contrary, every time she was examined, the test results were normal. Blue Moon had long ago been unable to hold on. Her only motivation was Yunzhou and Jun Huang, but now, Yunli had put this bloody reality right in front of her, making her have to face it all. All these years, her only happiness was Huang Jun's love for her. But now, Yunli told her that it was all a lie, all of it. Yunli saw that she didn't say anything and continued to speak. Right, I forgot to tell you, Huang Jun was arrested. Those wives and children of his are especially anxious, they are trying to figure out what to do. He did so many things that hurt the world, he should pay a cruel price. Those people are also pitiful, they don't even know that they've been cheated, but they're better than you, at the very least, they really do feel Huang Mao's concern, right? Back then he was with you, that was to bet with someone, do you know about this? What? Blue Moon broke down again, couldn't believe what she heard. Yunli is such a good kid, and told her the truth. I said that back then, the reason why he chased after you was because of a bet with another person. In the beginning, you were considered a pretty hard-working student, right? They wanted to bet on how long it would take to pull someone like you into the mud. If he could chase you and make you his only choice, then he won. That's why the two of you, from the beginning, were a joke. Of course, I never felt that your so-called feelings were great and priceless. Back then, you were able to be with my dad for money. It just shows that you are not a good thing. Yunli tore apart all those things that she cared about the most and laid the reality in front of her, causing her pain. When she didn't believe it, Yunli was always able to tell, one after another, secrets that only she and Huang Jun knew, making her fester. Pain, too much pain. When Yunli left, Lan Yu didn't know, she just knew that she wanted to die. This world, too much pain, too much suffering. Huang Jun, oh Huang Jun, how could you do this to me? My love for you is so deep and true. For you, I rebelled against my family and fought them to the death. For you, I gave birth to your child and gave you all my money. For the sake of our child, I counted Yunha before I left the womb and stayed with him. For the sake of our child, I married him, wanting to give birth to a son, so that our son could become a man. When the children were born, but it was 2 daughters, I was in agony. My body was in pain and it was hard not to recover, but I couldn't stop. I knew Yunha was good to me and loved me. He gave me whatever I wanted, took me to see a different world, and let me fulfill my dream of going to college, becoming a teacher, and making my education look good. Even so, I don't love him. I even think that he did that on purpose, to make me feel guilty and upset, and I won't and can't fall for it. If I fall for it, how am I going to love you in the future? Then I finally had a son. I thought it would be easy to replace the baby, but I didn't realize that something went wrong in the middle. I was hemorrhaging, and my mom and the guys didn't go through with the original plan. Looking at this child, I really dislike everywhere. He looks like Yunha. I have been looking for an opportunity, this search for 2 years. In the middle of this, I have always sent you money. As long as you want, I will prepare for you. Every time, when I was ready to divorce, I saw your letter and received your call, I stopped again. Huang Jun, all my life, I have been paying for you, but how can you do this to me? How can you? Blue Moon cried for a long time in pain, wanting to commit suicide, but did not have the courage. She made applications to see Huang Jun, all were rejected. Until Blue Moon said, I can help you contact Fatty, you should want to contact this person, he is Huang Jun's boss. Also the biggest drug dealer. When Yinshi and the others knew this news, they looked at Blue Moon with even more disgust. It turned out that this woman knew everything, but she just didn't say anything. Now that she knows about Huang Jun's news, she wants to know it instead. It's really hateful. We don't need to know news from you. You can only cooperate with us, you are not qualified to make demands from us. Blue Moon. You guys really don't want to know? As long as you guys know, you will definitely be able to catch him. Yinshi looked at her seriously with an icy gaze. If you know but don't say anything, you are guilty of an additional crime. Want to threaten us? You dream. And we already have the information of this person you are talking about. Blue Moon was completely devastated this time. On the other hand, after Yunli returned home, he called his aunt. When the aunt knew the news, she was very pained. Really, that's really great. I will bring your younger siblings over here. I want to personally see this dog thing. Help you guys see if it is real. You can use the 2 of us, do an identification comparison. Not to mention, Auntie was right. Yunli hurriedly told his little uncle, and Yunshi quickly agreed to this approach. They also felt that this method was very good. Before the aunt came, she went to take a look at the old lady. Nowadays, the old lady is having an even worse time. Everyone knows what kind of virtue she is, and also knows that her family won't take care of it, and taking care of it poorly, that's a small matter. Some of them were in a bad mood and would even take action against her, pinching her, hitting her, or whatever. Grass had just entered the old lady's room when she felt a very unpleasant smell. She pinched her nose in great disgust. Old lady, are you pooping? It's really disgusting. The old lady was very angry when she heard it. You dare to dislike me. Chapter 145. He should hate you. Grass laughed when she heard this and then said, look at what you said, I dislike you, shouldn't I? I still find you disgusting, what's the problem? Seeing you living so poorly, I really feel good in my heart. The old lady is so angry that her face is distorted. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Get lost, you get lost. You unfilial thing, you followed the Qin Che to harm me, get out of here, get out of here. Grass covered her nose while looking at the old lady and said, I came here today to tell you the good news that your youngest son has been arrested. I heard that he has committed a lot of things. After being arrested and returned, I guess he will be sentenced to death. From now on, you'll be sent away in vain. You're not funny. After a lifetime of scheming, you poisoned your oldest son to death. And the youngest son is gone. Aren't you happy? The old lady's face changed. No way, my son is so smart, it's impossible to be caught, you're talking nonsense. Grass is not willing to say anything more, directly said, I will not come to see you again, I will only give the nursing home minimum standard. If you can live in this place, you can live. If you die, I'll drag you back and throw you in the river. I'll let your corpse be eaten by the fish. The old lady is trembling with anger. You bad thing. Am I as bad as you? Selling your own daughter. You're my mom. Grass crumbled and looked at her, looked at this face of hers. If I wasn't your daughter, I could still tell myself that because I wasn't your real daughter, you had to sell me. But I am your real daughter, right? We two people this face, look not exactly the same, but also have 7 or 8 points like it. Other families, even if they don't like their daughters, they won't go this far. What about you? You, this old woman, are the one who should die the most. Grass couldn't hold back from cursing at her any longer. You did so many things that hurt the world, you deserve to end up like this, you deserve to live half dead. The old lady looked at Grass like this and laughed out loud. What about you? How much better are you than me? Back then you said that man would definitely treat you well, but what happened? He cheated on you. He didn't want you anymore. Hearing this, Grass also laughed. You also do not need to say this to attack me, although I care about this matter, but I am no longer a child. To be honest, a scumbag is just a scumbag. Since he cheated on his wife, he'll just tear him down. Now I have the ability to raise my 2 children, what am I afraid of? By the way, I have such a wonderful nephew. Our Ali is very good to me. How can you make Ali so sad? You're all blind to such a good boy. The old lady couldn't believe it when she heard this. How could she? That dog is so vindictive, how could he be nice to you? You're my daughter too. He should hate you. He should take revenge on you. Grass knew that she was thinking this way. This kind of person will always think that others are just like her. She smiled and looked at the old lady, saying one word at a time. Then you are wrong, Ali is a very good child. Even if you treat him a little bit good, he will return you 10 times, 100 times. But if you guys had been able to treat him a little bit better over the years, he wouldn't have ignored you. It is because of you that he was separated from his family. It's because of you that he was separated from his family, that he suffered so much. You are a selfish, evil old woman from beginning to end. What happened to you today? You asked for it. Chapter 146 is also ruthless. The old lady is also ruthless. Yes, I'm vicious, you watch, you won't be any better than me in the future. She will wait to see this dead girl, what will happen. Grass also laughed, looking at the old lady's face. How to see how happy, I would like to let you see my end, but how to do it? You old thing is about to die, you are afraid that you will not see it. The old lady is even more angry. Aya, this place of yours really stinks, I really can't stay here for 1 second. When your son is dying, I will apply for you to see your son. But I'm afraid that people won't want to, after all, in his heart, back then you didn't want him and threw him away. When the old lady heard this, her heart ached. It wasn't like that. She was doing it for her son's good in the first place, the situation at home was that way, the only way to send her son out was to send him out. No way, he's always been understanding, able to understand why I did what I did. Do you think anyone is like you, a white-eyed wolf? My son is very filial. He even said he'll give me old age in the future. Just wait, when my son comes back, he won't let you go. She won't believe what this dead girl said, she has to wait for her son to come back. Ha! Do you think that your son has no money? Do you think that your son, not well off, not easy is it? Grass took out some photos, above are people driving a luxury car, live in a mansion, eat a big meal photos. Take a good look at them, do they really have no money, or do they not want to give you money? The old lady's face changed when she saw those photos. How could she not expect it to be like this? Impossible, impossible, how could it be like this? It can't be. She kept chanting impossible, impossible in her mouth. She couldn't believe this. Grass had already stood up and left, and went to tell the caregiver who took care of the old lady, Auntie, you took good care of her, that's the way it's going to be from now on, here's my thank you fee for you. That caregiver's eyes lit up when she saw the thank you money, and she knew what to do, as long as she didn't die, she understood it all. Okay, no problem, I get it, I really get it all. Grass left here, took the 2 children, and went to the imperial capital together. When they arrived, Yunxi and Yunli had already arranged a place. Auntie was quite embarrassed to see everything that Yunli had arranged. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome, we'll just stay at the guest house. Yunli heard this and hurriedly opened his mouth to tell his aunt. Auntie, it's not easy for you to come here, I definitely need to take good care of you. Grass was even more embarrassed, and just when she was about to say something, Yunxi said, you came to help us, we definitely need to provide accommodation on our side. Besides, if you take care of Yunli, my dad also asked us to take good care of you. Grandpa Yi is also here, he has already booked a place for dinner. My dad has already booked a place. You guys put your stuff away and let's go eat. Tomorrow, we'll go and meet Jun Huang. The moment Grasshopper saw Grandpa, she froze. Uncle, long time no see. Grandpa looked at Grasshopper and spoke sincerely. Long time no see. At that time, I really thank you for taking care of Lee. Grasshopper hurriedly shook her head when she heard that. You are overstating it, I didn't take care of Ali much, it was Ali's own efforts. Ali is fine, always fine. They ate together, Yunxi and Yunli sent them to the hotel. Chapter 147, Your Mom is Dead. Grandpa and Yunxi went back first, Yunli stayed to chat with his aunt for a few minutes. Grass looks at Ali and is a little quite embarrassed, this time it's really troublesome for Ali and his grandfather. Ali, this time it's really troublesome for your grandpa to arrange such a nice place for us. You also have to take us out to play. Grasshopper really felt that she hadn't done much for Yunli, instead Yunli had helped her a lot. Yunli looked at such an aunt and opened his mouth very seriously to tell his aunt. Auntie, don't say that, look at you before, helped us find that temple owner, later in the day, helped us distinguish so many photos, and now it's even coming to identify yellow hair. Auntie, and what you said to me in the beginning, it is better to rely on others than to rely on oneself, have you forgotten? Auntie has probably forgotten that at a very young age, Yunli also once wanted to seek help. At that time, it was his aunt who told him, little Ollie, you have to understand one thing, in this world, no one will always help you. Relying on others is better than relying on yourself, you still have to rely on yourself, don't you think so? Later on, he also figured out that it was indeed true that he had to rely on himself. That's why he started to work on himself. It's useless to expect love from others, but it's never wrong to rely on yourself. At times like this, you must rely on yourself. Grass heard and laughed, I told many people this kind of thing, but as you can see, not everyone listens into the heart, so this is still your own credit. You, just take good care of yourself. I'll take care of myself in the future. I've been working for so many years, and I still have some connections. I'm sure I'll be able to take care of them in the future. Although those words have the meaning of starting point, it is also necessary for him to listen to it. Look at the others and you'll see, if they don't want to listen, nothing will change in the end. That's natural. Auntie has always been great. It's natural that Auntie has always done a great job of taking and letting go. Auntie, I'll be resting in the room next to yours. If anything happens, just call me immediately. I'll be the first to come over. When you go over there, let me take care of my siblings, don't worry. Don't worry. Early the next morning, Grass went over with Yunxi, and Yunli took the two of them out to play at the playground. The two little ones were very good, let them go play games, they all said no, especially good behavior. After so many things, they seem to have grown up all of a sudden, they know how to save money for their mom. Yunli watched, all felt that the two of them are very obedient. So he took them to make money and send out flyers. Sending out half a day, they could have a free meal from the store and a paycheck of $5. The two little ones were instantly happy, and asked Yunli how he used to make money. Cousin, how did you make money before? My mom said that you were especially good and had always earned your own living expenses. Yunli saw that they all wanted to know, so he told them, in the past, I went to pick up paper shells and bottles, and when I had enough time and capital, I would collect them myself. Also go digging herbs, but this is not so recommended, because you do not recognize. They all keep it in mind to make more money in the future. Grass went to see Yellow Hair, who was able to tell a lot of things, and also about his childhood, especially after seeing Grass, very angry. How come you came to see me? You have such a face to come to see me. Didn't you guys disown me? Isn't it that you don't want to have anything to do with me? Didn't you disown me from now on? What are you doing now? You don't want to come over and perform some kind of brotherly love with me, do you? Don't be ridiculous, okay? I don't need it at all. You go back and tell that old lady that even if I'm down and out, I don't need her pity. At the same time they both drew blood, also pulled hair, and nails to do identification, to see if the two have blood relations. Yellow Hair was confused at once, what are you doing? Grass looked at him and laughed, naturally, to do blood identification, to see if you are really Huang Jun. Those memories remember and cannot prove anything, you say, right? After all, isn't it strange that this kind of person, who has many other doubles, and who remembers so many things from his childhood? There were even some that she couldn't remember, but he remembered them clearly, and that was the strangest and outrageous part. Yellow Hair was instantly dumbfounded, at the same time a little flustered, did not expect them to have this. What do you mean, I am not Huang Jun, who can I be? This who knows? Anyway, they are not quite convinced at the moment. The ant looked at him like this, then felt that between his eyebrows, there is some weakness. Whether you are or not, won't we know when the results come out? If you are, then you should pay, should have the price. I can also answer the questions you just asked. I'm not the one who lost you, so if you want to ask, you should also ask the old lady. After all, in her mouth, she did it for your own good. It was for your sake that people gave you away. As for what the other party was, the old lady couldn't be sure, could she? People said, send you away, that is in order to let you live a good life, you must be grateful. As for what you say about me, I am sorry, I have a deep hatred for people like you. I also don't want to be with you, have a penny a dime relationship, quite disgusting. Huang Jun? Huang Jun gritted his teeth and started yelling. Bull, that person often beat and scolded me, she just sold me. I hate her all my life. Grass didn't want to listen to him and followed Yunxi back. After returning to the place where they lived, they heard the two little ones doing all those things. Grass was very happy to hear that. Before, the mother-in-law had raised the two of them very pampered. Wouldn't let them do anything, and said that their family was especially rich, and that being able to buy a house in the city meant that they were human beings. She wouldn't let them work, wouldn't let them help, and raised them to be a young master and a young lady. But now that the two of them understood and were both helping her earn money together, she was happy. She hugged them and praised them. The next day, she took them out to play, and when the results came out, they could go back. On the other hand, Blue Moon offered to see her daughter, Yunya. When the staff came to find Yunya, they told her, "Your mom wants to see you and wants to talk to you. All this time, she has been trying to commit suicide and doesn't want to live, so little friend, do you want to go and meet your mom?" Yunya was very conflicted when she heard that, how badly she had been living during this time, and how much she blamed that mom in her heart. If it wasn't for her, none of this would have turned out like this. Mom only cared about protecting that illegitimate child and didn't think about her and dad at all. It was all because of her that she and dad were having such a miserable time now. She also fought for dad. Dad was so good to mom, so much pocket money every month, all of it went to mom, and all the salary earned also went to mom. A boy who is willing to spend money for a girl must be a bit likable. Let's not talk about anything else. Yunya also once asked a boy who liked her to treat her to dinner, but he was not willing to do so. What does that mean? It means he's very petty and stingy. Then I'll go and meet him. But I can't guarantee that after I go and meet, it will have any effect, right? After all, my mom doesn't love me. She loves Yunjo. You should go to Yunjo. The staff of course thought of this aspect, but when they went to look for Yunjo, they realized that they hadn't found him. He had already left the city, and they wouldn't be able to find him. In such a situation, they came to look for Yunya, and of course Yunhee. Yunhee's first reaction was that he didn't want to go. After all, he had been fooled by this woman for so long. He was very unwilling. How could he be willing? But when he heard that his daughter was also going, he thought that he should go together. Or what if his daughter was cheated? That's right, he is for the sake of his daughter, not for the sake of other people. This point he must keep in mind. When Yunya arrived, he saw his own old man. "Dad, no? You wouldn't still have old feelings for my mom, would you? If that's the case, then I really think you're also a godly person now." The corners of Yunhee's mouth twitched, resisting the urge to hit this daughter, telling himself that this is his own flesh and blood and can't be hit. "I'm not doing it for you. I'm afraid you've been tricked again. I'm afraid you've been fooled. That's why I thought of coming with you. I'm not stupid. I always remember the two of us, when we were out drinking the northwest wind, how they were inside, eating big fish and meat. In this life, your dad can never be cheated again, you know? In a person's life, being cheated once is enough. You can't be cheated for the rest of your life. If that's the case, then he's really going to hit the wall and kill himself. Don't live. Well, you better, then let's go in." They hadn't seen Blue Moon for a long time, and under these circumstances, their hearts were actually quite saddened. You know, half a year ago, on the surface, they were still happy and prosperous. The family was living a happy life. Going out, do not need to consider how much money, anyway, spend on the right. But now, the past is really unbearable to look back. He doesn't even want to remember now, afraid that remembering will be painful. When Blue Moon saw that they had come together, the first thing she said was to question Yunhee. "Yunhee, what's wrong with you? How could you let our Yunjo live outside in the park? How could you leave him alone? No matter what, he has also called you dad for so many years, and has always treated you as his own father." That's right, Blue Moon now wanted to question Yunhee about this. After a little bit of mental normalcy, she asked to see them. Worried that something would really happen, she agreed to meet them. Yunya's heart, once again, sank. She thought that this mom wanted to meet because she missed her, but it turned out to be a lie. "Mom, you want to see us, not just want to ask us is things, right? You just want to question us, don't you? If that's the case, then let's not meet. Dad and I, we still have a lot of things to do, so we won't bother you here. You next, cooperate well." Yunya stood up and was about to leave when Blue Moon spoke up. "Wait a minute, I haven't said anything about you yet. What are you afraid of? You as a sister, do not know to take care of the younger brother, still have the nerve to give me a face, is it? I'm telling you, you have to find my son and let him live with you, and you have to solve his school problem. Otherwise I will never forgive you." Good guy, they all didn't think, this person originally now still think, can threaten them. Whether she originally forgave or not, it really didn't matter that much. Yunya looked at her and opened her mouth one word at a time. "Mom, you may be too confident in yourself, right? The current you, for me, original or not forgiven is not important at all. At the time when you secretly left me behind and took Yunjo to eat a big meal. At the time you for him, consider all, but not for me to consider, I have been disappointed in you. I'm also your daughter, but you didn't think a bit for me. You made me feel that you didn't love me at all. Later on, you didn't care about me at all. Like this time, I thought you wanted to see me because you missed me. I thought you would say something to me, that you cared about me, how this time was going, and it didn't. It's not that I didn't expect it, it's not that I didn't care to wonder if it's just that so much time has passed and I'm slowly regretting it and wanting her as my daughter. But what is the result? The result is that people just want to see their own son." Yunha, even after his daughter finished speaking, coldly laughed, disdainfully looked at this woman in front of him. "Who are you? What is the qualification to order me? The reason why I came here is that I am afraid of you, snubbing my daughter. That bastard son of yours has nothing to do with us at all. I don't go to clean him up, it's already considered good. How do you still have the face to let me take care of his? Blue Moon, even if you die here, I will only clap my hands. Don't think of yourself as too important, you don't deserve it at all. Understand?" Blue Moon's face became ugly. "Then what are you guys doing here? You guys get out of here, I don't want to see you. Yunhee pulled his daughter to her feet and told her. Yunya, from now on, you have to remember one thing, your mom is dead. Understand? Blue Moon is furious. What does this dog mean? She's still here and she's saying she's dead? Yunha, are you shameless? I'm still here, why are you talking about me being dead? I think you are the one who is dead. Yunhee looked at the staff standing aside and spoke, Comrade Police, did you see? She is cursing our family, you guys hurry up and arrest her. Blue Moon. After the two of them went out, Yunya suddenly hugged Yunhee and cried. Yunhee knew that his daughter was sad and reached out his hand to pat his daughter's back. Aya, don't be like this, everyone has the possibility, was their own parents cleaned up, you see your grandfather cleaned up is not the same as the same? Fortunately, your grandfather left us a way out, did not let us completely on the road to extinction. From now on, let's be good and live a good life, better than anything else, don't think about anything else. Don't think too much, there's always a solution to everything, okay? Just one thing, you must remember to study hard, your father I really cannot give you tuition. It's hard for me to make money now. Chapter 148 is a bit stupid. Yunya was speechless when she heard this, why would her dad comforting people be like this? She didn't feel, at all, comforted well? Dad, can't you just say that you're trying a little bit harder to let me have a good life? I'm in school now, and it's hard too, okay? Do you think I can make up for all the classes I've dropped in a day or two? Then you really think too highly of me. She didn't study hard enough? Grandpa said they should go to tutoring classes, but Mom said it was not necessary, and said that children should be free to let go of their nature. I used to think that what Mom said made perfect sense, but now I feel that at that time, she was probably just trying to go against Grandpa. When Yunha heard this, he thought, his daughter probably doesn't need his comfort, isn't it all about being able to dislike him? Look at you, I didn't say that just to comfort you, you still have to go against me, don't you? Why don't you just add some gasoline? I'll put some gas in mine, too. If that's not possible, we'll just go to a regular high school. Dad has realized that since we can't go back to the old days, we still have to live a good life. I used to think that I was your grandfather's only son, and that he wouldn't give up on me. Now the facts tell me that this is impossible, that grandpa of yours simply did not take me as a son too seriously, so what can I do? Yunya doesn't have time to be sad now, she feels that this dad of hers is a bit stupid. Dad, do you think it's possible that grandpa doesn't like you because you're stupid? Yunhee? This time Yunhee was not happy, say anything about him, can't say he is stupid, this is the bottom line. I'm your father, how can you say I'm stupid? And your grandfather, it's not that he dislikes me for being stupid, he just thinks that I'm too cold-blooded towards your brother. How could Yunha not understand it? It was because he understood everything that he knew that this matter was unsolvable. When he chose love and chose to side with Blue Moon, he had to accept the consequences. He was willing at that time, and also felt that that kind of life was what he was looking forward to. In those past years, he also really felt happy, so when he made that decision, he wasn't half unwilling. Thinking about it that way, it seemed like he deserved to be where he was today. Yunya. I don't regret everything today, I was just tricked. I'm just stupid. Yunya. This is his own admission of being stupid, it has nothing to do with her. Dad, it's your own admission that you're stupid. Yunha. I shouldn't have coaxed you if I had known. Okay, let's go home. What are we going to eat today? Will you cook or will I cook? When Yunya thought of her father's cooking skills, she panicked a bit. Dad, can you not cook? Your cooking is really not good. Let's go out to eat, can't we? Yunhee gave his daughter a direct look, do you think our family has that condition? Yunya. Dad, my grandfather was able to start a business from nothing, I believe you can too, what do you think? Yunhee, what do you think? Yunhee's eyes widened, as if he had heard some horror story. Your father, I can't even keep a roof over my head, and you want me to start a business from nothing? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. It's good to be able to find a job and support you. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I'd be lucky if I could find a job and support you. Yunya followed her father slowly back, she did not turn back a step. This place, she will never come back. She doesn't need her mom anymore, she will follow her dad in the future. During this period of time, learn well in this school, and then go to public school later. This period of time, Yunya has been working hard, thinking that the grades can look good, no matter what, in the future always have to take a road out. In the past, she was arrogant, she was high above, that's because she has that capital, other people can only give way to her. But now, Yunya realized that those people, after she was kicked out of the house, stayed away. She had no friends again. That was fine, she didn't need friends in the first place. Before the father and daughter returned home, they went to buy 2 orders of fried rice noodles and a bit of cold vegetables. Just as they reached the front of the house, they saw a car parked at that spot. Yunhee and Yunya looked at each other. Dad, is this the wrongdoer you said, Big Grandpa? Yunha looked at it and was a little disappointed that it wasn't that Big Grandpa's car. No, what a disappointment. They walked over to take a look, and Jo Shoya came down from there. Jo Shoya looked at this place of theirs, it was disgusting in every way. She waited for a long time, which brought Yunya back. Chapter 149 New Year. You're finally back. Do you know that I've been waiting for you for a long time? Yunya still has some palpitations when she sees Zhou Xiaoya's face now. This person really doesn't know anything about her face. Can you bring a mask next time you come to see me? I really feel horrible when I see this face of yours. The corner of Zhou Xiaoya's mouth twitched, very angry. Why is this person so annoying? Can't you just not say this? I came to see you for business, okay. Yunya looked at Zhou Xiaoya for several times, not quite believing that she had come for a serious matter. Speak up, what is it? Zhou Xiaoya was very reluctant to say this matter, but had to say. I want to ask you, how can I get Yunli to be friends with me? Yunya? Yunya was a little confused, suspecting that she had heard wrong, but behind Zhou Xiaoya said it again. I promised my grandfather, I must be friends with Yunli, only then will he help brother Yunzhou. Zhou Xiaoya looked at her like this. It was really hard to say, no, why are you so good to that kid? He didn't do anything for you either, did he? Yunzhou is giving Zhou Xiaoya some kind of ecstasy to make her so dead set on it. Zhou Xiaoya got upset when she heard this. She wouldn't allow anyone to misunderstand brother Yunzhou. How could he not? At that time, he was going to that town for my sake. Yunya understood as soon as she heard it, but she clearly remembered that at that time, Yunzhou was there to see his grandfather. Then you might have misremembered, right? At that time, he was there to look for grandpa. As for why he went to that village, I guess it had something to do with his birth, right? At that time, he already knew that he wasn't a child of our family. I heard that he even got in touch with that family, and the place where you had your accident is the back of the mountain where that family is located. Speaking of which, Yunya felt quite ironic. At that time she took Yunzhou as an insecure little pitiful. Who knew that people, just on the surface, look poor? In fact, people are very good, hand inside the house countless, card money is much more than them. She's the only one who's stupid enough to be taken advantage of. You know what? He already knew it wasn't our child, and he knew about Yunli. But he just didn't say anything, and was even preventing it from being discovered. Later, when Yunli was brought back, he was all kinds of selling out in front of us to get us on his side. In fact, if he had said it outright, I would have stood on his side, and I would have always stood on his side. For me, it doesn't matter so much if he's my real brother or not. What matters is that we have spent so many years together. These were words that Yunya had wanted to say for a long time, but she didn't know who to say them to. She really cared about Yunzhou as her brother, otherwise she wouldn't have been protecting him not. But Yunzhou betrayed her. I helped him in every way and bullied Yunli in every way. But how did Yunzhou treat me? How did they treat me and my dad? Didn't give a damn about either of us. Eating and drinking behind our backs. Even trying to make me and my dad take the blame for everything. On what grounds? Zhou Xiaoya, it's your business if you want to help him, don't come in front of me and say this. After the days of eating this and not having the next, she didn't want to become like that again in the future. Thinking of this, she came to the point. Besides, you don't think that Yunli will be friends with you if you run your ass over there now. Don't be ridiculous, that guy holds a grudge, you won't be able to be friends with him in this lifetime. Yunya's words were sincere. As far as Yunli was concerned, he was really vindictive. However, Zhou Xiaoya is very confident in herself. That's impossible. As long as I think of a way, he will have to be obedient. You just watch. Then good luck, you can go. Yunya didn't want to have anything to do with her right now, she just wanted to go home and hurry to eat. Yunli took his aunt and the two little ones to play for a few days and the results came out. The result was that the man was not Huang Jun. It was true that he was able to tell everything and even knew about every woman, even this face was exactly the same, but he wasn't. Yunchi also asked her aunt, do you think it's possible that he's just not related to you by blood? Impossible. The aunt denied this. Huang Jun and I are one family, there is no doubt about it. Then they need to keep checking now, this yellow hair is quite good at running. Yunchi arranged people around the aunt and them, still felt unsafe, and offered to let the aunt come to work in the imperial capital. The head office on your side, there should be a position that you can fulfill. Why don't you bring your two children to this side, we can also protect you. I will ask my dad to help solve the problem of the job here. After so many years of getting along, Yunchi had started calling dad long ago. If this yellow hair didn't fall into the net for a day, then they were all in danger. In such a situation, Yunchi naturally thought of arranging for them to come to the imperial capital. Grass considered for a moment and shook his head. If that's the case, could this be the best arrangement? As long as your people, who are always in the shadows, protect us, when he appears, you can naturally catch him. I don't want to have to go to a strange place just to hide from someone. I'm fine there. Grass didn't want to trouble anyone, she could rely on herself and take good care of her two children. At the same time, she would also protect herself. Yunli also advised her aunt at this time. Auntie, of course we believe in your ability. And we are just providing you with an opportunity for an interview. If you can move on to a better place, why wouldn't you be willing to give it a try? You can still protect your younger siblings over here. If on the home side, people on their side say they want to see them, will you let them? There's nothing you can do to guard your siblings while they're at school. When something happens, what can you do? When these words came out, Grasshopper also hesitated and finally agreed. Grandpa Yi recommended a suitable location for Grass, and Grass was responsible for renting the house himself, with someone nearby to protect it. Yellow Hair had lost everything this time, and definitely wouldn't just stop. Sure enough, but within a few days, someone was on Grasshopper's 2 children, and soon caught Yellow Hair. This time, after doing blood identification, it was determined that he was Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair was caught and the matter came to an end. Both Yunli and Grass were relieved. During this period of time, Yunli and the others were especially busy. Every day they had to study and learn. They would also let them practice and invest in a few projects. After a few years, they would look at their projects and see if there was any profit. In the meantime, they skipped a grade together. A semester passed quickly, and during these months, Zhou Xiaoya had been jumping up and down, wandering around in front of Yunli, only to be scolded miserably every time. Zhou Xiaoya was furious, but their Zhou family's business, it was getting worse and worse, and old man Zhou didn't dare to offend the Yun family. Yunya's grades are much better, but not to the point of free tuition. Yunhee has found a new school for her. Yunya packed up her things and took a look at this school, and the cafeteria. She kinda liked the free meals. As she was leaving, she saw Yunli carrying their boxes. Yunya didn't go forward. Half a year's time, a lot could really happen. For example, the gap between her and Yunli was getting wider and wider. During these 6 months, that big grandpa also came a few times to give her and dad money, each time saying that he was heartbroken for them. Pop called Grandpa to show his loyalty while receiving it, and she could see that she was calling 666. But Grandpa didn't care about them either, just. In the second half of the year, Yunya went to a new school, a normal public school, where she started a new life. Yunli followed her grandfather to learn how to do business, and now she was in good shape. The business of their several good friends was also in good shape. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Yunli didn't like New Year's Eve in the past, when other people's homes were bustling with activity. Children could also stuff firecrackers and eat delicious fried things. Whereas his hands would get frostbite, there would be endless work, and there would be beatings after beatings, and all that hilarity had nothing to do with him. Now it's different. Grandpa brought him back with a lot of New Year's shopping. They personally put up window decals, red lanterns, and lots of decorations. On New Year's Eve, there were firecrackers everywhere, and Wang Ma made a table full of dishes. The 2 grandchildren and Yunxi spent New Year's Eve together. They ate New Year's Eve dinner together, played cards together, and ate dumplings together. Until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, Grandpa and Yunxi wrapped big red packets for Yunli, which contained New Year's money. It was the first time Yunli got New Year's money. It was heavy, and heavy, heavy. He looked at Grandpa and little uncle, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a big smile. He had a home and someone to love him. This is so good. Yunli had always worked hard. He felt that he was not smart, so he doubled his efforts, and what he could not understand came back to continue to learn, and kept asking his teachers. He wanted to make himself grow up fast so that he could be the best version of himself. On this day, Yunhee brought Yunya to pay his respects, but they didn't make it in. Grandpa had said that expulsion from the family was expulsion from the family, and it would never change. Yun Meng did call back, but Grandpa said that he wasn't allowed to call again. Chapter 150, Nuisance. Yunhee and Yunya did not expect to be able to come in. The attitude is still to have well. Now Yunha's job is doing well. Father and daughter have to count on the monthly living expenses. Yunya's grades are average, should be able to go to school in the future. The 2 of them paid their respects outside, turned around and prepared to go out. Grandpa Yi didn't even lift his eyes for a moment. In the past years, they didn't go to see him once, nor did they pay their respects. "Ali, do you know, this father of yours, he hasn't even called me to pay New Year's greetings in the past few years? They didn't even ask me if I wanted to come back for New Year. They haven't really cared about me at all, but they're trying to act like they do. It's just a bit disgusting." Grandpa is not the kind of stone-hearted person, but were they before to Grandpa, show a little bit of feelings. Grandpa will not do this today. All of this is all they asked for. Grandpa, this person not grudge, said with them to cut off relations, will never change. In the past years, if they could have filial piety, he would not have made it this far, but they were not willing to do any superficial work. Yungli was able to understand his grandfather's feelings because he did the same thing. "Grandpa, I feel the same way, and I won't forgive them either. When something happens, it happens, harm is harm, and it will never change." Grandpa smiled when he looked at Yunli. "Good, let's go back to the ancestral hall side after eating." They discussed about the ancestor sacrifice. Nowadays, Grandpa is not the head of the clan, but if there are big or small things, he will also let Grandpa go back. Great-grandpa said that Grandpa will always be the helmsman of the Yun family. Grandpa just felt that, being old, the clan head should be left to the next generation of capable people. When Grandpa and Yunli arrived, they found that great-grandpa's father and son were also there, and this time, they had a half-grown child with them. In the past half a year or so, they had reopened their company, and all of those previous companies, all of them were written off and abandoned. They knew very well that if they didn't give up at that time, then they would end up miserable. After giving up, naturally many things would be able to pass. Later on, they went on to invest in movies and real estate, and now they are also considered to have stabilized. Big Grandpa came over towards Grandpa. Lauer, come on, let me introduce to you, this is my grandson Yunri. Grandpa? Yunri? This name is quite interesting, that's all they can say. Grandpa looked at this old brother with cold eyes, full of disgust, and spoke in a cold voice. What are you guys doing here again? I remember the last time, everyone made it clear that you guys were not welcome. You people who were expelled from the family tree, how do you have the nerve to show up again? They are still really shady. Great-grandpa blackened his face and was very upset. What are you talking about? Although I have changed my nationality, I am still the son of mom and dad. Now my grandson's household registration is in the country, so the grandson can also be on the family tree. Besides, we are all family. Is it necessary for you to look like this? Don't you think you're too cold-blooded and heartless? Whether you're dealing with Yunha's affairs or mine, you're always like this. He did leave the country in the first place, and he did change his nationality, but isn't it normal for people to move up and water to flow down? He just wanted to bring the family, to live a good life, that's all. Where is wrong? Grandpa did not expect this big brother to this time can still be sermonized, is also quite powerful. Grandpa does not care at all, but smiled and said, thousands of gold cannot buy me willing. If you don't want to deal with you, don't. If you say you want to break off the relationship, you break it off. As for my business with other people, it's none of your business. There's a limit to meddling in other people's affairs. Now please get out. Just as Grandpa finished speaking, the current village chief came out. Uncle, they are here to donate money, saying they are willing to voluntarily donate to our ancestral hall. Grandpa? Grandpa looked at him coldly and asked. How much? He gives double. 500,000. With this money, they can do more things, repair the ancestral hall, and future activities. This is not the new year, they do flowing banquet, a moment at noon. The great-grandfather also came. Pestle came over, snapped on the village head of the body. I killed you, this ungrateful thing. His money can want? Throw it back to me. We don't want his money. Tell him to get lost, as far away as possible. The village chief is a bit confused. No, that's money. Say don't, this is to that too. Grandpa is even more directly domineering opening. He gave how much money? I give double, is it? Not to mention that he gave that little money. I don't even see. Hurry up to throw him to me out. Grandpa opened his mouth, and the people he brought with him naturally drove them out. After throwing them out, Grandpa even opened his mouth towards the family. I said, you are not allowed to come here anymore, don't you understand? Big Grandpa was furious, and the village headman even sent out that money under the wave of Big Grandpa's walking stick. That what? The money is here, you guys quickly go, we will not keep you. Great Grandpa's beating was very painful. Big Grandpa and the others blackened their faces and looked at Grandpa and spoke fiercely. Well, since you're so disregarding the brotherhood, then I'll cut ties with you from now on as well. From now on, we will never have any relationship again. Grandpa laughed when he heard it. Look at what you said, didn't you do that before? Don't you think it's a bit late to say it now? Great-grandpa's family left in a mess, and the village chief was severely cleaned up by great-grandpa. At noon, Yunli followed great-grandpa and his cousins to eat a banquet. Grandpa gave $1 million directly. Of course, this money is given to the great-grandfather. To this village chief is still uneasy. Village chief. This side of the great-grandfather is still not willing. He again thought to go to the reporter. But no one dared to interview him. He paid money and people would not give him an interview. Finally found a small newspaper, reported the incident. The water did not flour, but their company was reported violations. The inspection department came and told them to rectify the situation. Big Grandpa. Grass. Big Grandpa ran to jump into the river. A handful of old men want to jump into the river, or someone came to pull. There are still people to report it. Poor me, at my age, I want to go back to my roots and recognize my ancestors. But that brother of mine doesn't want to. Yunli and his cousin, they just happened to be playing here. Yes, they were in the neighborhood on purpose. Yunli came over and asked, your nationality, how come it's another country? Didn't you say, you were born a man of another country and died a ghost of another country? This has changed? Crowd? My grandson is from Yun, I want him to recognize his ancestors. But you and your son aren't. You even sold the old mansion and the ancestral hall, and you want your siblings to break the law. Great-grandpa? Crowd? I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Great-grandpa spoke stiffly. Didn't those companies end up being closed down? He couldn't admit what he didn't do. Chapter 151, the old lady is dead. How come there isn't? You asked them to start a company with you. It's practically a scam. Isn't that breaking the law? Don't you have a problem with that? That is breaking the law, all right. Big Grandpa's face got worse. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Cousin said when he saw it, you didn't, you made them sell the genealogy and our heirlooms. Yunli froze for a moment. This matter, he had not heard of it. He hurriedly asked, cousin, what heirloom? Cousin saw that he didn't know and said, not long ago they came and fooled my dad for a long time, saying that they sold the heirlooms. That way, the money from the sale can be used for many things. It can make our clan more and more prosperous. My dad was so stupid that he agreed. He was even beaten up by Grandpa. Good guy, Yunli was stunned. But his grandfather said he would give this treasure to the museum. When the time comes, it is also considered to give our ancestors of the Yun family an explanation. Now those reporters asked, this kid, what is your family's treasure, can you tell us? Cousin told everyone. It is an antique, you can go to the museum to see, they want to sell the antique to foreigners. Said the price offered is exceptionally high. Cousin was the next patriarch, he looked at the great-grandfather in front of him, that was not good at all. At this moment, he had a black face and angrily looked at the great-grandfather and opened his mouth. Old Mr. Yi, you are no longer a member of our Yun family, it is only natural that you are not allowed to enter. Back then, everyone wanted to protect the Yun family, wanted to guard the ancestral hall and everything in the Yun family. But you sold your family's ancestral home and ancestral hall. At that time, you were the matriarch. You did that and chilled everyone to the bone. Then you ran away and left the country, taking everything with you. Now you're running back, saying you're from our Yun family. It's ridiculous. I do not know what others think, but we, the younger generation, are resolute in resisting your return. Since you have betrayed the family, and left the country, don't come back. Our Yun family is not a place where you can leave whenever you want and return whenever you want. Yunli looked at his cousin and patted his shoulder. Cousin, well said. That's right, this is not a place they can return to whenever they want. Cousin then spoke, even if our Yun family is poor, we don't need your help. Well said. Grandpa and great-grandpa walked over, looking at cousin with admiration in their eyes. Grandpa Tai was even more pleased as he looked at Yunshi and said, there is nothing wrong with what Yunshi said, even if our Yun family is poor, some people's money cannot be asked for. At the same time, he turned around and glared at the village chief. Seeing this, great-grandpa grayed out. Cousin still shouted behind with a puzzled face, aren't you going to jump into the river? Didn't you have no face to see your ancestors? Why don't you jump? Of course, left unwillingly, that is. Grandpa and great-grandpa invited the people here to have a flowing banquet. Those people were surprised to hear that, so they all went over. When they left, the village chief was dragged to clean up. The current patriarch, that's his father, took the cane and gave him a beating. Grandpa also said, wherever there is a shortage of money, tell me how to run to ask for his money. You do not have something with him, right? Or are you working together on something? When Grandpa said this, the village chief was dumbfounded. He looked up in shock and asked, Uncle, how do you know? Great-grandfather slapped a stick over, say it, what is going on? At this moment he was even more flustered, and hurriedly told the truth. He said that he was willing to donate money to us, and also said that as long as those antiques, all of them, were sold to his friends, then he could give me a share. I didn't think about it. Dad, I can't help it, you know our clan, many things need to be renovated. We have to run the store. And we have to take care of the barren mountains and stuff. It's not as simple as it looks. You won't tell us if there's something wrong? Won't you work it out together? Do you think we'll let you off the hook when we find out? It's good that you finally came to your senses and returned all those things to the customers, otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for us to expel you from the family. The village chief, who heard these words, had an even harder time. He didn't want it to be like this either. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Grandpa asked the village chief, those few people who want to buy antiques, do you know who they are? Is there their phone number, or information, or something? Now give us. Grandpa wants to find out what's going on. Yes, there is. After Grandpa got the information, he had someone go check it out. It wasn't until the 5th day of the first month that Yunli and Grandpa returned home. The first thing Yunli did was to go over to his aunt's house. The aunt's current job, there is a staff dormitory, no need to rent a house, 2 rooms and 1 hall. It was mainly because the aunt was good at her job, plus she had to protect them, so she arranged for this dormitory. The aunt was very happy to see Yunli come and hurriedly asked him to go back. The 2 younger siblings' schools, too, have been transferred and are adapting over here. The aunt is now more radiant, looking like an elite woman. The 2 younger siblings are also very good, have been working hard to study, after school, will also do some things that can be done. Ali, you're here, quickly come in, I will go to buy food in a while, our family have a reunion dinner today. Yunli heard this and hurriedly brought his younger siblings along. They went to buy vegetables together, and when they came back, they cooked together. They all sat down, and the family drank fruit juice and ate the reunion dinner together. Ali, in the new year, we should all be safe and sound, and we should get better and better. To the 2 children, how about some progress in your studies? Yunli also raised his glass and wished his aunt to become more and more beautiful, her work to rise higher and higher, and the few of us to study well and rise up every day. We are all doing well. We are all studying hard. A few people happy together to eat a reunion dinner, the evening together to see the fireworks, together firecrackers. At night, the nursing home called and said the old lady was dead. She broke the cup and committed suicide. Not long ago, the aunt told the old lady that her son was sentenced to death. Now she went crazy. All this time she has been committing suicide and clamoring for her aunt to go back. Auntie doesn't believe that someone like her would commit suicide. Auntie, I'll go back with you, and leave my siblings at my house. The aunt glanced at Yunli and shook her head. No need, you can help me take care of my 2 younger siblings. You don't have to go back, Ali, you don't owe her. It is they who owe Ali, not Ali who owes her. Ali is not indebted to her. Yunli was just saying that, and didn't think about going. For that old lady, she only felt that she deserved to die. Auntie, alone, set off on the train home. Chapter 152, Aunt owes me $20,000. Along the way, Grass is in a good mood, sitting in the sleeper, and the mood to see the scenery outside the car window. Arrived when it was afternoon, the old lady has been pulled back to the village. There, the village had also set up a hearse, and everyone looked at Grass. They realized that Grass just came in and smiled and greeted each and every one of them. Someone from the village couldn't stand to watch and spoke with a dark face. Grass, don't you think you're going overboard like this? Today is your mom's funeral. As for you to come back smiling like this, don't you think it's wrong? Grass raised an eyebrow and looked at the person who spoke. It seemed to be the eldest uncle. She asked, Eldest uncle, when they wanted to sell me, why didn't you come out and tell them that it was wrong? When they kicked me out of my house and wouldn't let me in the dead of winter, and made me huddle outside, why didn't you say that they were wrong? When they went to my house, smashed up everything in my house, demanded that I give them money or else they would kill me and beat me half to death, why don't you say that they were wrong? Other people may not be aware of it, but the people in this village have always known exactly what their family did. So, now play the fool. Originally, I told the people at the nursing home to ask them to help with the afterlife, and all the money I had, I called them. I heard that it was you who made a scene at the door, and had to pull the person back, to hold the funeral inside the village, and even returned the money from the nursing home, right? After the others heard this, their faces were a little unsightly, especially the old lady's nephews, as well as her nephews, who were the ones who caused this incident. They came out at this time and said, the old people in our village, what we are talking about, that is the leaves return to their roots. You're not being ungrateful by letting the nursing home people take care of my aunt's funeral, are you? Do you know that I came here today to scold you? When Grasshopper heard that, he was quite kind. Yo, where did this nephew come from? What did you do before? You've been looking for death, haven't you? You really care so much about your aunt, why didn't you show up earlier? Who are you trying to discuss now? I'm here today to tell you that I don't need you to care. Grass claps his hands, a dragon's coming behind him. See? I've prepared all the manpower, I don't need your help. The village people look, sure enough, grass behind, followed by more than a dozen people. Everyone is wearing a certain dragon clothes. A look no is to do what? They hurriedly blocked, no, cannot let a dragon to come, whose funeral is looking for a dragon. Especially that nephew of the old lady's, I'm telling you, you hurry up, kneel down for all of us and beg us, only then will we help you. Otherwise, your mom won't even be able to close her eyes. When this came out, Grass laughed, you guys also said, that's my mom, what I do, that's my business, it's your turn to say anything? Today, either a dragon comes to deal with it and I still give you guys dinner, or I leave you guys to deal with it yourselves. Of course, I want to hear that I say a bad, I immediately call the police, the nursing home, but there are still several $1,000s, that money you honestly give me back. Grass cold face, behind is a dozen people, they that is not at all dare not move, the two sides of the people so stalemate here. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. When the police came, they asked what the situation was. What is the situation here? You guys come over here and tell me, who called the police? Grasshopper rushed over and told the police, Comrade Police, I'm the one who called the police. They took Grass to the side to find out what was going on in the situation. What is the situation on your side? Tell us a little bit about it. Grass nodded and then began to tell them what was going on. My mom had been in a nursing home and called me after she passed away, and I came back first thing. In the process, I wanted the nursing home to take care of my afterlife, but my mom's niece and nephew ran over and brought my mom back. And took the $5,000 or $6,000 left over from the nursing home. When I came back, I looked for a one-stop service, but they wouldn't let me, and had to make me get down on my knees and beg them, one by one. As my mom's only daughter, I should have the right to decide, my mom's afterlife, what to do, right? I said, if they don't agree, then they can also handle it. The money would be the cost of my asking for their help. But they didn't want to, and they wouldn't admit it. Now that I brought a dragon with me, I want to put my mom in the ground early, but they still don't agree. I don't know what they want to do, I don't know what they want me to do. The problem now is that they want to find my trouble. Now please help me to tell them, I have no right to decide, my mom in the end, how to go. After the police knew the whole thing, they waved towards the village chief, and the old lady's two nephews. They took them to the village committee and started mediation. Now, Chow Chow also told us what happened. As the old lady's only daughter, no matter what way she chooses, it is her own choice. Is it good for the old man if you stop here? Isn't it bad that they have invited a one-stop shop staff to come over and don't need your help? It's not like they won't give you food or throw you a banquet. They even said they don't accept gifts, so what else do you want? That nephew is not happy about it. As the mother's family, can't I say a few words about her? As a daughter, she has not treated my aunt well at all over the years. She didn't let my aunt get the care she deserved. She even sent my aunt to a nursing home. That's the kind of thing only a white-eyed wolf would do. Of course I'm going to tell everyone. I must tell everyone. I'll tell everyone what kind of person you really are and how unfilial you really are. I'll show everyone what a white-eyed wolf you are. Only then will everyone know how you really treat my aunt. Everyone knows how much my aunt has suffered over the years. With this remark, Grass laughed, and then asked him, I would like to ask you, how many times have you come to see your aunt over the years? When your aunt was sick, did you come? When your aunt was sick, did you come? When I wanted to send your aunt to a nursing home, why didn't you take her home? That's very nice of you. How many times have you cared for your aunt? Who doesn't know how to talk about it? She can say that too. Can you still say you're not nice to my aunt? You've driven my aunt to a small room. She doesn't have enough to eat or wear. Poor thing. When my old lady lived in a nursing home, she was taken care of by a caregiver and was fed 3 meals a day. But my aunt, she has to cook everything herself, and when she gets sick, she has no one to take care of her. How dare you come here to talk about me? That nephew, his face instantly became unsightly. He opened his mouth towards Grasshopper with a black face. This is my family's business. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? Grass outstretched his hand, clapped his hands, began to applaud. This is a very good, this is my family's own thing. With you an outsider, what has to do with it? What do you have to do with an outsider? Do you need to meddle here? You two took the money, hurry to get back 5 or 6,000. This seems to have reached the standard of the case. The police listened, nodded, and told the two of them. That's right, generally speaking, 2 or 3,000 has reached the standard of filing, 6,000 how all to. After that nephew heard it, his face was even more unsightly, and he was a little worried. In fact, this matter, I have no opinion. For me, this aunt is a dragon, or the village, lifting up the mountain is okay. As long as you give everyone a meal on the line, after all, we all came to help it. As for that money, it is not in my hands, so you cannot find me. At that time this person came to find him, said that they give this grass a little lesson, and then the money is divided equally. He said that Grasshopper, a girl, had no way out, and that everyone in the village would surely help. When the time comes, that money will be easy, and it will be in their hands. And the old lady did not send to the mountain, is a big unfilial thing. In order to let the old lady to the mountain, Grass must also make a choice. Who knew that this Grasshopper would be so ruthless? She will even directly find a dragon over. This is to do what? This is to not let them find her thing. They thought, let's stop the people from the dragon. Today, this matter, surely it is necessary for Grasshopper to apologize to them. But what they didn't expect was that Grasshopper had called the police. That nephew, also at this time opened his mouth. Grass, I think you really don't care about your mom? When other people encounter this kind of situation, no matter what, they will compromise and do what we say. Why don't you want to? As long as you bow your head and apologize to us, as long as you get down on your knees and say a few soft words to us, we'll help. And you don't have to pay for a one-stop shop. Isn't that good? Now that it's come to this, everyone is over here, watching the police come too. People from our 2 villages will feel ashamed. Can it be that in the future, you really won't contact us, and you'll really have to break off relations? Then, at that time, when something happens to you, who else can you turn to for help? He felt that he said these words, is very pertinent, but also really for the good of Grass. After all, Grass is now also divorced well. After a divorce, a woman with 2 children should have a hard time. At this time, without the help of her mother's family, what is she going to do? Now that the old lady was gone, weren't they the only ones left in her mother's family, these cousins? How could Grass not hear the meaning of this? Wasn't this just asking her to compromise? Grasshopper coldly looked at them and opened her mouth. For people like you, how could I possibly beg for your help? Let's put it this way, in the future, we should not contact each other anymore, nor should we come and go. I don't think that there is any need to interact with you guys. Besides, if I need your help, will you help me? Will you give me a penny, or will you give me a meal, or will you introduce me to a job? Don't be so funny. We all know very well what kind of people each other are, there's no need to pretend here. The 2 of them's face changed again and again. I didn't expect this, Grass, that doesn't give them any face at all. The police also understood Grass's meaning. Now what does your side think? It is normal for people to send their moms to the mountain. If your side stops, we will have to take you back for a good education. Seeing this situation, the village chief hurriedly opened his mouth beside them. Oops, let's leave this matter as it is. We also think that it's good for the staff of one dragon to deal with it, and the people in our village will feel relieved. The village chief then looked at the 2 of them and slapped them on the shoulder. I say this, do you agree or not? Hurry up and make a sound. I can tell you, if you do not agree, I will not care about you. This is a matter that you are not in charge of in the first place. To be frank, the way people want to organize the funeral is the host family's own business. They can say a few words, but not much. As far as their behavior of going to fetch the people back and taking the money away was concerned, it was wrong in itself. Perhaps at that time, the village chief also thought that it wasn't a big deal. After all, the tradition of their village was such that as a nephew, as the old woman's maternal family, it was permissible to say a few words. But this situation was different. They all knew very well what Grasshopper had suffered all these years. In a situation like this, they really shouldn't be doing this. The village chief felt as if he had a bit of a problem as well. In this process, he should also stop. So he looked to Grass. Uncle wants to apologize to you. This matter, I also have some responsibility. I should have stopped them, sorry. In response, Grass didn't say anything. Just looked at the police officer. Please tell them to hand over the money, or else I will still ask for a case to be filed. In addition, trouble you guys. Grass took a dragoness people and went to bury the old lady. Just when everything was about to end, that nephew took out another piece of paper. Wait a minute, I won't give you that money. This is the note that my aunt wrote to me. She owes me $20,000, you see when to pay me back? Grass heard, good guy, this is interesting. I didn't want to count this with you, but I didn't expect you to dig a hole for me yourself, right? I also have a bill here and some IOUs, do you want to take a look? That nephew's face instantly changed. He told himself not to worry, there was no way Grass could have anything. What kind of IOUs can you have? I can tell you, this was written to me by my aunt herself. It's the money that aunt borrowed from me. If you don't pay me back, I won't agree. I can also call the police. It just so happens that the police comrades haven't left yet. I can give you the $6,000, but you have to pay me back too. How about that? You don't have to give me $20,000, just give me $14,000, okay? Good man, this guy really has the guts to ask for it. First of all, I'm skeptical about this IOU. Don't you think it's ridiculous to take an IOU and say it's from an old lady? My old lady can't read or write. Can she write? Chapter 153, Can I beg you? Grass's words, the other people heard, also feel reasonable. In the past, the old lady really not very good at writing. There are so many words on it she can recognize. Besides, what kind of person is the old lady? All alone, their family is the old ladies say. How could the old lady not have money? She has money, how could she borrow money from others, or borrow money from such a bastard nephew? This is unreasonable. The village chief saw that he was still looking for trouble, and directly said, if you still continue to look for trouble, if you want to get into trouble, we do not care. The nephew is called Li Yang. At this moment Li Yang is very arrogant. He took the note to the police to see. Comrade police, you quickly look at this note, in the end does not count? If you want to say it doesn't count, I'll leave today. The police did not expect this matter behind, there are so many things, they took over to see the format and so on. You wrote who owes you how much money, the name did not write the time off. And the name of the following also has no handprints, this note is not standardized. Besides, how can you prove that your aunt wrote it? How can you prove that this is your aunt's handwriting? You have to remember one thing, you come up with this thing, then you have to prove that this thing is true. You have to prove that this thing is legally valid. Now Li Yang was dumbfounded, he just didn't understand, why is it so simple for other people to ask for a debt, but when it came to him, it was so complicated. Other people write IOUs, is not it like this? He wrote it just like the others. If you don't believe me, you can ask my wife, and my parents are witnesses. He thinks it's simple. Now that my aunt is gone, who can prove that it's a fake? No one could prove it at all. The policeman looked at his smug look and had to open his mouth to remind him that your parents and your grandparents, or your aunts and uncles, etc., cannot be witnesses. Do you have any other witnesses? Or can you make it clearer on this IOU? There's no date, no time, and the name is crooked. Comrade policeman, he has no proof. I do have proof that it's not my mom's note. Although my mom doesn't know many words, she keeps a very clear account of how much money she borrowed. And there's also an IOU for the money they borrowed. Come on, let me show you what a real IOU looks like. A selfish person like the old lady? When she lent money to other people, not to mention a dime, even a penny would be clear. Chow Chow went to take out a box. After opening it, he saw the account book and IOUs inside. Every word on it, that is a stroke very childish. The first one to blow up was Li Yang, who spoke angrily. Didn't you say that my aunt can't read? Then what about these? You lied to the police just now, didn't you? The aunt laughed and said, before can not read and write, but then in order to keep score, people learned off. Well, I said that, you believe it, that you do not know, she cannot read, then you this loan is even more problematic. Now Li Yang also opened his mouth, so how do you prove that these are written by my aunt? Grass smiled and pointed to his hand. Then this is easy, there are your parents' signatures on it, as well as your own signature, and fingerprints, see, compare your fingerprints on the line. Originally I have forgotten this matter, you have to let me think of it, you say you. Grass holding forehead bitter smile, I really can't take you. Li Yang. Grass. Grass looks at his ugly face, continue to speak. I'll do the math for you, your family owes the old lady a total of $20,000. You owe $5,000, plus this money you guys got away from the nursing home $11,000. You yourself say a time, in the end when to pay these money, cannot pay, I will go to file a case. When the time comes to enforce it, it won't be my problem. Li Yang. I don't know about this stuff. You go talk to my parents. I still have things to do, I'll leave first. Li Yang fled, only before he could run away a few steps, he was already stopped by the police. Your behavior today is very inappropriate, come back with us. Go back with us and learn a good lesson. Li Yang and that nephew were taken away. Hastily invited everyone to have dinner, that's why they were allowed to go back. She also invited the chef from the street to cook the meal. Everyone felt that Grasshopper was really bossy and really generous. At the same time, the old lady's nephew and nephew did things a little too much. This was originally someone's daughter's own matter, what were they stirring up? Of course, the two of them quickly took out the money returned by the nursing home. The police also gave it to Grasshopper. After Grasshopper got it, she put it away, it was the old lady's pension money, of course she wanted to spend it. When everyone had left, Grass was alone in the yard, things were almost packed. Grass went to find the village chief. The village chief was stunned when he heard what Grass was saying, and couldn't believe it at all. What did you say? You want to give that old house, and your family's land, all to the village? You're silly. You're the only one left in your family now, and it's all yours. What are you doing? Grasshopper is still very clear about this. Uncle, I know, the land is the country's, it is not mine. Although it is contracted to my family, I don't farm anymore, and my account is no longer in the village, so it's not appropriate. Besides, the place where I work now is quite far away from here, and I can't come back in the future, so I thought I would give my house to the village as well. When the time comes, I'll see who needs it, and I can stay there for a while. In the future, if I come back, then return to me. The village chief nodded his head in agreement after hearing that. Since you've said so, then I'll agree. Don't worry, your house, your home base, surely all will be yours. At that time, you will come back to give you, these years, I will help you watch a little is. You leave here now, I also wish you a bright future, if you are tired outside in the future, remember to come back. Thank you, uncle. Grasshopper turned around and went back. The next morning, Grasshopper went to the mountain. Looking at that fresh grave, Grasshopper sat next to it. Old lady, it's a bit of a shame that I didn't get to see you die with my own eyes. To be honest, I kinda wanted to see your desperate look. Back then, you didn't hesitate to sell me just so you could earn more money. What were your feelings then? Now, I've inherited everything you have. You must be in great pain down there if you know that. After all, you said, I am just a girl, no matter how hard it is useless, can't compare to your two precious sons. As a result, what about now, who exactly is the winner? Grass ate rice balls and drank juice, watching the sun slowly rise in the distance. Look at what I'm eating now, the bread you wouldn't let me have, the soda, the juice. I'm enjoying everything you said I didn't deserve. I can see that what you said is all bull, all useless bull. In the future, my wonderful life is going to start, and your sons are going to turn into a pile of yellow earth right here properly. Grass has hired a lawyer to sue Li Yang's family so that they pay back the money, never mediate, time how long it does not matter, she can afford to spend. Just when the grass is ready to leave, saw Tian Knight's mom. But only more than half a year have not seen it, Tian Knight mom old a lot, hair all white. When I heard that your mom died, I knew that you would definitely come back. I want you to visit my son. He won't let me see him. Every time I applied for a visit, he refused. I think it's you she wants to see. When Grasshopper heard that, she thought it was quite ridiculous. The scum wants to see her, so she has to? No, old lady, please move over, you're blocking my way, I'm going to pass this way. I'm going this way. Wait a minute, as long as you're willing to see my son, I'll do anything you want, I'll get down on my knees and beg you. It was my fault in the past, I shouldn't have looked down on you, I shouldn't have said bad things about you behind your back, I shouldn't have provoked your relationship with my son, I apologize to you for everything. At this moment, she had long since ceased to be that overbearing mother-in-law, she was just a mother who wanted to see her son. She wanted to see her son, but he didn't see her, so she had no choice but to beg her daughter-in-law, whom she had never been able to see before. Grass turned back to look at her, there was no emotion in her eyes, she just looked at her faintly. I said, don't see. I have already divorced him, so there is no relationship, and there is no need to meet. No matter what you say, I am not going to see. After the old lady heard this, her heart was very sorrowful and sad. She covered the location of her heart and asked, I beg you, can't I even? Chapter 154, Stinky and Hard. Grass looked at her like this, then laughed, then looked at her indifferently and said, people say that doing things leaves a thread, and you can meet them later. But what did you do? You can't wait for us to get divorced right away, and you can't wait to reduce me to the dust. Now that I told him you're divorced, shouldn't you be happy? And what are you being melodramatic about here? Although they are divorced now, but the son went in, the son was locked up, became a prisoner of labor. Her son shouldn't have ended up like this. Her son should be living a good life, very happy. Now he's like this. Her heart aches. But my son is now arrested, and you are living a good life. Great, so it's still her fault. Why was your son arrested? Don't you know why? He broke the law. He brought it on himself. What you should do is take care of yourself and wait for your son to come out, not look for me here. Excuse me, please. You're in the way. Grass pushed the old lady away and left. The old lady looked at the way Grasshopper left and just felt that she was really desperate. The old lady came from her hometown just to let her see her son, but she didn't expect that Grass was unwilling to do so. Later, the old lady finally saw her son, immediately told his son about this matter. Tian Knight, after knowing it, sighed, "It is normal, in her place, betrayal, this life will never have any possibility, she will never forgive me again. Grass, this time to go back, take the airplane." The moment the plane landed, she knew that the past was over, and every day that followed was a new beginning. Yunli brought his younger siblings to wait at the airport and waved towards her when she came out. Grass smiled when she saw the two kids and Yunli, her good days were ahead of her. Grasshopper waved towards them as well. "Auntie, let's go eat first, then go shopping, or just go home?" Grass looks at the two little ones. "Go out to eat, see if you want to eat roast duck or shabu shabu, today Auntie treats. Since it's all a good day later on, it's time to celebrate, they're going out to eat something delicious now. Shabu shabu. Shabu shabu." Yunli naturally had to say shabu shabu as well. They went out to eat shabu shabu together, and both little ones were very happy. Auntie looked at the two of them and felt that in this life, everything was really worth it. She accompanied them to eat the shabu shabu and returned home together. As soon as the two kids came home, they went to pour water for her to soak her feet. "Mom, quickly sit down and soak your feet well, so you won't be tired." "Mom, we've been very good these past few days, we haven't given cousin any trouble at all, don't you worry." "Mom, cousin even took us to a part-time job and said he would take us there from now on, so don't worry." "Mom, you should take more rest in the future, you should know that you are not alone, you still have us." The two of them were talking to each other, and it makes you feel warm when you listen to them. "Good, you guys are really good." Grassily stroked their heads, soaked their feet, then went to wash up, and finally went for a good night's sleep. On the first day of school, everyone was happy. For Yunli and the few of them, it was all the same. They hadn't rested during the vacation, from self-defense to shopping malls to etiquette, and all kinds of courses, and finally went abroad for a walk. They felt that the start of school was quite good, being able to relax a bit. Just as they arrived at the school, they saw Zhou Xiaoya. Yunli. This person that's really persistent, has been showing up non-stop, and people have said, "I'm not interested in you, I'm just listening to my grandfather." Yunli. Yunli was just speechless. Several of them had skipped a grade, they weren't even in the same grade anymore, and it was outrageous for her, a first year, to run to the second year. Zhou Xiaoya ran to Yunli's front. "Yunli, what exactly do you want before you agree to be friends with me? Now everyone feels that I like you, everyone knows that I have always hoped that you could be friends with me. I come over every day to help you with your meals, to buy you food. Give you water, you are not at all hard take me, this girl is not it?" Yunli? Yunli looked at her very speechlessly. "You keep stalking me, making me very speechless, affecting my normal life, and you still want me to feel sorry for you, you are not sick in the head, are you?" When Zhou Xiaoya heard this, she instantly became aggravated, tears in her eyes. "Yunli, are you a boy? You don't know how to hearttake a girl. I am so good to you, you are a stone, you should be warmed by me, right? Half a year, she has worked hard for half a year, this person is just like a stinky stone, stinky and hard, that is not at all heartfelt. Chapter 155, Justice Incarnate. Now in the school, who doesn't know how good she is to Yunli? Everyone is touched, how come Yunli is not touched? Does he have a pit in his brain, or is his heart made of stone? It's been over half a year, I've done so much for you, can't you see? How can you pretend that nothing happened?" The gazes of the others all looked towards Yunli, everyone was curious to know what reaction Yunli would give. Just because, this half year, Zhou Xiaoya is like a different person, every day around Yunli, send water to send breakfast, go to the cafeteria and wait. Don't know also thought, Zhou Xiaoya this is suddenly like Yunli it. Otherwise, her behavior like this doesn't make sense. Of course, every time Yunli was, very firmly refused, and even told her to stop, but Zhou Xiaoya acted as if she didn't understand. They also wondered what Yunli would do at this point in time. Only to see Yunli coldly and very angrily looking at her. "You said it yourself, that was you who wanted to do those things. I hate you very much, these things you are doing will only bring me trouble. It's only going to disrupt the rhythm of my life. I don't know, what makes you think that such disturbances and pestering will move anyone? Maybe you're only moved by yourself. If it is a boy like this pestering you, keep saying like you, in the name of like, disturbing your life, to grasp your whereabouts, keep tracking you, keep disturbing you. Would you think that this is a sign of love? Is this not harassment? I remember every time, I have rejected it, right, and very harshly. Why do you continue to pester me? Don't you think you're outrageous? Touched? Who are you touching? I'd like to call the police on you. Who's touched like this? This is not like, this is perverted. Yunli finished, looked around at the students, and then told everyone very seriously and gravely. Please think carefully, if in your side, there is such a person. In the name of liking you, she keeps following you, harassing you, and also controlling your behavior. She even tells everyone that she spies on you because she likes you. Then she also wants everyone to help her make a decision, telling you that if you don't like this girl, don't be friends with this girl, then you are not kind enough. What do people think? Is this really the right behavior? Once Yunli said this, everyone was pondering. Not to mention, Yunli was right. Zhou Xiaoya's behavior like this was really outrageous. People had clearly said that they didn't like it, but she was still bent on having her own way. Still want to talk about it, still want to force people to be friends with her. I don't have a crush on you. Zhou Xiaoya hurriedly denied it. Just want to be friends with you. You guy, so selfish and self-serving, who would like you? Yuli laughed again and made everyone look at her. Everyone also saw this attitude of hers, not liking me, saying those to me. What is this not outrageous? Yuli looked at Zhou Xiaoya again. I'm warning you for the last time, don't appear in front of me again. I don't want to be friends with you. If you show up again, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Your behavior like this is affecting my studies, understand? Zhou Xiaoya was so angry that her eyes turned red and her tears kept flowing down. Yunli, you're too much, whoa. Yunli was directly speechless, looking at her like this came a sentence. It is not crying that means you are reasonable. Also not crying, is able to distort the truth. Please do not come back to our classroom, soon class, please leave. Zhou Xiaoya cried and left. Yunli went to the director of teaching after class. Director, Zhou Xiaoya, for 3 days, comes to our classroom. This really affects our lessons. No matter how much I refuse, she keeps coming over. This is really outrageous. If this goes on, how can I go to school properly? Can you communicate with her parents? After listening to the director of the teaching staff, he also thinks that this is not good. If this goes on, it will affect the students learning too much. Good, you first go back to class. This matter will be left to me to deal with it. I will certainly deal with it, okay? Yunli went back to the classroom, and it wasn't long before the teacher came with a new student. It was a girl, wearing a new school uniform, with a high ponytail and glasses, smiling good-naturedly towards everyone as she walked in. Everyone's eyes looked over. Their school never accepted transfer students. What was going on? How come there are still transfer students showing up? Quiet, be quiet, I'll introduce you all. This student is called Li Sisi. She's a transfer from another school. She'll be your classmate from now on. Li Sisi, you can introduce yourself. Everyone looked at Li Sisi with a little curiosity. In this school, either the grades were exceptionally good and they were the top students from the rest of the city, or they were students with local household registration and whose own families could afford the students' expenses. It was important to know that their school also had international classes that specialized in the helicopter route. Their school tuition is not low, and there are a lot of fees, and there are all kinds of hobby classes that are taught by teachers with relevant specialties. It's kind of amazing that it's turning around now. Hello everyone, I'm Li Sisi. I like to read books. From today onwards I'll be classmates with all of you, so please teach me more. Everyone casually clapped their hands, even if it was to welcome her. You find a seat, next to Lin Hang will do. Li Sisi walked over to sit down next to Lin Hang. She smiled towards Lin Hang. Lin Hang was preoccupied with only the blackboard. The morning lesson was quick, and at noon, Li Sisi carefully asked Lin Hang student, may I ask if you have any notes? Can you show them to me? Our school doesn't follow the same pace as yours. Is it okay if I want to take a look at your notes? Lin Hang glanced at her and directly refused. I don't have any. Li Sisi was a bit embarrassed and pulled out a smile that was worse than crying and said, oh, that's right. Lin Hang stood up and prepared to go eat with Yunli and the others. Li Sisi hurriedly stood up and asked, excuse me, where is the cafeteria? Go downstairs and turn left. The second building is it. Oh, okay. Li Sisi revealed a sweet smile. Lin Hang walked over and went to the cafeteria with Yunli and a few others. Li Sisi glanced at the others and realized that none of them were paying attention to her. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her heart and told herself that it would be fine. As long as she worked hard she would be able to succeed. Li Sisi followed what Lin Hang said and found the cafeteria. She was stunned to see the entire 3 floors of the cafeteria. This cafeteria is also too big. Would the food inside be expensive? When she went in, she tightly touched her wallet and began to worry that she would hemorrhage today. When she went inside, she realized that the prices were surprisingly acceptable. There were still affordable meals. She got herself an order of shredded potatoes, an order of rice and sat down. At the same time, she looked at the others and realized that the others had a mix of meat and vegetables in front of them, and some of them were eating exceptionally well. Hey, this was the poor to the rich school for her. In fact, the first floor is affordable meals. Not everyone wants to eat expensive. The second floor small fry, the third floor is separate. After she ate, she thought about going back to the classroom. When she went back, everyone was in their seats reading, which was nothing like what she had thought before. She thought that in this place, there would be a lot of people looking down on her, there would be a lot of people talking about her, this and that, but no, everyone was doing their own thing, and didn't have time to care about anyone else. After thinking about it, she stopped Lin Hang and Zhou Lin at the end of the school day. Excuse me Lin Hang student, can I interrupt for a moment? I'd like to ask you guys, in our school, can you bring your own meals over? Lin Hang and Zhou Lin looked at each other a little puzzled. Zhou Lin looked at her and asked, when you came to school, didn't you get the school rules? You can look at it carefully, there are rules on our side, you can't bring your own things to school to eat. Lunch is required to be eaten in the cafeteria, and in the morning you can be at home or at school, but you can't bring in anything from outside. Li Sisi frowned after hearing this, and was puzzled as to why. Not everyone wants to eat in the school's cafeteria. What's wrong with bringing in from outside? I can bring in from home, all clean and hygienic food. Jolin? Jolin was a bit puzzled. Did she not speak clearly enough just now? Did I not speak clearly enough just now? It's a clear school rule. It's a school rule, something we have to follow. Every school rule, there is a reason, since you chose this school. Having come here, then you should abide by it, shouldn't you? Jolin doesn't understand. Isn't this something that anyone can understand? Why does she seem to be so resistant? But the school cafeteria is very expensive. For me, there is no way to accept it. May I ask you to come with me and go to the head teacher or principal? I want to fight for it from him. Now they were even more puzzled. Since they chose this school, they should know what kind of place this school is. And the first floor of the school wasn't expensive, especially for a student like her who came in with her grades. There was a student subsidy. You're supposed to be a student who came in with grades, right? Then you should be subsidized. After the subsidy comes down, there's a discount on your food. So how come you can't take it? The school has subsidies for students with good grades, plus discounts on food, so why wouldn't you be able to accept it? Jolin's words made Lee Cece's pride hurt. Her eyes reddened a little and she came up with, "Classmate, why are you so aggressive? I just want you guys to help me a little bit. My family is just very poor. I don't want to take the subsidy. Can't I use it to eat? I want to save a little. Why are you so aggressive?" Jolin? Jolin opened her mouth, then laughed. "Good guy, she's really. Why am I fierce?" Jolin looked at her coldly. Her face was not looking good at the moment. "You asked a question, I answered the question. You do not thank me on it, but also said that I am aggressive. Classmates excessive seems to be you, oh?" Lee Cece was a little weak, then looked to the side of the Lin Hang. Came a sentence. "I asked the student Lin Hang, why do you answer it?" Jolin. Grass. Jolin all gasped and laughed. Well, it's me being nosy. In the future if you ask a question, I definitely won't say a word more." Lin Hang this time also blackened his face. "Lee student, you're overdoing it. Jolin helped you answer a question. Not only did you not thank her, you said so. Excessive, please apologize." When Lee Cece heard Lin Hang's words, she seemed to be in disbelief and her eyes became redder. "Yeah, sorry." Jolin was a bit diabolical and directly walked away from her. Lin Hang also walked away from her. Lee Cece once again opened her mouth. "Lin Hang student, thank you." Lee Cece watched them go and went to the other students and said she was ready to go to the principal. All the way Lee Cece was talking about how she was going to find the principal to reflect this problem, and also said that the students should not be restricted from bringing food, speaking with a strong voice, as if she was the embodiment of justice. Slowly following her more and more, everyone wanted to know what kind of a result it would be in the end. After all, everyone was curious as to how this person was so brave, how she felt that she could challenge the school rules. Of course, there are also people to remind Lee Cece, "Classmates, the reason why the school is so prescribed, there will certainly be a reason. This is for our safety." Lee Cece couldn't listen to it at all. She now felt that she was the warrior of justice. She absolutely couldn't back off. She had to go forward. She had to go forward, so that everyone would remember her. When she arrived at the teaching office, the head teacher saw that a large number of students had come here, and was still a bit strange. "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you all gathered here? What happened?" Everyone stepped back and didn't say anything. At this time, Lee Cece came out from the crowd. "Hello director, I'm Lee Cece from the second year class. I just transferred here today." The director nodded. Classmates here, what's the matter?" "Director, I came here for something and wanted to suggest it to you." Lee Cece was not humble and looked at the director in a very calm manner. "Director? Oh? What kind of advice? If you have a suggestion, you can go through the school's suggestion box." The director didn't quite understand what this little girl was doing here with so many students. Lee Cece listened and then spoke. "But that's too slow, and I don't see that I'll be taken seriously after I vote. Only by coming here with everyone can we let the school leaders know that our true voice." The director laughed when he heard that was exasperated, and he asked, "Well, so what do you say, what do you suggest?" The moment he heard this, Lee Cece stood up straight and felt instantly powerful. "Director, it's like this, after I went to the school's cafeteria today, I found out that all the prices over there are quite expensive. It's not that it's particularly expensive, it's something that a commoner like me can't accept. So may I ask if it's possible for us to bring our own food to the school and the school will heat it up for us? That way, we'll save a lot of money." Goodness, originally everyone wanted to see how this girl was going to help us fight for our interests. Who knew that she would say something like this? The cafeteria was already good, well, tasty and affordable. How come in her mouth, it changed its flavor? They rushed to speak. "Classmates, we did not say so. Oh, the school cafeteria is very good, affordable. Chapter 156 wants to do that special. Yeah, our cafeteria is fine and tastes good. Please don't drag us on the back." They just want to come over to see what is happening, but will not say the school cafeteria. Their cafeteria ants, their hands do not shake, every time to give them a lot to play, just afraid that they do not have enough to eat well. Such a cafeteria, what are they not satisfied with? No, isn't this person a transfer student? Why did she come here and start picking on the cafeteria? So one of the students spoke up. Classmate, our cafeteria ants are so nice, they never shake when they serve food, and the flavors are so varied. We all love it. Right, the cafeteria has good prices, what's wrong with that? You just went all the way, saying you'd ask for everyone's favor, but you this. In the beginning, everyone wanted to watch the fun and see what was going on, but now that we know, everyone is speechless in their hearts. What's wrong with the cafeteria ants? The cafeteria ants on each floor are all very nice, and the chef cooks very well, okay? Cici was also furious. Who was she saying this for? It's not like she's doing it for her own benefit, it's not for everyone's benefit. As long as they can bring in food in the future, they can bring in whatever they want to eat, can't they? I know, you all don't dare to tell the truth now, it's okay, I'll say it. Cici looked firmly at the director. Other students. Cici didn't listen to a single word they just said. We're not afraid, we're telling the truth. That's because you're rich, your family is superior. Cici blurted out, then looked at them. We are different from you as students who came in with our grades. Our family conditions are not that good, we just want to save a little bit if we can. What she said seemed to make sense, but here, there were other students with very good grades and average families, and they came forward as well. Classmate, you are not right yet. Our family situation may not be so good, but as long as the application, there is a subsidy, and when we eat in the cafeteria, there is also a discount. With the discount, it's safer than outside hygiene. Are you not paying attention to this? If you haven't been paying attention, I suggest you take a good look. We really didn't think that there was anything wrong with the cafeteria. Yeah, the school treats us well, there's nothing bad about it. Seriously, the school has made it this far, it's really okay, other schools may not be as good as theirs. They can't be ungrateful, can they? Classmate, not to mention whether the family condition is good or not, does it matter? Why are you like this? I don't think it's right for you to be like this, oh, you make us feel outrageous when you say that. This is a school. It doesn't matter what the family is like. At such a time, everyone's words, in Lizzie's ears, it was all a lie, only what she thought was true. She looked back at them, looking at them with great incomprehension. I don't understand, why are you guys saying false words? Even more so, why are you guys saying this at this time? You guys are like this, it's really too upsetting. Everyone? No, sister, can you listen to what we are saying? Yunli and the others also heard the commotion and came here. After seeing Yuli, Zhou Hui, and Lin Hang and a few of them, Cici felt even more that she hadn't said anything wrong. Before she came here, she still understood something. Nowadays it was the few of them that were the core of this school. In a school, or in a class, there were either exceptionally good students, known by their teachers, or they were mischievous, or like them, they were the children of the top families. They had seen too many of their classmates, and if they wanted to get their attention, they had to use a different method. Cici thought to herself, having read several novels, she had already grasped the essence of it. It was like right now, she was here, fighting for everyone. She looked at the director of instruction and continued to speak. Director, please listen carefully, can I have my opinion? This matter, for us, is really important, and the meals in the cafeteria are burdensome to me. I want to bring my own meals here. I'm sure that a lot of people think the same as I do. The others were speechless when they heard it. This person really can't understand it. They directly came out to speak. I'm sorry, student, what you represent is just your own thoughts. After the discount, the meals here are especially affordable. Not to say anything else, what you can't buy outside, you can definitely buy here, meat and vegetables, but also particularly delicious. What I make myself at home, that's a load of. And I have the option to live in school here, what's wrong with that? If I come to school from home, I have to get up very early every day, and if I have to make breakfast, it'll be even earlier. Class, your own ideas, don't force them on us, okay? We want to spend all our time on studying. That's right, classmate, if you don't want to do it yourself, just talk about yourself, don't talk about asking for us, we don't need you to do that for us. Classmate, what you say is not even close to reality, you're not good like that, understand? One by one, they are saying this, hope she understands, they didn't think the cafeteria, there is something wrong with it, okay? The cafeteria aunt also came out, let her say a student, you say our cafeteria food is too expensive, then you say how expensive? How much does it cost to sell outside and how much do I sell it for inside, can you tell me? Have you compared the prices? Cici's face was a bit ugly, she hadn't compared them, but she thought, no matter which school, there must be oil and water. The director also opened his mouth, classmate, let's not talk about this issue of the cafeteria, I'll answer you now, why don't you let yourself bring in food? Because each and every one of you can't guarantee that the food you bring in will be healthy, safe, and hygienic. Even if you think you can guarantee it, in our opinion, you cannot. It is for the sake of your lives that we do not allow you to bring in food. If you eat what you have brought, and have health problems, then what? Who will be responsible for that? There's a reason behind every school rule. I hope you'll always remember this and never ask such questions again, okay? I want us to have a good time together, okay? If you can't follow the school rules, then ask your parents to come over and we'll have a talk. Maybe you are not suitable to study in our school, what do you think? Li Cici's face completely changed. It was not easy for her to come here, naturally she would not leave. Mainly I also put forward my own suggestions, of course, may not have taken into account the actual situation, I can apologize to you. You guys explained it clearly, isn't it good? How can you think that I am not suitable? Hear it. I'm wrong, I'll admit it, or is it that you guys don't want students to question it? If that's the case, then I won't say anything and I won't ask. The director laughed when she heard it. What this girl is playing, she knows exactly, then write a review and apologize to the cafeteria ants. Apologize to me, there is no problem, right? Li Cici? Li Cici was dumbfounded. Why did it turn out like this? This wasn't like what she thought, right? She hurriedly looked at Lin Hang and the few of them, only to see that in their eyes, there was no amazement or appreciation, there were only frowns. She looked at all of this and didn't understand where exactly she got it wrong and why it was different from what she thought. Okay, I'll apologize and write a review. She couldn't drop out. In the end, Li Cici apologized and wrote a review, only from then on, when she went to the cafeteria, she wouldn't even get a good look from her aunt. Auntie would see her coming and say, "Yo, isn't this the same Li Cici who said she wouldn't eat in the cafeteria?" Others would also look at her more. Li Cici felt isolated. She ran to the roof and looked at the place with tears in her eyes. She wanted to yell of course before doing so, looked around and realized that no one was there. Isn't it said that the kind of melancholy prince or something, the favorite place is the roof of the building? Why wasn't there any? She could only just turn back and head down, and just as she was about to leave, she saw Zhou Wei coming. Li Cici's eyes lit up and she started to apologize. "Zhou Wei student, I'm sorry. Did I disturb you? I know this is your exclusive place, don't worry, I won't show up here in the future, but I'm really sad and I wanted to find a place to vent. I had no choice but to find this place, I hope you won't be angry with me, okay?" Zhou Wei? Zhou Wei held the broom in his hand and looked at her with a somewhat blank stare. What the hell is she talking about stuff? What are you talking about? This is also our class's public area, we need to clean it, please move over. Also today seems to be your duty student, the classroom is hitched to you, the blackboard is also wiped by you, you hurry up. Li Cici? Li Cici froze for a moment and hurried back. She started to clean the classroom, and after she cleaned it she started to erase the blackboard, but this person actually erased the blackboard poster in the back as well. It was just very outrageous. The moment Yunli came back from the office and looked at the empty blackboard, she was a bit confused and then looked at Li Cici. Are you retarded? Don't you know that you can't erase this blackboard poster thing? It's going to be inspected at 6:30 in a while, so tell me, what now? You didn't draw it, you erase it, you don't know it hurts at all, do you? Whoever you are, you should know that you can't erase the blackboard at the back, right? Li Cici instantly red eyes, looks very sad and aggrieved. Sorry, I do not know. It's just that today is my duty day, and I thought, this is also the blackboard, and that's why. Yunli was so angry that he sneered, fine, then you recover this painting. Li Cici's big innocent eyes were even more aggrieved, but I'm not good at art, I don't know how to draw. Yunli was speechless. He could only take the chalk and hurry to draw, and finally drew the Great Wall of China. After finishing the drawing, it was just 6:30 when the inspection students came. After the inspection, Yunli looked at Li Cici. Li Cici, please don't do unnecessary things. Because what you are doing is affecting other people's time. Li Cici instantly cried in aggravation, tears just fell, little by little, she squatted down and whimpered. Yunli didn't even look at her and directly walked away from her. What's wrong with you? At this time, a boy's voice rang out. Li Cici looked up at the boy in front of her, the boy looked sunny. I did something wrong and was scolded by a classmate. The boy was Yun Shi, that new grandson of great-grandpa. Who is it? It's really too much, how can you be so ungentlemanly? After saying that, Yun Shi took out a handkerchief and placed it in front of her. Quickly wipe your tears. Li Cici blinked and took the handkerchief over. Thank you, R. My name is Yun Shi, I'm in the second class, right next door to you. Li Cici took it and thanked him towards him. Thank you, you are different from all of them. Yun Shi smiled, that smile, like the warm sun in winter. Li Cici stood up and wiped her tears. Do you want to go eat together? When Li Cici heard this, she was even more aggrieved. She wanted to want someone to say such words to herself. Good. They went out of the school together and went to find a place to eat together again. Li Cici kept eating. Yun Shi gentlemanly pinched food for her and always looked at her very gently, which made Li Cici very happy. When Yun Li's side went out to find Lin Hang and the others, he told them about this matter. Several people felt that this Li Cici was a bit strange. This Li Cici is a bit strange. Yeah, her appearance is strange, and at the same time she has been using lame methods to get the attention of the few of us. Speaking of which, Zhou Lin was very angry, who said it wasn't, at that time, I was kind enough to help her with her science. As a result, guess what, people complained about me, and this is just to hear Lin Hang say it. Zhou Lin is angry just thinking about it. Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Lin angry hurry to say to her, do not be angry, we later, is not to meet such people? We will meet all kinds of people, now understand what it is like, we will know later. The words are so, but Jolin is still very angry. At that time, she was being kind, okay? And what happened? She was angry that her good intentions were treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Don't get angry. If you meet such a weirdo, just ignore it later. If you want to be angry, people may be happier, there is no need. Jolin thought about it that way too, she doesn't have time to get angry. Alright, where are we going to play after today? I feel like I need to go eat something nice, and also soothe my broken heart. Okay, a few of us will treat you to some good food. Jolin was then happy. They went to class together. When they went out, Lee Cece happened to see it, and was a little upset to see that there was a Jolin among the few. She also wanted to be the only girl among the few of them. Would love to be that special being. But now that there was already a girl in the middle of this, it made her a little jealous. She pretended to be curious and spoke, who was that girl? How come she was with them? Of course Yinshi would tell her, how else could she know what was going on? Although I also just transferred here, I still know a little bit. A few of them are good friends, that girl is called Jolin, and is the sister of one of the boys, Jo Wei. Chapter 157, Brothers with Your Grandfather. Lee Cece then realized what was going on, just how was she going to fit in between them now? This was indeed a problem. So that's how it is. Yinshi nodded, her smile was still gentle. Yes, you just came to this school, if there is anything you don't understand you can come and ask me, I will help you with everything. When she heard this, Lee Cece finally revealed a genuine smile. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Your surname is also Yun, so what is your relationship with that Yunli? Yinshi's smile became even more gentle as he said gently, I am Yunli's cousin, my grandfather and his grandfather are brothers. Lee Cece, our family just came back from abroad, I just transferred to this school this semester. The moment she heard this, Lee Cece's eyes lit up and her gaze at Yinshi became more sincere. I see, so are you used to coming here? Your Chinese is really good. Lee Cece thought, coming back from abroad, it should be very good. Yinshi smiled shyly, my grandfather said that no matter where we are always the people of Yunhua, Chinese is something that must not be forgotten. So all along, I have been learning Chinese, it is a must. Hearing this, Lee Cece felt even more that Yinshi in front of her was a good person. You are really nice. If you say that, I'll take it as you praising me. You have to know that in general, anyway, will think that we are difficult to get along with. In fact, a lot of people misunderstand, although at that time, we left the country, but we really have a bitter feeling. A lot of people would think that we betrayed the country, and that's not true, you can't think that way. We love this country, really. When Lee Cece heard this, she felt that there should be a story in the middle, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Why did you say that? Do you have a story? Or is there someone who misunderstood you? You can tell me anything. Of course there's a possibility that there's nothing I can do for you, but I'll be a good listener, don't you think? Lee Cece's sincere gaze instantly infected Yinshi. Yinshi then told her, well, I also think you are a very good person. It's like this, Yunli and the others have been misunderstanding my grandfather. Back then, when my grandfather left this place, it was out of necessity. Later on, we always wanted to come back, until now, finally returned to the embrace of the motherland, but the second grandfather, they have never been able to understand us. This makes us very sad yet. Forced to leave our homeland and go to the other side of the ocean, we miss our homeland every day. We want to come back. We can't wait to come back. Lee Cece was touched, reached out his hand, patted his shoulder, it is not your fault, and you have all come back. This is that they are too small and petty, what do they care about the past all the time, it is really incomprehensible. You guys don't worry, I will definitely help you guys speak. Yunshi was very moved to look at the girl in front of her, you don't have to do anything for me, you can understand, I will be very happy, I will feel, I am not alone. Lee Cece patted her heart and assured him that she would definitely treat him as her best friend in the future. Of course I understand you, we will be good friends from now on, no matter what time, as long as you need it, I will appear beside you. Aha aha. Yunli returned home, it was already evening, Grandpa told Yunli that he was a bit unwell during this time, and that he was going to leave a subsidiary to him for a while. Yunli? Yunli can't believe what he's hearing, Grandpa? I can't, can I? He's only been learning from Grandpa for a short while? A lot of things are on paper, it's not as simple as selling clothes and beef jerky. His pattern, it's not that big. Lee, you've been following me for a long time. Grandpa trusts you. And you're just there to look at those general directions. All you need to do is to look at those things they handed in. Grandpa believes you can do it. Grandpa's health is very poor right now, is it hard to believe that you want to see Grandpa fall down? Of course not. Grandpa, you'll be fine, let's hurry to the hospital, okay? Listen to the doctor and get treated properly, you'll be fine. Seeing that his grandson was so worried about him, Grandpa said, okay, I'll receive treatment, you go to the company for a while. Grandpa will let someone take you with him. Think about it, if that useless father of yours can do something, there is no reason why my grandson can't do it, don't you think so? Besides, Grandpa is just letting you go to one of the companies, you will have to manage the head office in the future. Yunli. Good, Grandpa, I know. Grandpa has said so, if he still can't do it, then it means he's really stupid. Grandpa handed Yunli the information of that company. Yunli began to study up. Going to the company every day after school, reading all kinds of reports and all kinds of documents, identifying the problems within 3 days, then proposing solutions, and finally starting to implement them. This was the topic that Grandpa had given him. Yunli began to fight to do this. The butler took Grandpa to the hospital and stayed in a room on the top floor, and is now playing chess with Grandpa Butler. Master, are you sure you want to do this? Before, because of young Master Yunha, many little bugs have popped up in the company, and this time when you leave and young Master is in the subsidiary, then they. Grandpa smiled and looked out the window. The sky at the moment had a layer of foggy clouds that blocked out the sun. It is only when I am not there that they can come out and make trouble. Especially some of the old-timers, they think, they are the company's elders. Back then without them, there is no clouds now. Should also let the young people to straighten out the whole thing. Yun left the company, is the predecessor of the cloud. At that time, Yun's was still a very small machine factory. They produced car parts, to the back of their own manufacturing, to the back of the real estate, electronic products, etc. etc. Grandpa told Yunli, no matter what, just trust yourself. If someone wants to run to you, you just send them away. Remember, you represent me. Don't listen to them. Trust yourself. Good. Yunli agreed to his grandfather's words without hesitation. The next day, Yunli went to school and talked to his friends. A few of them had a look on their faces that was hard to describe. They always felt that it was a pitfall. Do you dare to believe it? That's what my grandfather told me yesterday. And my grandpa and them, is this a group sickness? Okay, then this is a real hammer. A few of their grandfathers, this is deliberately letting them try their hands. Jolin is very helpless, said to a few people. You say these grandfathers are also, they are not afraid of us, their signboard to smash? They are not afraid that we will bring down the company for them? This is not at all worried. They laughed when they heard it. Naturally they are not worried. Zuoming even reminded them at this time, don't forget, these factories are actually their very first factories. These are the factories opened by the grandfathers when they started their own business. After so many years, their feelings for these factories must still be very deep. And you think, they must be in control. Let's go and take a look and we'll see. In the next few days, let's take all the reports and books to our base, and we'll study them together. Good. A few people discussed the matter, but Li Sisi came to Yunli's face. Yunli, I want to say a few words to you, is that okay? Yunli? Yunli looked at her speechlessly. She was in the middle of himself and the back table, while the other side of him was against the wall. You've blocked me in this place and you're asking me if it's okay? Don't you think it's funny? Would you hurry up and say it faster? I'm busy and don't want to be delayed by you. Li Sisi blackened her face and looked at Yunli with great displeasure. Why did you tell the class president that I erased the blackboard paper? Are you an elementary school student? Why are you still a tattletale? Yunli laughed when she heard this and then looked at her lightly. So may I ask if this is the truth? Did you erase the blackboard? It made me start drawing again and I almost missed the inspection. Just tell me if this is the truth. Li Sisi's face was a little hard to read, and she looked wretched. What you said is the truth, but it's not the whole truth. I wiped it by accident. I also apologized to you in the back, and I was the one who swept up the chalk dust you made all over the place. She made a mistake, but she remedied it. Does a boy have to be so petty? As a boy, do you have to be so petty? You're a real disappointment. The class president came at this time. He came with a black face and said, Li Sisi student, you misunderstood. It is not Yunli who told me. He is very busy. He did not have time to report. It was me who saw it myself, and the students in the inspection group also told me what was going on. Even in our class, there were a few students who saw it. What you want shouldn't be who's behind it to sue you, but that you don't do anything wrong. Li Sisi was even more aggrieved now. Tears fell down. You all are bullying me together. You're all in this together. Of course you're talking towards each other. Class president? The class president was also angry. Since you feel so, you can go and tell the teacher. At the same time, what I want to tell you is that you need to have something to hold on to when people tell on you, don't you? If you haven't done anything wrong and things are done perfectly, how can people sue you? Next time before you slander someone, please show me some evidence first, can't you? Li Sisi was furious. She looked at Yunli. No wonder your family misunderstood Yunshi. It turns out that you all think the same way. You will never think for others. You are too selfish. Yunli. I know a lot of you look down on me. You all think I'm a troublemaker. Others? Aren't you? You don't have to be complacent. I'll hit you hard in the face with my grades. During the monthly exams, I'll show you all how good I really am. Others don't really care how good you are yet. There's no need for it. Yunli spoke indifferently. Have you finished? If you're done, please get out of the way, can you? You're blocking my way. Li Sisi glanced at Yunli and reluctantly got out of the way. Yunli went out from this side. Li Sisi looked at Yunli's back. She must become the first place. Li Sisi returned to her seat and began to review. For the next few days, she worked extra hard. She read when others ate. She read when others went home. Everyone in the class was a bit surprised. This person didn't seem to be like this before. Youngli and the few of them didn't have time to care about Lee CC. The matter of the factory let them busy. On the first day that Youngli went to the factory, there were people who came to see him. One by one, after they saw Youngli, they smiled and said, really like the chairman of the board. Just like the chairman of the board of directors, he looks like a ghostly spirit. Then they came over and started to introduce themselves. Youngli, how are you? We are your grandfather's good brothers. That's right, we built this factory together with your grandfather. So many years have gone by, and you're old enough to come to the factory, how time flies. Youngli, how's your grandfather? Why hasn't he come over to see us old friends? Youngli saw them, or very respectful, this is the old staff. Well, Grandpa recently health problems, in the hospital to recuperate it. Thank you for your concern, let's wait until we get off work and then have a good chat, okay? I'll be sure to accompany all the grandpas to have a good chat. After Youngli finished speaking, she smiled at them. As soon as they heard it, they knew that Youngli was driving people away, so they had no choice but to go back first. Alright, then we'll go back first, the rest, we'll talk about it afterward, alright? After saying that, they thought of talking about this matter later. They went to work and Youngli started to listen to the person in charge report. Youngli listened attentively and recorded everything he didn't understand. Until the end of the afternoon, Youngli was ready to go back. They still had to go to the secret base, and at that place everyone would come together to see what to do next. Those grandfathers came again, they came here and asked. Youngli, why didn't your grandfather come? Has he already forgotten us old buddies? Ask your grandpa when he'll come to my place again, and we'll have a drink together. Ask him why the wages in our factory are getting lower and lower. That's not good enough. And why do we need an interview now, when we could recommend family members to work? We all want to know. Youngli also asked his grandfather, the people here, are they all good brothers? Grandpa said it is not so, in fact, they are employees of the factory. Over time, they feel that they have a good relationship with Grandpa, is side-by-side brothers. If Grandpa is not willing to help them, that's Grandpa's problem, that's Grandpa is not on the same page with them. Hey, in fact, we know that your grandfather has long since lost our hearts. In your grandfather's heart, he has long forgotten us old people. The group is getting bigger and bigger every year, but for us, it's not the same factory as it was in the beginning. Today's group has changed, we want to recommend family members are not willing to come. Youngli felt strange when he heard this, why do we need to recommend them? But isn't it normal to come here for job interviews? Why is it okay to recommend? In my opinion, no matter where the job is, there is always an interview. And the clocking in of all the grandpas, I've looked at it and it's very irregular. Some come in late and leave early. That's not appropriate. Chapter 158, What the Little Kid Knows. Youngli found out, their working hours all depend on their mood, if they are in a good mood then earlier, if they are in a bad mood then later. They blackened their faces when they heard this, one with an unhappy face. Youngli, why do you kids say that? Although we came late, but we have done all the work? Besides, for so many years, we've all come this way. Youngli was not in a hurry, and then looked at them. I see a few grandfathers, all of them did not punch the card, right? Why don't they punch in? Their reasoning is even stronger, we don't know how to use that machine, and we haven't clocked in at work before, so why do we need to clock in now? You young people, you like to do all this fancy stuff. What's the point? Why don't you just focus on how to work? That's the real thing, you know? Not only do they not think they have a problem, they're starting to think it's his problem. Grandfathers, there are no rules. This is not the old days. These you care with my grandfather's feelings, but this there is a saying, a once a son, a once a courtier, you see now since I am in charge of this factory, then please respect the rules and regulations. Otherwise, you will have to deduct money. Youngli said this with a smile on his face, but his gaze was quite cold. A few old men thought that they had met a nice kid, but they didn't expect him to say that, he didn't put them, the old men, in his eyes. Youngli, we and your grandfather, but side by side, in the beginning without us, you think this factory can have today. Youngli revealed a faint smile, then continued to speak. In the beginning, you were workers and came here to work, it was my grandfather who provided you with employment opportunities. And you guys worked well because of your love for this factory, I know how you all feel about the factory. Don't worry grandfathers your salary package, we are already considering a raise for you. A few people? Just now angry to death, and now told them to increase the money, this let them how to say the next thing. Please don't worry, 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 please don't worry. If you are late and leave early, you will be fined. It's not much, it's just $1 a time, we mean it, it's just for everyone to remember, don't you think? After they heard, seriously think about it, if they can increase the money, then they are willing, but do not punch the card deduction this matter, they have to think about it. Then what if we don't comply? Youngli looked at them regretfully, then the money will not be increased, and the pension will not be increased in the future. A few people. As long as the time in the factory reached 10 years, this time there will be a promotion, the longer the time the higher the promotion. It's up to everyone to choose. And I want to see the quality of work and efficiency, such as how many orders each workshop to complete, the amount of completion and how the quality. After hearing this, several grandfathers went back to discuss with their respective workshops. After seeing this, another administrator rushed over to Yunli and said, "Yunli, this won't work. Look at the efficiency of the factory. It wasn't as high as it used to be, and every time when the quarterly report is made, our factory is losing money. If you want to give them a raise, then in the future." Yunli smiled when he glanced at the manager. "Uncle Wang, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. These older generation workers have done a lot for us. Even today, they are still here, so of course I have to think about them. Besides, I won't let the factory keep losing money. And I won't let this factory be shut down. This place is very important to Grandpa. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have chosen to let him come here, so how could he let Grandpa down?" After seeing this, Manager Wang wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say, "Okay, then I will support you." Since this little brat had to ask for trouble, then there was no need for him to stop. Yunli called and told Grandpa about this solution. Grandpa told him to do it if he wanted to and not to worry about anything. After they all got off work, Yunli returned to the secret base with his stuff. Everyone decided that they would all go out and investigate what these factories produced, the merchants they worked with, and so on. The next day, those old men agreed, their wages and pensions went up. What did they not agree with? Yunli was satisfied, and this matter was implemented. The next few days, Yunli and the others were very busy. Yunli remembered that in his last life, this factory was blown out of the water for not being of good quality and ended up in the newspaper. He thought about it and suddenly remembered which batch it was. He hurriedly rushed over to the workshop and found a few of the old men. "Grandpas, are you sure about the quality this time?" The several old masters were very angry. "Little doll, what kind of words are you saying? We have been guarding this place for decades. You will never understand how much we love this place. We will never smash our own signboard." "I know, please ask a few grandfathers to go to a place with me." Yunli took them to a place, then asked Zhou Lin and Zhou Hui to get some parts out, all small screws, and various small parts. "Look at these, you guys, these were ordered from our factory before. I don't feel right." Several old men, after taking it over, looked at it, smelled it, felt the weight with their hands, and finally sent it to their mouths. After Yunli saw it, he hurriedly stopped. "This cannot be tried like this. They don't care, we are used to it, it's not from our factory, but why, there is our factory logo? And look at the date, or tomorrow, this is not bull." Said a few grandpa, can no longer wait, they now want to rush out, ask what is going on. Yunli hurriedly pulled a hand, "Do not be impulsive, let's call the police first. They broke the law by doing this, let's call the police, it's good to have a record. Then we'll find out what's going on, okay? Think about it, this batch of goods is so important, if something goes wrong, the reputation of our factory will be ruined. This is what the people behind this want." Yunli realized that they were really energetic. He was about to be unable to pull, but fortunately they stopped it this time. That's right, this shipment of theirs was important, that was with the country. If the quality passed, they would be able to have a steady stream of orders in the future, but if this order went wrong, their factory would be finished. Even they will have problems. What will they do then? "Okay, we'll call the police, then we'll go back and organize the goods in each of our workshops. Luckily, you're smart enough to let us keep track of the quantities in our workshops every day. Now we will be able to quickly find the problem." Can Yunli say he just told them to pay attention? This misunderstanding is good, just keep on misunderstanding. Yunli felt that this misunderstanding was still good. They went to the police together, and after the police knew about it, they also started to look into the situation. Of course it was done in secret to keep them from finding out. Meanwhile, after they returned to the factory, Manager Wang came. Asked Yunli how he took those old men out. "Yunli, why did you take them out? What's wrong?" Such an obvious test, of course Yunli was able to see through it. The opinions of a few old masters were too big, so I thought to treat them to dinner and tell them to stop making trouble in the future. Manager Wang laughed when he heard it, thinking that it was really a child's idea. If that would work, then it would be too ridiculous. A few old men returned to the workshop, then began to check the discarded materials in the past 2 days. Those materials are all there, not lost. That means that the ones outside are fake. But how were they able to be so similar? Suddenly the old masters remembered that the batch of machines that were eliminated not long ago, that were handled by Manager Wang. If those machines were not eliminated, but went to other places, and those people used those machines to make parts again, then it would be possible to do something similar to them. After thinking of this possibility, they didn't tell Yunli the first time. Instead, when they were off duty, they rushed over to the office and scolded Yunli in front of Manager Wang. "Yunli boy, what do you mean by this? Why did you deduct so much money from us? I deducted more than $10 this month. I didn't just leave work a minute or two earlier? What's wrong with that?" As soon as Yunli heard this, he knew that a few old men, this is to find out the problem. He spoke very seriously. "Of course not, since you have agreed to this rule, then you must strictly abide by it." A few old masters were furious. "You're a little kid and you're keeping us under such strict control, aren't you? Have you never asked your grandfather when we fought with him? I'm telling you, if you don't give us a statement today, we're not done with you. Manager Wang looked at their ferocious appearance and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop them. Wait. Yunli is still young, there may be some places that are not quite right, it doesn't matter, let's go to the old chairman, it's not fine. Yunli interrupted Manager Wang with a black face. Manager Wang, have you forgotten? I told you that my grandfather is sick and is now in the hospital, not everyone can see him. And this factory, since it was given to me to manage, then listen to me. Several old men instantly quit. You're a brat who hasn't even grown his hair, and you're still managing us? Tell me clearly why you deducted money. A few of us, we have to break it off with you today. A few old men started cracking up. Manager Wang was thrown out, the door closed, and the curses inside were unceasing. Manager Wang looked at the door and only felt that it was good for them to be like this, so he wouldn't have to bother much. He looked at the scene inside and returned to his office, poured himself a cup of tea and slowly drank it. There was a lot of arguing over there, and in the end, Yunli directly went out. Okay, you guys can do it yourselves, I'll go back and tell Grandpa to fire you all. Yunli huffed and puffed and left, and a few old men came to find Manager Wang. Manager Wang was drinking tea, saw them come in and hurriedly smiled, and then asked, what's wrong with a few uncles? Yunli? She's still young and doesn't know any better, so just let him be. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a little bit of the stuff, and then you'll be able to get your hands on it. A few old men can't stand the look of him, he talks in a weird way, he has several meanings in one sentence, and they don't even bother to guess what they mean. Now they look at him directly to speak. Okay, you do not have to be in the heart, with us pretending to say anything. That brat has already been driven away by us. You let the chairman of the board of directors to find a new stewardship, or you self-recommended chant, so that the chairman of the board of directors directly let you manage, not just good? Manager Wang was stunned when he heard that. He also wanted to do that, but didn't he not have the qualification? Uncle, I am not the chairman of the board, how can I have this ability? Don't be anxious, let's do it this way, I'll call and ask, what's going on? I think it's just a child's temper, it'll be fine in a while, don't worry, it's fine. We're not in a hurry. Manager Wang's heart is about to laugh like crazy. I did not expect, these old things so powerful, the little kid directly to the angry away. Originally, he had felt something pressing on his head during this period of time, although it was a child, but a lot of things would be inconvenient. Now it was different, the kid was pissed off, then he could do whatever he wanted again. No need to beat him, he comes back and we have to scold him. We're just a little early and a little late every day. What's wrong with that? Isn't that what we used to do when you were in charge? What's wrong with him? Manager Wang, I'm so screwed up when you guys are like this. Right, you are right, you are all old employees, your ideas, I will certainly tell the chairman of the board, you do not worry. Okay? We still believe in you, we have been together for so long, we are still very satisfied with you. A few old men, this is back to the workshop. After going back, they were all very angry. They then realized, why before, this Manager Wang never restricted their time to and from work. When a few of them were not there, wasn't it good for him to operate? Now they really can't wait to ruthlessly slap themselves a few times. What are they doing? This factory almost had an accident because of them. They loved this factory much more than that brat Yunli. This place was like their home, no matter what, they loved it very much. Now that it had become like this, how could they be willing? They had to get to the bottom of it and make the people who had harmed the factory go to jail. They slowly calmed down and then started doing their own things. Yunli's departure was their appointment, and it was only when Yunli was not there that Manager Wang became more unscrupulous. Yunli also told Grandpa about this, and also said that the police had been called. After hearing this, Grandpa said, keep up the good work. For any behavior of his grandson, he would give encouragement and come back later to talk about the matter itself. On the other hand, Zhou Lin and the others were looking for what was wrong with the company they managed. They would work together every day to figure out what was going on and find out together what was going on. Everyone worked individually. They were at school, leaving right after school, that didn't stop at all. And one thing that Li Sisi inquired about was that Yunli had an older sister, but wasn't studying over here anymore. Chapter 159. Who told you that? Li Sisi once again came to Yunli's front and looked at Yunli very seriously. Yunli, I think there is something that you are not doing it right, I want to give you my opinion. Yunli? Yunli looked at her and gave a cold smile. No, where on earth did you get the confidence to give me advice? Am I familiar with you? Are the two of us friends? Or are you my teacher, elder? If neither, where did you get the qualification to say this to me? Yunli's reaction made Li Sisi feel wrong. She frowned slightly. Yunli, why are you like this? When someone gives you advice, you should accept it with an open mind, right? The way you are now is not right. If you can't accept other people's opinions, then in the future when you do something wrong, who will tell you? Don't you think so? Yunli laughed again, looking at her. He felt that she was sick. If you have a disease, go and cure it, don't wiggle your eyes in front of me. What are you, giving me advice? You are taking yourself too important, aren't you? Instead of talking about this here every day, why don't you improve yourself and stay out of my business? As soon as Yunli pushed her away and walked away, he turned around and went to find old Ben. Lao Ban, Li Sisi has nothing to do but run over and has to give me advice. This is not sick. What is this? I do not know her well. I need her to come in front of me, to talk about it? The old class heard, nodded. Don't worry, I will find her to talk about. To be honest, you are not the first to find my people. Come to find him are 3 or 4, do not know this Li Sisi, what is going on? How is it so good to be a teacher, see a person, want to give people advice, also do not see people in the end willing or not? Yunli? Really, why don't you find her to deal with this matter? This will have a great impact on our study. The old class sighed, this is not just about to find it? At this time, the director of the logistics department came, and when he came, he said to the homeroom teacher, what is the matter with Yunli, Lin Gang, Zhou Hui Zhou Lin, and Wang Dafei, Lin Jia in your class? Why are they bullying the new female students? Yunli and the class teacher looked at each other. The class teacher looked directly at him and opened his mouth, Director does this matter have anything to do with you? What, do you know that Li Sisi? Speaking of which, it is also very strange that Li Sisi, obviously not specially recruited by the school, but suddenly transferred to our school. Those who don't know also thought that it was a relative of the principal's family, don't you think so? Logistics director face black, very angry to come, do not say so bad, my niece that is capable. Well, the case is solved, the niece of the logistics director is the brother-in-law of a school leader. That is to say, there is really a relationship to come. It's hard to judge people who claim every day that they came here by their own efforts, when they didn't actually come with normal formalities. Director, we didn't say she's incapable, but she's been talking about giving advice when she sees her classmates these days. Saying still some inexplicable things, this affects the enthusiasm of the students. Every student has their own chores, their own ideas, we can't impose our own ideas on others, can we? She is hurting others with this kind of behavior, it's not right. She's always saying inexplicable things that make everyone miserable. What does other people's family matters have to do with her? Is it necessary for her to dictate? This is not the first time, I hope you can, let her family, come to the school, I need to communicate with them, properly. The director heard after black face, together he said so much, they did not listen to a word. The girl said this to you, is for your own good. Why don't you know how to be grateful? Other people want to be reminded of this, but they don't even have it. I'm telling you guys, don't talk about these things here. The homeroom teacher's face is dark. It's okay, I'll just ask her to ask her parents. The director's face blackened, this class teacher owes it to herself, not listening at all, she can't even understand what he said, what does it mean? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Even this face, are not willing to give me, is not it? Don't forget, if you want to work in this school, you have to know how to be flexible. What's the use of thinking about these students? In a few years, they won't be students in this school anymore. By then, you'll have to continue working here. The class teacher's face became very ugly, this director was threatening him, telling him not to mind his own business. But since he was in this position, he would never give up on every student, he would never bow down to someone, this was something he couldn't do. So at this moment, he looked at the logistics director in front of him, I will take this matter, tell the director of instruction and the principal, and ask the director and the principal to deal with it. Since he said that he was not qualified to deal with the director's matter, then let those who are qualified come. Yunli also followed the homeroom teacher, and even called on a few other people who were disturbed. It just so happened that today was the day that the results of the monthly exams came out, and when they left, they passed by the score list, and there was no Li Sisi's name amongst the scholars on it. But to everyone's surprise, Yunli and a few of them had progressed, even directly to the top 10. Yunli was first, Lin Hang was second, Zhou Hui was third, followed by those who had transferred from other places to the school bully. Li Sisi was ranked inside the last 100. Seeing this ranking, Yunli and the others felt quite ridiculous. Li Sisi was also called over. Li Sisi followed them, her heart was a little apprehensive, she wanted to get the attention of the few of them, but why did this attention now seem a little strange, a little different from what she wanted? It wasn't the kind of look she wanted. They arrived at the principal's office together. The homeroom teacher had already gone ahead and told the head teacher and the principal what was going on. The principal and the director of instruction were furious, you want to arrange for your relative to come into the school, then you'll arrange for an unremarkable class. This matter, slowly so over. Instead, they put him in an experimental class, and this student is still so arrogant, what is he trying to do? What does he want? What is this? This is a high profile, tell everyone, I'm useless, but I just transferred to this class, what can you do? It's outrageous. And this student, too, is outrageous. What's in her head? What's she doing meddling in other people's family's business? Is this something she can meddle in? What? Thinks she's especially powerful and can save the world? That's ridiculous. If her grades were good, it would be just fine, it would be considered an explanation to everyone, but this grade of hers. At this moment, they looked at Li Sisi and opened their mouths very gruffly. Li Sisi student, we ask you, why are you disturbing other students' studies? Why are you asking people about their families and taking it upon yourself to try to make suggestions? Don't say you are a classmate, you are a friend. Well, some words that is not, you should say and should ask, well, right? Li Sisi didn't think there was a problem at all. At this time, people are even a little aggrieved, feel that they are being targeted, feel that they are very sad, feel that they are in pain now. Teacher, how can you say that? I am concerned about my classmates, and what I said was all for their good. I know that although they don't say it with their mouths, they don't think that way in their hearts. They just lack communication. I want them to open up their hearts. Like Lin Hang, his relationship with his family is so tense because he keeps his heart closed. I just hope that he can see his deepest, truest thoughts. A stepmother is also a mom. As long as you show your true heart and get along with others, I believe that auntie, too, will be able to see his true heart. Lin Hang blackened his face and was ready to make a move. Li Sisi, this is not over it, turned to look at Yunli, and you Yunli, you yourself in such a good school, but let their sister in other schools. I heard that your sister, or because of you, was kicked out of the house. How can you be so cruel? You have to apologize to them properly before you can do that. You have to be clear about your inner voice, or it won't be good for you, do you understand? I'm doing this for your own good. You can't just think about yourselves. You have to think about the people who love you. You have to think about their situation, think about their feelings. It's really bad that you're like this now. They're your family too, you should understand them. Although I don't know what kind of past you have, but I know one thing, that is between family members, you should never give up on each other. If you give up on your family, then in the future, can your family, too, give up on you? When Li Sisi said these words, it was really a set of words, she was able to say a whole lot on her own. Yunli glanced at the principal and asked the principal and all the teachers to make a decision for us. This is our own matter, or our own family matter. We are not willing to bring it out for discussion, much less need anyone to advise us. This student's behavior has caused a great deal of disturbance in our lives, and it is an interference with personal privacy. On a more serious note, is this a violation of the law? Why don't I have our company's legal department come over and explain to her properly, but then she will have to take the corresponding legal responsibility, don't you think so? The principal looked at Li Sisi and nodded. Li Sisi was dumbfounded. What I am doing this for your good, how can you guys say this? You guys are really hurtful like this. Yunli stepped forward and looked at Li Sisi angrily. Then you said, how did you know our family's business? We don't know you well enough to tell you. Those private things, classmates do not know. You can say that you know about me, but how did you know about Lin Hang's family? That was the point they wanted to know. Lin Hang's family's matter, they knew clearly, but others, it was impossible to know before. Who on earth had told her, who was that person, and what was the purpose? Li Sisi was startled by Yunli's gaze. She took several steps back, unwilling to answer this question. No one told me, I just know that I want to save you all. The moment these words were spoken, the few of them were instantly speechless. Did they need her to save them? Inexplicably, what was she? Ugh. Zhou Lin couldn't listen anymore. Who are you? Who wants you to save? Other people's families' private matters. You open your mouth, you're sick in the head. Let me tell you, we can sue you. You're prying into other people's privacy. Do you understand? They're furious. This Li Sisi is so not a thing to talk like that. Does she have the right to do that? Who do you think you are? You think you can save the world? You think if you say a few words, they'll thank you? And they'll think that you're a very good girl and like you? You're so ridiculous. You think the earth revolves around you? Zhou Lin looked at Li Sisi in front of her, that was not polite at all, directly tearing. Since she is shameless, then what do you care what she does? Directly scolding is it? Some of the things you have done recently, do you really think that others do not know? What do you want to do? Don't you just want to draw attention to yourself? Don't you want these boys to notice you and get interested in you? Let them find you special, so that they like you and can only see you. Zhou Lin didn't notice any of this at first, until she was chatting with a friend who came alone. I suggest that you go to see those dog blood novels, especially The Domineering President and Cinderella's. You will find that with this person's situation is very similar. Zhou Lin heard, went to read those novels. Good guy, alright. Caring about unhappy people, saying things they care about, bringing her own food, and preferably drawing attention to herself, discovering her simple goodness, and then helping them out of their psychological shadows, and finally a happy ending. Good lord, she was stunned when she saw it. Did this guy watch those novels to act? With the above that is exactly the same, it is very outrageous. After seeing it, she thought, this world is really mysterious. Li Sisi's face became even more ugly. Subsequently, Zhou Hui they also opened their mouths. Leaders, teachers caller, a few of us are very angry, this is our family affairs, but also our privacy. She such a big grin to run over to say, let us feel that she has ulterior motives. We want to call the police and let them handle this matter, and we hope you can agree. Of course they didn't agree. What a joke. If they agreed, wouldn't their school be finished? They said, don't worry, you guys. They said, don't worry, you guys, we can still settle this matter at school. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you an explanation, and we won't let this matter go. You have to trust us, okay? They can't. They wanted to believe, but their behavior didn't make her believe. The head teacher looked at Lee Cece, your behavior is problematic. First of all, you didn't take our enrollment test. Secondly, your grades on this month's test are terrible, completely different from what you said. You have to explain this to us. Now we want you to go home first, and after that we'll investigate what's going on in this case. Lee Cece heard all this. All dumbfounded, how come they let her go home? Then what will she do in the future? Will she not be able to come to this school in the future? She all told her friends that she transferred here if she goes back again? Chapter 160 The Surface. I don't want to, it was so hard for me to transfer to this school. How can you guys make me transfer away again? I haven't done anything wrong. If you guys are just letting me transfer because these few students don't want to, then you guys, this school, is too horrible. Aren't you guys using some kind of something to threaten me? Yoonli was about to die laughing when she heard that. How could she have the nerve to say that? Yoonli looked at her and opened her mouth with a cold smile. Then you tell me, how did you come to our school? The process that brought you here, is it qualified? Is it appropriate? You a backdoor, in the end how good, every day to say these, you do not think you are very shameless? You came here through the back door, how can you come to them and say this? You still look like a righteous man, it's really disgusting. The most important thing is, in front of them, do not know where to know those things. After knowing it, running to them, saying something about saving their sick hearts. Sick. Nervous sickness. Lee Cece's face was ugly and tears were welling up in her eyes. She was very aggrieved. Why are you guys like this? I am doing this for your good, I want to help you guys. Why are you all hurting me so much? I want to save your broken hearts, I want your hearts to get better, what's wrong with me? Why can't you all understand me? Why can't you understand my feelings? The way you guys are acting, it makes me feel like you're outrageous. Hurtful? How is it hurtful? Jolin looked at her with amusement, then opened her mouth. You are also too outrageous, we just told the truth, and you think it's hurt. Then what you said just now, isn't it hurtful to us? You get so emotional when your own interests are at stake. How come you don't talk about your problems when you go prying into other people's privacy? What, your problems are important and other people's family matters, not so much? Lee Cece was dumbfounded and could only lower her head and cry over there, crying in a way that was a bit distracting. Yoonli they looked at the principal and that director, this matter either the school to step in to solve, or we will go through the procedures, let the lawyer to deal with it. Where did she find out about us and tell the others? What are the consequences of this behavior? The director is now scared, he did not expect them to be so serious. You do not, I will say Lee Cece, you do not bother with her a little girl, do you think? Don't bother with a little girl, what he said is even more ridiculous. Jolin continued to curse. You are a director who uses his power for personal gain, how do you have the nerve to say this to us? Zhuoming smiled towards them at this time and then said, stop arguing, our lawyer is coming. The next thing, you talk to our lawyer. We are quite busy, go back to study. If the result of the final settlement is unsatisfactory, we'll just transfer to another school. For some people, transferring schools is hard, but for a few of us, it's actually quite easy, and we're not afraid of trouble. That's something to say to the school leaders, to let them know their choice. If this is a matter that doesn't give them a satisfactory answer, then they can really transfer to another school. Again, once they leave this school after that, the support for this school will not continue. It was because they were there that the family behind them would keep donating to the school. After the leaders of the school knew about this matter, they demanded that this matter be dealt with seriously. The impact of this, after all, was really very great. They couldn't afford to lose them, whether it was their achievements or the family behind them, it was all one thing. After the few of them left, they found a place to eat. The one who spoke first was Lin Hang. Don't you guys think that this matter is very strange? First of all, the matter of her knowing about our family. There is also the attitude of the school. You see that before for other people, it was very resolute, even for Yunya and Zhou Xiaoya. Let's not talk about Yunya's transfer, let's talk about that Zhou Xiaoya. Does she still dare to come to our classroom now? Just a logistics director, can she be that capable? Obviously there is no such ability, so what exactly is the school concerned about? Yunli also felt that something was not right. It was as if the deepest and most vulnerable places of each of them were known by this Lee Cece. And after knowing it, she was able to find a way to do it accurately. Did you guys listen carefully just now? She said she wants to heal our broken hearts. What do you mean by healing? Does she know what's in our hearts, what we think? How does she know? Even they themselves, I'm afraid, aren't quite sure what they want most. But Lee Cece just swore. Jolin has a different view on this. In the process, that woman knows just the most superficial things. I think that Lee Cece only knows some superficial things. Like what happened to us, like what you guys care about the most, like what happened to you in the past. And then she starts to understand on her own, and does some inexplicable things over there, saying things like in order to help you guys get unstuck, in order to help you guys reconcile with your own families, so may I ask if you guys are willing to reconcile? Of course not, no matter what, they will not be willing to compromise. The so-called reconciliation is condescending to themselves. Why should they do what they are not willing to do? And who are those people, to make them forgive? Of course not, we will never forgive those people. Why should I be friendly with my stepmother? Do they deserve it? Yunli even laughed and said, why should I forgive those who hurt me? Am I very much owed a beating? Jolin nodded, still satisfied with their answers, before telling him. That's why I said my most important problem is in this place. Lissy apparently likes those happy endings. It's self-righteous to think that you guys are lacking in love. You guys want to be with your families, but for one reason or another, you're not willing to be honest about your hearts. She came along to reconcile you guys with your families, and then you loved her so much that you couldn't help yourselves. When the few of them heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their faces were all over the place. Jolin felt more and more now that she had found the truth. It was like the first cafeteria question. Why wasn't she afraid? Why did she say that? The head of the logistics department was her relative. No matter what, she wouldn't leave. If she can get your attention, then she's succeeded. It's just worth it, don't you think so? They don't want to talk about it, they have a bit of mixed feelings right now. Lin Hang even felt that he was offended. I don't have the feeling at all that she's doing it for my own good, I only have the feeling that I'm offended. And I hate it, people prying into my privacy. That's right, a few of them other people felt the same way. Zuoming touched his glasses. I found a problem. What that Li Cixi knows seems to be that past us. There's still nothing about the present us. Now everyone looked at Zuoming curiously. You guys think back carefully, before the few of us, before we became good brothers. What were our thoughts like? Was it roughly the same as what Jolin said? They thought back carefully and realized that it was really like that, but then they had best friends. They fought side by side, went through a lot together, and realized that they were surrounded by a lot of love. Which means that list, in fact, did get it right. You guys think about it again, if it was us in the past and such a person appeared in front of us, wouldn't we want to see what she really does for a living? We would be curious, wouldn't we? If a few of us didn't converge together, didn't find out what was wrong with it, then is it possible that we would, indeed, be fooled? Of course, at the end of the day, when Li Cixi wants to give us the so-called cure, we will still find out the problem. But at that point, will we think she's a good person? Others? They instantly froze, and after they thought about it carefully, it was really possible. That is to say that this female is, in fact, rushing towards them. Then the question came, how on earth did Li Cixi know so much? Why was she able to come to this school? Well, let's find out. Zhou Hui looked at everyone and opened his mouth. No matter who she is, how does she know all this? As long as we check them all, won't we know? That's right. Lin Hang also spoke up, properly investigate this Li Cixi. They each mobilized their family members to look into this matter. Yunli didn't go to the factory either. That manager saw that Yunli really didn't come, so he called Yunli to ask about it. Yunli, are you really not coming back? Your grandfather gave this factory to you, we are all waiting for you, if you don't come back, we don't know what to do next. Moreover, our partner said that we can't afford to lose this cooperation, why don't you come back? When Yunli heard it, he knew that this is a test, he directly said, I do not go, those people, they do not put me in the eyes, I do not go. I don't want to get involved with them either. My grandfather let me come, just let me see you manage it. The manager is very happy in his heart, but in his mouth, he still has to say a few words. The manager was very happy in his heart, but in his mouth, he still had to say a few words. That cannot be. You are the person in charge of our factory, if you do not come to the management of the factory out of something how to do? I have no way to explain, you better come over. Yunli smiled when he heard that, but didn't say the answer he wanted. No need, I believe in you, if there are any problems back there. You must be capable, otherwise, you wouldn't have given the factory to you to manage a month ago. I believe that you will definitely do a good job, don't you think so? What is the answer he wants? Yunli is very clear, it is nothing more than to help him cover the bottom of such a case that is impossible to drop. The manager hung up the phone, and then gave his name to the manager, and then gave his name to the manager. After the manager hung up the phone, he called another person. This time, they want to steal the dragon and turn the phoenix to the real those parts, take out to resell. Bring back the fake ones, the parts of questionable quality, and create a problem list. All of it, they are ready. Just waiting for the time to come. This night. The weather was good, no rain, some clouds in the sky, covering the moon tightly. This weather was just right for doing something. The person arranged by the manager, after waiting for those few old men and other workers to get off work, hurriedly opened the door of the warehouse. Put the ones they brought beforehand, the poor quality parts, inside. And then bring out all the good quality, just when they are ready to leave, found around a lot of people, there are many police. Now all of them are dumbfounded, did not understand in front of them, in the end is a kind of situation. Didn't they say that the things over here were very well handled? Didn't they say it was all arranged? They only need to come over and change the goods on the line. Why are there so many police now? What is going on here? They desperately wanted to know what was going on, wanted to see what was going on. Just to find the police came over and took him look away, the stolen goods. Yunli also appeared at this time and looked at the manager. Manager, how are you? Following Yunli were those old men. What else did the manager not understand at this moment? He opened his mouth very angrily. You guys did it on purpose, your previous quarrels and whatnot, it was all fake, it was all staged for me, wasn't it? You guys are really despicable. Those old men, likewise very angry, in their hearts, this factory is like their children. And this manager, come to them this factory also quite many years, but he did things, really let them cold heart. You still have the nerve to say it, you are in this factory, also 10 years. This factory has given you so much, but what did you do? You betrayed our factory. How could you do such a thing? Do you know how much you've chilled our hearts? Chilling? The manager laughed when he heard it, and when he saw these old men, he felt that they were even more ridiculous. People are not for themselves, heaven and earth, you have been guarding this place, what is the use of? You are in this place, your wages have increased? Are you better off than before? Besides, what will happen to this factory? What's it got to do with you? Maybe one day, this factory will be closed, then you still have no place to go, do not pretend to have feelings here, look really fake. I can't stand people like you know? You are really ridiculous. The old grandpas were very angry, they had feelings for this place that he would never understand. Back then, if we didn't have this factory, we would have been over it already. This factory gave us a job, and even more so, a home. No matter what happens, we will never betray this factory. You can be taken away now. The manager was taken away, and the place where those inferior parts were made was seized. Meanwhile, they delivered on time, had a successful cooperation with their partners, and took another big order. Those old grandpas were very happy, and now they could commute to work on time every day. Yunli went to look for Grandpa and saw him playing chess with the other grandpas. Grandpa, I've taken care of it. Grandpa looked back at his grandson and was very satisfied. You did a good job. Chapter 161, I know your future. Grandpa has been watching all along. After knowing his grandson's decision, he doesn't care. When he says that he lets his grandson exercise, he lets his grandson exercise. Grandpa, in fact, there are a lot of things I don't understand and a lot of things I don't do well. I've always wanted to come over and ask you, but I also know that I should have to work hard on my own, and only in this way can I become better. Grandpa, I'll work harder in the future. I'll make myself grow faster and faster. He had always hoped that he could grow a little faster, so that he would be able to, in the future, help his grandfather share his worries earlier. Grandpa was very touched by this, and at the same time, he also told Yunli, Ali, Grandpa also wants you to be able to cheer up. Grandpa doesn't know how long he can live, but as long as he is here, you don't have to be afraid to move forward. The Yun family's properties are all going to be handed over to you. Grandpa believes in you. On the other side, Li Sisi was asked to go home. After she returned home, she was a little apprehensive. She was afraid that her parents would be beaten when they found out. When she pushed open the door, she saw that the house was in a mess and the floor was covered with her brother's lost toys and clothes. She sighed and walked in, just to find her notebook being torn apart in her brother's hands. She rushed over and snatched it back. Looking at her precious notebook, turned into pieces, she yelled at her brother, "What are you doing?" It was this sound that made the little child, wow, 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 wow. This is good. The mother and grandmother in the kitchen, the grandfather in the room rushed out. One of them hugged her brother, one grabbed her by the ear, and the other didn't hesitate to give her a slap. The fiery pain on her face reminded her of what had happened. She looked at them in agony, heartbroken at her brother. Aren't either of you going to ask me what happened? Do they need to ask what happened? No. Not with their precious son, their grandson crying. If you hadn't bullied your brother, how would your brother have cried? Li Sisi's heart died and her tears fell. She didn't want to be like this, she didn't want to be sympathized with, and she didn't want to look at them like that. But the heart still hurts. It was him who took my book and tore it up, I just said something about him. She explained stubbornly, yet it was this explanation that made them even angrier. To them, it was just a book. It's just a book, and you yell at your brother. You'll see how I'll clean you up. Li Sisi was beaten severely again. After a long time, Li Sisi rushed out of the house. At the moment, her face was a bit red and swollen. After rushing out, she didn't know where to go. As she walked, she met Yunshi. Yunshi saw Li Sisi and hurriedly opened her mouth. Sisi, what's wrong with you? I don't have a place to stay, I want to go to school, but I've been suspended. When Yunshi heard this, she looked at her with great pain. Then you hurry up and come with me, I will take you to a place. Yunshi took Li Sisi to the hotel and opened a room for her for a week. Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements, next you just rest here and wait for the school side. I'm sure they won't let you transfer to another school. Li Sisi looked at him with touched eyes. Yunshi, thank you. If it wasn't for you today, I don't know, what should I do? Yunshi reached out his hand and touched her head. Don't say that, we are good friends. Good friends help each other, isn't that right? Li Sisi then nodded, while looking at him very touched and said, thank you, I know. Li Sisi laid down in the hotel to calm herself down. She did not understand why she would appear like this, obviously everything, according to what she knew. Why wasn't it working, where exactly was the problem? However, Yunli, this person seemed to be different from what she knew. Obviously, the young master of the Yun family is that Yunzhou is the one who is Ah. And at this moment, Yunli and the few of them were together. They had all found out something. Lin Heng took out some photos. I found out that this Li Sisi's family favors boys over girls. She has always been the neglected one, and even their family felt that it was fine for a girl to finish middle school and used to let her study in the village. But just a few months ago, Li Sisi was picked up. After she was sent to another school, she found our logistics director within a few days. Their two families, originally, had no relationship and didn't get along. But from the time Li Sisi went there, the two families began to get along, and the relationship was very good, and the director immediately arranged for Li Sisi to be placed in our school. Zhou Hui and Zhou Lin also found something. A few months ago, Li Sisi suddenly became the village's child prodigy. She used to have average grades, but she suddenly became very good and her grades skyrocketed. Before anyone knew it, she became number one, and it was said that she was a genius. Zhou Lin proceeded to make additions, but there were also people who were skeptical, but she quickly made her test papers and slapped those people in the face. After she came here, her target is also clear, it's you boys, but she treats Yunli differently. Yunli? Zhou Lin looked at Yunli's puzzled look and said, you didn't even notice? She looks at you very unfavorably. Every time she says something about you, it's like she thinks how damned you are. But for a few other people, it's different. It's called a gentle rain. In other words, she treats the others as if they're on a mission. For you, it's a deep hatred. Do you think it's because in your past life, you offended her? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Yunli thought that maybe there was really such a possibility. Let's put it this way, if he can be reborn, then isn't it possible for others to be reborn as well? It's just that he changed some things, so that Li Sisi, realizing what she knew, changed, got upset. Want to verify if I'm right? There's a way to do that too. That is, the next time, when she comes to you, one of you will do what she says, and see if there will be any changes. What do you think? The other ones, you look at me, I look at you, none of them are very willing. They don't want to compromise themselves and talk to that Li Sisi? They don't want to, absolutely not. I think there are other ways. Lin Heng thinks that there are other ways. Go and find out why she's a genius and why the director is helping her. This is still very easy to find out, just go to the director, do not know. They went together to find the director. When the director saw them, he still understood a bit. If you guys are here to ask me about Li Sisi, I won't tell you. I can only say that it was my relative, and it's not wrong for me to help a relative's child. Now that I've been expelled, what else do you guys want? He's come this far now, can't he still be afraid of them? Anyway, it's already like this, he's not afraid of anything. Director, you've misunderstood, we just want to ask you a few small questions. If you're willing to answer, we'd appreciate it. The director snorted coldly and looked at them all with an unkind gaze. You guys aren't cops, I don't have to answer anything to the questions you ask. It seems like it can't be asked. And Yunli opened her mouth at this time. Did she threaten you, or impress you, or help you? You have to know that in the time before, director, your reputation, it was very good. Everyone knows that with you around, you don't have to worry about the cafeteria, you don't have to worry about the auntie's hands shaking, you don't have to worry about expired dishes, you don't have to worry about not getting enough to eat. But, how did such a good director suddenly change? If you hadn't been caught in the act, or if you had been favored. I really can't figure out why you would do this. The director's gaze went to Yunli. On the other side, Li Sisi found Yunya. It was not easy to find Yunya. She spent a lot of effort and searched for a lot of people before she rolled over and found the place where Yunya lived. When she saw Yunya, Li Sisi hurried over. Yunya, hello, my name is Li Sisi. I came to find you because I have something I want to talk to you about. I know a lot of things about you, and I also know that I know why your great-grandfather and the others came back. I know it all. Do you want to know it? Yunya glanced at this Li Sisi and wondered where this person had come from. Who are you? Yunya looked at her warily. Nowadays, her life with Pops, which was so hard to stabilize, would never allow anyone to destroy it. As I said, my name is Li Sisi. As long as you are willing to trust me, I will be able to tell you something that you want to know, but don't know. I know a lot of things. I know the secrets of your great-grandfather's family. I also know what your grandfather's will was. I know even more, how your grandfather died. And so on. Yunya interrupted Li Sisi's words. Your grandfather is the one who died, your whole family is dead. When this was said, Li Sisi got upset. What did this person mean? She didn't say anything wrong. Yunya's grandfather, isn't he already dead? If you don't believe me, I can still tell you a secret. Yunzhou is not your father's child, it's someone else's child. You can take the secret and threaten your mom. Yunya was now sure, this Li Sisi knows something, but she is also a psychopath, saying things, some can be believed, some cannot be believed. This I know. Li Sisi? Li Sisi froze, how could she know? Wasn't it said that you were supposed to know at the end? Okay, then how about I tell you the secret of your fiancé, Lin Hang? When it came down to it, she had no choice but to tell the secret first. Yunya would definitely be overjoyed to hear it. I know you like Lin Hang, I can tell you, your dream has come true, you two will end up getting married and together, how about that, aren't you happy? Yunya? Yunya looked at Li Cici and felt even more wrong. It was true that she once had that little heart for Lin Hang. But she wasn't a little cutie either. Not to mention that Lin Hang didn't have a heart for her, even if he had a heart, well, just the way the two of them were now, it would be impossible for them to be together. The two of them, in this life, it is impossible to have any relationship. If Lin Hang liked her, she might still be able to have a little bit of fantasy. Unfortunately, Lin Hang didn't like her, not at all, the two of them. Yunya was satisfied with her life today. She looked at Li Cici in front of her, looking at this smarmy fool. Then what do you think will happen to Yunli? Li Cici's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Yunya especially hated Yunli. Yunli will break her leg and be locked up by you. No one would even know that her leg had maggots. No one would ever find out what happened to him, and he would have to live in the shadows. Your parents will tell everyone that he's a relative of your family, and eventually he'll watch you have everything. If you can just keep your head down, then in the end, you'll have everything just the same. Okay, got it. You can off. She's going to make the call. Lisbeth? Li Cici is a little confused, not understanding what this means. Why? Why did you do this to her? Li Cici looked at her angrily. I told you so much, how can you kick me out? Yunya glanced at her and opened her mouth with a cold smile. You have to say it yourself, I didn't beg you to tell me. Okay, hurry up and leave, I am not very familiar with you. Li Cici was furious, then opened her mouth. What I told you, you can find a way to verify it, and most importantly, I haven't told you yet. If you want to know, feel free to call me. Said Li Cici, then wrote a string of phone numbers to Yunya. This is the phone number of the place where I live, if you want to find me, just call me. Li Cici went out from here and once again returned to that hotel. She had to think about who else she could call next. Yunya was the first to call her grandfather and told him about Li Cici. Grandpa, I really think this girl is very strange. She told me very definitely, you died, and said that we locked up Yunli. She also said that she knew about great-grandpa, the purpose of their return. Look. Okay, I know, I will pay attention, that's all. Grandpa hung up the phone. Yunya looked at the phone. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad, but she wasn't sad for long. She called Yunli again, and when Yunli heard it, he instantly figured out what was going on. Yunya finally said, I didn't call you because I wanted to remind you. I just want you to tell Lin Hang that I don't have any thoughts about him now, and I know that I'm in a different world from her. I have no relationship with him. So even if this crazy woman comes over and tells you anything, you shouldn't believe her. Good. Yunli agreed, and he understood what was going on. This Li Cici is either reborn or traveling through, next just need to figure out which is the same. Yunya hung up the phone, went to cook a little green bean soup, and went to cook a little more, not long before Pops came back. Seeing that Pops was back, Yunya hurried over. Dad, hurry up and come eat. Jagged father put down the bag, went to wash a face, which came out, sat down and began to eat. When eating, Yunya said, Dad, just now there is an inexplicable girl, ran over to me and said a whole lot, inexplicable words, do you want to listen to it? Yunhee hurriedly looked at his daughter, who? Chapter 162. What's wrong with me? I don't know, an inexplicable person, called what Li Cici. Yunya told the matter once again, and added, Dad, I have already called Grandpa, and also told Grandpa about this matter. After Yunhee heard this, he gave a thumbs up towards his daughter. Daughter, well done. It is to call your grandfather, to let your grandfather know that we always have him in our hearts. Yunya smiled and was very happy, and then went on to tell him. Dad, you say is not ridiculous, she even know Yunjo is also said to know what is going on with the great-grandfather family. But what she said about Yunli is not allowed at all. Otherwise, I should think that she has been hiding in our family. Otherwise, how could she be so clear about our family's affairs? Knowing everything about their family, how is it so powerful? Yunha also could not figure it out. He thought for a moment before he opened his mouth. The name you mentioned, I have no impression at all. I really do not recognize, that means, with our family has nothing to do. Cloud River is Hua, when eating, drinking and playing everything to do, he knows people are quite a lot. If he does not know, that is really do not know. Then why do you know? Can't it be that he is a spy of the great-grandfather? If so, that's really scary. Yunha also do not know. Anyway, the two of us do not need to care about anything, your grandfather will worry about it. The two of us just need to tell your grandfather. On the other side, after Yunli hung up the phone, he knew what was going on. He also told the others about it. She also knew those things about my family, but mine wasn't allowed. Seriously, if it weren't for the fact that it's broad daylight, I'd think I'd seen a ghost. Why wouldn't everyone else think the same thing? Everyone thought it was outrageous too. That Li Cici, how can she know so much? Lin Hang also felt outrageous. There are things about me that you all don't know. But she knows, I even find it outrageous. What is all this? An inexplicable person, knowing everything about me, knowing certain things about my mind, this makes me feel terrible. Joey likewise opened his mouth. Yes, I also have this feeling. There is a person who knows everything about me. The back of the cold, I will be worried. Is not I did it. Everything is being watched. This time we also seriously checked. There is no internal problem, which is even more terrible. Zhuoming spoke up at this time. Since there are so many strange and can't be explained by science, let us call the police. I have already called the relevant departments. They will come over afterward and give us a detailed discussion. Hearing this, Yoonli gave a thumbs up towards him. Awesome, can. But is there really such a relevant department? A few others looked at him with puzzled faces, looking forward to his answer. There is, my uncle is over there. Soon the people from the relevant department came and they all told their doubts. Yoonli also said what Yunya told him. Those people also went to find Yunya and Yoonhee. It was also at this time that Yoonli realized that their country still had such a department that specialized in dealing with such things. Yoonli was glad that he was by his grandfather's side, or else there were many things that he didn't get enough of. More importantly, he was careful not to show that he was out of sorts. The authorities quickly found Lee Cece. At this time, Lee Cece was in her room, heard a movement, thought it was Yunya came, her mouth with a smile. Finally she can do the mission. As long as she can raid those men, then her future will not have to worry. She happily opened the door. The moment she opened it, she saw a few men. She looked at the people in front of her in shock. You guys are? A few men took out their work IDs and showed them to Lee Cece. The moment she saw it, she was a bit confused. She didn't understand. What is this? What the hell are you guys doing? I didn't get it. They took the work permit back and then spoke with a faint, somewhat detached smile. We came to ask you to come back with us. This side wants you to cooperate with us. There are some things, need you to cooperate with our investigation. Lee Cece was dumbfounded. She didn't want to follow out at all. She was a bit scared, so she pulled on the door. How unwilling. I won't go with you. I don't know you. I don't know who you are. I don't want to be with you. I want to call the police. I want the police to come. I don't believe you. She went to get the phone to call the police, called the demon spirit after, said this side of the situation. But I didn't expect that after the man went over and said a few words and told her to go over again, the police said. Miss, this is our colleague, please cooperate. Go with them to cooperate with the investigation. Lee Cece was taken away just like that. At first she didn't say anything, and they weren't in a hurry, so they took all the evidence and put it in front of her, and in the end there was a possibility that they would take her to do research. She was taken over to the other wards, and saw how those people were being studied, and the rabbits that were sliced up, and the people who had their flesh cut off, and the way the man was in pain, but didn't dare to say anything, made her even more scared and terrified. You guys don't take me to be sliced off, I say okay? I'll tell you guys everything. Lee Cece is willing to say, they are still a little regret, this person is really fast to compromise, and did not say a little slower, it is really meaningless. Lee Cece cried pearly, told them what is going on. I have a system. That system told me that this world is a novel world, said that there are a lot of excellent people in this world. They are, Yunzhou, Lin Hang, Zhou Hui, Zhuoming. As long as I can raid them, then I'll be able to get points, and I'll be able to exchange them for beauty, body, and education. I knew about their past and what had happened to them. I asked the system to tell me the director's weaknesses and things he cared about, and managed to get him to agree and help me get into the school. Once I entered the school, I thought about taking one step at a time, in the direction I wanted to go. I wanted to get to know a few of them, to be the only girl among them, to be the most special one. I thought, well, how could I not expect an accident? That Yunli unexpectedly appeared. In the system's plot, after he was brought back, he should have broken his leg, and he shouldn't have come back at this time. He should have been several years later, and by then, Yunzhou would have already succeeded. But now, Yunzhou was gone, and Yunya transferred to another school. Yunli had appeared again. This wasn't even like what the system said. Even Lin Hang and the others, it's not the same as what the system said. I feel like I've been cheated, this is too outrageous. Lee Cece until now, all feel even more outrageous, all the things, are not the same as the system said, how should she play? After they heard it, they asked, then the rewards after your successful raid, what else is there? There are also all kinds of seeds, agricultural things, it seems that there are all kinds of weapons, right, I am not interested in these. I only like grooming. What's even more outrageous is that Yunli has the highest points for rating. A cripple's points, what makes it so high? I really can't figure it out. Isn't it just a cripple? On what grounds? After they heard that, they started asking her to answer some things. Lee Cece answered all of them, and they went to verify them one by one. They realized that what she said was a bit right in general, but not in reality. A lot of things just changed a little bit, and everything else changed. This was the so-called butterfly effect. They had always known this and naturally understood what to do. They sought out Yunxi and Yunli, a few of them. After knowing what was going on, with the cooperation of them and the experts, that so-called system was gotten out, and it looked like a piece of Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube looked beaten up and was not a good thing at first glance. It started to rip off Yunxi, who did as it was told, and with the points, they chose the weapon. Soon they got it and were very happy with it, and they saw more stuff behind it. So Yanxi and also Lin Hang and a few of them were pulled in, and after getting the rewards, the raid was successful. That system self-destructed. As for the few of them, when the system disappeared, they could finally not be used as tool people. Of course, the few of them also had credit. The credit was that they were given a big study package, various test papers, and they didn't even know how to describe their feelings at that moment. When they returned home, they didn't tell their elders what was going on, because they had signed a confidentiality agreement. When they returned home, they only said that they needed to cooperate a little bit during that time. As for what was really going on, nothing was said. Grandpa is a bit of a guess, plus the younger uncle Yanxi also said Grandpa probably know what's going on. As for Li Cc, still have to be in that place, and then observe for a period of time, the rest, after that to know what will happen. And Yunyat and the others knew even less about anything. When Yunli and the others returned to the school again, Yanxi came running over. Yunli, do you guys know where Cc has gone? I really want to find her, please tell me. Yunli looked at him and remembered the secret that Li Cc said earlier. Yunli came with a sentence, you guys came back for the treasure map, right? It was these words that made Yanxi change his face, instantly becoming flustered. He instantly wanted to deny it all. I don't know what you are talking about. Yunli laughed when he looked at him. Your acting skills are pretty bad, you just looked particularly flustered, that's enough to explain everything. Yanxi revealed an awkward smile. I don't know what you're talking about, I don't want to talk to you. I'll leave first. Yunli called out to him to open his mouth. You guys can go to the museum. The place you guys are looking for is there. You guys can also go to the Luan scenic area to have a look, there are all the answers you want. Yanxi froze for a moment, somewhat in disbelief that this Yunli would be so kind as to tell him this. He still stuck to his previous statement, which was that he didn't know. But after he went back, the first thing he did was to take his family and go to those two places. They were at the museum, where they found the so-called treasure map, and again at that scenic spot, where they saw the artifacts that had been excavated. It turned out that the treasure map had been donated a long time ago. Big Grandpa rushed in like crazy, looked at Grandpa and cursed, you useless thing, that is everything left behind by Mom and Dad, and it's not just for you, how can you just donate it to the country? Those good things left for them, that will be a very large sum of money, they will not worry about anything in the future. Are you sick? It's not yours alone, it's ours, it's the clan's. What's wrong with you if you're not sick? Grandpa wasn't the least bit flustered by his argument. Anyway, let him say whatever he wants. In the beginning you took everything away, what else do you have? I didn't even ask you for the money that belonged to me back then, how dare you ask for mine? How come you have such thick skin? Big Grandpa is still angry and thinks he's stupid. I don't care, you have to give me a copy of the treasure map or I won't let you go. I will hate you for the rest of my life. Big Grandpa believes that this guy won't be so stupid to really keep nothing. I'm going to take a look, I'm telling you, I'm going to look closely. Big Grandpa ran to that place again to take a look, looking at everything in that place, and the artifacts that got up, it was all very painful for him. It was outrageous that they had actually excavated that place. He came back to Grandpa, was that much stuff put up there? Grandpa looked at him, are you a country that doesn't understand the rule of law, that any artifacts that are excavated are to be turned in? We have guarded that treasure map for so many years, of course it should be handed over to the state. If you don't want to, that's your business, don't think everyone else is as bad as you are. If you don't want to, you can get lost, this place has nothing to do with you at all. That's what everyone in our clan agreed to, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not, get lost. Eventually Great Grandpa cursed and left. Grandpa looked at his back and said nothing. Within a few days, I heard that he ran inside the excavation base to make trouble. In the end, he was arrested. Yunli always felt that this Great Grandpa wouldn't just let it go. He just didn't expect that he would end up being so crazy, running straight to this place and doing such a terrible thing. Great Grandpa was arrested and locked up for 15 days before he was released. Grandpa found him, directly asked, tell me, who in the end you were sent here? Big Grandpa did not say anything at all, directly glaring at Grandpa, you ruined everything for me, I will not let you go. Yunli then said on the side, Big Grandpa, you are sick, go and see a Chinese medicine practitioner, otherwise it will be too late. Heaven and earth, what Yunli said was true. But the family didn't believe it, thinking that Yunli was cursing him. Who knew that a month later, he was hospitalized and became very, very sick. Now their family was honest. Big Grandpa, at this time, secretly colluded with someone outside and tried to secretly transport some antiques. It was a place he found by mistake, and he thought it was his ancestors' graves, so these things, they were theirs without any doubt. But he didn't expect that they would be caught soon, or that they would be caught red-handed. He then didn't understand why this was the case, and later realized that it was because he had been watched. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with this place and what's wrong with me, he wisecracked. Chapter 163 Fifi and Mei Mei. He wanted to know what was wrong with this place, how much stuff was left, and what was wrong with wanting to take a little of his own family's stuff. This is my family's stuff, if it wasn't for them donating the treasure map, would you be able to find the dig? It's their problem, they shouldn't have donated it, they shouldn't have given it to you. Grandpa came to see him in the back. Looking at this big brother in front of him, Grandpa sighed. In fact, you should not be so impulsive. Is the other party did not give you time, right? That's why you are so impulsive and in such a hurry. Why on earth are you? Grandpa couldn't figure it out. Just like back then, he obviously could have not left, but he still left. He couldn't understand why on earth he had to go abroad, why he had to make himself a foreigner. Obviously the motherland was here, the family was here, and his parents were at home, but he just left, without any hesitation at all, and he left so decisively. Back then, didn't you hesitate at all? Our clan is here, our family is here, you have no hesitation at all? You didn't think about staying? After all these years, Big Grandpa still looks at this younger brother, still so naive. What do you know? Yes, this is the homeland. But what's here? Is it as developed as abroad? Are the conditions there better? It's basic that people go to higher places. I want to go to a better place. What's wrong with that? I'm telling you, don't get in the way of my path to the blue sky. Back then, I sold everything and left with so many collections just so I could get the citizenship over there, and I dumped my family's money for it. At first, he didn't believe for a second that Yunhua could win, he just wanted to get out faster and faster. Only in this way can we survive? In the beginning, I just wanted to live. Was I wrong? I wanted to live well. What's wrong with living better? I don't understand. What exactly are you blaming me for? At this time, so tough, who can know that the cloud will win? At that time, your choice to run away was your problem. Grandpa also looked at him and opened his mouth. But you sold everything in the house, took away those antiques and paintings, and gave them to other countries. You can be really disgusting and vicious. Such a you really makes me sick. Especially when you sold the ancestral hall. That's our root. How dare you? When it was fine, you did everything you could to become the head of the clan. Then you sold everything you could and ran away, leaving a mess behind for us. If it weren't for us, would this shrine be back? With us, that's a big sin. That's right, selling the shrine, that's a great sin, no matter what. From the day you came back, you've been calculating. Your so-called opening of the company was to lasso that fool Yunha into being a backstabber for you. You so-called letting your grandson into the genealogy was for the treasure map. Why don't you think about it? How dare you, a betrayer of the family, let your grandson come back? Are you worthy? Is he worthy? You want to find the place, and to whom are you dedicating it? Can you stand up to your parents and ancestors? Big Grandpa looked at his agitated and angry brother. He was calm instead. He didn't feel that he had a problem. I didn't do anything wrong, not even then. I made the right choice. Grandpa even gave an angry laugh and nodded. Well, that's right, so you're now going to pay the price for your choice. Are you happy? You should be happy, after all, this is what you want now. Don't you think so? Big Grandpa is so angry he's jumping out of his skin. Wait, you come back, you let me out, you tell them to let me out. Don't say I don't have that ability. If I did, I would never do that. On the other side, Yunli and their lives returned to normal. That Yunxi has always been in school, the grade ranking that is not up or down. Yunxi also looked for Yunli and the others. Where did Li Sisi go? After being disliked by Yunli and the others, she didn't dare to say anything. And Yunya and Yun he cared even less. To them, Li Sisi is just a strange and weird person. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 year. A lot of things happened in a year. The few of them were getting better and better. Their abilities grew stronger and stronger, and they invested in several companies. They all gave it their all in that high summer. A few of them managed to get into the senior high school, still in the first class. Some of the others were still there, some left. The only difference, probably, was the high school middle school, where you had to live in the school. They packed up their things and went to enroll. The club seniors were out recruiting, and a few of them had no plans to join at the moment. They were busy, and everyone was going to be busy at the office right now. Yunli made an appointment with them and waited at the place of registration, but after coming for so long, he still didn't see anyone, and was about to go to the accommodation when he heard a voice, Brother Chin Che. Yunli froze for a moment. He hadn't heard it for a long time, that name. When he turned around, he saw a little girl, looking at him in surprise. Trotting towards him, Brother Chin Che, do you still remember me? I am Fei Fei. Yunli then remembered, it's the little sister from that time. You're in high school? Fifi nodded her head vigorously. I know you will go to high school this year. I've been trying my best to catch up with you and your classmates. Now I've finally done it. At that moment, a girl who was pulling 2 suitcases and panting ran over. Fifi, I'm sorry, I ran too slowly. Fifi looked back at her. You're too stupid. That girl immediately began to nod her head and bow, like she had been wronged. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Don't scold me, I really know I'm wrong. Fei Fei looked back at her, frowning even more unhappy. You do not apologize, okay, you are annoying That girl even more aggrieved, tearful eyes looking at Fei Fei's eyes, all with a little fear. Okay, I do not apologize. Fei Fei was very depressed. Originally she wanted to behave better in front of Brother Chin Che. But now it was because of this Mimi, making everything wrong. You quickly put the things in the dormitory. You don't have to be here, I'll just go to the dormitory by myself in a while. Just don't be here, disturbing her and Chin Che's brother. It was so hard for her to reunite with Chin Che's brother. Was it easy? Every time she wanted to go to Chin-che's brother, Grandpa said wait a minute, wait for her to be better, it's been a few years. Okay. That girl looked up and gave Yunli a smile before she left. She took the 2 boxes with her and just left. Yunli didn't even look at them, which made Fei Fei very happy. Brother Chin-che, how have you been these 2 years? I've missed you so much. Have you missed me at all? Yunli. This is awkward, what to say about this? In the beginning, after realizing that she had followed her family away, he hadn't been worried. It's a lie to say he missed it. I know, you must be doing well. Fei Fei hears reveals a sweet smile and smiles happily towards him. Brother Chin-che, you were so nice. Yunli told her, my name is Yunli now, call me Yunli from now on. Okay, Brother Yunli. She smiled sweetly. Brother Yunli, where are you going now? Shall I go with you? Good, who was that girl just now? Why did she look like she was being bullied by you? Yunli felt that the girl just now had been acting bullied and aggrieved. I didn't. Fei Fei heard it and hurriedly explained, she works in my house, her job is to help me take my luggage, help me pack my bed and whatnot, 5,000 per month. How much? Yunli was a bit shocked, 5,000? At this time, how many people do not see much money a month? 5,000 Fei Fei towards Yunli smiled, Yunli brother, I know, this person delicate, just think of someone to help me clean up. I will give her a high salary so that I don't have to work. After Yunli heard this, he frowned, then why does she still look like she is reluctant? You bullied her. If you did not give money, it is Fei Fei wrong, have given so much money, what is there to be pretentious? What's the point of coming here acting like you're being bullied? Is that necessary? I don't have it. That person of hers, she's just like that. If I give her anything, she still doesn't want it. Fifi thinks she is also quite strange, every time she says she doesn't want it, she finally accepts it reluctantly, making it a bit difficult for me. Then get someone else, you don't need her to do those things for you. You can ask other students to help and pay them as well. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to. Who wouldn't at 4 or 5,000 a month? Do you want the other person to be happy and talk to you, or do you want this now? Fei Fei thought for a while, of course she wanted to be cheerful. Every time she makes a face that she's forced to, I'm actually not happy in my heart. That's right, let's go, I'll take you to your dorm room first. Let's go take you to your dorm room first, I'll take a look for you, and then we'll talk about the rest. They quickly arrived at Fei Fei's dormitory, and when they arrived, they heard the dormitory people say, she didn't even come, why are you helping her clean up? Then it was that Mei's voice, I promised her, and if I didn't do a good job, she'll be upset, and if she's upset, she'll scold people. You guys don't talk about her, otherwise it's not good if she scolds you guys, I'm fine, I'm used to it. Hearing this, Yunli frowned and knocked on the door. Hearing someone knocking on the door, they turned around and saw Fei Fei and Yunli. That Mei's face, there was a moment of panic, then pulled out a worried smile, Fei Fei you're here? Fei Fei looked at her angrily, why did you just say that about me? Mei's face instantly changed and became scared. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's my fault, don't blame them, okay? We'll all be roommates from now on, we'll be together for a few years. Fifi was so angry that she stomped her feet, where did I? How did Fei Fei bully you, can you say it clearly? Yunli directly opened his mouth to interrupt her and asked. This time, Mei froze for a moment and quickly opened her mouth, no, it's just some small things, those things are over, I don't care at all. Don't worry, I definitely won't make Fei Fei angry in the future. Fei Fei, don't be angry and don't blame everyone, okay? The other 2 roommates frowned as they listened. One of them spoke directly, Fifi right, what do you mean by this? You just came here and you want to fight with us? Yunli opened her mouth at this time, sorry to interrupt, my family Fei Fei just came here and said a word, how is it bullying you guys? This person said that Fifi bullied her, so how was it bullying? She said it. Just say it and confront her. Don't keep saying you're sorry. What's the use of just being aggrieved? We, Fifi, won't admit what we haven't done. So please say how Fifi bullied you. The other girl, who didn't say anything, glanced at them and felt that they were right. This girl, just now, had always said that she was bullied or aggrieved, but never said how she was bullied, and also her words just now were strange. The girl who was furious just said that. Do we still need to confront her? Just now we all saw, people did not come, why let others Mei to help her make the bed, carry things? Can't you get your own stuff? This is outrageous. Such a person, really annoying. That Mimi on the side was about to open her mouth when she was directly interrupted by Yunli. Wait, didn't you tell them that my sister gave you a $5,000 salary? The other 2? The 2 of them stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were hearing. How much? The other girl was still a bit in disbelief and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. 5,000, my sister gave her 5,000 in wages to help move things and pack the beds. Yunli's cold gaze looked at Mei. You say yourself is not it? If you don't want to, just say it directly, all day to make a look, being bullied to do what? Do you want to tell everyone that you are unwilling and are being forced? If that's the case, just say it, no one will force you to do anything, you can rest assured of that. Fei Fei also opened her mouth at the side, yeah, if you don't want to do it just say so, I can find someone else to do it, I'll just pay for it every time. Another girl on the side raised her hand. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, Missy, I'll do it right away. I don't even need 5,000, I just need 1,000 a month. It's 1,000, that's all she said through clenched teeth, only because she really feels that it's too much, a little embarrassed to ask for too much, a little week later. No, Fei looked at her opening. 5,000, said 5,000 is 5,000, then later please you la. This time that Mei dumbfounded, hurried to open. I do not mean that, I do not unwilling. She looked at the girl was very angry. You how to steal my job, you are not right. My job, I can just do it myself. Their eyes all looked over and the mean girl said, you just didn't say she paid you. This paycheck is something that whoever is willing to do, you're like this, it's just too much. This time that Mei was also dumbfounded, she didn't understand, just now that classmate, wasn't she on her side? How could he change his mind temporarily? This is really outrageous. Didn't you support me just now? Green Snow also said that I wasn't supporting you, I was supporting you who was being bullied. If you start out, tell me there is a salary, then I certainly do not care, take the salary to work natural. Chapter 164 gives you a good impression. So high wages who do not want, is the Green Snow that is also willing to But now Green Snow a little envious envy, she is now so happy But she did scold me Mei still feel aggrieved, I cannot sell my dignity because of a little money. She just spoke harshly, I am just aggrieved I'm aggrieved, can't I even show it? Envy in Green Snow? What kind of talk is this? Green Snow is speechless. You're getting paid, those jobs are what you should be doing. What do you have to be aggrieved about? You're getting paid and you're acting like you're being bullied, of course we'll misunderstand. Mei was even more aggrieved, she looked at them with tears in her eyes, others don't understand my suffering at all. I don't want to earn this money at all, I don't want to do this job at all, but I have no choice. If I don't do it, I'm afraid my mom and dad will get their shoes worn. My mom works in her house, what if I don't do it and they bully my mom? Fei heard and understood that this person was saying this on purpose, purposely making everyone misunderstand. She had thought all along that it was really because she had spoken with a bit of a heavy tone, so she was aggravated. Of course Fifi didn't want to change is all. Then let your mom, don't work in my house. Who doesn't know, my family's work is very easy, your mom does not come more people want to come. Besides, if you really care about your mom so much, why do you buy so many brand name clothes and shoes? These cost a lot of money, don't they? The salary I give you isn't enough to buy them, right? Fei took out the phone and dialed her own mom's number. Mom, Mimi is worried that we are bullying her mom. Why don't you let that auntie go back and give her a few more months' salary? Mimi was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly opened her mouth. Fifi, don't, you're like this, my mom will beat me. But aren't you heartbroken about your mom? Why would she beat you? Fei is really do not understand, she said wrong? But without that job in your house, our family can't live. She gritted her teeth, and this is what she said. This again makes Fifi not understand, then your mom she works well, why are you heartbroken? Mimi. Envy was too lazy to talk about this, she had already packed everything up and said to Missy, I'm done, please check it out. Fei turned her head and looked, sure enough everything on the bed was done. Well, it's nice, I like it. Fifi opened her own suitcase, took out 2 sets of very good skincare products, gave them both. The first time we met, later we still have to get along for 4 years, this is my meet and greet gift to you. After that, Fei took out $500 and gave it to Envy. You've done a great job, I'll trouble you from now on. Let's go, I'll treat you guys to dinner and buy you 2 more sets of clothes later. As my roommate, you must dress beautifully. After saying that, Fei looked at Yunli brother, you quickly go to your dormitory, how about we eat together tomorrow? The first day of school is going to be left to the roommates. Good. Yunli carries his things and turns around to leave. Envy looks at the 500 in her handbag, she must take good care of Missy in the future. She is Missy's servant. Whoever dares to steal this position from her, she is in a hurry with whoever. Fei takes the 2 to eat hot pot and they are a bit surprised. So Missy eats hot pot too? It didn't take long for them to see Eastern Star Spot, big lobster, abalone, all kinds of prawns, and all kinds of beef. Well, Missy's hot pot is not the same kind of hot pot as the one they were talking about. On the other hand, Yunli also came to his dormitory, this time he was in the same dormitory as Lin Hang and Zhou Hui, and there was also a classmate he didn't know, Anyu. Anyu greeted the 2 of them and also made a date to go out to eat together. It was only for these 2 days that they could eat outside, and then they had to be at school. When they came back after eating, they saw Mei. Yunli looked at her, that Mei also froze when she saw Yunli. I'm looking for Anyu. Anyu told Yunli and Lin Hang, this is my friend Mimi, you guys go back first. The 2 of them went out together. After eating, Fei took the 2 of them to buy clothes she wanted to take down. The 2 of them picked 5 sets for them all, and went to buy a variety of sunscreen. The 2 of them are a little embarrassed, you so strange embarrassed. Fei doesn't care at all, what's embarrassing, in the future I'll let you help a lot of places. Although envy you to help me organize things, but there are other things, when the time comes to trouble Green Snow, but there is one thing I want to ask, you 2 are not voluntary? Like going to help me with my meals, helping me in line or something? If you guys aren't volunteering, then forget it. Brother Yunli said that I have to ask first, I can't force you. Green Snow hurriedly nodded her head, I'm willing. Big Miss is really nice, she is willing. Envy even opened her mouth, eldest miss, to be able to serve you is a blessing for the old slave. Are you kidding? On the first day of school, there are 5 sets of designer clothes and shoes. And there is also a $500 salary, such a big miss, who is not willing to take care of, just ask anyone. They happily returned to the dormitory together and saw that Mei Mei and a boy at the door. When she saw them come over, Mei Mei came over and cried and apologized to Fei Fei. Fei Fei, I know it's wrong, it's all my fault, you forgive me, okay? As long as you are willing to forgive me, I will surely do everything. I will listen to you, I will be very obedient, okay? Mei Mei took a step back and looked at her with disappointment and opened her mouth. No, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. The time before, I always thought that you are the one who was easily aggravated. Maybe sometimes, I didn't speak very nicely and upset you, and I still thought I was wrong. But now I remember one thing, I was supposed to be your boss. I gave you a salary, let you work as natural, you do not do a good job, I say you is also normal. If you can't accept it, you can just say it, what are you complaining about? Now I don't ask you for, give you more wages, also don't let you work, how do you still like this, you are really outrageous, you know? Mei Mei is also very aggrieved. In the past, Fifi wouldn't think this way, but now all of a sudden she's just. You know, she did that before, when everyone was on her side, they all thought it was Fifi's fault, but how long has it been? But you weren't like this before. Fifi heard this more angry, yes, before that time, she thought it was her own problem, when she said will not be able to refute, and finally around the people are heartbroken her. In the past, I was stupid, I don't know what you mean by doing this, but now it's different. My Yunli brother knew your plot at once, I am naturally smart Envy and Green Snow were even on Fei Fei's side. Mei Mei, at the beginning when you said those, I really felt very sorry for you. I think the girl in your mouth is very strange, obviously you helped her so much, what gives her the right to scold you? What right does she have to boss you around? But you didn't say that they gave you a salary. The salary they give you is enough to hire 10 ants. Mei Mei is now even more aggrieved, tears in her eyes. I know, you say so because you now take her money. I just don't understand, can money buy everything? Why can it make you guys say so? Envy and Green Snow? The two of them, can't they just say that because of the right tribe? Why is she so outrageous? Her brain, she's the one who really has problems, right? Alright, people like you, we can't even tell you if we talk to you, Envy directly interrupted her. The three of them went back to the dormitory together. Mimi was aggrieved at the back and ran over to cry with Anyu. Anyu didn't actually understand, but comforted her anyway. The next morning, they went to their classes, and after the assembly, they went to military training. Mei Mei saw Yunli in the crowd at a glance. Yunli was very nice, his facial features were decent, the sunlight sprinkled on the side of his face, making his silhouette even more clear. Since that Fei Fei cares so much about this Yunli, after she snatched Yunli, Fei Fei should be in pain. She was jealous of Fei Fei, both were girls, but the two of them had lives that were worlds apart. One was the proud daughter of heaven, a golden young lady who could have whatever she wanted, while she was in a patriarchal family, wanting to study was like climbing up to the sky. If it wasn't for her mom taking her out and begging Fifi's mom, maybe she would have spent her whole life in that small mountain village. She came to the big city, saw Fifi, saw her mom working for their family, and saw the difference between people. She didn't understand why it was like that, and she grew jealous and resentful. Later Fifi also paid her, but she was even more resentful. Why should she have to do all this work, just like a nanny? She then started to act aggrieved, and she realized that it was better not to say something than to say it, because everyone would brainstorm. Everyone would think that it was Missy who was too willful and kept bullying her. Watching Missy having a hard time explaining herself made her heart even happier. That's how she wanted it to be. Why should she be the one who's all sad, so she should all be upset? But she didn't expect that by the time she reached high school, Yunli had, in one fell swoop, seen through her little mind and nailed it. She hated Fei Fei, and wanted to steal everything from Fei Fei. Now, she also wants to make Yunli fall in love with her before dumping him, thus making him regret it. She wants to make Yunli suffer. After the morning training was over and they were told to go to the cafeteria to eat, Mei Mei came in front of Yunli and reached out to run her hand through the wet hair in front of her forehead, revealing what she thought was a very gentle smile. Yunli, I want to say a few words to you. I don't recognize you. Yunli's words made her even more aggravated. Let's put it this way, she was able to come to the senior high school because of Fei Fei's mom, and of course her grades were good. After all, together with Fei Fei, being tutored by a dozen of top tutors, if her grades are still poor then it's. And you, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch, and hurriedly came over to say to Yunli, this is my friend, I know that between you two, there is a little misunderstanding. For my sake, can you give Mei Mei a chance to explain? I believe that as long as you listen to Mimi's words, you will know that you have misunderstood her. Mimi is a very gentle and kind girl, I hope you won't be prejudiced against her, can you? Yunli glanced at him, good, then I will listen to what she wants to say. Yunli looked at Mimi and Mimi hurriedly opened her mouth. Actually, I can explain about what happened before. I was in a patriarchal family. If it wasn't for my mom taking me away, I might have spent my entire life in that small mountain village. I don't mean to hurt Fifi, it's just that I'm a person with a low tier point, and I'm also very sensitive. I always think of things in a bad direction. And when I speak, but not brain, I really did not want everyone to misunderstand Fifi. Please believe me, can you? I can really explain. I hope you guys can give me this chance. Looking at Yunli did not say anything, she continued to speak. I know, my silence made Fei Fei aggrieved, but at a time like that, it's not that I don't explain, I just don't know how to explain. Please believe me. I really know I'm wrong, please forgive me, okay? After Yunli heard this, she frowned and looked at him. I don't know you well, there is no such thing as original forgiveness or not. Moreover, you have said so much, but you haven't gotten to the point of anything. You keep saying that you are wrong, you don't want to be like this, so what did you do wrong? And you shouldn't apologize to me. The person you're sorry to is not me. What do I think of you? It doesn't really matter at all. The two of us don't know each other well, we're not friends. What I think of you, it doesn't matter. How can it be unimportant? Mai was getting a little anxious and tears were welling up in her eyes. I am important to me. I want to be in front of you, can't I have a good impression? Yunli frowned and looked at her. Can you not cry? The two of us don't know each other well, to put it bluntly it's not too much to say we are strangers, you are acting like I am bullying you. Anyu glared at Yunli. How can you be like this to a girl? Yunli looked at him speechlessly and asked directly, how am I doing? Tell me how am I doing? I don't know her well, why are you crying in front of me? Don't you think it's strange? And you glanced at Mei again, saw Mei crying even more sadly, some heartache that you cannot be so direct. If Mei can be so gentle and talk to him, he will die of beauty. Why not? Yunli looked at him doubtfully. I have already listened to her for the sake of you being my roommate, why are you still asking me to be pleasant to her? Just because you like her, doesn't mean everyone has to, right? You can't be so double standard, can you? With these words, Mei's face were a bit ugly. Wasn't this intentionally said to her? Yunli, you can hate me, but you don't have to say it like that. I just want to explain to you what happened that day. That day I was in a very bad mood. When Fei Fei talked about me, I couldn't hold back and I didn't expect people to misunderstand. Of course I also didn't expect that I would lose this job because of you. Yunli? Yunli laughed. Because of me? That's quite a subtle thing for you to say. Every time, you seem to be avoiding the point. Only saying that you've been wronged, only saying that you're sad. Chapter 165. She is not willing. Mei's face became a bit ugly, while Yunli's words over here didn't stop. When other people see that you are aggrieved and keep shedding tears, it will look as if you are fierce. I would be curious, what did I do or say? Now again, or was it me who bullied you? Is this the way you've been living your life? These words made Mei's face even more ugly, and she stayed silent. Yunli saw her like this and thought it was normal. What are you going to do about the trouble you caused me like this? Originally, I wouldn't have been misunderstood, this is something you should understand, right? With your behavior, you caused me to be misunderstood, am I allowed to ask you to apologize? Mei. Anyu couldn't look at it anymore and hurriedly opened her mouth. Can you stop talking? How can you let her answer like this? She didn't want to be like this either. She just feels aggrieved, and she apologized. Yunli looked at Anyu with cold eyes. What is she aggrieved about? I'm not telling the truth, am I? He is telling the truth, what is she aggrieved about? It is clear that the person who was hurt is me, right? And you was very helpless, directly opened his mouth to come, but you are a boy, you should not have to care about this reputation. How ridiculous this is. When Yunli looked at him, it was like looking at a retard. Why shouldn't a boy care? If you can't say it clearly, people will think that I'm a scum who bullies girls. May I ask if that's fair to me? What makes you think that I would not care? Yunli turned around and walked away after saying that, leaving Mei alone in tears at the spot. And Yu was so angry, but he still had to feel sorry for Mei, and told her, don't be afraid, don't worry, I'm here. I'll take care of this, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As soon as these words came out, Mei hurriedly shook her head and said, no need, this matter is really my fault, I shouldn't have said that, letting everyone misunderstand. I don't know, what's wrong with me, my mouth is always stupid, obviously I don't think that way in my heart. But the mouth is the first step to say it, I such a person, also really is very annoying. And you grabbed her hand and comforted her in a small voice, nonsense, you are the kindest person, you have always been very kind, don't talk about yourself like this, I will be very heartbroken. I will send you back to the dormitory, don't worry about this matter. It doesn't matter whether he believes you or not, we'll see how you feel after a long time, we'll know in the future, okay? Okay? Yeah. Only then did Mei go back. For the next few days, Mei did not appear in front of Yunli. Anyu was also very uncomfortable with Yunli's appearance, and when Lin Hang and Zhou Wei asked what was going on, Yunli told them. The two of them glanced at Anyu, this person was really a mess. After the military training was over so they could go back and rest for a few days. Fei Fei brought her two roommates over. Brother Yunli, shall we eat together? Fei was too tired in the past few days, that's why she didn't come over. Now that it's over, of course the first thing to do is to come and find Yunli. Jolin also came over. It is just right that everyone will go to eat together. Envy and Green Snow now has earned a couple thousand. They also do not want to. It is really Missy gives too much. Missy is not pretentious at all, she is just demanding, and Missy, people are demanding, that is supposed to be okay. These days they are very happy, fall into the happy nest. They were willing to work for Missy for the rest of their lives. And Missy never felt that their relationship was not equal, and always treated them as good friends. She would think of them when she had gifts, and when she saw something suitable, she would buy it for them without hesitation. After they all ate together, they realized that Missy's friends, they were nice too, they were good to get along with. Only during this time, that Mei always spoke in a gloomy manner. After eating, Fei added Yunli's contact information before they each left. Fei was very happy. When she returned home, she saw Mei in her house, looking very aggrieved. Fei walked over, and saw that nanny aunt, very sadly looked over and said, "Missy, may I ask my daughter, is there something she did wrong? Why do you keep targeting Nini?" At this time, Fei realized that her mom, dad, and brother were all here. They all looked at her, waiting for her answer. Mei was still saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm the one who made Missy sad, please don't ask Missy anymore, I'm here to apologize to Missy." "Mom, stop talking, I'm afraid if you keep talking, your job will be gone." That nanny wasn't worried at all. In her heart, her daughter was the most important thing, so what if she didn't have this job? She can't let her daughter be bullied, she must protect her daughter. "Master, ma'am, for me, my daughter is the most important thing. My daughter is bullied, but I can't do justice for my daughter, then I will be very painful. I don't care whether I have this job or not, but I care about my daughter. So please, do justice to my daughter. If it was Missy who hurt my daughter, please apologize. Of course, I know that we are different from you. But I believe there is justice." Fei's mom, dad, and brother looked towards Fei. They did believe in their own little princess. However, at this time, they wanted to hear the little princess's own thoughts. Only after hearing it, would they know what to do next. Not. They wanted Fifi, herself, to handle this matter. And at this moment, Fifi was doing just that. Fei looked at the mother and daughter, one of them crying silently like a small white flower in the storm, and the other looking at them angrily, like an old mother hen protecting her chicks. Fei suddenly laughed, and then asked Auntie "Then have you ever asked your daughter how exactly I bullied her? If you can't tell me, I am going to call the police and sue you for slandering me." The nanny was still saying, "My daughter is crying so hard, she must have been bullied. I can also cry very hard and say that you have bullied me. This can't be used as evidence." Fei looked at Mei. Her gaze was cold. "Say it, how exactly did I bully you?" Mei knew very well that she couldn't say it, because the Fei in front of her hadn't bullied her at all, but she is now. How was she going to say it now? She gritted her teeth and looked at her mom and opened her mouth. "No, Mom, Missy didn't bully me, don't say it." The nanny thought that her daughter was saying this because she was scared. She hurriedly comforted her daughter. "Nini, don't be afraid, you tell your grievances." Nini had no choice but to open her mouth. "Mom, please don't say anything, I'm not aggrieved, I'm just crying here because I miss you. Then earlier, I made Missy angry. Missy won't let me take care of it, that's why I'm upset. Don't make a scene, okay? Master and Madam, my mom is worried about me, that's why she's like this. Can you please forgive my mom didn't do it on purpose." They laughed when they heard that. "Auntie Wang, you can go get your money and leave, we don't need you to work in our house. We'll give you an extra month's salary. Of course, if you are not convinced, you can go and ask if the main family needs a reason to dismiss the nanny or not." Now the nanny was dumbfounded, she looked at her daughter and then at the main family, now she was really worried. "Master and lady, please let me stay, I am also concerned about their own daughters, you also have daughters, you also do not want their daughters be bullied. I'm doing this because I feel sorry for my daughter. You are also parents, you should also understand." They looked at the nanny in front of them and let out a cold laugh. "Yes, we are also parents, so when you wronged my daughter, didn't you think about that? It has never occurred to you that my daughter is also someone's heartache, someone to protect? What makes you think that I would let you continue to work in our house?" The nanny was fired, and Mei had to go out with her. Before that, she told everyone that she was living in this place, and now she had no choice. And her mom, after going out, instead of protecting her daughter as she did before, glared at her. "Didn't you say you couldn't make me lose my job? What's going on now? You thought you could get a compensation." It wasn't the first time they, mother and daughter, had done this. They had cooperated many times before that, because Fifi was so angry. Never explained, never asked anything, just yelled and screamed and said yes I just bullied her, and then they gave the money. But today, they mother and daughter were swept away. "Look at what you run this called thing, now well, my job is gone, where to find such an easy, high-wage job, you say now how to do it?" Nini also feels more outrageous, she does not understand how that Fifi suddenly became smart. "Mom, I told you to stop, but you didn't listen, what can I do? If you had stopped at that time, there might have been other possibilities, now there is definitely no way out, you just suffer. The nanny was very angry, and when she looked at this daughter, her face became even worse. If it were not for you, would it be like this? Go home and explain to your father yourself. I don't care about this matter. This time Mei was also worried, because she knew very well that dad of hers, what kind of person is it that only has money in his eyes? What do you think? Can't you beg them again? You've been in their family for so many years, and they've treated you well. Nanny sighed. Let's go back first. At this moment Fei Fei is very happy. She did not expect mom, dad, and brother turned out to be very trusting of her. Just wish she could, herself, tell it all. She thought mom and dad didn't love her. Mom and dad, I have always thought that you do not love me, that's why you will not believe what I said. Every time you do not give me a decision, you always think I bullied her. At that time, I thought you guys were so annoying. They looked at their own baby, heartbroken opening, fool, how can we not love you? At that time, we hoped that you could understand that a lot of things, that is to be your own cheer. We want you to be able to tell us that you're not a bully, and that we'll believe you. At times like this, we don't want you to say nothing, and we don't want you to lose your temper. Nor can you say something like 100 words, because other people, as soon as they see you lose your temper, they will think that you are annoyed. Fifi, you are no longer a child, we want you to be able to face all sorts of dangers, and also be able to see those bad things, so that you know how to face them. Fifi, we believe in you. Fei Fei only then understood their good intentions. This is to change into the past. Fei Fei really will not understand, will only feel they really too much, how so unwilling to help her? Why have they always been on the side of outsiders? Brother also told Fei Fei, when encountering things, we have to be calm, and then find a way to deal with the problem, solve the problem, rather than anger is what you do. Sister, this is an admission, do you understand? Fifi nodded, but still a little aggrieved. You guys have to tell me, you guys if you don't tell me, how will I know, you guys are for my good. And you guys didn't tell me what to do when faced with such a situation. If it wasn't for brother Yunli telling me, I wouldn't even know. Or Yunli brother is good, will tell her, to directly ask exactly how to bully her, and then confrontation. Otherwise she would never have thought that she could still retort and ask how she was bullied. They were also stunned. They had always hoped that Fifi would be able to think of this on her own, but hadn't thought to tell her. I'm sorry Fifi, we didn't think of this, we apologize to you, okay. In the future, we definitely won't make this kind of mistake again, can you please forgive us? Fei Fei smiled and looked at them, I'll forgive you then. On the other side, Yunli returned home and his grandfather waved towards him. How is it, how do you feel at school? Grandpa, pretty good, I think the school is great, and my classmates are all very nice. Grandchildren and grandchildren eat together, the table doesn't have to be big, the food doesn't have to be a lot, it's all just each other's favorite food, and then we chat together and watch the news broadcast. Then chat about the company's things, which feels very cozy, very happy. They all enjoyed this peaceful life. Grandpa looked at his grandson, who was now getting better and better, and was very pleased. A few days later, Grandpa brought Yunli along to a banquet, saying it was his good brother's birthday. Grandpa had specially prepared a gift, a pair of ink treasures, and Yunli had also prepared a gift, a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. They appeared at the Han family together, and Yunli saw Fei Fei in the crowd at a glance. Fei Fei happily ran towards Yunli, brother Yunli. Grandpa took a look and asked suspiciously, Ali, do you know Fei Fei? Fifi is his good brother's granddaughter. Grandpa Yi, it was brother Yunli who saved me, otherwise I would have been taken away by human traffickers. Grandpa brought me back later, I missed brother Yunli. Grandpa looked at Yunli, smiled and opened his mouth. Good, then you should come to play with him more often in the future, so that he doesn't just know how to study every day. Yunli? Yunli looked at Grandpa doubtfully. Grandpa smiled and didn't say anything, took him to meet his good brothers. Lin Hang and a few of them also came, only they didn't see Zhou Lin. Zhou Hui had said that she didn't want to come. Chapter 166 Quite ridiculous. The others felt a bit strange. Didn't Zhou Lin quite like to be lively? Lin Hang then asked, doesn't she quite like to be lively? How come she doesn't want to come? Zhou Hui looked at Lin Hang and Yunli's naive look. You two wouldn't know nothing about it, right? Generally speaking, this kind of banquet is to bring the younger generation over to see whose family is suitable for marriage in the future. Zhou Lin has always had her own ideas and was not willing to marry, saying that as long as she was willing, even if she married someone who had nothing to lose in the future. My parents were so furious that they made her stay at home, not allowed to come out. She begged for it and didn't come over. Lin Hang and Yunli looked at each other. The two of them really didn't know about this. After all, the two of them, that were both favored by the family, how could they be allowed to marry? Lin Hang smiled and said, Grandpa just told me that it's his friend's birthday, and brought me over to brighten things up with everyone. Yunli also nodded along. My grandfather also said the same thing, and also told me not to worry about anything, just have fun. By the way, let me introduce you guys, this is Fifi, do you know her? They glanced at Fifi, and Zuoming shook his head. Fifi then said, hello guys. My name is Ling Fei Fei, I'm from the imperial capital. My grandfather was so forbidding before he agreed to let me come over here to go to school. I'm here to find brother Yunli. A few of them hurriedly looked at Yunli and said, Yunli, why don't you tell me about it? Yunli told them about when he met Fei Fei. At that time, I was thinking that I must save this little sister and send her to the Public Security Bureau. We didn't see each other after that, until the beginning of the school year. Lin Hang followed and nodded his head, confirming that this was indeed the case. I was able to prove it. The two of us were in a dormitory, so before that, I knew Fei Fei. Xia is Yunli's little fangirl. Whatever Yunli says, she thinks it's right. Fifi took them to eat, those things were quite tasty, and they even went to play together. After it was over, they found out that the adults were looking for them and asked a few of them to go play with the younger ones, and that's when they realized that what Zhou Hui said was true. Everyone was of similar age and went to play games together. When it was almost time, they then left separately. Before leaving, Fei Fei pulled Yunli's hand with a little star in her eyes. Brother Yunli, you don't want to join the marriage, okay? Yunli smiled when he looked at her. In his opinion, Fei Fei was still a little sister. Fei Fei, we are still too young, it is too early to talk about this. My grandfather won't force me to do anything, don't worry. Fei Fei smiled when she heard this. Yunli said goodbye to Fei Fei, and on the way back, Grandpa was asking how they were getting along. Grandpa, do you want me to join the marriage in the future? Grandpa froze for a moment and looked at Yunli in shock. What are you thinking? Grandpa just thinks, you have too few friends, let you make friends, it's impossible to let you get married. We don't need a marriage, just make ourselves stronger. You don't have to think or worry about anything else, Grandpa is here. Just remember one thing, do whatever you want to do. If you work hard and make something of yourself, then let the company get stronger and stronger. If you don't want to work hard, that's fine, just live happily ever after. Grandpa has been poor and rich in his life, so as long as you are happy, you can live your life any way you want. Grandpa never thought that he wanted this grandson to join a marriage, he just needed to go and do what he wanted to do. Yunli was touched, really touched. Zhou Hui had told them a lot of realistic things. Like a position like his, if he looked for his favorite, how could he fight those people at home? Of course he did not have a favorite. If it is a marriage, the other party what looks like do not know, quite painful. But Yunli was different, he could live recklessly. Sometimes Yunli also felt that he had just been reborn, he was actually naive, always thinking that he could do everything. In fact, without grandfather, he would not live so childish. When the beef jerky factory, very childish, but grandpa still took him to do it, and helped him a lot, and then the clothing business, they are a few small children thinking of earning big money. No, he was not a child, just in his last life, he was not a smart person after all. Good thing that later grandpa's helped, and then arranged a teacher for them. Learn more, only to realize that at that time they, how naive and lovely, but also understand, have adults backing what kind of. Yunli thought, he was lucky to have such a good grandfather in his third life. The pain and hatred from his last life was there, but all the other suffering was gone. He looked at his grandfather and told him the truth. Grandpa, I will work hard, I don't know, can I make the company go up to the next level, but I have to learn what other people can do, and I have to learn even more what other people can't do. Grandpa, please make sure you watch over me, okay? Grandpa looked at Yunli and nodded and said, good, I will accompany you. No matter what, I will stay with this grandson and watch him get better and better. Once he was full of thorns, with hate in his eyes, now he finally has a bit of a child's appearance, quite good. It was only now that he really felt that it was a childlike appearance. Yunli chatted with his grandfather for a long time and went back to his room. He needs to learn and read more, learning makes him happy, yes that's right, and of course the medical books can't be put down. Yunli will also read books on finance, time allotted, every minute must be utilized not. Once again to the school, everyone is carrying boxes, to live over here for a month. Yunli and Lin Hang packed up their own things, Zhou Hui came late. Looking at his 3 boxes, Lin Hang was speechless. What? Are you moving? Zhou Hui didn't feel much at all, he still felt that it was less. I have a lot of things, I'm not used to using other things, these haven't all been taken over yet. My grandfather said that I'm a bit of a pretentious person, I should live in the school, to change this pretentiousness of mine. I think he's full of. I'm so pathetic. If it wasn't for the school, I wouldn't live here. After that, he said, I don't know how I'm going to live in the future, it's really tough. But fortunately, the future days, you can take your time, there is no hurry. Lin Hang and Yunli only took a little something necessary. On the other hand, Fei Fei also arrived at the dormitory. The 3 boxes had just arrived at the entrance of the school, when Envy and Green Snow came to help take them, of course they also took a lot of things as all. In order to facilitate contact, Missy gave the 2 of them, bought a cell phone woo-woo. And still the latest model, Missy said, as her friend, is to be the first time to contact. They love Missy. At this time, Mei Mei and the others came and looked at the 2 of them and hurriedly spoke to Fifi. Fei Fei, you can't be like this, how can you let your 2 roommates work for you? Seeing that Fei Fei didn't say anything, she then opened her mouth. You can't be such a bully just because you're a big lady? Envy and Green Snow? So that's how the previous gossip came about. Envy hurriedly opened her mouth. What are you talking about? We volunteered to help Fei Fei do it, and she gave us a salary, do you understand? As soon as these words came out, Mei Mei frowned even more and looked at them without understanding. How can you sell your dignity just for a little bit of money? We can never sell ourselves, don't you know that? So what if we have money? Can money buy everything? Can you do whatever you want with money? That's the way it should be, you have to follow your hearts. Green Snow directly interrupted the words of Mei. We are willing to we are especially willing to make money. We are especially willing to work. If according to your argument, work is not right, work is not dignified, then why do your parents want to work? And why did you do all this when you were before? Didn't you do it for the paycheck Fifi gave you? No, you're not like us. People like you both want and need. Obviously take the paycheck, but also act like aggrieved, as if people Fifi, bullying you. And then in front of other people, you act like you're pathetic. In this way, everyone will misunderstand Fifi, won't they? You don't say anything, and you don't say the point, and you don't say how you were bullied, and you've already got everyone's approval, like you're such a talent, is really disgusting to the extreme. Well, Green Snow is like this, what to say, in the beginning was able to dislike Fei Fei for the sake of Mei Mei, but also after knowing the truth, apologized to Fei Fei, and then did not hesitate to dislike Mei Mei. Mei Mei was so angry that tears fell down her cheeks. You all bullied me, so naturally I can't speak to you. But I still want to say that no matter what, I will honor myself and I will not sell my soul. No matter what, I will definitely tell the truth. If you don't believe me, forget it, but I've finished what I wanted to say. They listened to that was cloudy, but they heard and understood one thing, that is, these two helped Fifi carry things, that is voluntary, and also took the salary. So this person, all the time over here to say what There is no control, people are volunteering, what does it have to do with her? Those girls with Mei Mei, their expressions were also all over the place, because they now also felt that she was weird. Mei Mei looked at them and ran away after a long time. After arriving at the classroom, Mei Mei went to sit down and flung herself on the desk, looking as if she was crying. Anyu saw it at once and was very distressed and hurriedly asked what happened. Mei Mei, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? The others saw this scene and were speechless. This girl just came here, didn't say anything, how is she being bullied? Don't want to say, you don't have to ask me anymore, you hurry back and sit down, class is going to start in a while. I'll just calm down now, wait for me to calm down. Woohoo! Hearing his beloved girl say this, he became even more angry, and also felt that there was just someone who made his beloved girl sad. Otherwise, Mai wouldn't be like this. He looked around at the people around him and placed his gaze all of a sudden on Yunli. Yunli, is it you who upset Mimi? What exactly did you do? How can this person be like this? You're a man, how can you bully a girl like this? Yunli was so speechless. When he went out this morning, he didn't see anything strange. The psycho, why is he still grabbing him? Yunli looked at him and came directly. If you have a disease, go and cure it. Don't go crazy here. This time Anyu was even more upset. I said, are you wrong? You're just bullying Mei Mei. Bullying Yunli looked directly at him. Are you retarded? Who came first? I was in the classroom when you came. How am I bullying her? If you're sick, go get cured. Don't go crazy here. Is it fun to be mad all the time? If you continue to be so unreasonable, I'll have to call the teacher and your parents to talk to you. Anyu blackened his face, but he seemed to have calmed down a lot, at least he wasn't that brainless. Anyu was a little embarrassed, he wanted to apologize, but also felt that it was very disgraceful, so he did not say anything. Yuli looked at him and let out a cold smile. This is the second time, if there is a third time, then I will not let you go. Other people might not know, but Anyu knew the meaning of these words. If he talked about Yunli like this one more time, he would. Anyu simply didn't say anything, since just now, that Mei Mei didn't cry, but she didn't explain anything either. Soon, the others also came. It didn't take long for the teacher to come. After a class was over, Anyu rushed to ask Mei Mei. Mimi, who bullied you in the morning? You tell me, I'll help you clean them up. Mei Mei glanced at him, in her heart there was some dislike. In the past there was indeed this idea, but now, he was no match for Yunli, and Mei Mei knew one thing. That was that Yunli and the few of them had family backgrounds that were comparable to Fei Fei's. That meant that they were all rich second generation, so wouldn't she just have to? Her eyes lit up when she thought of this. At noon, Fei Fei came over to find Yunli and went to the cafeteria to eat together. Yunli naturally agreed and they walked towards the cafeteria together. Mei Mei at this time, came over and said to Yunli. Yunli, I came to apologize to you, I'm sorry, in the morning, it was because of me that Anyu misunderstood you. Don't worry, I will explain clearly to Anyu, it's not you who bullied me, it's... Yunli looked at her, his gaze was cold, the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. What is it? You rather say it, you tell everyone, what's going on? Mei Mei. It's my own problem, it's that I remembered something sad and I kind of want to cry, it has nothing to do with other people. It's him who misunderstood you, don't be angry, can I ask him to apologize to you? Mei Mei really didn't expect that Anyu would think that it was Yunli who bullied her. There's no need, both of you are nothing but clowns in my eyes, you're not important at all. Just don't show up in front of me, you two are disgusting. Yunli really didn't put them in her eyes, so when Zhou Hui said, should we let them both disappear in this school, Yunli said there was no need, just a clown. They feel that this can improve their sense of existence, in fact, in a way, quite ridiculous, really quite ridiculous. Chapter 167, Not Letting Go. These words made Mei Mei very sad. She looked at Yunli as if he hated her and instantly exploded with anger. Do you hate me that much? Dislike me that much and treat me so poorly? She just didn't understand what's so good about that Fei Fei. Isn't it just that her family has some money? Why does everyone love Fifi? I don't understand why everyone is so different just because they come from different backgrounds. In your rich people's eyes, is it that only the rich can be your friends? Girls from ordinary families like us can't have friends, right? Yunli laughed when he looked at her agitated look. I found that you are quite good at putting labels on others. No matter if it was before or now. When you said those words just now, you drew all the problems on rich people and children from ordinary families. Couldn't it be simply not liking you as a person? It has nothing to do with having money or not, it's simply because of your character. Or do you really want to see the rich man's tactics? Yunli this time is really angry. This Mei Mei really can make them angry. I don't believe it anymore. Otherwise, why are you able to be friends with Fei Fei, but not willing to listen to me? Isn't it because I'm just a child from an ordinary family? This is really ridiculous. Yunli looked at her. I don't have to explain anything to you. But your character is really worrisome. You always like to be confrontational. Causing confrontational issues with everyone, this kind of you, is actually even more ridiculous. I don't like you as a person, so I don't want to be friends with you, it's that simple. Besides, there's no one who says you have to be friends with anyone, is there? In other words, why don't you be friends with someone else? Why did you pick us? Why? You look down on kids from ordinary families? You think they can't be friends with you? To put it another way, I think we're all very good students in this class. Why do we need to be categorized into 3, 6, 9 classes? Why do we have to be good friends? Now those students behind us also reacted. Yes, we are all classmates, are a whole. In the face of other things, must be the same front, so also divided what good friends, best friends, this is not outrageous? This Mei Mei is also outrageous. People have said many times that they don't want to be friends with her. How can she still force it again and again? I'm a girl, how can you say that to me? A girl, coming to you time and time again, wanting to become friends with you, shouldn't you be touched? Yunli was a bit annoyed and glanced at Zhou Hui on the side, meaning it was better to get rid of this bastard. But at this moment, Yunli still looked at her and said, you also said that you should, so let me ask you, what do you mean by should? You appear in front of me again and again, you this kind of called entanglement. It is self-deception and shamelessness. Fei Fei and the girls also came to eat, and when they saw Mimi pestering Yunli here, they hurriedly rushed over and blocked Yunli's face. Mimi, what are you doing again? Why are you disturbing my brother Yunli? Can't you see that he hates you? Where is your eyesight? Mei Mei saw Fei Fei as if she remembered something. Fei Fei, I have no intention of trying to compete with you for Yunli, can you stop targeting me? Fei Fei? Yunli was really angry now, took out his cell phone and made a call. Mimi from class 1, I don't like her in this class. Mimi? Mimi was scared all of a sudden, she looked at Yunli in shock. You, what do you want to do? Didn't you say that rich people are excessive? I'll let you know right now, rich people are excessive. What does it look like, isn't it good? It didn't take long for Mei Mei to be taken to the office and thus dropped out of school. Mei Mei was dumbfounded, she didn't think she would be expelled. She had been making a scene, but it was no use. And her tuition was given to her. Now, Mei Mei was so regretful that she knelt down and begged the leader. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, I'll never mess with them again. I will never cry again, I beg you, let me go back to school, let me go back. Mei Mei was turned away. Zhou Hui said after seeing it, I thought you would endure for a long time. Yunli glanced at the distance. I did not want to care about the clown, who knows that she had to jump in front of me again and again. What can I do? I'm a person, generally speaking, will be reasonable, but if reason does not make sense, then we'll use other methods. I cannot give her all the time, not? Zhou Hui gave him a thumbs up. 6. Mei Mei also wanted to complain behind her, and the school just said, why did you enter our school in the first place? Have you forgotten? It was the help of the Han family, you fell out with Missy, and now you still want to be in the school? We also gave you a chance to do our school paper. But you couldn't keep your grades. Mei Mei had no choice but to find a new place to study. Only when she got home, her mom and dad blamed her. Because of her mom's job was gone, and so was her dad's, and now they, as a family, were all out of work. People around them used to envy their family. Her dad was a chauffeur for a rich family, her mom was a nanny, they made a lot of money every month, and they would receive gifts from rich people, and they could even drive their cars back, and even their kids went to the same schools that rich people went to. But now all that was ruined. They beat Mei Mei severely. Mei Mei was beaten all over her body. She looked at her parents in pain. I have already gone through so much pain, why do you still want to beat me? In your hearts, it doesn't matter at all if I am the daughter or not. The same thing was done wrong. Xiaobao didn't need to be beaten, the same favorite things, Xiaobao could have them, while she had to wait. She needs to go and please Missy, while little treasure doesn't have to do anything and is able to have everything. Why? Why was it like this? Why should she be treated like this? What had she done wrong to be treated like this? The parents felt that this was all proper. As their daughter, she should know better, she should be obedient. Otherwise, what would they want her to do, as a daughter? Mimi's father slapped her in the face, knocking her upside the head. Can you compare to Xiaobao? Xiaobu is a son, he can carry on the family line in the future. What about you? You're a maiden, you'll be married off. After that, you'll be someone else's family. You won't take a penny from our family. I'm telling you, don't even think about comparing yourself to your brother. You'll never be as good as your brother. At this moment, Mei Mei hated that brother very much. Obviously before, they didn't say that. They said that she was their little angel, their baby, and said that both men and women were the same. Mei Mei shed tears, covered her face, looked at them painfully and said, "But before, you guys didn't say that. You said I was your precious daughter, and said you would never hurt me. You said I was your precious daughter, said my brother was not as well behaved as me. Did you say all of that? All of it was a lie? You all lied to me, didn't you?" They looked at her and laughed, thought she was quite funny. At that time you were still useful, you can coax Missy good. You were able to coax Missy into doing well. You were able to bring money and things into the family, so we naturally liked you. As long as you can be as useful as before, you are still our precious daughter. But you made Missy hate you, and you can't even stay in that school. If you were able to meet 1 or 2 rich kids at that school, and continue to let you take things from home, we'd admit it. But you couldn't do anything. Now that you've been kicked out of that school, what use are you? Their true colors were truly laid out in front of Mei Mei at this moment. The good parents she thought they were all fake, not at all what they thought they were. So I'm just a pawn for you to bring something back home, and now that you can't, you can throw me away? At this moment of knowing the truth, Mei Mei instantly burst into tears. She was the organ, she was the one who always hated those messes, but she really thought that she had a happy and fulfilling family. She really thought that her mom and dad loved her. She thought that they, as a family, would live a happy life. But now, she realized that it was all fake, all fake. The so-called love was fake, the so-called affection was fake. When she saw the parents now, she only felt that they were repulsive, and even that younger brother, he had become incredibly annoying. She really hated him. He was just 2 or 2 extra pounds of meat. He was able to have everything, he was able to be naive and lively. On what basis in the end? Why were they like this? It really wasn't fair. She hated it so much, so much. On the other hand, Fifi was still very happy after knowing that Mimi dropped out of school, including Green Snow and Envy. Not for anything else, that Mimi was really too good at being shady. Every time, she would talk nonsense over there, but because of her face, she was able to make everyone sympathize with her. And you knew about this and ran over to Yunli again. Yunli looked at him and said, "You seem to be a special student coming in. This school, it should be your parents, went through a lot of favors to send you in. And told you that you must study hard and maintain your grades to be able to stay in this school." Anyu's face changed. "Yes, so what? That's right, you investigated very clearly. I came in because of the specialty students. And in the beginning, the school was not willing to accept, then my parents begged a lot of people, looking for a lot of favors, I came in, so what? Are you trying to humiliate me? Or do you want to tell everyone that my family is poor, so that they can isolate me?" Anyu was indignant as if she was facing some kind of power, which made both Yunli and Zhou Wei speechless. If it wasn't for that Mimi, who kept popping up, they wouldn't have called, and now there's another one. I'm trying to remind you that it's not easy for your parents to go through so many favors. You should stop challenging our bottom line. Get it straight, you're the one provoking us. And we are going through the normal process of reporting to the school. If you deliberately cause trouble, will you still have your scholarship and your grants? For us, you're really not that important. But for yourself, does it really not matter if you can stay in this school? Doesn't it matter that there's no aid? Or do you think that your parents, who don't work hard at all, you think that they can labor a little more, can work a little harder? At this moment, Anyu froze. He didn't expect that they would reason with him. His anger was like a deflated ball of leather. All of a sudden there was nowhere to put it. He listened in, and he knew very well that there was no way he could, at this point, help Mei Mei say anything. Because he knew very well, his family's family situation, how it was. His parents had done very much to make him excel, to get him into the school. Even went to beg a lot of people, who were not even willing to beg before, if he chose to speak in favor of Mei Mei at this time. So is he, really, out of subsidies? Is it true that? You rich people, can you really do whatever you want? Can't. Yunli answered him this question. You have to remember one thing, I'm going to the homeroom teacher, or the school leader, and I'm only doing it because you've provoked me over and over again. Time and again, you have slandered me, seriously delayed, my study time, seriously affected, my study life. Tell me yourself, did you stop in front of me again and again, making no sense? Did you, time and time again, question me about bullying that Mei Mei? The whole class can testify, and there's a surveillance camera there. Tell me, if the teacher sees this, will she not deal with you? Anyu was silent once again. I actually don't quite understand your brain circuits. Obviously your family's situation is so difficult. Obviously your parents have paid so much for you. Why can't you study well? Why do you still want to go? For the sake of a person's tears, just throw away all their own sanity, completely ignoring the truth. How is it? I do not understand you, in the end how to think, or for you, in fact, your parents, does not matter? Your parents' hard work is not important, your future prospects, is not important, the important thing is just that girl, she a word, you can go to kill and set fire to? An Yu was silent again. Yunli looked around and pointed to the students in the classroom not far away. Open your own eyes and look, every student who comes here to school, are they each and every one of them, studying hard? Are they all immersed in the sea of knowledge? Are they all working hard? Since you have come here, you should grasp the opportunity is, I thought you than anyone else, understand that this opportunity is hard to come by. And the reason I'm in such a good mood, telling you this, is because once upon a time, I was in your situation. I know how hard it is to study, I know how hard it is to get a chance, and as long as I catch it, I will never let go. I will help my classmates, but I will definitely find out the truth of the matter. I will never, on the premise of hurting myself, help others. Because I know that behind me, my family, in the end, what kind of efforts? These words, Yunli is not for you said, is for the former self. The self that once wanted to read, but couldn't do anything to get out of hell. If there was a chance at that time, he would have held on tight and not let go.